specifically 3 books that are all transcriptions of his conversations with these extraterrestrial beings who claim to be here to help us or at least observe. They've given Meyer knowledge about planets in the solar system, the government, what's going on this planet, and where they see the future of mankind going. They're supposed to be a benevolent race that basically has either our best interest in mind, primarily because they feel that they apparently planted this race on this planet, and so they're like our grandparents, sort of looking after us.
Right.
So it's considered by most. It's a very controversial case.
Why is it considered to have a high reliability factor? In other words, you said there were 150 witnesses to what?
To the various sightings that Meyer has had, to Meyer physically disappearing on various occasions.
Really?
Well, Wendell Stevens saw him just vanish. Crowds of people have seen him just disappear. And because so many people have actually physically seen the ships, there was one period when the ships actually put on a display for one of Meyer's group, where there were about 12 people on the hill or so, and there were 3 or 4 ships maneuvering up and down a valley. There was film and video footage of one of the craft, one of the UFOs actually involved in, I wouldn't call it a dogfight, but there was a Swiss jet fighter that was swooping the craft, and the craft was moving out of the way and disappearing and reappearing on the other side again. And it's just considered the best UFO case in the world. And the reason I was interested in making a film about it was just because of the fact that this is sort of the grown-up version of E.T. I think it's becoming very, very widely accepted now that there is something to UFOs, that there are races in the universe.
Interesting, though. You mentioned that, and then you mentioned Travis Walton, and you did not mention Corona.
I go along with Corona and Roswell. I'm talking about physical contact cases.
I see. All right.
As far as from an evidence point of view, you're right. Roswell, Corona, but that's still going to remain a mystery because nobody was inside the ship. Nobody was actually there when it happened. There are physical bodies. There were reports by deathbed statements by General Ramey, who admitted that they were there, that the bodies were there, that they saw the craft. So that's a good case as far as something physically crashing and physical evidence, and here's the body. The Travis Walton case was an abduction that happened in front of a number of witnesses. Travis had an experience inside the ship and obviously lived to tell about it. And the Billy Meyer case is kind of the next step, because now it's, okay, here we are. It's not so much a revelation as it is a confirmation. And here's what the universe is all about. And here's where we're going. And here's some notes for you to take back to your people to show, here's the true history of planet Earth. Here's where we see you're going. Here's what's going on in your planets and your solar system and your universe right now.
All right,
that's
look.
The grown-up version of E.T.
Yeah, look, you've been intimately involved, I guess, in this case and in some of the other major cases, and you sound like a rational person to me. How convinced are you that this is all the real thing?
I'd say 90% of it. It's actually UFO hoaxes are very rare. I'd say 90% of what's going on. The real problem is that all UFO cases are ultimately like Zen cones. They're ultimately like they ultimately don't make sense. So many people find that when you're in a UFO case, you're investigating something, you eventually come to a wall. You eventually come to the end of the maze.
Exactly.
Where you don't know what's on the other side of the wall. And so many people, because of the way the mind works, instead of simply being calm and quiet about it, simply saying, well, this is what I know, this is what I know, and this is what I don't know, and then being quiet and allowing what you don't know to come to you, a lot of people will sort of run screaming out to the weeds saying that, these are the conclusions which I draw. And not realize that a lot of this stuff ultimately doesn't make any sense.
Well, I have to say, though, the UFO community is slow, it seems, to declare something in its own realm to be a fraud. In other words, it almost hangs on to these things in almost a hope.
Well, we're working on a great fraud case right now for encounters. There was a videotape that was circulating for a period of time. It was a 1-hour videotape that was a home movie of what appeared to be an actual alien abduction. And this thing was good. I mean, it was good. You had 3 brothers who were out in the woods who saw a ship, little aliens walking around the outside of the ship. Guys run back into the house. They get guns They shoot one of these aliens off the roof.
Really?
The alien falls down off the roof. They find the alien body in the house. The women are screaming. The men go out to get the truck to rescue everybody. The men disappear. The alien disappears. I mean, it was great. And
I've never even heard about this.
All right, I'll send you a copy of it.
I would love it.
It's great. It was the final shot of it, which was so amazing, was that finally the mother screams at the boy who's taking the video, say, "You put that thing down or I'll wrap it around your neck." So he takes it in the corner, puts the thing in the corner, and, takes off the belt or this power belt or whatever, goes in the kitchen, and then you hear them talking or playing cards in the kitchen, and then this door at the end of a hallway opens up, and you see this brilliant light that comes from the door. And you see 3 alien beings, one by one, come out, turn the corner, and the third alien being stops, leans back on his foot, tilts his head, looks right at the camera, and the camera goes fades out. And that's the end of the video. And it was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant.
How have you been able to uncover this to be a fraud?
We did a lot of checking. I ran checks with the Screen Actors Guild to see if I could find actors or actresses because, I figured that these people are acting in this video, that they're good.
Too good, yeah.
I finally managed to track down, it was produced under a bogus production company, and there were all kinds of stories about this video. There was a story that in the one case that no one had seen the family, that they just completely disappeared, that the video was smuggled out of a Marin County police file. Company involved in it, but they only pretended that the video was fake so that they could copyright it. I mean, this whole thing went all the way through it. And it's
all right, well, you've got to get me a copy.
I'll send you a copy of it, because we went through this whole thing to try to find it out. Finally, I found Dean Alioto, who produced the film, I think, for about $10,000 as a USC student project. And Dean and I have actually become pretty good friends off this whole thing. But you'll see pieces of it on Encounters, because we're going to do that. Say, well, this is kind of a UFO alien hoax. And then we're going to do another piece, hopefully, that's going to be an actual alien hunt. Now, here's a woman we feel is actually abducted and has the marks and has probes in her head and the whole thing. And, we're sort of going to stake her out like a sacrificial lamb and put cameras all around her and see if we can actually get something actually happening.
I see. All right, well, that's the negative side of it, and I'm glad you're doing that kind of work. But nevertheless, with all these things you've investigated, you still conclude with 90% reliability that there is something going on.
Oh, there's something out there. Definitely something out there.
Yeah.
And one of my probably biggest claims to fame was the investigations that I've done into Area 51 and finding that hilltop. And I found this in May of 1991. I climbed up this hill near the base that you can actually look down on the facility. And I videotaped the facility and, snuck up there several times and actually got objects coming and going and things landing and what have you.
Yes.
And, of course, now that hilltop has become a big deal. I mean, it was, the military has just confiscated 4,000 acres. They're planning on closing down Gloom Road. I mean, this was just because myself and my goofy friends were, climbing up the top of this hill and watching things going on. And
how many times did you meet up with Wackenhut?
Well, virtually every time we went out there. The only, most sophisticated. The more you understand the story, the better you can play the game. A light on the top and the bottom on the camera, so you just see this massive object moving across the sky. But this thing had to be, guesstimations, depending on how far away from it, was like 900 feet long. It was huge.
Sean, hold that thought. It's a good cliffhanger point. We'll come back to you in a moment.
Okay.
All right. Sean Morton is our guest at the moment. We're talking about an area right adjacent to the point from which I broadcast, here in the high desert. In other words, Area 51, just more or less over the hill, as it were. Bob Crane sells something called the TV radio. What's that? Well, it's one of the neatest Radio 5-2 network. Actually, the closest broadcast point to Area 51 in the nation that I know of. It's good to be with you. My guest is Sean Morton, and he's somebody who, along with a lot of other things, knows something about Area 51.
Welcome to Art Bell Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 24th, 1994.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you good evening and good morning. Under a slightly declining but still very full moon and a Friday night, Saturday morning kind of situation, this is Coast to Coast AM PM on what's almost the weekend. Hi, everybody. I'm Art Bell. Well, there is a lot of news to talk about, and we're going to get to that this morning. We're going to get to Open Line Talk Radio. The OJ situation continues, bombshell after bombshell by the day, and today is no exception. They've blown the grand jury right out of the water, and we'll talk about that. The president taking on conservative talk show hosts, specifically Rush Limbaugh, and I'm sure many others, probably this one included. We'll talk about that. The economy, the dollar's in big trouble. We'll talk about that. The U.S. Supreme Court rules on private property. We'll definitely talk about that. The Clinton week. Oh, it was a bad week for the president. And we'll talk about that one, too. A lot more. I've got a lot of news. But I have promised you a guest this evening, this morning, and I am going to carry through with that. There is a new book out entitled The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell. And this is somebody, surely I would have normally scheduled for Dreamland, but because of the timeline, Kevin Randall, co-author with Donald Schmidt, Kevin Randall is going to have, and Donald Schmidt are going to have some sort of expo or some sort of get-together up in the northwest part of the country, I believe up in the Portland area, or perhaps in Washington. And so because of that time line, we decided to go ahead and have him on this evening. Y'all know about Roswell, don't you? On the back of the book it says, "This is the extraordinary true story of the crash of an alien spacecraft with a crew of 5 near Roswell, New Mexico, and the great lengths federal agencies went to keep the news from becoming public. By the way, this is soon to be a movie on Showtime." The Chicago Sun-Times said the government covered up the crash for security reasons, and the cover-up continues to prevent panic. Panic! Chester W. Little, these brilliant science writers have demonstrated the validity of this UFO crash. He is the Manhattan Project inventor, the first atomic detonator. Dr. Richard Haynes, NASA research scientist, said, "Randall and Schmidt's explosive and important book has set an extraordinary high standard of investigative scholarship." So, in other words, here are people who have looked into this closely and find apparently there to be a case, a strong case, that yes, it really happened. By most UFO scholars, this incident is considered to be the most authentic, well-documented case of a visit to Earth by aliens. Not so intentional, perhaps. So, off we go to, I think, Portland, Oregon. Kevin Randall, welcome to the program. Well, hold on there. Let's put you over here and say, now, Kevin Randall, welcome to the show.
Thank you. I think I'm actually in Vancouver.
Are you in Vancouver?
I'm across the river from Portland.
Okay.
So I'm close.
Close enough.
You're right.
All right, Kevin. First of all, glad to have you on the program, and I have long had a great amount of curiosity about Roswell. I'm curious about yours. How did you come to be interested in Roswell?
I think I have to blame my partner, Don Schmidt, for that. He's the Director of Special Investigations for the G. Allen Hynek Center for UFO Studies. And in the late 80s, the center determined there was a lot of work still to be done on Roswell. Witnesses that needed to be interviewed, people needed to be found.
Right.
And he wanted to bring someone on board who had a military background. I had spent 4 years in the Army as a helicopter pilot and then 12 years in the Air Force both in active duty and the active reserve, as an intelligence officer, and he thought that the military background would help me understand the mindset of the people we would be interviewing. So in 1989, we began our search to find out what happened at Roswell, thinking that we would go into the town, spend 3 or 4 days there, find the prosaic answer, and then blow out of town with an answer, and everybody would be happy. Just didn't work that way.
I'm sure it didn't. So, how did it work? I mean, you went to Roswell, and what? What did you find? What were you expecting to find?
I thought that we would, in a lot of the early UFO cases, if you go back to the primary sources, you can find a pretty interesting answer. You can find something that makes sense that doesn't necessitate a belief in extraterrestrial spacecraft. And we thought we would be able to do that, find a secret project, something like that would explain the case. But it didn't happen that way. We began talking to the witnesses, such as Bill Brazel Jr., the son of the man who discovered the debris field. And we sat with him for an hour and a half and listened to what he had to say and discovered that he was telling the truth as he knew it, and there was not a prosaic explanation. And we expanded the search out from there, finding more witnesses, additional witnesses, people who clearly were in Roswell in 1947, the Provost Marshal, for example, the 509th Bomb Group, Provost Marshal being akin to the Chief of Police, telling us that the craft was extraterrestrial. I mean, that's what he told me personally. It was extraterrestrial. And they were giving us first-hand testimony as opposed to the second and third-hand stories we'd had in the past. So it became very, very interesting.
Well, suppose I play like the government, Kevin, and I say, no, these are all very fanciful, very interesting stories, but look, it was a balloon. We examined the pieces, and it was a balloon.
The problem with that story is that the Air Force offered that, or the Army actually at the time offered that explanation almost immediately. But we found the Chief of Staff of the 8th Air Force, General Thomas Dubose. He said, no, the balloon explanation was designed specifically to get the reporters off General Ramey's back, General Ramey being the commander of the 8th Air Force, that the balloon explanation had been handed out to the reporters, but that was not the explanation for why it crashed at Roswell.
Who said that, please?
General Thomas J. Dubose.
How do we know he said that?
We have him on videotape.
Oh. And he admits this on videotape?
Yes, he does. See, that's where this story has diverged from your normal UFO story, is that there are a large number of witnesses, and a lot of them who are in positions of power in 1947. We can demonstrate it by the records of who they were, and we have those statements on audio and videotape.
All right. Down in New Mexico, Representative Schiff there, of course, has started the GAO investigation. I guess looking at the paper trail and the money trail and trying to figure out what really happened, because, of course, if it was transported up to Ohio, to Wright Pat in Ohio, there would be record of the flight, expenditures, I'm sure, and all kinds of things and ways to track it. What's going on with that investigation?
From what we understand, that's exactly what they're doing. They're looking at this event in the context of other similar events. For example, an experimental aircraft crashes. How did the military respond to that? What did they do?
Right.
How much money was spent? And putting it in that kind of a context, looking to see if they can trace the paper trail. We have records from flight crew members, for example, their personal flight logs showing some of these flights. So we can document some of this ourselves. And so, from what we understand, the GAO investigation is going to look for those sorts of things, look to see what kind of records should have been created.
What about, for example, cargo manifests?
Well, unfortunately, we're dealing with an event that took place 47 years ago, and the records aren't as complete as we'd like them to be. For example, I was able to get the morning reports. I asked for the morning reports for the entire 509th Bomb Group. What I got was the 509th Headquarters Company, and when I went back with a FOIA request, with a more specific request outlining the specific other units, they said those records don't exist. So some of the records exist, some of them don't exist. But curiously, in 1947, the 509th kept very complete unit histories from about April of 1947 through October. So we have all of those. We have a phone book that was published by the 509th Bomb Group for all the base telephones. For August of
again, let me stop you, Kevin. The 509th Bomb Group did what? Were they responsible, allegedly, for transporting what was left of the wreck, or did they investigate down there? What did they do?
Basically, yes. They were responsible for the discovery of the wreckage. They cordoned off the area. They cleaned up the wreckage. They transported a lot of the wreckage out. The 509th Bomb Group, interestingly, is the same organization that was created to drop the atomic bombs on Japan. So we're dealing with highly trained individuals, hand-picked individuals in 1947. This is the only atomic strike force in the world at the time, so they're very specific people.
Okay, and of people in that group, what sort of eyewitness testimony has come forward?
We have eyewitnesses who were there, who were on the site, said, I was there, I saw this. We have one man, unfortunately, we have to identify him by a pseudonym at his request. So his testimony is weakened because of that. But we have others. For example, Master Sergeant Lewis Rickett, who was the NCOIC of the Counterintelligence Corps, the sergeant in charge, if you will.
He'd be good.
He came forward, corroborated some of that testimony for it. We have Major Edwin Easley, the Provost Marshal, who talked about the creatures, who talked about the site north of Roswell, who gave us good ideas of what was going on the site. So we have a wide range of individuals that can provide us with eyewitness testimony that leads us to the conclusion that what was found was extraterrestrial. Edwin Easley, as I said, told me specifically that it was extraterrestrial in origin.
Give me an example in some detail, if you can, of what you would consider to be some of the best first-hand testimony of exactly what they said they saw.
They saw a craft that was more heel-shaped than saucer-shaped.
Heel shape? I'm sorry.
Heel, like the heel of a shoe.
Okay.
They saw a craft that was 25 to 30 feet long, 15 to 20 feet wide, impacted in a slope about 40 miles northwest of Roswell. There was one body, one of the flight crew laying outside the craft up against the cliff, one body that was outside the craft near it, and there were 3 bodies located inside the craft.
All aliens?
All aliens.
Presumably. Described roughly how?
4.5 to 5.5 feet tall, very slender individuals. The head slightly larger than a head would be on a human of a similar size. The eyes slightly larger. Not the black orbs we talk about from the abduction phenomenon, but eyes that are slightly larger than human eyes. Heads that are hairless but covered with a slight peach fuzz or a fuzz-like matting. The arms are very skinny. The bones are thin. They're described as bird-like. Now, the interesting thing is some of the skeptical community said, well, what you've got there are people who saw primates or rhesus monkeys garbed in flying suits in test flights, and the men at Roswell were so caught up in the hysteria of the flying disc phenomena, they didn't recognize these apes for what they were. And our answer is, if you take a look at the chimpanzee, the head is not larger, it's smaller. The eyes are not larger, they're smaller.
Right.
They have big ears. They have lots of hair. That's not what was seen at Roswell. The people were very specific in what they saw.
All right. I want you to hold on for just a moment, Kevin. We'll come right back to you.
Okay.
A little bit of business. My guest is Kevin Randall. He has co-authored the book, The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell. And you're going to hear what most consider to be the best evidence this morning.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 24th, 1994.
Now, Kevin's listening, I know, and this just came in on the Associated Press. Astronomer Carl Sagan says that people believe in things like alien abductions because they don't know much about science. During a conference of people who debunk paranormal claims, Sagan said that scientific illiteracy is widespread. In other words, he's saying we're dummies. He pointed to studies that show up to 1/2 of U.S. adults don't know the Earth revolves around the sun once a year. He asked why newspapers have daily astrology columns, but no daily science columns. Most of the 740 people at the conference in Washington this weekend are psychologists. The annual conference held by the Committee for the Scientific Investigation of Claims of the Paranormal out of Buffalo, New York. So there you go. Carl Sagan would be a star indeed to that group. And Kevin, are you there?
Yes.
What do you think about that?
I think that Carl Sagan's overstating his case. What we're conducting at Roswell, for example, is not a scientific investigation, but is more akin to a criminal investigation. We're searching for the evidence for science so that they can take a look at it. But they claim to be looking as skeptics or debunkers at the UFO phenomena or claims of the paranormal, but they're not interested in looking at the evidence. They know this can't possibly be, therefore it is not. And it doesn't matter what we present in the way of evidence. For example, we can prove what ufologists have said for years. The United States government had a secret project to investigate UFOs that was not Project Blue Book. If you go back and look at the regulations, Air Force Regulation 200-2, dated August of 1954, tells me as a former Air Force intelligence officer, if I get a UFO report from a flight crew, I don't send it to Project Blue Book. I send it to the 4602nd Air Intelligence Service Squadron at Fort Belvoir, Virginia, and they determine whether or not it goes on the Blue Book. And a lot of times, for reasons we don't know, they didn't go on to Project Blue Book. So we can prove the government had the secret project. We have documentation to prove quite a bit of what we say.
All right, have they still got that today, Kevin? In other words, that secret parallel investigation, is that still going on today? Do you know?
Blue Book was dropped in 1969.
No, not Blue Book.
But the other investigation continues on because we've run into people who have submitted UFO reports or have them investigated by government officials after 1969. So yes, that secret investigation continues. Part of it was disguised as Project Moondust. We can prove Project Moondust existed when New Mexican Senator Jeff Bingaman queried the Air Force about Project Moondust, which was designed specifically to recover material of unknown origin returning from space, or that of foreign origin, and the unknown origin clearly can be UFOs. He was told no such project ever existed. Moondust never existed. When the documents were given to the Air Force, they said, we'd like to amend our last statement. We've got the Air Force lying to a United States senator about a project that clearly existed. When we queried them about it, they said that project no longer exists, but we know from other documents the name has been changed because Moondust was compromised.
What do you think what do you think they have concluded after all this time? Do you have anybody telling stories about the ongoing investigation?
We have very little information about that other than the documentation we have from Project Moondust, and Moondust clearly is looking for stuff. If Roswell took place, they would assume that it could happen again. And Moondust, because of its mandate to recover returning space debris of foreign origin or unknown origin, clearly could cover another crash of an alien spacecraft if it happened. That would be encompassed in part of Moondust's mandate. There's no doubt in our mind, and I say ours, Don Schmidt's in my mind, that what happened in 1947 was a recovery in alien spacecraft, and it set the tone for UFO research from that point onward.
All right, is there any evidence that since Roswell there has been another crash of any substance at all, or is that the one?
This is the best documented because of the number of witnesses and the documentation available. But we have other information. For example, there is beginning to build a body of evidence for a crash near Kingman, Arizona in 1953. There's another one near Las Vegas in 1962. And what's interesting about this one is the Air Force actually broke the sighting into two parts, part of it over Utah, part of it over Nevada. So they have two separate sightings, but if you take a look at it, it's one single event. And the Air Force card from the Nellis Air Force Base said it was seen on radar, but there was no visual sightings. If you go back to the Las Vegas Sun for, I believe it's April 19th, 1962, the banner headline says, "Brilliant red explosion flares in Las Vegas sky." And there are eyewitnesses who talk about this, including the staff photographer of the newspaper at the time, who saw this thing in the sky as it detonated.
Well, as it actually
it exploded in the sky.
Exploded in the sky. Okay, well, meteorites, returning meteorites and so forth, do that sort of thing. What makes it a UFO crash?
Because meteorites are not picked up on radar, and B, if we track this thing based on the eyewitness testimony from Utah to Reno to Las Vegas, meteors don't make big looping turns over Nevada.
Oh, they definitely don't do that, right?
And see, what's interesting, as I say, the case from Nevada is dated using the Greenwich Mean Time, Zulu time.
Do we have any craft on the ground, bodies, evidence, physical evidence of that?
Not from that at this point.
All right,
We've
so
just
then
begun to research. There's another case from Ubatuba, Brazil in 1957 where bits of metal were picked up and analyzed by the Brazilian government, who said it was magnesium of a purity unobtainable at Earth at the time. That metal was analyzed again by Condon, who said, well, the sample we looked at wasn't that pure, therefore all the samples were not that pure, which is a conclusion that scientifically they couldn't draw.
All right, all right, we're at the bottom of the hour, Kevin. We got to pause here. So, in conclusion for this half hour, Roswell is definitely the best documented case. Yes,
absolutely. Yes.
All right, hold on, Kevin. We'll be right back to you. This is Coast to Coast AM from the high desert.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. Listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 24th, 1994.
From the high desert we come. Hi, everybody. My guest is Kevin Randall. He's co-authored a book called The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell. Do you want to know the truth? Well, I do. I think most of us do. We're involved in this subject. Since it is the best documented case of a crash, of recovery of bodies, it makes sense to follow it, doesn't it? So, back now to Kevin Randall. Kevin, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Good. So, here it is, the best evidence, I suppose, of actual contact. Where do we go from here with it, Kevin?
What we have to do is convince people like Carl Sagan, convince the journalistic community that this is a case that deserves investigation. We have to convince them the evidence is strong enough to do so. I think we've done it. We can prove something crashed at Roswell. The documentation is there to prove that. We can prove the military covered it up. General Dubos's statement proves that. We believe, based on the eyewitness testimony, the people we've talked to, that it was extraterrestrial. But I don't think we have to make that case. All we have to do is prove that something happened and it was covered up by the government. And
I don't see it that way, Kevin. I could understand. For example, they would have an experimental craft up, and it would crash. Then it would make sense. The government certainly would cover it up. Why, so it does seem to me the burden of proof is that it was extraterrestrial in origin, not that there was a crash, because that could easily have occurred.
I think the point is there was a cover-up that took place, and it persists today. We've tried to research as carefully as possible all the alternative explanations. We looked into the Northrop Flying Wing, for example, because one researcher suggested that was what crashed there.
Right.
We found it couldn't possibly have been. We looked at the rocket research out of White Sands. Nothing there to account for it. We looked into the balloon launchings of various projects, including Project Mogul, which was this idea that if you could put an instrument package into this acoustical level in the atmosphere, like the acoustical level in the ocean, they could monitor Soviet atomic experiments. And they couldn't discover a way of doing that, and they couldn't find the acoustical level, so Project Mogul doesn't exist. We looked at the alternative explanations and could find nothing that would account for the crash in the right time frame, the types of debris that was talked about, and the bodies. When you get to the bodies, it becomes very important.
Well, then it becomes a different sort of story. I suppose on the part of the government, I simply concede to you, well, yes, there was a crash there, but you know, it was one of ours. I mean, so then the burden of proof, really, once you acknowledge there was a crash, and I believe there was, the burden of proof is that it was of extraterrestrial origin.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, we must convince the journalistic community here is an event that deserves research, and that we can prove the crash took place and we can prove the cover-up. Why does the cover-up persist today? Why can't we get the proper answers? When they present documentation, it does not cover the events at Roswell.
Yeah, that's a good question. It, of course, is. I mean, with all the brouhaha, why let it continue if it was something that was secret then and certainly would not be now?
Yeah, that's our point. What would we have been testing in 1947 that would be persisting as a secret today? Even the early crashes of the SR-71, and some of those are still partially classified. But we can get documentation, and we can write those things off. We can realize what's going on. With Roswell, it's completely missing. For example, the Project Blue Book files. Lots of these kinds of stories early on in the UFO phenomenon, part of the Project Blue Book files. There's no mention of Roswell. There's no file for Roswell in Project Blue Book. Why not? We can find some documentation that relates to it. There's an FBI document where J. Edgar Hoover, in his own handwriting, suggests something about the discs recovered, and the Army wouldn't let the FBI see it. Now, there are alternative explanations for that handwritten note, but it opens the door for us.
Well, let me ask specifically, you say, from J. Edgar Hoover, specifically, what did he say? How close did he really get to suggesting they were something else?
What happened was Brigadier General Shogun, who was the Assistant Chief of Staff for Air Intelligence in 1947, had asked the FBI to investigate the backgrounds of people who saw flying saucers. Mm-hmm. The FBI thought they should do that. In fact, there was a number of endorsements. This document is dated 10 July 1947, not long after the events in Roswell. Hoover, in his handwritten endorsement, says, I would do this, but before we do it, I want to see, I want complete access to discs recovered, for example, and then there's this ambiguous little statement. We don't know whether it's SWLA or what it says, but he says, in the LA case, for example, the Army grabbed it, wouldn't let anybody have it for even a cursory examination. So we've got a statement that talks about discs recovered and the fact the Army grabbed it, which fits the Roswell events exactly. But it's ambiguous enough that we can't say, well, here's proof positive in J. Edgar Hoover's own handwriting proving that there were crashed flying saucers. But it opens the door for that. General Twining in September of 1947 issued a report based on, again, information submitted by Shogun that said that the first paragraph says that the phenomenon being talked about is something real, not illusionary or fictitious, meaning flying discs. Yeah. Later on, he says, due consideration must be given to the fact that there is no exhibits in the form of crash-recovered debris. But what he's saying is, in that specific sample provided by Shogun, there was nothing that alluded to a crashed flying saucer. But that does not mean that Twining wasn't aware of the events in Roswell.
Curious, Kevin, where might these discs be today? Surely we would not have disposed of them. We would have them someplace or another.
Our best evidence is that the material originally went to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Wright Field at the time.
Yes.
We have been told now that they've been moved to Nevada. Not Area 51, not Dreamland, but a special base in central Nevada. We haven't been able to corroborate that. That's just what we've been told.
Well, as you know, maybe you don't know, I'm literally almost at Dreamland. Not quite at Dreamland. It's just over the hill from me here. And we see a lot of things flying in the skies, and for a long time there were very persistent reports, even some eyewitness testimony, of there being discs at an area called S4, which is sort of an adjacent area to Dreamland. Could it have been those?
The one thing we have to keep in mind is that area you're referring to, of course, is also an area where there's a lot of legitimate experimental aircraft being tested.
That's right.
So the sightings might be of nothing more sinister than our own experimentation. Well, there might be something else going on there as well.
That may be, Kevin, but if so, then our own experimentation, as documented with a lot of video cameras and so forth, is of circular craft that are able to do things that you would associate with flying saucers.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I'm just saying we have to keep in mind it is possible that it is our own experimentation, but it may not be.
Our own experimentation with our aircraft?
With our aircraft.
Well, yes,
but it may be, as has been alleged, that it's experimentation with something that was captured from the aliens, or experimentation of an alien-type craft based on the technology recovered at Roswell, among other places.
That's right.
So it's always, there's those distinct possibilities, but we have to keep in the back of our minds that the secrecy may just revolve around the fact that it's our own experimentation, and we don't want that sort of thing leaking out into the general public at this time. We have to keep that in the back of our mind. But there's always this other intriguing possibility. And if we can establish that Roswell is extraterrestrial, then those sorts of speculations take on an added dimension, because we've already leaped the first hurdle, which is to get the craft here from another planet. We've proven that. Now it's distinctly possible that we do, in fact, have a craft, and we are, in fact, experimenting with it.
All right. So how do we blow the lid off it? I mean, if you're convinced, you sound like a rational person to me.
Thank you.
As a result of all your investigation, are you absolutely convinced, or just about convinced, or what is your confidence level that Roswell was extraterrestrial in origin?
There is no doubt in my mind that Roswell was extraterrestrial. And it's based on talking to the eyewitnesses. It's based on trying to find an alternative explanation that just does not fit all the facts. When we bring all the facts into play, there is no other explanation other than extraterrestrial. And I think we need to convince the journalistic community and the scientific community that this is an area that deserves further attention. It's not the realm of the weirdo or the nutcase, but it's something that clearly happened, and we've got the eyewitness testimony to prove it. Now we must move on to finding better documentation for it.
All right, fine. So we've established all this. The government probably knows about it, probably is covering it up, and here we sit like a person with a can of some of the fine tuna that I sell, turning it over and over without a can opener, trying to figure out how to get it open. So how do we get the can open?
Well, as I say, one of the ways we get it open is to convince the media to look into it and start pressing it. If we cannot convince the media, we'll never be able to create the pressure for Congress to act. If we can blow it off by saying, well, you know, it's just a bunch of kooks and we don't have to worry about it, or I'm too sophisticated to believe in this stuff, we're never going to get anywhere. But if we can convince people that the level of research is high enough and the documentation is good enough, then we can apply that pressure to the proper individuals in Congress. And Congressman Schiff and the GAO investigation is certainly a step in the right direction. The work being done by Senator Jeff Bingham and other senators to find out what's going on with moon dust is a step in the right direction.
All right. What about Hazel O'Leary, who has released all this information in the administration about past atomic experiments, plutonium injections, and all the rest of the horrible stuff? They've released that. So then why not this?
That's a very good question. We think that part of the problem may be they're still concerned about a panic. And I say I don't see how that can be, because if they told us tomorrow that the flying saucers were real, they're extraterrestrial, and one crashed at Roswell, your immediate reaction might be to panic. But then you'll say, you know, this happened 47 years ago. How has it adversely affected my life? But if one lands at the Pentagon tomorrow, we're not going to have that nice cushion to fall back on.
Well, I've done a talk show now, this round of talk shows anyway, for about 9 years, Kevin, and I can tell you something. If the news got out that indeed the ETs are here, that perhaps it leads back toward the possibility that they are, in effect, our creators or manipulators. Kevin, I'm telling you, I talked to the religious folks all across this country. They'd fill these little aliens, if they still existed, with so much lead that they'd be nothing but a big donut hole. I'm not kidding you. There would be panic. There would be a lot of anger. And a lot of times when you talk about these topics, Kevin, there's a lot of anger from these people. So I don't discount people saying, oh, no, there would be panic and social disruption.
Oh, I agree. But I think that one of the things we have to remember is if they announced that we had aliens from 1947 on, we've got a cushion of some sort. It's not affected me adversely since 1947.
That's
Why
true.
Does it suddenly affect me now? If they landed at the Pentagon tomorrow, we do not have that cushion. I think the level of panic would be that much higher.
All right. Well,
geometrically.
Right. But
higher.
what about all of the years of reports of abductions? You know, if those are true, Kevin, that would seem to suggest that we are aware of what's going on, or maybe we've made a deal with the aliens or whatever it is, and they'd be very unlikely to reveal something like that.
Oh, absolutely correct, and that may be part of our problem. Or they haven't figured out the codes, if you will, of the spacecraft. They don't know how to make it work yet. They don't know how to create the metal. If we have descriptions of metal at the debris field at Roswell that when you picked it up and you folded it up into a ball, it would unfold itself without a sign of a crease. What does that do to the body shop? The next time you have a fender bender in the car, you back up and the fender repairs itself. So there are all kinds of questions that need to be addressed about what would be the ramifications after we learn the truth. But at some point, we're going to know the truth. Something is going to happen, and it's going to be proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yet there are people today who know that we never landed on the moon. It was all a Hollywood trick. So
Kevin, if you had the proof in your hand, I love asking this question, the irrefutable proof in your hand, would you immediately release it?
I would, yes.
You would?
Absolutely.
And suppose I came to you just before you were about to have your big news conference, and I said, Kevin, I'm from the government agency I can't even talk about. We understand what you have. We have concluded over the years that to release such information would be detrimental to the national security, and we're asking you not to release what you've got.
I say prove it. Prove it's detrimental to the national security.
Well, we can sit you down and let you read all the reports we've got from our psychologists showing that there would be social disruption.
I'm aware that the Brookings Institution, for example, in 1962 did a study. They took 15 different disciplines and asked them, theologians, anthropologists, economists, what would happen if there was a confrontation between people of Earth and an alien civilization. Not necessarily a face-to-face confrontation, but the fact we learned about it through radio astronomy. And of those disciplines, 14 of them said it would be disastrous to our civilization. But isn't that also the way our civilization grows and becomes better?
Grows and becomes better. I guess it would be growth of a sort. Kevin, hold on just a moment. We'll come right back to you. My guest is Kevin Randall, and he is co-author of The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell, and directly we'll get back to him.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 24th, 1994.
Kevin Randall, author of The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell, back on the air. Hi, Kevin.
Hi, how's it going?
Listen, before I lose track of things here, what have you got going on this weekend? Where is it? What is it?
Well, we're giving a lecture on what we've learned about Roswell, including some of the new testimony that we've developed in the last 2 or 3 weeks to corroborate some of the things that we found at the Red Lion Lloyd Center in downtown Portland, Oregon. It starts at 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon.
Oh.
And Mike Linneman is going to be there as well, talking about some of his research. And Don Schmidt, my partner from the center, is going to be there. So there's 3 of us that'll be...
oh, that's wonderful. I've interviewed Michael Linneman, and he is a great guy, and he's going to be there too. So again...
Absolutely, yes.
All right, again, where is it? How do people get in? What do they have to cough up?
Well, it says here they have to cough up $15, and for that you get all 3 of us talking about our research. And it's at the Red Lion Lloyd Center in downtown Portland, Oregon. And for ticket information in this area, they can call 224-8499.
All right, wanted to get that in for sure.
Appreciate that.
I guess what I'd like to do shortly is turn it over to the audience and let them ask you some hard questions. You obviously have done a lot of research. It's a pretty good-sized book you've got here, Kevin, no question about it, and there's a lot of documentation in here. Have you had a colleague, a scientific colleague, sit down read this book and give you a good evaluation of it? I mean, do they come away saying, oh, my God, it really happened at Roswell, or what do people come up with?
It kind of depends on their persuasion and what they're looking for, but what we've tried to do is put together a case that's not necessarily a scientific case, but more of the kind of case you would present going into a court of law. We're in a search for the proper evidence for the scientific community.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we've come up with the evidence the scientific community can take into the laboratory and analyze. But we found the kind of evidence that endorses this sort of an investigation. So that's kind of where we are. We've had colleagues with a scientific bent take a look at the information. They have suggested ways that we could have improved the work. One of the complaints was the footnotes didn't contain enough data about the how the interviews were conducted and whether or not they were on audio or videotape. And almost all the interviews we conducted are on either or, audio or videotape. So it's not just necessarily you have to take our interpretation of what somebody said to us in a private conversation.
Do you have any plans to include those interviews in an audio tape presentation or in a videotape presentation?
There are some videotape presentations out that include parts of those interviews. The Fund for UFO Research, for example, has one called the Recollections of Roswell Part 2 that they sell that has quite a bit of that kind of material in it.
All right, Kevin, I'm going to break here and turn you over to the audience when we come back. All right?
Okay, sounds good.
All right, Kevin Randall, co-author of The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell, back after the news.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More Somewhere in Time coming up. Presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 24th, 1994.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Kevin Randall. Who is he? He's co-author of The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell, the best documented case of an alien crash on Earth. And I'm going to give you a chance to talk to him here in a moment. I just got a fax in, and I guess 2020 did a pretty good piece on the new case of the flesh-eating, ate-my-face-off strep A. And you might be interested in this. The Center for Disease Control predicts 1,000 new cases of that this year, but experts are saying the cases will exceed 7,000 this year. Always been around. Nothing to worry about. I'm from the government, here to help you. For Kevin Randall, in a related, sort of a related question, did any of the personnel who came into contact with any alien crew members, alive or dead, contract any new virus or bacterial infection, and could any new diseases we have appearing today be a result of this contact? Kevin, what do you think?
We have no evidence that any of the people who came in contact with the bodies manifested any type of illness or disease that would be related directly to that contact. In fact, one man had sent me a letter and suggested that because there were no outbreaks of a new disease that swept the planet clean of humanity, it proved that the Roswell didn't happen. There are many diseases that we have that are species-specific. Reptiles can't get certain diseases that affect mammals. Mammals can't...
No, that strikes me as an absolutely ridiculous statement on the face of it.
Which one?
Well, the one you just gave, that the fact that no disease spread itself quickly across the planet, wiping out mankind, proves they didn't come here. That's
I agree.
ridiculous.
I agree that's a ridiculous statement, but that was his premise, and my response was that there are diseases that are very species-specific, and the fact that we didn't contract some alien bug does not prove that it did or did not happen. All it means is it did not happen. We have no evidence that any of the diseases that are affecting the human race today are a result of something that happened at Roswell 47 years ago.
All right, Kevin, I've got a bank full of people who want to talk to you here. Are you ready?
I'm all set.
Okay, here we go. Wild card line. You're on the air with Kevin Randall. Good evening or morning. Where are you calling from, please? Hello there. Well, it's a strange start. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Art.
Hi, where are you, sir?
Kansas City, Missouri.
Kansas City. Yes, sir.
Yeah, a place where the barbecue's hot, but Art Bell's show is hottest.
That's kind.
Yeah. Oh, well, actually, I was just curious about something. Your guest had mentioned earlier, and I don't know if you picked up on this, but he mentioned something to the effect that most people know today that the moonshot was just a Hollywood production.
No, I didn't say that. What I said was there are people today who believe that the moonshots that are landing on the moon were nothing more than a Hollywood production. It's a very small number of people, but there are people who believe that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Well, anyway, I'll get to my question. Do we know where these aliens came from at all, or you know, is it basically where just the ships crashed and the government got the technology, but they don't care where they came from?
All right. Yeah, it's a good question. Do we have any idea?
I don't have any idea. I think that if the government could answer that question, they would love to have an answer. The only clue that's ever come out of the UFO phenomena, of course, is the Betty Hill star map, which is a result of her abduction back in 1961, and Marjorie Fish attempting to find which section of the galaxy it came from, suggesting they may have been from Zeta 1, Zeta 2 Reticuli. But I don't think that's a very good clue. What happened at Roswell, we meaning we civilians outside the government, have no clues about where they came from.
All right. Very good. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hi.
Hi, Art. Stan here in Cocoa Country.
Yes, San Diego.
We had some vibrations today before I asked my question. About between 5 and 10 after 10 in the morning, everything was calm, and all of a sudden, my windows, I have huge windows, 4 sets of huge windows, rattled and vibrated like 100 bass drums for about 3 seconds.
So the Earth moves in California again?
No, there was not an earthquake.
What was it?
Don't know. Miramar Air Force Base said, we don't know. All the news stations said, we don't know, but we know it wasn't an earthquake.
Unidentified moving vibrations.
There you go. We've had that before. Anyway, my question, it's so hard for me to understand why, and the key phrase that you used, you haven't presented them the right evidence. You said something like that, right, Kevin?
For the scientific community, the evidence they require is somewhat different than the evidence we've been searching for. We need to prove the case so we know where to look for the proper evidence, I guess.
Okay, now, so how do they explain? I mean, Roswell's been around forever. I can't believe there haven't been 10,000 scientists that aren't curious. But how do they explain the absolute evidence of the pyramids and that they could not have been built by anybody here?
All right, thank you. The pyramids. Have you looked into that at all, Kevin?
Not really, no. My undergraduate degree was in anthropology, but my area of emphasis was Mesoamerican, the Central Andes, as opposed to Egyptology. Mm-hmm. But I know that I have seen the theories that have been presented lately about how the pyramids were constructed in Egypt, and the theories that they're being presented seem to make some sense about how they did it. And I know that they just uncovered not too long ago the remains of the city at the base of one of the major pyramids.
That's right.
Suggest that it was not the slave labor we've been led to believe, but actually a public works project, if you will. So there's evidence that needs to be looked at and examined, and I think that we need to take a skeptical eye to all the evidence and look at it rationally and try to determine whether or not the explanations being offered make sense to us rather than reject them out of hand.
Okay, Kevin, have you looked at all at the work of Richard Hoagland with respect to Mars and the structures on Mars and the mathematical similarities to the pyramids here on Earth, and now his latest work with regard to the moon. Have you looked at all that?
I've heard him on the radio, and I've read his book because I found it fascinating. And I think that the face on Mars, for example, I mean, there is an area where it demands that we take another look at it. Unfortunately, I like to joke about the reason we don't know more about it is because the aliens blew up the Mars observer, so we wouldn't have the answers and could question it longer. But I think that his work is very interesting.
Well, it is, because it would suggest that either an ancient alien civilization visited here, or in the view of some, Kevin, there was a prior civilization, or even many of them, here on Earth that may have at one time colonized Mars.
And I think that if we found the artifact on Mars to be, in fact, a manufactured artifact, that would be pretty much evidence that somebody was traveling through space at some point.
Yes, but...
And it's clearly not us, because we can't do it.
Well, there are a lot of people who speculate that there have been prior civilizations, that there have been cycles here on Earth when man has come and man has gone, generally because of polar shifts and other great Earth changes that have occurred. What do you think of that theory?
It's an interesting theory, and I know that I used to study what was called OOPS, out-of-place things, out-of-place artifacts. And these were nails found in solid rock, or the spark plug found in the geode, that sort of thing. Things that clearly shouldn't be there, but are in fact there.
Right.
And how do you explain a nail being pulled out of a block of granite, for crying out loud? If the nail wasn't dropped as the granite was forming millions of years ago, which would be suggestive of that? There's the tracks of the human and the dinosaur that they have in the bed, the riverbeds in Texas. And I've heard theories that seem plausible that the dinosaur walked through the place, the area solidified. Later on, it softened up, and then a human walked through it and left his footprint. So it looks like the footprints of a human with the footprints of a dinosaur. Or it was another type of dinosaur that had a human-looking footprint. You know, they're interesting things that I think we need to look at without an idea to, well, it can't possibly be, therefore it is not.
All right. What about the source of criticism of Carl Sagan in this AP story I read you about abductions? Have you looked at the abduction phenomenon, and if so, what kind of credibility do you think it has?
I think that there is some good credibility to the abduction phenomenon. I also think there's some very poor research that's been done. If you go back and you read some of the earlier works on abductions, you see that the technician or the hypnotherapist has asked very leading questions and has led the witness in a lot of directions. We know from our current studies about the false memory syndrome, where you can actually induce memories in people but by trying to convince them that events took place. So our level of research as researchers must increase and must improve, so that those kind of criticisms can't be directed at us. But I looked at one of the abduction cases from 1973. I looked at it in 1976. And the thing that's always bothered me about this is the number of people from the same family abducted. And the oldest daughter said that she thought the abduction took place at 1 o'clock in the morning. But the mother told me that they'd filed a police report because they thought there was somebody messing with the house, some kind of an intruder, although I hesitate to use that term. And I went and found the police report. The police report had been filed at 12:40 a.m. Well, there's no way that the youngest daughter could be abducted at 1 o'clock in the morning if they were conscious enough to make a police report at 12:40. But then I discovered the youngest daughter was nearsighted, and the clock that she saw, the hands were almost the same size. So if you didn't get a look at the clock, 5 minutes after 12 looks an awful lot like 1 o'clock in the morning. And that's the kind of a detail that somebody inventing a story isn't going to make up. So something clearly happened to this family, and I don't know what it is, and it seems to fit into the abduction phenomenon. So there are some interesting cases. I don't think it's nearly as prevalent as we're led to believe, but I think there is something to the phenomenon.
Well, it winds back into what I was saying earlier, Kevin. If the abductions are real, then the implication clearly would be, if you believe in the government cover-up, that they're well aware of the abductions. So then I think, well, if that's true, there's no chance at all that they're ever going to tell us the truth or that we're going to be able to dig it out because they've made a deal, and the chances of their revealing that are almost zero, slim and none.
Given that scenario, I think you're probably right. But the decision can be taken out of their hands. And, of course, if one lands at the United Nations, then the decision is taken out of their hands. But if there is no deal between our government and the aliens to allow the abductions to take place, and if the abduction phenomenon isn't as widespread as it seems to be, then there may be no deal, and we may be able to dig something out.
That's true. Kevin, hold on just a moment.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time, tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 24th, 1994.
All right, back now to my guest, Kevin Randall, and your questions. Kevin, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right. Let us go to the telephone, Kevin, on the first-time caller line. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir.
I'd like to be on the air.
You are on the air.
I'm on the air right now.
Yes. When I say you're on the air, that's what it means. You there, sir? I guess he's not.
Turn down your radio.
Yeah, that's right. And turn on your mind. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hello.
Oh, Art, another good show. This is Dan from the University District in Seattle.
Yes, Dan.
I have one question I had was, now, did they recover, was one of the aliens alive, and did they have him, kept him alive for a number of years? Is that correct?
We have heard that information. We have no first-hand corroboration for it. There are a number of second-hand witnesses. Frankie Rowe, for example, whose father was a firefighter in Roswell in 1947, said that her father said one was alive and that they put it, that they drove it out of off the impact site into the base hospital. But I have to stress, we have no first-hand corroboration for that. We've also heard that one survived a number of years after this event and died in 52, I think. Again, we have no first-hand corroboration for that at this time.
Yeah, I'd heard that also. And in light of that, it's possibly conceivable that they did find out where they're from, but they're just not, nobody knows for sure, huh?
There may be, even if the entire crew was killed, there may have been clues in the ship that would have given us a clue about where they came from, some kind of star maps or something like that. We don't have access to that information, but the government, the people who are responsible for the retrieval, may have that information. We just don't.
Okay, well, thanks for being on the show.
Thanks for the call, and have a good morning. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Hi. Where are you, please?
I'm calling from Montreal, Quebec.
Montreal, Quebec. All right, great.
In Canada, yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'd just like to know, many years ago when I was a young lad, there were two publications running simultaneously. One was Reader's Digest, which is still running. The other one was a small book of the same format called Coronet.
All right.
And somewhere around 52, 53, 54, they ran a small color pictorial in the back of Coronet, which was a common feature with the magazine at that time, and did a whole feature on Roswell. Now, I don't know whether your guest is aware of that or not, or maybe he could find some archives to go back to that.
I live in Iowa myself, and the University of Iowa has all those magazines there. We'd heard the story that one of the issues had been dealt with the crash and had disappeared completely. So we went back through them in the 40s and looked to see if there was anything missing, and there wasn't. I hadn't heard that there was something like that from Coronet in the early 50s, you say?
Well, I hope so. I remember seeing the issue, and it fascinated me. And the issue was around my family home for many years. And as a matter of fact, a few years ago when I was back home, I looked for it, but it had gone. Probably been thrown out, but I know when I was a young lad, somewhere between, let's say 10, 12 years of age, which would have, I guess, put it, 46, 56. 56, maybe 56, 58.
Later 50s, then.
Yeah.
That magazine exists. I know they have it at the University of Iowa libraries. I think one of the first things I'm going to do next week is go down there and take a look at the issues and see if I can find that. I hadn't heard that, and I would think that if something like that had happened prior to this point, somebody would have mentioned it and would have come forward.
All right, but it certainly is.
But it deserves further research.
Exactly.
I swear, I am telling the truth.
All right.
It did exist.
Well, I'm sure, caller, I'm sure he will follow up on it. So we'll get.
Absolutely.
All right, good.
Could I just find out how I could get a hold of your book?
Oh, okay, that's a good question. Thank you. From Montreal. How can he get your book?
I can call M. Evans and Company in New York at area code 212-688-2810, and they can provide him with the information to order it.
All right, repeat the number.
It's area code 212-688-2810. And it should be available in the bookstores, both in the United States and Canada, so you should be able to order it through the bookstore as well.
All right, very good. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Good morning.
Hello, this is Gary from Kennewick.
From Kennewick, Washington, yes.
Anyway, like the guy was talking before, said where was it coming from. I heard several guys talking before, the polar shifts, that these guys may be from inside Earth.
Well, or from Earth at some prior civilization, yes.
Or they could be from the Earth in the future, coming back through time travel to take a look at us as well.
Yeah, there's another one.
Yeah, and that would seem to go more along with the evolution, humans evolving up into a different-looking form.
Well, I suppose that could be. All right, thank you. We're very short on time here on the first-time caller line. You're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hi.
Hi, how's it going? I'm calling from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and I just had a few questions for your guest.
Okay.
Well, I was kind of wondering, I've seen a lot of weird things around here too, in New Mexico and stuff like that. But and they're talking about all this stuff and where they're coming from. You never know; they could be like from galaxies far away. You know what I mean? What does he think on that?
That, I suppose, is what he thinks.
Well, yeah, clearly, I believe they're extraterrestrial. They come from not from inside our solar system, because there doesn't seem a planet that would be capable of supporting life. So they come from another solar system inside our galaxy, I would assume.
All right, wildcard line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall, and not a lot of time. Hi, where are you calling from?
Phoenix, Arizona.
Phoenix, okay. Turn your radio off. That's good. All right, you're on the air with Kevin. Do you have a question? All right, are you going to turn the radio off?
It's off.
Thank you. Do you have
Well, I think this is marvelous, and I started calling so I could get information on how to get his book. I do have a story about a flying saucer, which are probably millions of them. But my folks and I were in 1952 going from Kingman, Arizona to Las Vegas. And
all right, listen, we're not going to have time for that. We're at the bottom of the hour. I'll give you an option. Do you want to hold on?
Oh, no, that's okay. I know. Well, I'm glad that this is all coming out.
All right, well, keep listening then. We'll tell you how to get hold of the book. Kevin, we'll be right back with you. This is Coast to Coast AM.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. take you back to the past on Art Bell Somewhere in Time.
Kevin Randall is my guest. He is co-author, along with Donald Schmidt, of The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell, New Mexico. I added the state there. I assume you know it's Roswell. And that's what we're talking about, the possibility that a UFO crashed, alien beings and ships were recovered, and what that means for us. And, of course, the moment this is actually proven, beyond any shadow of a doubt, it will be the biggest story of all of human history. Kevin, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, good. A lot of calls, so why don't we go back to the phones?
Okay.
All right. Wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Dino in SeaTac.
SeaTac, Washington, yes.
That's right. Kevin, I wanted to ask you, do you have any idea where the remains of the crash would be kept now at this present time? And also, I would assume that if the government had recovered bodies, that they would also have them still. Do you have any idea where that would be?
The best information we have is part of the debris went to the Los Alamos National Laboratory. The craft itself and the majority of the debris and the bodies eventually made it to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Wright Field at the time. One of the bodies supposedly went to Lowry Army Airfield in 1947 because that's where the Army had its mortuary service. The information we have now is the craft, the bodies are located in a special facility in the middle of Nevada, which is not part of the Groom Lake, Dreamland, Area 51 complex. But that information about it being in Nevada is pretty speculative. We can trace the stuff in 47 to the bases in Ohio, and we've got evidence it was there for a period after that. And then we have other things that tell us where it may have gone or where it may be still. But, of course, you don't dispose of unique samples, so they're somewhere.
So the best guess is it's here in Nevada. Nearly anything anybody can't explain seems to end up in Nevada.
Right.
All right, caller, thank you very much. We are the repository, in some cases the suppository for a great deal of the nation's ills. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hello.
Hi, good morning, Art. Glad to talk to you. Calling from Portland, Oregon.
Portland, yes, sir.
I have a question or a comment. First of all, great show. I listen to you every evening.
Thank you.
On this whole thing about abduction, what I don't understand, and I kind of fail to believe, is that if the government had a deal made with these aliens to kind of look the other way for an abduction, why would they go through abducting and keeping it as a hot topic when wouldn't they be able to find volunteers to have them study or learn?
Well, would you volunteer?
Oh, in a second.
Would you really?
Oh, yes, I would.
After what I've heard about abductions, I certainly wouldn't.
Oh, I would.
I mean, we're talking tables here, medical procedures, long needles, and you'd volunteer?
Oh, sure. It wouldn't be any different from some of the physicals that we go through here today.
Well,
and I think that the exchange of knowledge, it would seem that if they had volunteers, there would be less reports of abductions, and then you got the movies, you've got the reports. It keeps the whole issue of aliens in the news. You'd want to keep it secret, I would think. All right. What
do you think, Kevin?
The problem is we're forced to speculate what an alien mind would be thinking, and we just don't have a basis for that kind of a speculation. And I'm not sure that there is any kind of agreement between our government and the aliens to allow the abductions to go on. It may be something they've just decided to do, but I don't think it's nearly as widespread as we're being led to believe. I think it's a much more limited phenomenon than is being reported.
All right. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hi.
Okay, this is Roy. I'm in Vancouver.
Yes.
Yeah, first-time caller, but I haven't been able to get through. Just wanted to let Kevin know that I was about 4 years old when it happened down there in Roswell, and I remember seeing the flash, which scared me to dickens. And then
you were in Roswell and actually saw it?
No, I was actually in Phoenix.
You were in Phoenix?
See that flash from Phoenix? Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, no kidding.
No kidding. And like I say, it scared me to death. And later in life, when I figured out what it was, and then I've become a believer, but I'm not kidding you one bit.
All right. Well, I thank you. That worries me a little bit, Kevin. Why would anybody become a believer based on the fact that they saw a flash in the sky, and it coincides with the rest at Roswell. Without seeing what happened at Roswell, to become a believer on the basis of a flash.
Well, my question would be, how does he relate it to the crash at Roswell? If he was 4 or 5 years old, how does he know it was related to that? The best evidence we had is that there was no flash. There was a streak of light that was seen, but the people who saw it were all in the Roswell area, and it was wasn't very high in the atmosphere when it happened. Otherwise, we would have had reports like that from all over the Southwest, and we could write that off as some kind of a meteoric phenomenon or an astronomical phenomenon. So the fact he's in Phoenix, and I just don't see how that would relate to Roswell at all.
Well, I'm worried that he would make that leap of faith, I guess.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, on the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hi.
Yes, I'm calling you from Iowa City, Iowa.
Iowa City, Iowa, okay.
And it's a dumb question, but how come we can get pictures of aliens with Clinton and Limbaugh on supermarket tabloids, but I can never find one with my camera?
All right, thank you. I don't know what to do with that.
Well, it's because they're making up the pictures of the aliens with Clinton and Rush Limbaugh, and we're trying to find real evidence. There's the difference.
There is, however, a good question buried in that humor, and it is, Kevin, with all of the video recorders and all of the cameras and all of the UFOs, it seems like we ought to have better photographic evidence than we do, or do we have good evidence?
We have some very good photographic evidence. There was a picture taken in McMinnville, Oregon, for example, in 1950 that's very good, or the Rex Heflin pictures from California in 1966. There was some good video footage just taken coincidentally in Roswell in, I think it was late March of this year, that they've shown on television a number of times that is very provocative. But I think the difference is, when we're talking about a UFO, it's very close to the ground. It's not seen over a wide area, so that the opportunities to film it or photograph it are somewhat limited. And I know of cases where people are just in awe of what they're seeing with a camera hanging around their necks, and they never think to use them.
I'm afraid
a combination of all of that.
Yeah, that really is true. I've had one UFO sighting, Kevin. I had no camera. People called me up later and said, well, how come you didn't have a camera? Well, because I don't carry a camera around as a normal part of my life. And even if I'd had one, the chances of getting it out in the dark situation I was in, getting it focused, and getting anything at all usable would be slim and none.
Yeah, I think people also overlook that if you're trying to photograph an object that is fairly small in the sky that you can make out with your eye, but when you try to photograph it, you lose an awful lot of detail. There's a lot of variables involved. There have been some very good photographic evidence, but even if we had outstanding photographs taken tomorrow, that's not going to prove it, because with the technology available today, you can fake things so many different ways, and it's impossible to detect.
It's absolutely true, and so photographic evidence, or the value of it, is diminishing as we begin to deal with each pixel.
Yeah, right.
All right. Is there anything, Kevin, do you think, that is going to come along, either your book or follow up to your book, or more evidence that at any point is going to blow this thing wide open?
There are hints of documentation that we might be able to get our hands on. And when I say we, I mean we as a community, as opposed to Don and me specifically, that may provide us with a way of breaking the thing wide open. There may be some eyewitness testimony that if the specific people will come forward, and there is the talk of 1 or 2 major generals who are involved in it. I think if you get someone of that stature to come forward, say, yes, I was directly involved, and this is what I saw, that will go a long way to adding to our credibility.
The smoking saucer, so to speak.
Absolutely.
All right, Kevin, hold on just a moment. We'll be right back.
Now, we take you back to the past on Art Bell Somewhere in Time.
Back now to Kevin Randall and your calls. Kevin, are you there?
I certainly am.
All right, good. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hello.
Good morning, Art. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning.
Kevin, I have a question about the movie that I saw quite a few years ago called, it was either Hangar 18 or Hangar 19.
Hangar 18.
Oh, yes.
Hangar 18. That was a fascinating movie, and wasn't that supposed to involve Roswell?
It was. My understanding is when they started to do the movie, they originally had an idea to do a documentary in the same vein as the Search for Noah's Ark. But they couldn't find the people who would go on the record for them, so then they decided to write a movie and made it up from that point. So I guess you could say it's very, very loosely based on the Roswell crash, but it's basically a work of fiction.
Well, okay, so because they actually showed it going down somewhere in Arizona.
And I think it was the result of a crash with, it collided with a space shuttle or a rocket.
Space shuttle, yes. And the astronauts were involved trying to track it down when they landed.
But
So
it's all fiction.
No, okay. Yeah, it's a very interesting program you're on, and I hope we can blow the lid off it. They did have an Encounters program on, and also X-Files followed up and mentioned it at Roswell tonight.
Oh, no kidding.
It was very interesting. I recorded both of them.
There's so much going on now, and I've missed that one. Doggone it. All right, thank you very much, caller. Kevin, you're doing a thing up in Portland this weekend. And again, before I lose track of time, please tell them where it is, how they can come see you in Portland.
Well, it's being held at the Red Lion Lloyd Center in Portland, Oregon on Sunday at 2 p.m. They can just show up there with their cash in hand and get in. But for ticket information, they can also call 224-8499. And that involves me, Don Schmidt, and Michael Linneman.
Michael Linneman. Michael is really something. He's a wonderful speaker, and you are too, so I guess this is going to be a pretty good affair.
Well, thank you. And by the way, I think Michael was on the Encounters program tonight as well.
Oh, and I'm... doggone it, there's just too much out there. All right, on the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hi.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
This is Dennis calling from Portland.
Yes, Dennis.
Fantastic show.
Thank you.
Credible people with credible information in this field are few and far between. And this is the one I've been waiting for because Kevin Randall is one of the top people in that category.
Right.
Thank you. Your $5 is in the mail, by the way.
I was wondering if you could maybe comment a little bit for me on the government line that this is a popped weather balloon, and if so, why did they threaten people with death over keeping this quiet?
Oh, yes. Purportedly or allegedly, Kevin, there were threats made. Can you document that?
We've talked to a number of people. One of them is Frankie Rowe, who is a 12-year-old girl, was visited by 4 military people, and she was told that if she talked about this, the family would end up at Orchard Park, which was a prisoner of war camp, and she'd be taken out in the desert, and she wouldn't come back.
Oh, my.
Now, you could assume that maybe the 12-year-old misunderstood what she was being told by the military. She overreacted to it. We've had it corroborated by other family members, but there are other civilians. Glenn Dennis, the Roswell mortician, was told to be picking his bones out of the sand. Sheriff Wilcox's family, Sheriff Wilcox was told that if he talked about it, his family would be killed. One of the deputies that we found still alive said he wouldn't talk to us because he didn't want to get shot. So we can document through the testimony of the people involved that they clearly were threatened. And it's absolutely correct. Why, if it's just a weather balloon, or even if it's a secret project, why are they threatening people with those kinds of dire consequences when other secrets have not been guarded with that kind of savagery?
Well, if all of that is true, and they were threatening to shoot people for looking into it, what makes you think you're not going to attract some lead?
I think that at this point, their best move is just to leave us alone. Because if they start trying to stop our talking about this or suppress the information, they're giving us a tacit admission that we're right, but by leaving us alone, it's such an incredible secret, people have a tendency not to believe it.
It's true. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hi.
Hi.
Yes, sir. You're on the air. Turn your radio off and tell us where you're calling from.
Portland, Oregon.
Turn your radio off.
Okay.
That's good. Go ahead now.
Hey, I read a story when I was a young man that it said that at the end of the World War II, that OSA or the Secret Service, they went into Germany and the Russians and the Americans and everything, and they split the scientists and everything, and they had an identical plane prior to 1947 that was identified, and they said they had several prototypes the Nazi Germany.
You're talking about the Horton Brothers designs.
I'm not sure about that.
They had a number of flying wings designs. They also had what was called the Comet, which is sort of a tailless aircraft, as they called it. A lot of the German scientists ended up at White Sands or Alamogordo through Operation Paperclip at the end of World War II.
Operation Paperclip. All right. Wildcard line 2, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hi.
Good morning, Art. This is Rick, a rebellious cab driver out of Portland, and I wanted to ask your guest if he had a take on the incident that Richard Hoagland brought up, referring to a firefight in the sky up against something over the skies of Los Angeles in 1942.
The only thing I know is what the conventional wisdom is, that it was supposedly written off as war nerves and hysteria, and there was nothing really being shot at by the people. They thought there was something there. That's the only thing I know about it. I haven't heard that Richard Hoagland has any evidence or any theories that go beyond that.
But when you have mass sightings and you write it off as war jitters, that's like talking about swamp gas.
Oh, absolutely correct. And I haven't really looked into that. I'm saying that's all I know about it, is what I've been told.
All right, on the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hi.
Hi, I'm calling from San Diego.
Yes, ma'am.
And I had occasion about a week ago to see some incredible videos. I guess they're kind of being circulated underground. They had to do with the sightings that were massive sightings in Mexico at the time of the solar eclipse in the early 90s. And, of course, people had their video cameras, and they had their 35 millimeters because they were taking pictures of the eclipse. And there are tremendous numbers of videos from Mexico City, Puebla,
yes,
that went across the whole part of the continent that followed the solar eclipse.
As a matter of fact, I've heard the same rumors, thank you, ma'am, that there are a lot of pictures that have come from Mexico. Do you know anything about that, Kevin?
I've heard the same thing, and that's about, I heard that there were some massive sightings in the Mexico City area, and there was some good videotape taken, and that's really about all I know about it.
All right. It seems to me we need one central clearinghouse for all this stuff. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hi.
How you doing, Mr. Bell? This is Woodinville, Washington.
Yes, hi.
How you doing? I got a little story to relate, if I may.
It's going to have to be a little one.
Okay. 4 boys. They were 10 years old, 1962. We were camping out. We were all watching the stars, counting shooting stars, and a ball of fire shot across right over the top of us, going horizontal. We thought it was, really crazy. But over the years, I've decided that it wasn't a flying saucer, but it was something that was statically controlled. It made a noise like a razor or something. It made noise and it left a little trail. And over the years, I've read things about in Southern California, all sorts of those things were spotted.
All right, thank you. Would anything go horizontal, Kevin? Anything that's re-entering, particularly at what appears to be a low altitude?
I think even meteors can appear to travel almost horizontally.
Oh, but not at a low altitude, though.
No, they would be at a much higher altitude, and I believe the dynamics of the re-entry is such that at low altitude you wouldn't have anything appear to go horizontally unless it's controlled in some fashion.
All right. Well, listen,
might have been.
We are running now very short on time, and I want to wish you luck this weekend. We'll do it one more time. You are going to be where and when?
Okay, it's the Red Lion Lloyd Center in Portland, Oregon. It's for ticket information, then call 224-8499. It's Don Schmidt, it's Michael Lindemann, and it's me talking about various aspects of the UFO phenomena. It begins at 2 o'clock.
Excellent. And your book, that is, and Donald Schmidt's book, how do they get hold of this book?
The bookstore should have it. If they don't have it in the bookstore, they can order it from M. Evans Publishers.
Okay, Kevin, you have been a grand guest, and
Thank you.
What I would like to do is get hold of you or have you get hold of me and book you in on Dreamland, our other program.
Oh, delighted to do so. Once I get back home, I'll give you a call next week.
I'll look forward to it, Kevin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very
All
much.
right, that's Kevin Randall, co-author of The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell. What we're going to do now is pause at the top of the hour, do a little bit of news, come back, and open the... Well, we'll do a normal open, and there's an awful lot of news to talk about. Things are popping all over the place, so we're about to get into it. Brace yourself. A Friday night, Saturday morning, from the high desert to the nation, this is Coast to Coast AM.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More Somewhere in Time coming up. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 24th, 1994.
Get ready. Here comes Open Line Talk Radio. We do not screen calls. We don't even know what's coming next. I'm going to give you a couple of things to think about here because there is a lot of news going on for a Saturday morning. Hey, it's the weekend, everybody. But wow, the news. No doubt about it, a legal bombshell. The defense of O.J. Simpson received what is certainly a remarkable boost yesterday when a judge did something that I have never seen a judge do before, and indeed it is confirmed as being very unusual. He went along with a request by Simpson's attorney. He asked members or queried members of a grand jury considering an indictment against Simpson for murder, if they had been affected by the massive publicity surrounding this case. The answer was yes, and the grand jury was ordered immediately dissolved. Incredibly. So, while the case against Simpson goes on, the job of prosecuting just got a lot harder. Attorney Shapiro charged, quote, prejudicial and improper expressions of personal opinions and uncorrected false and misleading descriptions of evidence uncovered in the investigation of this case, end quote. The judge bought it. The order is done. The grand jury action is ended. The files are sealed permanently. Now, what brought this on? Well, a whole raft of things brought it on. The 911 tapes were said to be exactly what I told you they were, very prejudicial. And the fact is, some members of that grand jury apparently heard them. But that's not all. That's not all. Marcia Clark, the prosecutor in the case, I can only imagine this must have been a mistake, a slip of the lip, but what a slip of the lip. She said, and I quote, Mr. Simpson is charged alone because he is the sole murderer, end quote. Well, that's got to be a mistake, a slip of the lip, eh, Marcia? Because you never say he is the sole murderer. You say he is the sole murder suspect. or something like that. You don't say the sole murder. That would have to be considered somewhat prejudgmental and certainly very prejudicial, and so it's another one of the mistakes made. Now the evidence. Are you ready for even more changes? Remember the bloody ski mask? Doesn't exist. They've got a blue ski cap they might have found there, but not a ski mask. No blood on it. Remember the bloody clothing yesterday? Yesterday's story was supposed to be in the washing machine in his house. Well, the LAPD has thus far had no comment on that evidence at all. Remember the supposed Army entrenching tool that was found as the murder weapon? LA Times, Daily News, rather, reported that. LAPD denies it. No entrenching tool. No murder weapon. Remember the report of blood in the golf bag? LAPD now denies it. Not true. Remember the report of scratches on Simpson's hand? Incredibly, Shapiro denies it. Not even a scratch. Maybe just one little mark where he had a broken glass. Nothing more, they say, than paper cuts. Paper cuts. Incredible. Remember the concealed hand? The hand under the bag all the way to Chicago? The flight attendant now denies she ever said anything like that. And in fact, the passenger who sat all that time with O.J. also didn't see it. Then, of course, there's Garcetti, one of the prosecutors, who said, well, he wouldn't be surprised. Last Sunday on Brinkley, he wouldn't be surprised to see a confession forthcoming from O.J. The pre-trial hearing, in other words, the prosecution of O.J. is now going to go forward, but I don't know where it's going to go. Where's the meat? Where's the evidence? There'll be a pre-trial hearing on Thursday. Can he possibly get a fair trial? I'm beginning to wonder if, in fact, he can. You know, in a lot of cases, they say, well, it's going to be hard, but, we'll get a jury. And they got one for Rodney King. Maybe they're going to get one for O.J., but I just don't see how this man can get a fair trial anywhere in the Western Hemisphere, and I'm not even so sure we could change the venue to Europe and get a fair trial. Do you think he actually might beat the charge? Might beat it? On Thursday, in this pretrial hearing, they will decide whether or not there is enough evidence to even bring him to trial. And I guess I've got to ask, where indeed is the evidence? Remember the groundskeeper? There's another one. Kalin, I think his name is, Cato Kalin. He's going to testify for O.J., not against O.J. So what's going to happen on Thursday? Well, I'll tell you, the prosecution had better have its evidence together, or that judge could set O.J. free. Might have to set him free. Without a DNA test against Simpson, do they have any case at all? I'm beginning to wonder. And so what began at the beginning of the week as what seemed like overwhelming evidence against O.J., we end the week with anything but overwhelming evidence. In fact, a question in my mind about whether they even have enough evidence to hold him over for trial. And have you heard the latest? Now, O.J.'s very capable attorney is aided by none other than Alan Dershowitz and Melvin Belli. That's right, Melvin Belli, actively involved. Boy, what a character he is. Melvin's something else, very effective. So is Dershowitz. It's almost the equivalent of the hand of the creator coming down on O.J.'s legal defense team side or something. It's unbelievable, the power of the attorneys on his side. And I'm frankly beginning to wonder where they are with this case. So that's where the O.J. Simpson story sits this morning, and it is nothing other than incredible. So if you have comments, they're welcome, of course. Then the economy. Brace yourself. There is more severe trouble for the dollar on the world currency markets. Big trouble yesterday, folks. It's beginning to cause a domino effect that is knocking down dominoes on Wall Street. It may require yet another interest rate hike. Wall Street doesn't like that idea one bit. And the Dow fell 62 points yesterday, 140 points since Monday, not good. The dollar is falling against other currencies despite the best efforts of the central banks of the world. They've been intervening, buying dollars. It has not helped. The dollar has continued to plunge near the 100 yen mark, for example, right now. Not good. So my question, despite Greenspan's a statement the other day about the relative health of the U.S. economy, I know there are a lot of you out there that watch all of this very carefully, and I would ask you this morning, where are we going? What have we got here? How serious is this? When you have a currency fall, unchecked by even central bank intervention, you've got something fairly serious going on. So where do you all think this is going? Another interest rate hike? Wall Street crash? Currency devaluation? What's going on here? Yesterday, a Supreme Court ruling that affects just about every landowner in America. Do you own land? The question is, how much power should the federal government have to regulate landowners? In other words, the federal government coming to you and telling you what you must do with your land in a certain way to preserve the environment. The case stems from the Portland area. A lot of news up there lately. Tigard, Oregon specifically. And the question was, if the owner of a plumbing supply business up there wanted to have a bigger store, she, in this case, she, must give the local government 1/10 of her land. Just give it to the government. So that the government, in this case, the municipality, could build a bike path and provide for flood control. Well, I understand the flood control, but since when you want to increase a business on your own damn land, do you have to give some to the city that within which you reside so they can have a bike path? Well, the Supreme Court said no, barely. In a 5-4 vote, they said there was, listen to this, not enough of a connection between the city's demands and the effects of expanding the business. But it was close, very close, a 5-4 vote. And that should scare the whiskers right off you. Well, political news, there's a lot of that. Mr. Clinton has had a terrible week. Now, I don't know if he's still in St. Louis, where he was earlier in the day, but he may be. And I guess he was doing a talk show on KMOX, our affiliate's competitor there in St. Louis. And the president took off, really began to complain bitterly about the religious right in America. Falwell, who, as you know, is distributing a tape with a number of people who don't have much good to say about the president. In some cases, very serious allegations, which I, too, agree are kind of too far out for me, thank you. But he complained bitterly about Falwell and his tape. The president took off on Rush Limbaugh. As a matter of fact, he said on that show, after I get off the air today, Rush Limbaugh will have 3 hours to say anything he wants, and I won't have the opportunity to respond, and there's no truth detector, end quote. Well, since when does the President of the United States feel it necessary to take off at a talk show host? I'll tell you what it sounds like. If you listen to the President's words, and you read not very far between the lines, it would be pretty simple to translate this complaint to legislation in the form of regurgitating the fairness doctrine. Now I can just feel it in my bones. Rush Limbaugh, in his typical way, responded by saying, well, does this mean the president's going to start agreeing with me with regard to the comment about the truth detector? So what do you think about what the president said? What do you think this means? What does it mean? Does it mean the president is getting ready to come after the talk show hosts? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Mr. President, if you're still in St. Louis at this hour, you're welcome to call this program, and I'll certainly put you on the air, Mr. President. You're welcome to respond to Rush, anything he said or anything I've said, and I've said a lot. So has Rush. So have a lot of others. Is the day of the talk show about to end, ladies and gentlemen? Is that what our president was suggesting? Well, this one ought to put a little crick in your neck. This comes from Reuters News Service, and I picked it off internet. A British scientific research body said Friday it's found evidence of a rapid rise in temperature in Antarctica that could cause a global disaster. The British Antarctic Survey's Faraday Research Base on the Antarctic Peninsula has recorded the fastest sustained warming since worldwide temperature records began 130 years ago. The rise is the fastest we've got on record. People should be looking to the future, or the consequences could be quite dire, according to Dr. John King, head of the survey's meteorological group. Temperatures at Faraday have been recorded since 1947, interesting year, show a rise of about 0.5 degree centigrade a decade. Scientists fear the sensitive Antarctic region is acting as a warning beacon that the global climate is rising. It could be a sentinel region, according to King. The global warming theory predicts man-made pollutants in the atmosphere will trap the sun's heat, warming the globe, melting the polar ice sheets. Not good. The subsequent rise in world water levels would submerge vast tracts of inhabited land. Are you listening, Seattle? Are you listening, San Francisco and Los Angeles and San Diego? Gurgle, gurgle. So there it is. That's Reuters News from London. It sounds to me as though they're saying, look out, it's going to melt. It's going to melt. It's getting hot. You think that's true? Or do you think that's a bunch of baloney? All right, we'll get to two-way talk here in a moment.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 24th, 1994.
An awful lot to talk about this morning. Before the bottom of the hour, just let's try one call. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, this is Charlie, Libro in California.
Hallelujah.
First of all, let me just say that I want to thank Bill Clinton for finally coming out and giving these religious Bible thumpers who are trying to take over a political party what for.
Yeah, really let him have it, didn't he?
Well, I think they're finally starting to realize that normal people out there are not going to stand for this. And I think it was the thing. It was the thing with.
You know what he did, Charles? He actually called Falwell. He said it was not a very Christian thing of him to do, and saying.
Falwell, let's face it, the Reverend, and I use the term loosely.
The Reverend
Falwell. I mean, the guy's a scuzz bucket. Those guys get on TV, they collect all this money. It's just like that fool who got on TV a couple years ago and said God was going to kill him if people didn't send in money to him. I mean, that's the level that these guys are at.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't call him a scuzz bucket. I think that, don't you worry about being eternally damned, Charles?
No, when that guy did that, I was going to call into his show and say, I'm going to send the money to God so he can hurry up and kill the guy. I mean, I could care less whether God killed him or not. But the guys, what Bill Clinton's basically saying is that these people have no right to involve themselves in politics to the level that they've done.
And how about that Rush Limbaugh?
Rush Limbaugh, the man is politically extreme, and he's got an open air 3 hours a day.
Yes.
To basically attack and lie about Bill Clinton's record. And when you've got somebody lying about your record 3 hours a day, that's bound to distort every single thing that you're doing.
And by God, it's got to be stopped. We need a little regulation.
The man is making a
Hey, Charles,
living.
Look, I'm at the bottom of the hour. Do you want to hold on?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, all right. Man has got to go, doesn't he? He's got to go. Pretty Liffey, 3 hours a day. He's got to go, along with the First Amendment.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More Somewhere in Time coming up. Networks presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 24th, 1994.
Absolutely, on a Saturday morning. And unlike newspapers that bury it on the last page, if I made a mistake, I'll put it right here on the front page. I think I said that the attorneys are now working on the side of O.J. were Alan Dershowitz and Melvin Belli. I probably meant to say Alan Dershowitz and F. Lee Bailey. And it is a pretty close association because I heard, it was F. Lee Bailey, I guess, not Melvin Belli. It seems like Melvin ought to be involved, though. F. Lee Bailey, I think, consults now, they said, on a daily basis. Isn't that what they said? So that's being very closely involved indeed with the case. Here is from St. Louis, Dateline St. Louis, a Prodigy internet story. President Clinton, in an airborne live radio interview Friday, heatedly lashed out at Rush Limbaugh and other conservative radio talk show hosts, accusing them of, quote, a constant, unremitting drumbeat of cynicism, end quote. In a phone call to a St. Louis talk radio station, MOX it is, from Air Force One, Clinton also took on evangelical Christian broadcasters, mentioning Jerry Falwell by name. Said, quote, remember, Jesus threw the money changers out of the temple. Didn't try to take over the job of the money changers, Clinton said. Ooh. That's pretty severe stuff. Now back to one in sympathy with that kind of rhetoric. Charles, you're back on the air again.
Well, you're damn right Bill Clinton should be upset. I think it would be on the same level if I got a radio talk show and I constantly, 3 hours a day, was bombarding you. Art Bell was late paying his taxes. Art Bell was always late showing up for work.
Charlie, don't you really want to retain the right to do that, though? I mean, one day you might want to go on the radio.
Well, here's what.
Come on, Charlie, answer that.
Well, I'm not saying that the man
what
should
are
be
you
taken off the radio.
What are you saying
Here's
then?
the main thing. Let me give you a rare compliment. It's sure you distort Bill Clinton's record, and sure you're an extremist, and sure sometimes you don't know what you're talking about.
Get to the damn compliment. Come on.
At least you don't spend 90% of your show bombarding Bill Clinton. You spend like 40% of your show bombarding Bill Clinton and 60% of your show talking about Martians building towers on the moon. But at least that's 50-50. This guy basically should change his show from the Rush Limbaugh show to the Attack Bill Clinton show, because that's all he does.
Fine, bitch. All right, but listen, Charlie, if he can have, in other words, I guess we're saying he has a right to have the Attack Bill Clinton show if that's what he wants it to be. And you have a right to have an Attack Art Bell show if you want it to be that way. Now, Charlie, you don't want to lose that right, do you?
No, but what Bill Clinton is saying is that it's a right, but it's irresponsible, and there's a difference between giving people rights and just letting people do what the heck they want to do.
All right,
I think he's crossed. I think he's crossed over that line, and I think what Bill Clinton is saying is we need to push Rush Limbaugh back a little, and we absolutely must stop the religious right. And I think the people like yourself, well, you're an extremist, but I mean normal people, even in the Republican Party, should fear the religious Bible thumpers from getting into the political ring.
All right, thank you. Well, that's a point of view. I'll accept that. It's a point of view, not one I share, but it's a point of view. The question is how you, quote, knock or push people like Rush Limbaugh back. See, what you're ignoring is that he's now on, 600 and some odd radio stations? So how do you push him back, Charles? You might wish him back, but I don't know about pushing him back, unless you want to regulate, unless you want to tamper around under the hood with the First Amendment a little bit. Maybe re-gap the plugs in the First Amendment engine. Is that what you want to do, Charles? We're on almost 100, just about 100. Matter of fact, we're going to be celebrating, I think, 100 radio stations next week, or at the latest, the week after. I don't know. We'll have to see how it... we just got another affiliate in Michigan, I think, yesterday, up near the Canadian border. So I guess what I'm saying is my show, Rush's show, a lot of other shows out there are immensely popular, and they are where they are, not because of anybody's particular political view, but because of popularity. Because of popularity. Because it gets ratings, because people listen, because sponsors sponsor, because they're going viable entities. So unless you're willing to regulate or legislate against shows like this one, or Rush's, you might be a wishing and a hoping, but you better not be pushing and a shoving. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is James, Spokane, 1230 KSBN.
Good. Welcome to the program.
I should say a sad Spokane in light of the...
Yes, of course.
Just the last week. It's bizarre. Twilight Zone. In regards to this ubiquitous 911 phone call,
yes,
I've been listening to it just out of the fact that it's on every channel.
You couldn't miss it. That's right.
And it strikes me as being very strange. It almost sounds like it could be a staged phone call. And I say that in just the fact that in the length of time she's on the phone talking to the dispatcher, she doesn't seem really too upset, and he's in the back.
Oh, I don't know where you get that. I mean, she was saying, look, he's about to come beat the S out of me, you know?
Well, no, it's the other call when he was supposedly talking out the back door to the person that lived.
Oh, yes.
In the back.
Yes.
And then she just, and then all of a sudden, he never comes to the whole time, and like if he was wanting to gain access, he would have came and confronted her.
Well, I will say this.
And asked her, who are you talking to? Or
I
whatever.
will say this. On the basis of the telephone calls, there's a lot of screaming and yelling, but there's no a thumping and a hitting. Not any that I was able to hear.
And
anyway.
then you hear like this knock where he sounds like he's closer, and he's supposed to be checking a bedroom door to see who's behind it or something.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I just think that the whole thing you're going to find out it's some kind of a setup.
The phone calls prove they had a bad marriage. It proves that they fought like cats and dogs, and that there may have been a lot going on. What it does not prove is that O.J. Simpson killed Nicole Simpson and Mr. Goldman.
I'll bet you he didn't, Art. You know, another thing that disturbed me was they showed video of Nicole's sister removing articles. And showed her in with a box and putting them in her trunk out of this Nicole's house, and that seems highly irregular.
This whole case, sir, is highly irregular.
She could have been removing all kinds of things that would have been, you know.
Count this as one of the biggest stories of the year, maybe the biggest. Thank you very much for the call. A really big story. And whether, I'll tell you, there is the possibility that the prosecution will not be able to muster enough evidence to even ensure that he's bound over for trial. Do you realize that in the prelim hearing, which begins next week? Should that occur, he'd be cut loose. He'd be back on the street. No telling where that one would go. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, my name is Otis from St. Louis, KSD.
Good morning, Otis. Is the president still there?
No, I think he left after a private $1,000 a pop dinner tonight.
I see. Attended well, I suppose?
Well, I didn't get a chance to make it down. Being a 24-year-old, I don't really have $1,000 to blow. But, you know, one of the things that bothered me, I've been keeping a track on the news, and me and a buddy of mine were listening to the comments that I came across on KMOX.
Yes.
And what I have found, which really scares me about my generation, which is pretty screwed up at the time, is the general attitude is that they believe with basically what Clinton says. They're pretty much anti-religious, very socialist.
I kind of felt sorry for the talk host on KMOX. I don't know who it was, but the president jumped all over his stuff. I mean, the poor guy simply asked Clinton about the thievery, or maybe it shouldn't be called thievery, souvenir hunting of the White House staff while they were on board this aircraft carrier, right?
Right. Well, you know,
and the president came unglued at the guy, and, you know, as a talk show host, I mean, after all, having the president of the United States on, that must have been a rough one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the host tried to ask him a few questions, and it sounded like to me that President Clinton just basically was livid and basically lost his cool.
Yeah, he lost it.
But you know, one of the interesting things that
I agree with you. You know what the White House said later? The White House said, "Oh no," and they had this thing where he was shouting. They said he wasn't angry. He was just having to shout over the aircraft noise going on or something or another. Baloney. This guy was crawling out of his skin.
Right. Well, I saw video footage on that just probably about an hour ago, and the hosts of the show were looking at each other in amazement, like, I can't believe this is happening.
Yeah.
And, you know, being a young man here in St. Louis and interacting with a lot of people of my generation, you know, I've been called a racist, an extremist. I've been put down.
Oh, me too.
Haven't they come up to me and argue with me all the time?
Haven't they called you a Nazi yet?
Yes, I've been called that. In fact, a friend of mine 2 days ago basically called me a neo-Nazi and told me that I should be put in a concentration camp.
Uh-huh.
That's a switch on terms.
Probably bunk right next to Falwell.
Well, it's interesting. It's kind of scary. There are a number of people that, you know, I was in Chicago about 3 weeks ago with a bunch of people, mid-20s. Most of them are going to law school. And what really surprised me, we got into a lot of political discussions while we were out on the town, and of the 25 people I happened to be out with at the time, 22 of them basically said that they were socialist, and they thought that it would be okay to give up their rights. And that scares me because that's a predominant attitude amongst the 20-something generation.
Well, I thought a lot of what the president had to say yesterday was very chilling indeed, because it feels like a precursor to either regulation or legislation that would attempt to silence such critics.
Well, you know what is amazing to me? Him being the president of the United States, if anybody has the ability to get his word and his message out, it's this man. And, you know, I mean, who is he to start going off and putting down talk show hosts? This is a free country where it used to be. I'm not so sure if my generation is going to have much of a free country in the next 10 to 20 years or even in the next couple. But who is he?
I kind of wonder about the same thing, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wonder about the same thing. And I asked almost that very question in a different forum yesterday morning. In another 30 or 50 years, as we all look back at America's history, on roughly what date do you think we will conclude that American individualism, American basic freedoms, as described in the Bill of Rights, basically began to disappear? What sort of historical judgment would you make about that? A lot of people said in the 70s, Art. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Dr. Democrat.
Oh, Dr. Democrat.
Good morning, Art. Charlie was absolutely right about the religious right and Rush Limbaugh.
Was he?
Absolutely right, and I got a lot more to add.
Well, let's talk about where it goes. You know, you complain and you bitch and you moan about Rush and about Jerry Falwell and the religious right and all the rest of it. Let's get to the bottom line, Doc. What do you want done?
I think most Americans believe in the separation of church and state. And I don't think they want people, fanatics, like Jerry Falwell or Pat Robertson, getting into the White House or getting into Congress and telling the American people that if you don't believe the way we believe, you're not an American. We're going to have religious wars and all kinds of things that the Republicans said in the 1992 Republican Convention. I don't think America wants that. And I think I have a lot of Republican friends that are pretty worried and pretty upset about this. In fact, a couple of them are thinking about leaving the Republican Party.
Oh, no.
And when you get a guy like Falwell who's selling a videotape for $19.95 that accuses the President of the United States of murder, he's a radical. And what has happened here is that Falwell and Robertson have taken over the Republican Party, and the Republican Party got shaky knees.
All right, Doc. We're in the same old rut here. We're doing what the president did, bitch and moan. Question is, what do you want to do about it?
Well, no, I don't want to do anything about it because I'm not worried about it because it's going to hurt the Republicans in the elections. So I hope they keep it up and escalate it myself. But I'm just bringing out the facts of life. And as far as Limbaugh goes, he'll throw out anything across the radio. He won't exactly say, you know, I got evidence, I think it's 100% true, but what he'll say, he'll just throw out anything that some hobo in Arkansas will bring up. Any allegation that has no evidence, that's unfounded, he'll throw it out there to try to make people think it's true, because so many people think Limbaugh is God. You know, all the ditto heads out there, they think that they're brainwashed is what they are. And believe me, I don't want to do anything about it.
You don't want to do anything about it?
Nothing at all, because Clinton is absolutely right. Now, Clinton hasn't said a word about this for 18 months. He's let those people run their mouths, and now he's getting fed up with it because they're throwing such dirty charges at him. It's the most dirty pool I've ever seen. I mean, it's okay to bash. It's okay to criticize his policies and dissect them and analyze them. And
well, okay, then I'll deal with it at this level. What do you think the president's criticism of Limbaugh will do? Will it bring Limbaugh to his knees?
Oh, no, not at all. He'll have fun with it. But the thing of it is that I'll tell you what's going to happen. It's setting up a foundation for a backlash against Limbaugh and the Republicans.
Yes, a legislative or regulatory backlash, Doc.
No, once Whitewater, once Clinton is not guilty of murder, once they can't prove Paula Jones, when all these charges that you guys have been bringing up are proven to be not true, the Republican Party is going to take a big hit. And because people are going to see right through it. People aren't stupid. They know it's partisan. They know what the Republican strategy is. Just throw everything in the kitchen sink at him, and something might stick. Because they can't beat him on his policies. The deficit's coming down. Jobs are going up. We're on our way to peace in North Korea. He's fighting for universal health care. He's tough on crime. He's tough on welfare reform. And he stole those issues from the Republicans, and they're mad. And so they're trying, the only way they can defeat him, because they know he's such a great campaigner, too, is to throw this illegal, unfounded, untruth charges at him.
Well, no wonder he's upset with Falwell, because the way you just described him, he sounds like our creator. We'll be back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 24th, 1994.
Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, good morning, Art.
Good morning, sir.
It's Sean calling from Big Sky Country.
Okay, Sean.
Or Last Best Place, whatever you want to say. ANC's reporting right now about Branch Davidians up in Denison.
Yes.
Colorado, saying that they might be armed with weapons.
Yes, and they've got darkened windows, and, I don't quite understand why they're doing what they're doing. It's almost as if they are saying to the federal government, here we are, come and try to get us. We're ready for a standoff. Isn't that the way it sounds to you?
Well, I haven't heard about the darkened windows or anything. Basically, what I've heard being reported is Branch Davidians are looking for a new home.
Yeah, but don't you get the same sense? I mean, why would they be so public about this, as if to say, here's where we're going to be, you want us, come get us, another standoff, we're ready.
Right. Yeah, I kind of get that same aspect there, but I don't know, it seems like a big media hype to me. Okay, well, we got these Branch Davidians in Denison, we got to go in and take care of them there, they're bad news having Davidians, in America. Or
I heard the sheriff of the town said why they had better not break the law, and he sounded like he was ready to go charging in himself. And I don't know, why do we have to have more of this?
I don't know. I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of the OJ thing. I'm more concerned about the way this country's going and the socialistic aspects of what's happening and what's going to be left for the next generation.
Well, that's a good question, Sean. Thank you. We've got to go to the news, top of the hour. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 24th, 1994. With Art Bell continues, courtesy of Premier Networks.
Welcome back, everybody, to the best talk radio in the nighttime. May we always be around. Dear Art, here's a fax from Ken. Staying up late tonight, enjoying the show. Rush Limbaugh's great. Think he has Clinton on the run. Let's hope he can run him out. As for Charlie, I think he's a worthless piece of human debris. One can only hope that someday people with his lousy attitude realize they were misguided. They are the ones that are brainwashed. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
This is Jim from Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Hi, Jim.
A couple of days ago, I was listening to Rush's show, and he was saying how it was pretty much driven by his opinion.
Yeah, that's correct.
His agenda. Today I'm listening to him, and he's talking about how it's a bastion of the seeking of truth. And I would suggest that as a commentator, which he has every right to be on the air, commentary and truth and fact aren't necessarily the same thing. They may intersect every once in a while. And so I think that's what Bill Clinton was getting at, and I think what he did today was a mistake on his part because it did empower Rush.
Yeah, it was absolutely a mistake, unless it is a prelude to something dark and really sinister.
Well, which I sincerely doubt. I think it was more a fit of temper than anything else, and a reaction.
Yeah, but can't you almost see him sitting at his Oval Office desk, having one of his well-renowned private fits of temper and grabbing the old executive order form and assigning it, and who knows what would happen then?
Not at all, because I think the fit of temper becomes it passes, and it's also tempered by cooler heads. The point is that I think he's correct, and that Rush presenting his show as this beacon of truth, when in fact it's nothing more than his opinion most of the time.
Well, so it's a beacon of opinion. I mean, it really does not matter. Rush, as long as he stays within legal limits, is free to say what he wants to say. If he wants to claim sort of absolute written on tablet truth, it's his right to do so.
Oh, absolutely, but there's people who take it as truth, and that's the danger. The danger that I've seen is that, and he flies in the face of his own words in almost the next sentence, is the divisiveness that's caused. The point is that, and even you said it earlier tonight, you used the word, you said that the liberals are closer to fascism than any right-wing group ever has been.
That's right.
Why paint any group with this broad brush that only causes divide us further? I mean, we're all supposed to be working together here, and that's no,
we're not. No, that's
we're not working together.
No, absolutely not. That's an absolute myth. Everything. Look, sir. America is based on two or more competing systems of ideals and ideology. We're based on that consistent friction, that difference. That's what makes America strong. Not that we all pull behind one wagon no matter what. President Clinton, right or wrong, by God, he's our president. No, that's not what we're all about.
No, it's not a right or wrong, but you do work with your neighbor, do you not, to try and make your town, on a micro basis?
Yes.
Okay, and your neighbor just might happen to be one of those groups like that is bashed on Rush's show.
Maybe so, but what if your neighbor wants to take part of your property for a bike path?
Oh, were you listening to Milwaukee radio today?
No, I just, the Supreme Court had a ruling yesterday with regard to this, and I'm trying to describe to you the difference, the real difference, and the important difference in our points of view about things. So I'm not going to pull with my neighbor if he wants to take my land.
But we have to find the middle ground, otherwise what we end up with is civil war. And that doesn't do anybody any good on either side of the fence, does it?
No. No, sir, but we have a system that's designed to have this adversarial relationship, for example, between the press and government, various forms of government or branches of government. And without that, we've got much more danger to our future than if we were to all somehow talked into pulling on the same train.
I absolutely agree with you. I mean, that's the press as watchdog, which they're roundly criticized for whenever as being, negative reporting and so on and so forth. Rush has his right, but he should not present as fact and truth that which isn't. And that's where we get down to. There's a big difference between a commentator and a journalist. He likes to take on journalists all the time. If I was a journalist, well, the point is, Rush, you're not a journalist, and you don't govern your show by what is supposed to be the standards of journalism.
Well, but you are the one. You are the one required to recognize that difference.
Well, you're right about that.
As a listener.
Pardon me?
As a listener.
Yes, and he claims that his listeners do, but when you get the caller calls in and says, mega dittos, Rush. In other words, I agree with everything you say.
Yeah.
I don't think there's much, there isn't discerning listening going on.
All right, sir. Thank you. Look, the only rap that I would have against Rush, and he has every right to do it, there's all kinds of different talk radio. And I feel that the best argument against imposition of the fairness doctrine or whatever it is that our prez has in mind is the open line aspect of talk radio. And I think that any a commentator, talk show host, worth his salt, should not be afraid to face the calls as they come in. And by that I mean not screening them out for content or general interest level or ratio of agreement with the talk show host before the call is put through on the little computer screen. You can always recognize shows that have that because they will say, John from Milwaukee, hi, welcome to the show. Well, the only way John from Milwaukee could be known before the fact was that somebody picked up the call and screened it. And then there are various levels of screening for agreement, for interest, blah, 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 blah. You can screen for all kinds of things, and as I've said, the best argument against a prepared point of view or a managed point of view is not managing. That's the best argument against it. It's what we do here. It's a braver form of talk radio, and I'm not saying that I'm that much braver than anybody else. I'm just saying that it's a good way to do it, and it's a good argument against regulation. That's all. And it's my way. On the toll-free line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
My name is Christine.
All right, Christine, where are you?
I'm in Sacramento, California.
Sacramento, KST, yes.
This is the first time I ever listened to your show, your program.
Well,
I watched a program on TV tonight about the alien thing. I wanted to say that I had an uncle who worked for the Project Blue Book.
Oh.
And there was so much secrecy in that the people themselves had things done to them that they weren't allowed to talk. And danger came to their families also.
You mean like your family?
Yeah, it became...
What kind of danger? What happened to your family?
Well, anyone who worked in high security things, they're not allowed to say anything.
So you can't tell us what happened?
Pardon?
So you can't tell us what happened?
Well, I know his wife. They said his wife committed suicide, but she didn't. You know, things like that. They're not allowed.
What do you mean? Are you saying his wife was murdered?
I believe so.
Why?
A lot of us do.
Why?
Because he worked on the Project Blue Book.
Well, why would that? Well, he knew too much, or his wife knew too much.
He knew too much,
and so then they killed his wife as a warning.
I believe so. And a lot of people don't realize that. That's why a lot of people don't talk up and they don't say anything.
Well, if that was the case, my wife would have been dead long ago. For as much talking as I do about this sort of thing. Or I'd have been dead. But here I am. Still. After all these years. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Radio Free America.
Yes.
Say, isn't this fairness doctrine the censorship art?
It would depend how it's applied. It could turn out to be that. Yes.
Aren't these the same folks on the left that decry at the mention of censorship, they're appalled at the thought.
Well, by God, they want their right to burn an American flag. That's your right. As Americans, take our flag and burn that sucker, and that's a freedom. That's a freedom of expression of speech.
It's more bombastic babble. Anyway, the jury forewoman said the government in the trial tampered with evidence and withheld evidence, and there's a rumor, and I'm praying to God it's true, that Jerry Spence is going to be involved in an appeal in the Waco case. So
that would make sense.
Yeah, the Clinton. There's a new video out. I have not seen it, called the Clinton Chronicles.
Yeah, I've got it. I've seen it.
Is it good?
On a couple of levels, it is. You know, it's the latest Nichols and Company offering,
right?
And I feel that video documents cronyism in the Clinton administration beyond any shadow of a doubt. It documents a lot of cronyism in Arkansas, but a lot of the charges it makes, unfortunately, I think don't stand.
It's got the executive producer of 60 Minutes on it.
I know.
If he edited the Clinton piece the way he wanted to.
Yes, he admits it.
Clinton would never have made it past New Hampshire.
That is correct. He saved Clinton's butt in New Hampshire, and he's been kind of kicked in the butt for it.
Also, I will fully support what Bill Sapphire is decrying, full disclosure on Whitewater. And was Lloyd Cutler the guy that was putting pressure on that guy for 60 Minutes?
Yeah.
It's amazing. It really is.
All right, sir. Thank you. What I don't think was made in that film, there were allegations of drug dealing. I think they were not connected to Clinton. Let me repeat that. They were not connected to Clinton. Then it got down to the body count and the people that have been dying and all the rest of it, and tried to make that case and did not make it. So, you know, it did a couple of things very well. It certainly documented the lies that have been told, and it documented the cronyism. But it didn't make any of the charges that you would need if you were to take any legal action. I'm sorry, but that's the way I read it. I watched the film very carefully. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Mr. Bell, this is Nathan in Santa Cruz.
Hello.
I'd first of all like to say it's very bad, too bad about that airplane that crashed, and I didn't catch whether the people were all right or not. But,
no, the crew is dead. Nobody on the ground was killed, though.
Then I hope their families are all right and everything of that nature.
And generally, if a B-52 comes down in any sort of populated area, anybody generally on the ground does not live through the experience.
Oh, well, it's good that they lived then, that the people on the ground did. Well, anyways, once again, that's very, very too bad. And the people there have my condolences on that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, let me move on. I, of course, consider myself a liberal, or at least have in the past, and I'm upset about this idea that I'm somehow out to take away people's guns, or to take you off the air, I'm a fascist, or, this to me is not fair discourse. There was a fax that was on earlier, where a fellow said that how often conservatism is equated with fascism. Well, I actually agree with them, and I'd like to say that how often even my views are equated as being communism. As a matter of fact, just yesterday on local radio, some woman thought I was a communist, and she called in, "Oh, I'm a communist," and that somehow discredited everything I'm saying. When I'm actually I'm not. I believe in liberty and republic. So I think that this kind of discourse can go both ways, and
you're absolutely right, comrade.
And I think that I'm sorry, I'm losing my track here, but I think that I'm upset by this notion that I'm somehow a fascist or something. I don't support the fairness doctrine for television or talk radio.
All right. How did you read the president's comments yesterday?
I have to admit, I didn't exactly follow them. I saw the headline that says Clinton lashes out at Falwell and Limbaugh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he actually.
If Clinton's right to say what he wants to say, as much as it is.
Yeah, but I know, but he kind of lost it. And presidents, as a general rule, are best advised to stay above this sort of thing, criticism of this sort in the media, and to lash out that way, particularly in a sort of lost temper situation, is pretty chilling when you're the president.
Well, I have had many difficulties with various things in the Clinton administration. I will say, though, that in my viewpoint, even Reagan, with the criticism he got, didn't seem to be as horrible. I mean, to me, the never minding policy things and things you disagree with, the way that Clinton was handled by the Republicans from the very beginning was absolutely, I mean, if anything could drive someone over the edge, to me, and this is how it seems to me, of course, it was how Clinton, not that everything wasn't fit, not that everything was unfair, but how Clinton was handled, just from the very beginning, that whole Republican National Convention, to me, was a very, very big buffoon. I don't know how to describe it.
All right, well, that's good enough. Thank you. Well, with regard to Mr. Clinton and being driven over the edge, I think that it's not a long journey.
Somewhere in Time with Art Bell continues, courtesy of Premier Networks.
On the first-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Mr. Bell.
Hello.
This is Bob, Radio Off in Tacoma, Washington.
Yes.
Luckily, I just moved. I called to talk about the aliens you were speaking of earlier.
Yes.
I found out that you get a lot of information and little pieces of a puzzle, and it starts forming a picture. And on abductions, there are certain people who are abducted throughout their entire life, and this is used for experimentation and or as one woman on a show was saying, she was implanted and then abducted again, and they were taken out, and ovaries were taken out, and then they were grown in test tubes, so to speak. And this is to get people or aliens who look like us, who could pass for us down here.
Well, that's really going to be a problem, because if they look like us, how is one to know?
We really aren't, to tell you the truth.
Well, that's it. And see, every time I open my alien line, what do I get? Aliens. Lots of them. People claiming to be aliens, walking among us, but saying they are aliens. All right, well, thank you very much for the call. On the wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. It's Virginia in Tucson.
Hi, Virginia.
How are you?
Just fine.
That Doc Democrat really got my goat. I had to call. I just feel like they're always bashing people that have any kind of faith at all.
Well, to me, as I listened to Doc this morning, I could almost see Bill Clinton slowly descending to earth on gossamer wings, an angelic figure come to set all right with us.
Well, I'm going to tell you that not all people that have a faith are ignorant. I am very interested in history. I've read a lot about the Civil War, about Abraham Lincoln, the Black Movement. I've served in the Air Force. I worked on the Minuteman Missile Project. I've studied on In Search of Noah's Ark, which was James Irwin, who was an astronaut, was very interested in.
Oh, yes.
I love politics. I have a rounded view. But when it comes to my faith, I'm very centered on it because I know exactly what I believe. But I don't believe in pushing it off on anybody else either. And I just don't understand the mentality of somebody that will say, Bible thumper. What do they mean by that?
Jerry Falwell. Leonard. People who are vocal about their faith, and they are as extreme on one side as some of the faith are on the other. That's the way I view it. Look, this is America, damn it. People have a right to say what they want. I'm not a Bible thumper, but I would sure get out and fight to protect the Bible thumpers, if somebody tried to shut them down.
Well, you have to look at it this way. 1 minute it's guns, 1 minute it's cigarettes, 1 minute it's Bible thumpers. What's next?
Talk show hosts.
It better not be. Or we're out of luck right here.
Well, that's right. But, how else do you read, not very far between the lines, in the president's remarks yesterday?
Well, I'll tell you what it made me think of was when he made that remark about the Waco wackos.
Yeah.
He said they were religious nuts, and I'll tell you
That's
what,
right.
it's really something to be concerned about. I feel like tapping my pen like Rush Limbaugh. I mean, it just makes you angry
Mm-hmm.
that they don't have we're supposed to have tolerance for everything they want to do, but oh boy, don't have any tolerance for me if I want to even mention what I believe in.
Dear lady, there is no less tolerant group than the liberals. None. They are the closest to fascism. They're closer to fascism on the left than the right ever was.
All right.
Thanks for the call.
Goodbye.
Bye. There's absolutely no question about it. On the left, they are coming closer to fascism than the right ever thought of doing.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time.
Strange world desire will make foolish people do. I never dreamed that I'd meet somebody like you. And I never dreamed that I'd lose somebody like
listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 24th, 1994.
Not enough time left this morning. Boy, I tell you, these shows just fly by. Good to be with you. I'm Art Bell, and if you'd like to join us, pick up a telephone in these declining moments of the live portion of the show. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
Jose in Honolulu again?
Yes, Jose.
All right. Listen, I think Clinton is just afraid of the religious right, if you will.
Oh, afraid of, perhaps angry at, frustrated with, kind of losing it with, yes.
You know, he's got he needs to blame somebody for his health care and whatever else to think that his popularity is just awful.
Yeah, I think he generally blames talk radio as a general rule, and Rush specifically.
In particular.
And that's right. I think
Michael Reagan is much worse than Rush is.
For the decline and death of his health program, and now the crime bill. There is a provision that he's put in the crime bill, Jose, that would allow prisoners to file appeals based on the fact that more of one race than another is executed.
I'm aware of that.
That's right. And if it goes through, then his crime bill is not going to go through, Jose.
I hope not. And I just thought of something. Can you just imagine the fit he must have with stepping all of us like he normally has over this?
Yes. Yeah, I imagine he's lashing or even caning Stephanopoulos on a regular basis for all of this.
Oh, gosh. That's funny.
Did you hear what he said, what the big guy said yesterday?
Yeah.
Well, have a good one, Art.
Take care, Jose. Aloha. That's Jose in Honolulu. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
This is Mike in San Diego.
Hi, Mike. KOGO, San Diego.
Yeah, good show tonight.
Glad you've enjoyed it.
It's too bad he couldn't stay a little longer, but...
Yeah, I know. I tell you, talk shows are like good books. I actually get upset with them when they're ending. It's like there's not enough time left. It's not fair.
Yeah, even with 5 hours, it seems short sometimes.
It really does.
I hear you didn't get a chance to see Encounters tonight.
No, I missed it.
Yeah, I taped half of it, and it was pretty good.
There was so much news going on, that I had to pay attention to that. The whole OJ thing was going crackers. I needed to have a good understanding of what happened with the grand jury, so I spent time with that.
Yeah, it's really overwhelming with that story.
Unbelievable.
I wanted to ask you about your sighting.
My sighting?
Yeah. Are you familiar with Strange Magazine?
Strange Magazine? No.
Yeah,
got topics on everything.
Right.
And they described something seen in England that sounded very similar to your sighting.
My triangular vehicle of unknown origin.
Yeah, it's a short paragraph that describes a black triangular aerial object seen over Bakewell in England.
Right.
Over 30 witnesses. They said it had bright white lights on each of its corners with red lights in between.
Really?
And it traveled at approximately 40 miles per hour.
That sounds just like what I saw. And what I saw was traveling at about 40 miles an hour, too. It was just sort of floating along.
Yeah, I thought that was very strange when I read it.
Well, it is. And I thank you for the report. And it was really strange because when I gave that report, I hadn't even heard about triangular objects. I always thought they were saucers, and mine had to be a triangle. So I came on and I reported, duly told the audience. All of a sudden, everybody starts sending me this stuff about triangular objects. It blew me away. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Green River, Wyoming, KUGR.
Green River, Wyoming. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to say that if the president is unsatisfied with Rush Limbaugh, he can take the same recourse we have and sue him for slander. I don't think he'd ever do that because he'd be afraid.
No, actually, he can't. The president, like Rush Limbaugh and like myself, is a public person. And the rules of slander, libel, apply very differently toward public people.
So he can't?
Right. More or less, he can't. He's going to have to come at Rush in a different way. He's going to have to regulate Rush off the air, bring back the fairness doctrine, and I would imagine, if you read between the lines, that's probably going to be next.
Sounds like it. On the fairness doctrine, doesn't it work? It wouldn't put you off the air, but like the little stations, I mean, not just a little, but any of the stations, if people that are listening to it don't like it, they can...
Well, yeah, it depends, sir, on how it's applied. It might put me off the air. It might put a lot of people off the air. It basically would require that if one point of view is consistently or repetitively aired, that an equal opposing voice would have to be provided. Now, the end effect of that for the licensees of the radio stations would be that they would be... there would be so much they would have to do that it would be easier for them in the end and cheaper for them to just throw up their arms and say, we give up.
That's what I thought.
Let's play Elvis Presley oldies.
Also on the Sound Gene, when you're advertising?
Sound Gene, yes.
Sound Gene. Can you hook it up to a computer? I read about it where you can get, like, the weather satellite reports and stuff that they fax.
The answer is, of course, yes.
Okay. That's all I need to know. Right,
okay, thank you. Sure. WeatherFax. The Sound Gene would provide an output that would be compatible with WeatherFax. So sure, you can do that. And if you know where to listen and so forth, you can get weather pictures that will show you basically what the forecasters see, maps of the United States with clouds and weather fronts and all the rest of it, if you know what to look for. On the wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art. How are you?
Just fine.
I'm really happy to get through to you. My name's Kevin, and I'm calling from Portland on 1190 KEX.
Oh, the big one in Portland, yes.
Yes, and I saw Vance Davis up in the Puget Sound area tonight, and I listened to you on my way back home.
Huh?
And I wanted to tell you a little bit about what he had to say, but first of all, I wanted to talk to you about the health care program.
Sure.
And I really don't think that it's dead like you do, because just today, moderates, as they're called, moderate Republicans, have been trying to work something out with Democrats.
Right, but what's dead is what the president said he must have, and that is 100% coverage that can never be taken away. That, believe me, is dead. Now, our president has said, maybe he doesn't mean it, that anything less than that put on his desk will draw his vengeful veto.
But don't you think they could come up with some agreement that would say within, say, 15 years it's going to be worked in?
Yeah, I think they could.
So really, it's the same.
I just don't think he can sign it.
Oh, I'll bet you he can. I'm afraid.
Well, he may say in the end, what's better, a little bit of socialism or no socialism?
And really, it's a lot of socialism. It's just going to take a little bit longer to be enacted.
Incremental socialism or no socialism? How about that?
And really, that's how it's been working for the last at least 20 years. It's been incremental, step by step by step by step, and it's really... Yes. I'm 25 years old, and I heard your caller from St. Louis a couple hours ago. He was 24.
Right.
And he was saying that people of his generation, a lot of them are socialist, and I see the same darn thing. And it makes me nervous and a little bit put off, because when I was younger, 14, 15, I thought a lot of the people I was around were pretty rational thinking youngsters. And it seems like once they've gone through the school system, once they've gone through college, they come out, and a lot of them are, what I would say, confused.
Brainwashed?
Well, I don't know if it's brainwashing. It's just that they keep hearing the same...
It is brainwashing.
As Rush would say, Barbra Streisand, BS, over and over.
It is. Look, it is brainwashing. What do you think brainwashing is?
Yeah, I suppose that's it.
It's a repetitive message until finally you're saying yes and repeating it.
It's not good, and talk radio is really the only outlet that a conservative voice has, besides the National Review.
That's right. Which is why the president took off on it like a banshee yesterday.
Sure, because there's nothing left. There's not newspapers. You can't afford to be on television, I doubt, for 4 hours a night.
Well, maybe I could, but I don't want to be.
Yeah, it's a different thing.
I hate television.
Yeah.
And I hate TV.
Well, let me tell you, Vance was very interesting.
Was he?
And I saw him last night. There was a little discussion with about 10 people, and I was able to wrangle my way into that, which was great. And then tonight, Andy had 5 new predictions, and I thought I might share them with you.
Share them with us.
Okay, I'll start at number 5 and work my way up to the biggie.
All right.
But number 5, man finds first birthplace of man by 2045.
All right.
And 4, great upheaval that destroys most of Florida and brings up ancient cities will occur by 2012. Number 3, government will introduce the first alien to the citizens in 1996.
Wow.
And number 1 and 2 follows, but an earthquake on the West Coast measuring 14.6 will occur in 1996.
What? Well, that would be the East China Sea meeting the California coast.
It would be off the Richter scale. And
yeah, that's right.
He didn't say if it would be Oregon, Washington, even BC or Alaska.
Oh, listen, Nevada, throw in Nevada. Nevada's always destroyed in any prediction these days. I'm so sick of it. I really am. I mean, Nevada's always destroyed. Always. The first target of a nuclear war, Nevada. Let's push the button on Nevada. I'm tired of it.
And like you said earlier, where do we send all the waste?
Yeah.
Get dumped on both ways.
That's right.
Anyway, it's great to talk to you, and I'm a first-time caller, but I will be calling you again.
Please do. Thank you.
Thank you, pal.
Right. Why is that about Nevada anyway? Why do we always have to be destroyed? Well, Art, because you're the center of sin. You're the capitalist, the boil on capitalism. That's what you are, and you've got to be destroyed. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 24th, 1994.
On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Bill.
Yes.
Let's see. I was listening to your commercial. Caught me off guard. I'm calling about the crime bill, which is not much has happened on it in the last.
It's in trouble.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. It's in trouble.
What it is a police-state empowerment bill, and it will empowerment a police state quite a bit if it ever gets through. And I hope it won't. It looks like...
well, if it dies, it's not going to die because it's a police state bill. It's going to die because there are things in it that the Republicans will not swallow and will not allow, and it will be talked to death.
Well, so far, a couple of appointments have been made in the committee that they have not been able to do. The committee appointments of they just haven't met. And fortunately, and it's very good news that it's not out of committee yet.
No, and in the way things are going, it may not get out. Thank you. The president's crime bill's in trouble. The president's health care bill, as he's described it, in absolutely impossible trouble. And these things ought to be in trouble. We don't want them passed. So this is good news. And what you heard the president do yesterday with regard to the Republicans, the religious right, Rush Limbaugh, that was sort of a flashpoint expression of frustration at these things not going through. He needed somebody to blame. Falwell's a good whipping boy. Rush Limbaugh's a good whipping boy. A conservative talk show host a good whipping boy. So that's fine. It's just that we need to watch carefully that it is not something more ominous than that. You heard a severe presidential temper yesterday. It could be manifested next in regulatory action or some sort of presidential action with regard to talk shows. That would not be good. A couple of notes here very quickly. Time is rapidly escaping, I'm sorry to say, and this program is nearly over. I will be back Sunday, this coming, on many of these same stations with Dreamland. And this Sunday's Dreamland features Dr. Bruce Maccabee, who is one of the greats when it comes to scientific investigation of UFO evidence. So don't you dare miss that. Dr. Bruce Maccabee coming this Sunday on Dreamland. It'll be a hot one beginning at 7 o'clock Pacific time. If your station does not yet have Dreamland, call and be nice when you do it and ask your station manager or program director if it wouldn't be possible to take Dreamland. Now, it does not always have to air at the time that it airs, Sunday, 7 to 10. A lot of stations have obligations. They can record it off the network and replay it. And by the way, the network replays Dreamland every Saturday afternoon between 5 and 8 p.m., 5 and 8 o'clock Pacific time. So there are plenty of opportunities. You can tape it. You can play it back. One way or the other, I would just like to see it get to the audience. A lot of people want it. When you call your radio station, be nice. Be polite. I've got some people out there so desperate to get it, they call these radio stations and they say something like this. You know, what you've got on the air is really a bunch of crap. What a bunch of crappy programming. Why don't you get Dreamland? Well, there's just a great introduction and way to get Dreamland on the air. You insult the person that you're talking to. Don't do that. You know, one person's trash is another person's treasure. And it may be that if it's some sports show or something, there's a lot of people out there treasuring it, could care less about Dreamland. So be nice and just express your wish and ask nicely and say thank you. That's the way to deal with people. You get, more flies with honey than vinegar or something? Not to compare radio station ownership as flies, but you want to be nice to them if you can, so please do. The other is, as soon as I get off the air here, I will go on shortwave. That's right. We'll warm up the big rig over here, and I'll be on the 75-meter band, 3892, 3.892, lower sideband, as soon as I get off the air, minutes from right now. On the wildcard line, you're on the air, top of the morning.
Yes, KSMA Santa Maria.
Well, good morning.
In the beginning, you were talking about land.
Yes.
And a lot of the hunting homestead, horse, and camping magazines are warning about bills floating through Congress, about fees and taxes and outlawing general use of these lands for just about any purpose on trails, parks,
That's right.
all of these things. And it seems like they're coming after it like gun control. And these environmentalists are just, they're really fueling the fire, and it's just getting out of control, and I just wanted to make that point.
Well, you made it, sir. Thank you, and you're dead right, and that, too, is beginning to get to be very worrisome. On the toll-free line with seconds to go, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, this is Dennis in Phoenix, KFYI.
Hey, Dennis, how you doing?
Fine, thanks. Every night I listen, I hear Charlie and Doctor come on in, and it makes everybody want to call in to rebut whatever they have to say. I just wanted to say one thing about Clinton and what he did yesterday with the right.
Very quickly.
Okay. He never misses a photo opportunity to put a cross in the sand over in Europe or every time he's coming out of church and stuff, yet he still wants to bring down the religious right and everything.
Oh, you're dead on. Thank you, my friend. I'm sorry, we've got to go. That's all the time there is. I live and die by the clock, and right now it's die time, so... But generally never say die. See you next week or see you Sunday on Dreamland. Take care. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you good morning and welcome to another edition of Coast to Coast AM, live talk radio throughout the nighttime, actually the fastest growing, now largest all-night radio program in America. Glad to be with you. My name is Art Bell, and this evening, depending on your time zone, we have a guest. His name is Don McElvaney. I shouldn't have to tell you what he does. He publishes a newsletter, and he's a very informed individual. I think you'll find it absolutely fascinating. He is going to be at the Preparedness Expo in Seattle, September 9th through the 11th, which, as you know, we are advertising, and I suspect that had something to do with our ability to snag him for an interview. And so snag him we have, and so let us go to him, and I'm not exactly sure, I forgot to even ask where you are. Don McElvaney, welcome, where are you?
Hello, Art. I'm in western Colorado in the mountains, sitting looking out the window, but it's dark, so I can't see my mountains tonight.
Anyway, it's certainly good to have you on the program, Don. I've heard so much about you.
Thank you. Nice to be with you.
I guess first, tell us how you got into the business you're in, publishing a newsletter and doing that sort of thing. How'd you get to this, Don?
Oh, gosh, it's a long story. Back in the 60s, I did some undercover work for a couple of intelligence agencies and penetrated some communist fronts, and this was back when I was actually at the University of Texas. Got out of the University of Texas, started doing lectures on communism and socialism wherever I could. Went to Wall Street in 1967 and have been in the investment business, almost every aspect of the investment business since that time. Started going down to South Africa because I was involved with South African gold stocks in the middle 70s, and ultimately went down there about 35 times. Made a lot of contacts there, and in about 1976 started writing my intelligence newsletter, which is now called the McElvaney Intelligence Advisor. So I have a precious metals brokerage and consultation firm in Colorado, write my newsletter, but my first love is to try to wake up Americans as to the incredible decline that our country is in, the dangers our Constitution faces, the dangers to our freedoms, and so forth. So I've been writing my newsletter for over 20 years now, and I guess it's pretty widely distributed around the world, and talk about things that most people don't want to talk about. I suppose our claim to fame is we love to move people out of their comfort zone and make them very, very uncomfortable.
Don, communism's gone. Well, I mean, it's almost gone. It's in collapse all over the world. So when that occurred, what did your newsletter turn toward?
Well, we continued to write about things that we had been writing about, the New World Order, economic problems in the country, and so forth. But we've written quite a few letters trying to point out to people that communism is not dead, that the Cold War is not over, that peace has not arrived, that 1/3 of the world is still under the control of the communists in Red China, believe it or not, still in Russia, the 12 republics, part of Eastern Europe, now South Africa, Red China, et cetera, et cetera. We've written a great deal about what I believe is one of the greatest strategic deceptions of all time, the idea that communism is dead. It's not dead at all. The KGB was never dismantled in Russia. KGB's been reorganized 3 times in the last 5 years. It's more powerful than it was 20 years ago. Russia is run from behind the scenes by the old Communist Party USA, or Communist Party of Russia, or the Soviet Union. The military was not dismantled. They still have close to 45,000 warheads on 12 to 15,000 missiles, mostly pointed at the United States. They still have 6,000 defense factories that were not shut down. They're still cranking out tanks, fighter planes, bombers, long-range bombers, ICBMs, submarines, et cetera, et cetera. And when Zhirinovsky comes to power in the next 12 to 18 months, or a hardliner like Zhirinovsky, perhaps a Rutskoy, I think people will all of a sudden say, oh, my gosh, what happened?
What are the odds of that, by the way, of Zhirinovsky coming to power? What odds would you give it?
Might give about 90%.
Oh, my.
Yeah, I think it's very high. Remember, he outpolled Yeltsin in the last election. He is a radical. He is a nationalist. They say he's a fascist. They compare him with Hitler.
That's right.
But the important thing is he's a 100% creation of the KGB. The KGB created him. They made him, and so he has a great power behind him. So whether it's him or another hardliner, as the chaos spreads across Russia, and it will, the hardliners are simply biding their time. They've got the KGB, they've got the Red Army, they've still got most of their armament. Well, they've got more than most of their armaments. They've got more armaments now than did 5 years ago, intact, and so they're biding their time. Meanwhile, they're sucking massive amounts of aid out of the West, financial aid, high-tech aid, food aid, etc., and the West, under interesting leaders such as Bill Clinton and others, is massively and rapidly disarming. They're letting Russia into the henhouse in Europe. Russia is to be admitted to NATO, which is just absolutely incredible. It's like letting the mafia come into the FBI. Russia is being admitted to the European Union. And meanwhile, Russia is neutralizing its western flank. What NATO will be neutralized. The American military presence is being dismantled and pulled out of Europe. It's been going on since '88 when the INF Treaty was signed. Our troops are being diminished, and by the end of next year, probably down to 100,000. That's from probably 350,000 about 4 or 5 years ago.
Speculate a little for me, Don. If Zhirinovsky came to power, what do you think would occur? What would happen? What would he do?
Well, he's made a lot of statements, and people laugh at him and say, yuck, this big buffoon, this clown, et cetera, et cetera. He's made statements like the Russians still own Alaska and will go back and take it back, and nobody takes him serious. And he's written a book about how they will make the great move south into the Persian Gulf. We have to understand that Brezhnev said in 1973, in his Brezhnev doctrine, he said, we will take those 2 great treasure chests upon which the West depends, the strategic oil reserves in the Middle East, the strategic minerals in South Africa, and then we will dictate the terms of surrender to the United States and to the West.
Well, that would be World War III.
Or something like that.
Yeah, something like it. If they went into the Persian Gulf, I don't think there's any question about it. Even the most liberal of presidents wouldn't have a lot of choice.
Yeah, but the difference could be, if that happens, and I would say that could happen in 3 to 5 to 7 years. I'm not predicting it's going to happen tomorrow. Basically what they've done is they're in the process through Glasnost number 6. This is the 6th period of Glasnost perestroika. We had one in the 20s under Lenin, one in the 30s under Stalin, in the 40s again under Stalin, in the 50s under Khrushchev, and the 70s under Brezhnev. Each time, the communists promised that they would become good guys, clean up their act, get rid of their old communist ways, become capitalists, go to free elections, free markets, become just like us. But, oh, by the way, we need massive aid from you guys to do it. And each time we poured in the aid, and each time they turn around and, become the bad guys that they were before. The 6th period of Glasnost, which we're in right now, was to be the greatest and grandest of all. The script Glasnost number 6, was written in 1981 by Yuri Andropov, who was the 15-year head of the KGB.
Right.
He was called in by the Politburo, and they said, give us the biggest and best Glasnost of all, and he did. He came to power in 83, died in 84. His protege, Mikhail Gorbachev, who had come up through the ranks of the KGB, came to power in 85. It fell to him to implant or install Glasnost number 6. It was to be the biggest of all. Communism would be declared dead. The Cold War would be declared over. They would reduce the Iron Curtain to nothing, or so it would seem. They would get rid of the Berlin Wall. They would allow the reunification of Germany. In reality, they would put second and third echelon communists in control in most of the Eastern European countries. KGB appointed people in all of the republics, which is the case today. They would continue to wield decisive influence, but from behind the scenes, while calling themselves non-communists. Now, by the way, this script was written in 81. Anatoly Golitsyn, who was a major in the KGB, defected, came to the States, wrote all about this in a book called New Lies for Old. Anatoly Golitsyn wrote it in 81, published it in 84. You would have sworn the guy was a prophet of God, because the things that he was predicting in 81 were happening in 88, 89, 90, almost precisely, but he just was a KGB major and read their mail. The flip side of this, what was America and the West supposed to give back in return? We would begin to financially support Eastern Europe to the tune of $40 to $50 billion a year, which we're doing. We would begin to dismantle our European presence. They had to neutralize NATO. Which is their western flank. And of course, with the signing of the INF Treaty by Ronald Reagan on December 8th, 1988, we pulled our INF, we pulled our Pershing cruise missiles out of Europe. We began, and have now completely pulled them out. We have begun to pull our tanks, close down our bases, pull our troops out, et cetera, et cetera. Part of the script would be that we would massively financially aid Russia in the Soviet Union. We would massively disarm.
We have, in fact, though, Don, not given what we have promised. We've promised a lot of aid, but we haven't come through with a lot of it yet, have we?
Well, if you take collectively the aid from the West, not just America, but England, Germany, Western Europe, it's probably been in excess of $50 billion.
It's a lot of money.
It's still a fair amount of money. But meanwhile, we're disarming. We are closing down our defense industry because, after all, this new era of peace, and after all we'll need is a United Nations Army, which can kind of police up the world. We don't have any major threats anymore, we say. And this was all part of the script, that America would disarm while they would continue to quietly rearm or continue to arm. Part of the script was that America would discontinue support for the anti-communist resistance movements around the world, such as the Mujahideen, such as UNITA in Angola, such as the Contras down in Nicaragua and elsewhere around the world, and we did. Part of the script was that America would pull out of the Philippines and South Korea. We did pull out of the Philippines. We pulled out of Subic Bay and Clark Field under Bush. And we're getting ready to pull out of Korea, and then the Koreans begin to rattle the saber, et cetera, et cetera.
All right, then the picture you're drawing here is that communism didn't so much die as we simply came to terms with it.
No, we have been deceived to believe that they have. Lenin said we advance through retreat.
Yes, but you have described, in essence, an agreement.
I have no...
we pull out here, we do this, we do that, we supply aid, all the rest of it, and that amounts to a sort of an agreement.
Well, yeah, I would say the leaders of the West have agreed to certain things because allegedly the communists have died and gone away. This is strategic deception. Look, we need to understand that this is not the first time in history there's been strategic deception. The greatest master of all who wrote about this in his book, The Art of War, was Sun Tzu. He wrote about it in 500 B.C. He said, we advance through retreat. He said, when at our pinnacle of strength, feign weakness.
Well, then what is Yeltsin, a useful idiot?
No, Yeltsin is an actor. Gorbachev was an actor. Just as Bill Clinton and George Bush are actors. There are powerful people behind the Bushes and the Clintons and the Yeltsins and the Gorbachevs who are pulling the strings. In Russia, it would be people in the Politburo, it would be the KGB and the Red Army itself, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. There are powerful people that run the show behind the scenes, particularly the Central Committee of the Communist Party in Russia. They will bring in actors like a Gorbachev, like a Yeltsin, and it's like a giant soap opera. The Russians are big on drama. The Russians are big on chess. They're the chess champions of the world, and so they see this as one gigantic global chess game that takes place over a 20 or 30-year period. They see it as one gigantic soap opera. And if you can just imagine soap operas, they write people in the script, they write people out of the script. Yeltsin was written into the script after Gorbachev had fulfilled his usefulness. Gorbachev's purpose was to dismantle the old Soviet Union. You know what they say in Russia, in England, when the king is dead? The king is dead, long live the king.
That's right.
What in the world they mean? They mean the new king. Okay. Right. Now, the old Soviet Empire was intentionally dismantled. It wasn't working. It was creaking. It was totally disorganized. So they wanted to reorganize and purge from top to bottom. And so the idea was Gorbachev's task was to come in and dismantle. It didn't fall apart spontaneously, dismantle the old Soviet Empire, but a new Russian Federation, Communist Federation, is being put together in its place, and it is being assembled as we speak. And it'll become very obvious to people after one of the hardliners, probably Zhirinovsky, not necessarily, but and I would say most likely Zhirinovsky. But when the hardliners come to power, people will begin to see the form and substance of this thing. The new Russian Federation, remember, long live the new king. The new Russian Federation will include Russia. It may include Afghanistan. It will probably include India. It will include the new axis that Russia is putting together right now in the Middle East, which will include Iraq, Iran, Syria, Ethiopia, Sudan, radical Sudan, now is under radical Islamic government, Libya, Yemen, the Marxist-Leninist Republic of South Africa. South Africa was handed by the world powers, was handed over to the communists on April 27th of this year. And maybe we can come back and talk about that, because that's probably the most critical loss to the West since the loss of China. China will be part of the new federation. Vietnam, North Korea, and so forth. We're talking about a federation of 2.5 to 3 billion people. Communists. Now, we need to understand, communism is dead, right? But it still controls a third of the world's population, about a third of the world's landmass, in approximately 61 countries. Are still under communism.
Let me ask you about something that's not apparently so well controlled. This large Russian arsenal that you've been talking about. We're hearing a lot of information about the Russian mafia and about the possibility of a few loose nuclear weapons making it to Iran. Iran has been shopping about with large amounts of money trying to get hold of them. What's going on?
Well, Russia is forming. I would say that the Red Army still controls 90% plus, and maybe it may be 95%, nobody knows for sure, of the old nuclear weapons. There's no doubt that some of them have probably gotten out, but with respect to Iran is run by radical socialist Islamic government, and they are moving into a very close alliance with Russia at this point, as we speak. Russia is helping them on a nuclear program. They're building pipelines and railroads between the two countries and so forth, and this has been going on for the last probably 3 or 4 years. Likewise, Russia is trying to wield together an axis that will include radical Syria, Iraq, and Iran. Now you say, you'd never put Iraq and Iran together in an alliance. That's exactly what you could do. And believe it or not, after an 8-year war during the 80s between the two countries and how the bitter enemies that they are and so forth, yes, you could put together an alliance, and that's what Russia is doing. Now, Russia is setting the stage for an eventual move into the Middle East and occupation of the Persian Gulf oil fields by the latter part of the 1990s. And once again, back away and look at the whole chessboard. The whole chessboard includes now they're neutralizing Western Europe through this whole glasnost perestroika gambit, through moving U.S. out of NATO. Germany is becoming neutral. She's the anchor of NATO. The western flank is being neutralized. Russia is neutralizing her eastern flank with a non-aggression pact long since negotiated with Red China. Russia is now in alliance with Red China. Everyone said way back in the Kissinger days, we'll play the China card, our enemy's enemy is our friend, and therefore we'll get in bed with China and get between China and Russia. It didn't work out quite that way, and indeed Russia and China are in bed, and Russia is selling massive amount of arms to China right now, who will also be a major communist threat to us over the next few years. But in essence, or in summary, they have neutralized their eastern and western flanks, and that will leave them. Now understand, America will be largely disarmed. We are being disarmed. The Clintonistas are rapidly dismantling our military, but it didn't start in the Clintonistas. It started under George Bush and maybe even in the latter part of the Reagan administration. So project that trend, and it's no secret.
How much is the process accelerating with Clinton?
Oh, incredibly. It was accelerating incredibly with George Bush. We need to understand there's not as much difference between a George Bush and a Bill Clinton as people would suppose.
Mm-hmm.
They both were socialists. They both were liberals. They both were members of the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Bilderbergers, and the Club of Rome. They're both globalists. They, like Gorbachev and Yeltsin and whoever follows, take orders from people that are far above them. And so this thing really began to accelerate under George Bush, who believed, of course, in his New World Order, which he talked about hundreds of times.
Yes.
Clinton is simply continuing it. But Clinton is a radical socialist, and everyone has sold Bill Clinton short. While everybody looks at Whitewater and the Vince Foster murder, and I believe it was a murder, all the shenanigans and all the things, and they always count Bill Clinton out, and Bill Clinton is down for the count, and then miraculously Bill Clinton comes jumping back up and scores another victory.
Most recently with the crime bill, which I want to talk to you about.
Sure, let's talk about that too. But Bill Clinton is like, you could throw Bill Clinton off the Empire State Building and he will land lightly on his feet like a cat. The guy is like he has not 9 lives but 9,000 lives, and he just keeps on coming back.
Or if he broke a bone, he'd be in a cast and out of it, healed miraculously the next day.
Indeed. And so people sell him short. By the way, I'll make a prediction which will make me sound like I'm a total fool. I think there's a better chance, it's better than 50-50 chance that he will be reelected in 96. And most people would say, no, you don't understand Whitewater, you don't understand the investigation.
No, I agree with you.
But let me tell you something, don't ever underestimate Bill Clinton. They've been telling us he was down and out ever since the primaries in 1992. And this guy is he is a real rebounder. But in answer to your question, it's accelerating dramatically under Bill Clinton. They are rapidly dismantling our defense industry. They are closing down our production lines all over the country. We are closing down our military bases. We are closing down bases all over the world. And so we are rapidly downsizing the U.S. military, and that's part of it. The downsizing of the military, the closing of our defense industry, but then even equally ominous, we are moving what's going to be left of the military under the command of the United Nations.
Right.
And that's going very, very rapidly. And, of course, who dominates the United Nations? Russia does.
Don, hold that thought. We've got a break at the bottom of the hour. Take a deep breath. We'll be back, and I'll ask you a little more about the downsizing. I've got a couple of questions.
Sure.
Don McElvaney is my guest, and he, of course, has been publishing for many years, the McElvaney Intelligence Advisor. Back with Don McElvaney, and more on the state of the world, I guess, and we'll get to the state of this country, our economy, the crime bill, and more. Coming up next on the CBC Radio Network.
The Kingdom of Nye. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the CBC Radio Network. Now, once again, here's Art.
Once again, here I am, and I want to tell you, everybody, back to Don McElvaney in just a moment, but I want to mention to you, I have a news I'm going to break on the O.J. Simpson case. I got a letter from a Los Angeles Police Department detective working on the O.J. Simpson case, and he has leaked to me, and I'm going to read you that letter. We'll get to it later in Open Line Talk. Back now to Don McElvaney. Hi, Don.
How you doing, Art?
Okay. We were talking about the downsizing that's going on, and that's a polite word that might not do justice to the amount of it that's going on. Right now, with Haiti and Cuba, we've got 50 ships and 10,000 GIs absorbed. They tell me we are strained to the limit right now with regarding what we've got sea power in the Caribbean. So I guess that goes toward backing up what you're saying about how far we're downsizing.
Yeah, just imagine if we suddenly were faced with a major buildup in Korea, which is a very real possibility still. And just imagine if we got sucked in a major way into either the Middle East or Bosnia or whatever, we would be strained very thin indeed. Our military is far smaller today than it was when we assembled Operation Desert Storm just about 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So they rapidly are disarming. I think it's interesting to note little wars like Desert Storm, like Panama, like Grenada, and now certainly Haiti. You know, why in the world would America want to go into Haiti? I mean, what in the world are we doing? Is there a more incredibly stupid thing in the world than us going in? We're trying to put Aristide back in. He's a dictator. He's a Marxist-Leninist. He was a great supporter of Che Guevara. He is a supporter of Fidel Castro. Why would we send our troops in to overthrow one military dictatorship, to put in a communist dictatorship into that country? I mean, what in the world are we trying to do? When you read George Orwell's 1984, which is certainly being imposed on America today, a very comparable type situation, the Big Brother constantly had to have his little regional wars that he would send the people out, and he would entertain the people with and keep them busy. You know, it was kind of like having a Super Bowl game, 3 times a year. You have a regional war or whatever, and I'm reminded of that. I mean, it is bizarre.
Well, isn't it measured, Don, of anything we do like this, where is our national security interest? They had the weakest case I ever heard when they were strangling Haiti economically, producing refugees, and it was weakly suggested that our national security interest was to stop the refugees. Now we're going to go in anyway, and we don't even have the refugee problem anymore.
It is beyond bizarre that we're doing this, and I think it's partly to occupy the military. You've got to give the military what's left of the military an excuse to exist. It's partly to show the strength of the New World Order, because before it's all over, this will be a United Nations operation, and you got to have these little periodic United Nations wars to build up the credibility of the UN and its so-called New World Army. I think there are probably some hidden things that we don't see, but the point is, do our listeners, do I want to have our sons and daughters give their blood and spill their blood on the shores of Haiti to install a Marxist dictatorship in a country that we have no business, we have no national security interest there. It is a downtrodden, probably the poorest country in the world with AIDS and everything else. What in the world are we invading Haiti for?
I don't know. And Don, I've thought about this. If I were Cedrus and I looked at Clinton and I looked at what Clinton's done so far, and I looked at Somalia and how he behaved when he got hurt in Somalia, I would dispense a bunch of people with automatic weapons throughout Port-au-Prince and up into the hills, and I would start a war of attrition and terrorism against U.S. GIs once they hit the island.
And I think that's exactly what he will do. And I think it's going to be like Somalia, where we find out there's a lot more resistance than we think, and they're going to start drawing our blood.
Exactly.
And then eventually we'll move the United Nations in to try to operate the island and the country and so forth. It's bizarre, but you can't separate these things from the whole concept of the New World Order. An awful lot of things that you see them doing that don't seem to make sense if you put them within the context of the New World Order, the buildup of the United Nations, the move of the U.S. military into the United Nations, and this whole strategy for world government over the next 5, 6, 7 years that the establishment folks in America and Europe and elsewhere are pushing. A lot of things that we look at and say, this just makes absolutely no sense. What in the world are these guys, who the gods will destroy, they first make mad? I mean, my gosh, these guys are crazy. No, they're not crazy. There is a plan. There is a strategy behind an awful lot of these things. And that's where you come to the New World Order and what they're doing to try to put it together.
Well, one view of the UN is that they have been very, very ineffectual in almost everything they've tried to do. We've had the only muscle that's added to what they've done. That's the only time they've had any sort of success at all. But left to their own devices, the UN has failed. I could start ticking it off on my hand time after time after time. So it's kind of a weak, pretty weak organization at the moment.
Yes and no. I think what you have said is essentially true from about 1945 until maybe 3 or 4 years ago. The genesis of the UN was it was basically put together by leftist globalists. Alger Hiss was our representative. He turned out to be a Soviet spy. He was the Undersecretary of State. So was Harry Dexter White, Undersecretary of Treasury. Right. They put together this thing out in 1945 in San Francisco. Hiss was the Undersecretary General for the Formation Committee. He sets up 66 agencies, staffs them with 500 of his own hand-picked people. We find out a few years later he's been a Soviet spy the entire time. The United Nations was geared to be a vehicle for world government. They set up an agreement, a side agreement, that every commander of every military operation, the UN would always be a Russian general officer, and that's why the Chi-Coms, the North Koreans, always knew what MacArthur was going to do in Korea before our troops did, because it was being fed back through Russia. And so this thing has stirred the pot, and it's been kind of a Trojan horse, but as you say, a very ineffectual Trojan horse.
Well, look at
the East River.
Yeah, look at Somalia. I mean, the UN finally got themselves in big trouble in Somalia. They were doing the whole wrong approach. With the way they were trying to get things done. Finally, we had a big incident. Clinton had to back away, and even appeared for a time to be angry at what the UN was doing, and sort of threatened to do everything unilaterally.
Well, I agree with all of the above. I mean, you and I are in 100% agreement on that, except for one thing. It's now changing. They are now moving to... It's like you and I got together, Art, and some years ago we made the most incredible creation in the world. We called it the Frankenstein monster, and it's about 7.5 feet tall, and it's green, and some people would call it ugly, but you and I look at it, and we have this pride of ownership and authorship and so forth, and but it doesn't want to get up, and we keep plugging it in, and we just don't give it enough juice. But we go back to the drawing boards and so forth, and one day we finally get it right, and we plug it in, and all of a sudden we energize this big ugly green monster, and he gets up and he steps on our foot and walks out the door. Now this is kind of the United Nations. In the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, something has been changing, and as they have accelerated this move towards the New World Order, they are energizing the United Nations, and the United Nations is not going to be, in fact, I think right now, is being injected with money, with prestige, et cetera, that is not known before. But I agree with you up until about the last couple of years. What I'm saying is there's a change that's taking place in the UN right now, and that the globalists who believe that the UN and it's what they call the New World Army, which is the United Nations Army, U.S. troops are being moved into it, Russian troops will be a part of it, et cetera, et cetera. They're doing some new things right now, which is moving the UN back to center stage. I talk about this in my newest newsletter, by the way, which maybe sometime we could tell people how to get a copy of. It's called America at the Crossroads, Freedom or Slavery.
Go ahead and tell them right now.
Okay, well, for one thing, I write the newsletter, the McIlvaney Intelligence Advisor, monthly. It covers monetary, economic, geopolitical developments, and it's written from a traditionalist, conservative, constitutionalist frame of reference, and it's pretty hardcore. The newest newsletter is 28 pages, so I think I probably also have some kind of record for every month. I probably write the longest newsletter in the country. The new one, America at the Crossroads, Freedom or Slavery, it talks a lot about the re-energizing of the New World Order, the United Nations, moving U.S. military under the UN command, UN world population control and what they're doing in that area, how the UN troops are now beginning to show up around the United States, their combat vehicles, and so forth around the United States. It's got a long section on the new national ID card and what they're doing to install that, and that could be a fait accompli within 12 to 18 months. And then it goes into the crime control bill, the EEOC guidelines, which says you can't mention God in the workplace, the United Nations Convention on the Child. It covers a lot of different things, but throughout this letter, as I did the research for it, I realized, my gosh, they are re-energizing the old dead Frankenstein monster. They're finally getting it up and on its feet. If you want to get a free copy of the newsletter, it's 28 pages long. It's heavy. If you don't like to think and you're not into the things we're talking about tonight, don't call. But if these things are of any interest to you, then I would encourage you. We'll give you a free newsletter. Call us at 1-800-525-9556. You might get through tonight. I think there's some people at the phone. You will definitely get through in the morning. If you would like to subscribe to our newsletter, we'll give you a 6-month subscription for the price of 3 if you say you've called in from Art's program. You just want to get a free copy of the newsletter. Either way, call us 1-800-525-9556.
All right, good. Also, I'm duty-bound to mention that you're going to be at the expo up in Seattle. Are you not?
Yeah, let me tell you about these expos. These expos are really pretty cool. A guy named Dan Chuddock out of Utah runs these things. We do about 4 of them a year. We get some very hardcore, conservative, traditionalist, constitutionalist type speakers at these conferences. And then there's a giant exposition where you have a lot of different companies come in. There's usually 150, 200 companies that have different products on display that have to do with self-sufficiency, with preparedness. It could be earthquakes, it could be storms, fires, floods, a Red Dawn scenario, you name it.
Survivalist sort of stuff.
Yeah, I would say an awful lot of them are survivalist-type people. A guy named Ed McCabe will be speaking on AIDS and ozone therapy and alternate medicine. Nancy Lord is an attorney who's just won some really good cases against the FDA. Larry Pratt, who is, in my opinion, one of the great American heroes. He's the head of Gun Owners of America, who almost single-handedly stopped the crime control bill while the NRA laid down, rolled over, played dead, and didn't even have any kind of grassroots lobbying. But Gun Owners of America, with 125,000 members, launched hundreds of thousands of phone calls, faxes, and so forth against the House and Senate. Stopped it in the House, and then they came back and still defeated us. Anyway, Larry Pratt, the pit bulldog of the pro-gun movement, will be a speaker. Jack McLam, a highly decorated police officer from Arizona, will be one of the speakers. Jack has a newsletter called A in a Bet, and Jack is trying to wake up police officers all over the country as to how they are being pulled in under the New World Order and under Clinton's national police force, and are to be used by the federal government. So he'll be speaking. I'll be speaking about A to Z. I'll be speaking about the coming depression, what you do to get out of harm's way that way, the New World Order, the Russians, and so forth. So there's a bunch of good speakers. They're really good meetings, but they're for constitutionalists, traditionalists, patriotic type people who are thinkers, who are really concerned about the country.
A lot of people in this audience very much like that. Look, it's going to be the Preparedness Expo 94, September 9, 10, and 11 at the Seattle Center, correct?
Yeah, it starts, I think, noon on Friday. That's next Friday. Goes to about 8 o'clock on Sunday night. I mean, the price is right. I mean, you can get into the meeting, like, for a few bucks. And, I mean, you can come hear me speak for, like, $5, which is fairly inexpensive.
Boy, it really is.
It will give you more information than go into a movie. And so the price is right. It's in Seattle. And they do have people come from all over the country. They'll have people come in from Florida, from New York, from everywhere in the country for this. So it's a pretty cheap weekend of entertainment. It'll be a massive mind expander, like listen to one of your programs, only more so because it goes on for 2.5 days. So if you can come and join us, I would really encourage you to do so. You'll get a lot of information, get a lot of product information as to things you can do. I always go back with trunks full of stuff from this thing because there's just a lot of good preparedness type stuff there.
All right, quickly to the crime bill, if we can. I want to give you my take on it. Newt Gingrich, Bob Dole, failure of leadership there, 6 defectors from the Republican Party. Other people, Don, in arguing, in framing the argument against the crime bill, I think almost themselves have committed a crime. Instead of framing it as a Second Amendment issue, instead of framing it as a challenge to one of our basic rights in the Bill of Rights, they framed it, Rush Limbaugh did the same thing, as a question of pork. You know, too much pork. Everybody was afraid to even open their mouth. Gingrich in interviews wouldn't even open his mouth about the assault rifle ban. Dole didn't talk about it. Limbaugh didn't talk about it. Nobody talked about it. They framed the issue as one of pork. So when the thing went back for reconsideration and they cut out a few $1 billion of pork, all of a sudden the votes that were restrained because of that argument were suddenly released, and now we've got the damn crime bill. They framed the issue the wrong way, in my opinion, Don.
100% agreement with you. 100%. You've very accurately assessed it. And, you know, it's interesting to me that Rush Limbaugh, you mentioned Limbaugh comes down on the wrong side of a lot of key issues, whether it's NAFTA, whether it's something like this, and I wonder if it's because the establishment put the guy in business in the first place. I probably shouldn't even say that, but if you go back and look at the people that financed him and put him in business, you know, Phil Donahue is not considered to be exactly a conservative, and he was his chief financial backer. Anyway, that's another story. Everybody missed the point, and it was they intentionally framed it that way. Look, this is not a crime control bill. This is a people control bill. This is a bill to set up a police state. This is a bill that, by the way, 95% of the people who voted for the bill never read it. They did not read it. And in fact, as Bill Richardson, the founder of Gun Owners of America and the very well-known conservative state senator down in California said, what makes you think they read the bills? They don't read most of these bills. 95% of the people who vote for the health care bill will not have read it. Okay, and that was true of the crime bill. And indeed, I think one of the reasons that Clinton hasn't signed it yet is because they're adding lots of new stuff to it. And even after they pass a bill, they could add new stuff to it. If you haven't read it, you don't know what they throw in.
That's what I've been hearing. They're still writing it.
Oh, they're still writing this bill, and this is a bill that's a formula for a police state. This is what I have been writing in my newsletter for over the last couple of years now. We are plunging towards a socialist police state in America, and this bill is a quantum jump in that direction. I believe, Art, that they wanted this bill more than they wanted health care. And of course, health care gives them a 19% quantum jump control over 19% of the U.S. economy, and that's very important to them as far as socializing America. But the crime control bill, here's a few of the things it does. It basically will make a major move to move local law enforcement under federal control. Okay, very, very important. It will make a major move towards setting up the national police force, which Bill Clinton and Al Gore promised in their campaign book and so forth on page 72. I think it was called Up With People or something. And they're putting together a national police force. This will be a quantum jump in that direction. 37,000 new social workers will be put on the street. They can come into your home. No warrants necessary. They can search your home if they find anything that they say you are helping to contribute to the delinquency of your child. Maybe it's a homeschooling home, and they don't like the fact that you're teaching something against the New World Order, the UN. They can seize your home. They can seize your children, et cetera, et cetera. They talked about the pork and the midnight basketball and all the ridiculous stuff. And my answer to that was, hey, forget it. I mean, they're throwing away our money every day. I mean, you know, so what's new? As far as the gun control, yes, they banned 180 different firearms. It was not 19. It was 180 different firearms are to be banned. And even though it sounds like at this point that they will grandfather in people who now own those particular semi-automatic weapons. You see, the gun control, the political left knows before they can establish the New World Order, before they can move us into a socialist police state, a la Nazi Germany, a la Russia under Lenin, China under Mao, you know, Cuba under Castro. They got to disarm the American people. And so this is just Brady 1 was the first step. Brady 2 is now being introduced by Kennedy as we speak. I mean, it's in the hopper now. And this was another major step. Now, the problem is whether they will grandfather in the people so that it's legal to keep owning these 180 different semi-automatics. Let me inject this thought. The political left are smart. They know how to hang scary labels on things to scare people. When they wanted to get small pistols that people in the inner city used to defend themselves from marauders, they called them Saturday night specials.
Yeah.
Okay? We're all scared of Saturday night specials. It was a total propaganda ploy, okay? Then they came along with semi-automatic weapons, and they called them assault weapons. Anybody who's been in the military knows an assault weapon is a fully automatic M16 or fully automatic weapon, which these are not.
Of course.
And now the next gimmick is going to be, believe it or not, they're already talking, Art, about calling bolt-action rifles
sniper rifles.
Yeah. And we're what do you need?
Is that bill right? There's a bill out there floating around, or a proposed bill with regard to sniper rifles. I heard that it was a hoax. Is it?
I don't know if it's a hoax or not. No, I don't think so. I think whether there has actually been a piece of legislation introduced or not, I can tell you that the political left is planning to push that concept. I don't know if it's written in. I have not seen the new bill. There's Brady 2 has already been written, and it's been introduced, and I don't have the House numbers and for the House and the Senate number in front of me.
All right, listen, Don, we're at the top of the hour, and you can't go away.
Yeah, I'll hang around.
Yeah, good. All right, stay right there. My guest is Don McElvaney, a publisher of the McElvaney Intelligence Advisor, which you can get, by the way, by calling right now, 1-800-525-9556. This is the CBC Radio Network.
Art Bell. In the Kingdom of Nye, toll free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First time callers 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is Coast to Coast AM on the CBC Radio Network.
Good morning from the high desert. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Don McElvaney, the continuing author of the McElvaney Intelligence Advisor. You should know who he is. If you don't, you will in a moment. Back now to Don McElvaney, and we're going to open the lines here shortly. Don, are you there?
I'm here, Art.
Good. So much to talk about, so little time. Where is the gun control thing going from here? You mentioned Brady 2. Is the ultimate objective, Don, to get all the guns?
Yeah, that's definitely the ultimate objective. It's not registration, it's confiscation. You have to disarm the American people before you can establish a total socialist police state, before you can establish the New World Order. So Brady 1 was a stepping stone. The crime control bill, which outlaws 180 different, or bans 180 different semi-automatics, is a stepping stone. Brady 2 has already been introduced. Brady 2 will include requirements for licensing all gun owners across the country. If you have as much, I think, as 20 guns, or and a lot of collectors do.
Arsenal. They call it an arsenal, don't they?
An arsenal, yeah. Or if you have 1,000 rounds of ammunition, and that may, to a non-initiated non-gun owner, that may sound like a lot of rounds, but I mean that's two tiny little bricks of 22 long rifle ammunition. That's probably based on where you buy it, and I've gotten some of those at at Sam's Club. I can probably get those for $20 to $25, 1,000 rounds. That constitutes an arsenal. They say you have to register $300. I think the licensing fee will last you for 3 years. And the ATF, those are the good folks that shot up Waco, Texas. They began it, and the FBI finished it. The ATF would then have the right to come into your home with a warrantless search 3 times a year and search your home to make sure that you, in fact, are maintaining your arsenal correctly. There's a lot more in the...
All right, Don, let me stop you and tell you, I've got a lot of people in the audience who, for whatever reason, have been saying they feel something big is a-coming. Something's pending, something's going to happen. They don't have much of a sense of what it is, but something's coming. Now,
I agree with them.
Put that together with a lot of what I'm hearing underground, Don. I guess you know about the Linda Thompson business, don't you? What she said she was going to do September 19th and all the rest of it.
That's a big mistake. I hope nobody goes back.
I agree with you.
Walk into Washington with arms. I mean,
I agree with you, Don. But what's happening around the country? Here's what I want to finish up with. A lot of people are starting to talk about militias. A lot of people are beginning to talk about action and things that I would think would interest the ATF greatly. As they move one way, a lot of Americans are moving the other way, and there's going to be a clash.
Yeah, we're moving towards a major confrontation, Art. There are a lot of people across the country that I think for good reason are getting very angry as they see the Constitution just torn up and thrown away, as they see seizures and forfeitures. Last year, the government seized property and assets from 250,000 Americans. That's 5,000 a week. Over $1 billion worth of houses, cars, businesses, real estate, bank accounts, you name it. As they see the Randy Weaver, Waco, Donald Scott type things where the government just runs roughshod over people, and if you raise a finger in objection, they can shoot you or burn you or gas you, whatever. There's a lot of anger that is growing across the land. I am sensing it as well. Of course, the government knows it as well, and I think this is why they are moving so rapidly to implement the crime control bill. And I do believe that Bill Clinton hasn't signed it because he's adding a lot of other measures to it, and those will go through when the final copy comes out. They are moving rapidly. The black helicopters that are seen all over the country now, and I'm sure you probably had programs and have talked about it.
Many.
The federal detention centers, which are now popping up, and I'm getting pictures of these. These sightings of foreign military equipment, whole train loads of it, some of it Russian, East German, UN, and so forth.
Yeah, I've got the pictures.
You and I've got probably a lot of the same pictures. The fact that Russian troops are now to be brought onto U.S. soil to be trained, it's actually been going on for a couple of years, but they've now publicly acknowledged that they're doing same. UN troops being trained in this country. I think we are moving towards some sort of a crisis. In my new newsletter that we mentioned in the last hour, America at the Crossroads, Freedom or Slavery, we talk about the fact that what they can't get done through the Congress, and you can get some things through the Congress because I do believe it's the greatest group of idiots ever assembled under one roof in the history of the world. And so you get a lot of stuff through these idiots. By the way, the Republicans are no better than the Democrats. Everything Clinton gets, he ultimately gets with the help of the Republicans.
It's the truth.
But what he can't get through the Congress, they'll just do with executive orders. And they may use executive orders to put the national ID card through. But if you examine the executive orders that have been floated over the last few years, you realize that the dictatorship is there. They have given ironclad control over every aspect of the economy with the stroke of a pen. I believe that some excuse for a state of national emergency could be launched in the next, I don't know, maybe this fall, sometime in the next 3, 6, 9, 12 months. It could be rioting. Let's just take an example. What the LA riots were classic. LA riots were not spontaneous. There were circulars circulated 2 weeks in advance before anybody knew whether the police in the Rodney King case were going to be acquitted or found guilty. They were already preparing for the riots. Either way, they were going to have the riots. I think those riots were a test case. And I strongly suspect that the government and the establishment were very much involved in those to test martial law, see how the people would react when the federal troops were called in, et cetera, et cetera. Now, imagine that they rioted that way when Rodney King, and in this Rodney King case, what happens if in the O.J. Simpson case, for example...
I was just going to ask you about that.
What happens if he's found guilty? And I don't want to comment on the details of the case. There's overkill, and you probably know more about that than I do. But let's say that he's found guilty and given life in prison, or the death penalty, and you got people stirring the blacks in various neighborhoods across the country that this is just a racist thing. The whites have got him. And let me tell you something. There's about 55%, 56% of the blacks believe that, according to some polls. Well, it could be riots from the O.J. Simpson case. It could be something that's stirred up. It could be a financial crisis. But some excuse is used to trigger a state of national emergency. We go to martial law, suddenly you begin to realize why these black helicopters in these detention centers and these foreign troops and UN vehicles and Russian vehicles and so forth were here, and we suddenly find ourselves with a state of national emergency. Now, we all know 2,500 ATF agents can't disarm 75 million Americans with 200 million firearms. Give me a break. I mean, that'll never happen. They can harass dealers. They can go out and shoot men, women, and children in Waco or do Randy Weaver type operations, but they can't go out and disarm the American people in mass. The National Guard really, even though they've been training for house-to-house searches for firearms, they can't really do it because they can't be counted on to come against the American people. Local law enforcement can't, although they're moving rapidly to take that over.
Don, they're like the IRS. They operate on the principle of intimidation. You bust a few high-profile people, and you come down real hard, throw the book at them, and you intimidate everybody else into a relative obedience.
But I understand that, and I understand how that works. But I don't think it's going to work. I think that you've got, guns are a funny thing. I mean, I pay my taxes. I pay way too many taxes, and that's not been my choke point. That's the choke point with a lot of tax resistors out there and so forth. But let me tell you something. Mess with my kids, mess with my guns, and all of a sudden you've got a very angry
that's right
young man. And
that's right.
That's the way people feel across the country.
Don, we've got a lot of
emotional about both those things, and these idiots are messing with both. And I think that they are. There is an anger growing across the land. There is an incipient resistance to this that is growing. There are the militias that are popping up around the country, and the Constitution says they're constitutional. A friend of mine who's got a talk show down in Florida says that there's 50,000 people in the militias in Florida. I've not confirmed that number, but there is the government knows that there is this growing resistance and anger to what they're trying to do.
That's right.
And so people are waking up across the hinterland. And let me tell you, there is some good news out there. Let's talk about the good news for just a minute. When Hitler installed his dictatorship and Lenin in Russia, Mao in China, Castro in Cuba, and so forth, they had a lot going for them. But one of the things that they didn't have going against them was they didn't have radio talk shows like yours, and I have major problems with Rush Limbaugh, but some of what he says is good. But there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of radio talk shows around the country. They're reaching tens of millions of Americans every single day, and they're telling them what they don't want to know. There are major holes that have been punched in their information monopoly, and it's really hurting them bad. That's why they pushed the fairness doctrine last year, and they'll keep trying to push it to try to put guys like you off the radio. Okay, that's a problem they've got. They've got newsletters out there, which are like the letters of correspondence before the American Revolution, and there's hundreds of those, and then there's tens of thousands of little private newsletters. They're people that are free that people are sending around the country. So whether it's a national newsletter like mine or private ones, those are punching major holes in their information monopoly. Then they've got the fax machine, and high tech is certainly a weapon the establishment will use to enslave us, but it's a double-edged sword.
You bet.
When they do some kind of mendacity, these guys don't function well except in the dark, okay? They do their dastardly deeds in the darkness, and suddenly they try to do something, and people with fax machines back in Washington fax it out, and it goes out to a few hundred, a few thousand, 10,000, 100,000, 50,000, and before you know it, and then there's like when they drop the nuclear bomb, and there's this gigantic rush of wind in one direction, and the wind goes back in the other direction, then all of a sudden you got hundreds of thousands of faxes going back again to Washington, and so they cannot do what they've done in the darkness. We've got this information now, and think about computers, which are even faster than faxes and so forth.
Right.
So the people who believe, I don't like the word conservative anymore. I'm not a conservative. I'm a believer in traditional values. I believe in biblical values. I believe in family values. I believe in the Constitution. I believe in those values which made America great. And there are millions and millions of Americans out there that do, and they're getting informed by all of these things, from your talk show to my newsletter to the faxes to the computer networks and so forth. And this is one of the reasons I think that the Clintonistas and their establishment bosses are panicked and are moving so fast, they know that the sleeping giant is beginning to wake up.
Right.
They are beginning to panic, and so they're beginning to move faster and faster. And boy, you said it right. There is a collision coming.
Yes, sir, there is. Is it time, speak to the individual for a second, Don, is it time to take, to use George Bush's word, prudent steps? Is it time to get out the Cosmoline, bury your weapons? What's it time for?
I suspect that there is a tremendous run on PVC pipe and shovels going on in this country.
Yeah.
I would bet you that there's a lot more of that going on than you would ever guess. I think that there's a lot of steps that people are taking and should be taking towards greater self-sufficiency.
Like what?
Well, let me say this. I changed my mind. I'm not going to send them one newsletter. If they call in the 800 number, I'm going to send them two. There's another one that's very important, and I don't know if you've seen it, Art, but I did it in July. It's called Escaping the Socialist Juggernaut in America Towards Greater Self-Sufficiency.
Yes.
I go into a lot of details about urban self-sufficiency. If you got to live in the city, what you do, number one, if you could live in the country, if you could live in a small rural town, you're going to be much better off in the coming convulsions. If you think about the Russian Revolution, the people who lived way out in the hinterland and the countryside were the ones who had a much better chance of surviving. So I talk about country living versus urban self-sufficiency, and there's some things you can do if you live in the city. Homeschooling. They're trying to destroy our kids' minds in the public schools. They're trying to mold them for the New World Order.
Right.
Homeschooling is a great new movement. You got 1 million kids that have punched a major loophole in the educational monopoly that the political left has had.
Are they going to be able to stop it?
They're going to try through they tried through H.R. 6 this past spring,
right?
And the homeschoolers who are not as well organized as the gun people, okay, and this is why I have great disdain for the leadership of the National Rifle Association. They totally sold us out. They sold us out. All they had to do was launch with their 3 million members the same kind of grassroots campaign to stop the gun control that the homeschoolers did last spring, and that Larry Pratt did with Gun Owners of America, and they could have totally killed off the gun control thing. They didn't do that. Last spring, the homeschoolers who were totally disorganized heard that as part of H.R. 6, the government was trying to shut down homeschooling in all private Christian schools in America, and they really did try it. And 1 million irate communiques, faxes, phone calls poured into Washington, and they backed up very quickly. They're going to try the same thing to the UN Convention on the Child. And I have a major section in this August newsletter that I said I would send out. One of the 2 newsletters I'll send for people who call, dealing with the UN Convention of the Child. It's a total takeover of the family. It's a total takeover. The government and the United Nations will tell you what you can and can't do. You're a criminal if you spank your kids. You're a criminal if you tell your kids they can't listen to hard rock music, if they can't watch pornography, if they can't run with a gang. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. And as part of the UN Convention on the Child, I think they're going to make a major stab at homeschooling. I summarize the major conventions. In fact, Article 28 says compulsory education. All nations are challenged to unite in creation of an internationalist approach to education. This is a UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. All school-age Americans will be encouraged to be part of the school system. The content of what must be taught to all children is prescribed.
Mm-hmm.
This will be described under the treaty. By the way, 150 nations have ratified this treaty. 50 of our illustrious senators have already signed on as co-sponsors for the treaty. Incredible.
Yeah.
It goes on in this one article. It says these include anti-American one-worldism, anti-family, anti-traditional values, multiculturalism, and environmentalism. And if this is passed, the homeschool movement will be attacked, and it could be terminated with extreme prejudice.
Well, you've got to control the minds to control the country. If you would, though, give me a quick primer for the individual who wants to be ready. What should they do?
Okay, there's about 7 or 8 major areas of self-sufficiency. Let me try to blitz them real quickly.
Sure.
First, let's take financial self-sufficiency. We are moving towards a depression. 1 million Americans a year are already going bankrupt, about 100,000 corporations a year. The $15.8 trillion debt pyramid that was only $3 trillion when Ronald Reagan came to office 14 years ago or 15 years ago has more than quintupled. It's coming unglued. Get out of debt. get liquid as rapidly as you can. You want to reduce your debt to zero if you can. You want to be liquid. Set up a savings program and make yourself save at least 10% per month. Avoid the stock market like it was AIDS, because it's the most overpriced stock market in U.S. history. It's a ticking time bomb. I think it could collapse this fall.
I agree.
Avoid the bond market. You want to have probably no more than 25% of your assets in real estate. There is a service which we use where you can get a good reading on your bank, S&L, or insurance company. They'll give you an A, B, C, D, E, F rating, and I think it's for $15. And if you come back C minus, D, E, or F, you need to get out of that bank, S&L, insurance company to a stronger institution. You can call the same 800 number that you get the newsletters at, and you can get that. I would.
What about hard currency, gold?
Okay, you want to have, I would say, upwards to 25-30% of your assets in precious metals. I'd probably have 2/3 of that in gold, 1/3 in silver. The gold I would put in $20 double eagles, St. Gaudens, or Liberties. I have strong reasons for that. Anything over a 15% premium gold coin is considered to be a collectible, same with silver.
Not subject to confiscation.
Less likely to be confiscated, more likely to remain legally tradable. When you liquidate it, there's no reporting requirements, and when gold goes up, those coins tend to go up faster because they're a little scarcer. I think you want to have upwards to 30% of your assets in precious metals, and you ought to be acquiring them right now. I think you ought to have a cottage business. Find a second source of income. I wrote about this in my September '93 newsletter, which dealt completely with self-sufficiency. I listed about 10 different books on how to set up a cottage business, different kinds of home-based businesses you could get. That's very important. I think you ought to have a year's supply of survival food, dehydrated food, tucked away, and my company offers that. I couldn't find anybody else who wanted to sell it, and everybody thinks I'm crazy, so I said, fine, we'll help people to get that as well as the metals. I think you want to develop alternate sources of information, programs like yours, newsletters like mine. Look, there's a lot of good, hard money, conservative, patriotic newsletters out there. You ought to take 3 or 4 or 5, not just mine. There's some other good ones out there. Ron Paul's got a great one, and Mark Nessman's got one called Low Profile. There's some really good newsletters out there. Okay, those are some financial self-sufficiency ideas. Basically, be liquid, avoid long government bonds, corporate bonds, municipal bonds. Avoid the stock market. Avoid equity mutual funds. Exception maybe gold stocks or gold stock mutual funds. They did great last year. They were up about 100%. Not much this year. I think they'll be okay the next couple of years.
Alternative energy, I suppose. All the rest of it. Whatever you can do to become independent. Don, look, we've got a break here at the bottom of the hour. Hold on just a sec. All right. Don McIlvaney is my guest, author of the McIlvaney Intelligence Advisor. There's a lot of information being dispensed at the moment. More in about 4 moments. This is
This is the...
We continue with your calls to the Kingdom of Nye and Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now here again is Art.
Here again he is, and continue is kind of a lie. We haven't done that yet. We're going to get to your calls, I promise. I've already talked Don into another hour, so keep cool out there. Lines are all jammed, have been since we began the program tonight. You will get your chance. And here's our expert of the night, Don McIlvaney. Hi, Don. Let's finish up on self-sufficiency or getting ready for whatever's coming down.
Okay, Art. One of the areas of self-sufficiency that ties in with what you were saying about Bob Crane and the facts is communication self-sufficiency. I think everyone ought to have some kind of a shortwave radio receiver. If we have a state of national emergency, God forbid if we ever had a Red Dawn scenario, and which I think is not as far-fetched as some people think. You need to have a way of knowing what's going on in the world, and traditional communications could be shut down. They could be shut down by the government or in other ways. Bob Crane has a great company, C. Crane Company. You gave their number.
You bet.
And I have already gotten a number of things. I wrote about him and a lot of the different shortwave type receivers he's got in my July newsletter, which I'm going to send out to the people who call in. You need to get some world band type receiver radios. These are not expensive. You can get them for a few $100. I'm frankly going to get my ham radio license and get the ability to communicate two-way around the world, and I'm working on that one right now.
Good for you, Don. I'm a ham, have been all my life. I'm sitting in a room right now with a studio on one side, my full ham set on the other side, and the third side is a 486 computer, printer, the whole ball of wax, and I'm up to my neck in all of this kind of communication.
And it's going to be essential for people as the world destabilizes. By the way, the things we're talking about here tonight are not just in America, they're all over the world. This is global. World War II was regional with the Nazis and the Japanese and so forth. This is a global type thing. We're going to need to be able to talk to people who are lovers of freedom, who are resisting this global dictatorship called the New World Order. We're going to need to be able to talk to them all over the world. I need to be able to talk to people 5 miles away, but I need to be able to talk to you, 1,500 miles away, or to people halfway around the world in South Africa or Germany or friends of mine in NATO and so forth. And so you need to have the equipment and the know-how to do so. So I think communication, self-sufficiency, very, very important. Medical self-sufficiency. Look, the medical system right now can't cure cancer, it can't cure AIDS, it can't cure the flesh-eating disease, and it can't cure a lot of these viruses that I believe, and I believe I can back it up, are coming out of various government laboratories. I think a lot of these viruses are designer viruses, and they're coming fast and furious. But just take the traditional degenerative diseases, and traditional medicine just runs into a brick wall. We know that alternate medicine has got a lot of things, from ozone therapy to chelation therapy to enzymatic therapy, you name it. And so I think you need to learn medical self-sufficiency. Now, all of this was before Hillary takes over and quote-unquote bastardizes the whole medical system. So once she's socialized it, she and her comrades, in quotation marks, it's going to get real nasty. My wife and daughter are taking an herbal medicine correspondence course, a guy named David Christopher out in Utah. He'll be at the Survival Preparedness Conference. He offers this correspondence course as part of our homeschooling curriculum, but you need to become medically self-sufficient. Right. Food self-sufficiency, you want to be able to, I think you ought to have at least a year's supply of dehydrated food. You ought to be able to grow some food. Learn something about organic gardening. It's easier if you live in the country. Not impossible in the city, just a lot harder.
If you could get out of, now I'm speaking to a lot of people in a lot of cities, Don. If you were in the city and you could get out, I take it you would.
Yeah, I certainly would. Let me tell you what I did a few years ago. I had my precious metals company and my publishing company in Denver. I really began to get nervous. I mean, the crime, the gang warfare, it was just, it was getting bad. And as you know, 90% of Americans live in major cities, and that's where the New World Order is going to try to control them. It's going to be easier to bottle up and control people in the cities, much harder in the countryside. So I bit the bullet, and I moved about 50 miles out of Denver. I moved out in the country. I wasn't that far out. I commuted. It took me about 45 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic, to get into town. I drive kind of fast, but we got 10 acres. I cut my real estate buster, my mortgage payment, by probably 60% because the real estate was cheaper in the country, and I got a smaller house. I didn't need as big a house, so I still had a mortgage, but I cut it way down. My kids were able to get horses. When I lived in town, I couldn't let my kids play in the front yard because they kidnapped people and stuff. So that was a great step. And anybody who says, "Well, I work in downtown Las Vegas or Portland, Oregon, or Dallas or whatever, and I can't give up my job." Okay, I understand. If you can't, you probably could, but people think they can't, and because they're in their comfort zone, they don't want to move out. Fine, but you could still move an hour away, and you could take the effort to commute in. You can listen to tapes on the radio.
Boy, Don, I'll tell you something. Our lives have really paralleled. I lived in Las Vegas for many, many years, and I moved out. I'm 65 miles west out in the high desert now. And I did it for all the reasons that you're talking about.
You bet. You bet. Okay, now, I went a step further. I tried that for a couple of years, and I said, this is great, but this is not great enough. And so now I moved about 300 miles out into the mountains, and, I have to have an airport close by. I've got an airport within 15 miles, so I can get in and out. But I'm more than a gas tank away from a major city, and that would be ideal. But the thing is, where I live, we can at least garden. We can, we are more self-sufficient. It's much more difficult. The government can't harass everybody all across the hinterland at one time. Okay, another area of self-sufficiency.
All right, but before we leave it, Don, you're lucky, I'm lucky, we've both been able to do this.
Right.
But what about the massive numbers of people we're talking about now that are not going to be able to get out of the city? What do you say to them?
Well, I have a whole section in here on urban self-sufficiency and what you need to do as far as being armed in the city, how women should always carry number 10 pepper mace, what you need to do when you're in parking lots. I list about 25 or 30 different things. If you can't leave, that you need to do. As a matter of fact, 28 to be exact. There's a great book I suggest, The Urban Survival Handbook by John Lofty Weissman, who's a former chief survival trainer for the British SAS, Special Air Service. And I give a lot of different advice for people if they have to live in the city. It's not the best, but I understand some people just can't move out. They can't afford to move out. They can't even afford to move out 40, 50 miles, 65 miles like you and I have done.
Right.
So I've got some constructive ideas there. I'll tell you what, if you live in the city, and this goes on to another area of self-sufficiency, firearm self-sufficiency is essential. Look at those poor idiots out in Los Angeles, forgive me if you were not one of those idiots, but who were so ill-prepared during the Los Angeles riots, they didn't have enough food to get through a weekend, they didn't have enough gasoline in their car to get out of town, they thought they could go to the local fast food place or the grocery stores, but they were either burned down, shut down, the employees didn't show up for work,
right.
and they hovered behind doors with baseball bats as the marauders came down the streets because they weren't armed.
The thread of civilization is very tenuous and very thin, isn't it?
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. And so firearm self-sufficiency is, I think it's very important for you and I. We live in the country. We may want to hunt. We may want to protect our family. As Thomas Jefferson said, you may even need those firearms for protection against tyranny and tyrants one day. But it's even more important if you live in the city and that you know how to use them. And so every family ought to have a minimum of a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. Every woman ought to have a can of number 10 pepper mace that she carries with her all the time. By the way, here's a little clue. If you don't want to carry number 10 pepper mace, everybody ought to have a big, gigantic, family-sized can of Dow oven cleaner and just leave it in your front seat. You spray somebody in the eyes with that, they'll probably never see again, but if it's you against them and they're trying to kill you or rape you, it's probably worth it. Very low profile, but you can shoot at 15 or 20 feet. No extra charge for that one. Number 10 pepper mace is great. A policeman, I was going through a firearms training school down in Texas, and this policeman told me about it, and then we got some, and this friend of mine accidentally shot me in the face with it. A very dumb friend, I might add. And let me tell you something, it really works. I went out and I bought a can for all of my family. I said, this is really great, after I stopped weeping and crying and got out of pain. So there's a whole lot of things you need to do if you live in the city, and you need to, this is an oversimplification, but we live in the red, yellow, or green zones. In the green zone, I'm totally relaxed. I'm pretty totally relaxed sitting out here in my mountains right now. When I'm walking around in Denver, I'm pretty much operating in the yellow zone or the red zone.
That's right.
And that means you're cautious, you're looking around. My friends in New York City, I mean, it's like the ones that are street smart, it's like they got radar that's going 360 degrees, and they're looking all the time. They're always conscious of their surroundings and who's watching them and so forth, and they're always ready to fight, jump in a car, do something. And if you're going to live in the city, then you're going to have to be willing to live in the yellow and the red zone.
It reduces the overall quality of life.
Absolutely. Your stress level is going to be higher. You can't let your kids play out in the streets. When I lived in Denver, the kids, the teenagers, their form of entertainment was to go walk around the shopping center That was it. That was the best thing they could find to do. Living in the country, my kids climb mountains. They go camping. They, they do backpacking. They're rock climbing. They do kayaking. They do fishing. They do, all this kinds of stuff. But your lifestyle is going to be different. And I would say that most listeners who say, "Oh, I'm tied to a job. I'm right in the middle of a big city. I can't move." They ought to get my September '93 newsletter on self-sufficiency, where we deal with cottage and home-based businesses, because of the computer, because of the fax machine, it is so easy to do businesses in remote areas, even if you're pulling business from around the country.
You bet.
And high tech is working on our side as well as the other guy's side as far as making us independent and being able to decentralize.
Has the information explosion got a good chance against the powers that press?
I don't know. This thing is moving very rapidly, and I wish I could be a Pollyanna and say the good guys are going to rise up and stop this thing. Most Americans are still asleep. Your listeners, my readers, they're not asleep. They're part of the remnant who are waking up. I don't know. That's why my newsletter says America at the Crossroads, Freedom or Slavery. Mm-hmm. Unless we have a tremendous awakening, and it happens very quickly, I think between now and the end of the decade, we will lose our freedom. We all took it. We all thought, oh my gosh, maybe we're turning this thing when we won the first vote in the crime bill here about 3 weeks ago, and then they turned around and they trounced us, over the next week or two. You look at the makeup of the Congress, you look at the makeup of the administration, you look at how the left owns the levers. See, the political left in this country is a minority. They probably are no more than 5% of the country, and the elitists who are pushing the New World Order are a very, very small minority, way less than 1%.
Yeah, but they're very loud at decibel level.
Unfortunately, they control the levers of power. Okay, and that's in the judiciary. That's in the media, that's in the entertainment industry, that's in the educational system, that's in the mainline church religious denominations.
Yeah, by the way, on the score, back very quickly to guns, there is at some point, maybe not now, Don, but when confiscation begins, to be sure, there is going to be a direct Second Amendment challenge. The NRA is going to be forced to do it, or gun owners of America. Somebody's going to go up to the high court and say, look, this is not constitutional, and there's going to be a test, and there's going to be a verdict, and what do you think it'll be?
We'll lose. We'll lose because right now they are packing the Supreme Court. I believe, how many is it? 2 he's already put on the Supreme Court. Right. And they're leftist, of course. You don't think Bill Clinton would put anything else but a leftist on. And George Bush didn't do a lot better, with the exception of who's the black man? What's his name? The black Supreme Court justice. I think he's pretty good, but the others are not. The fact is that just as Roosevelt packed the Supreme Court with leftists, so is Bill Clinton doing the same thing. And I think we're going to have more and more rulings going against us. So I wouldn't hope for the courts.
So you're not anxious for a test?
No, I don't think a test is going to go good. I think whereas we've had a few rulings for our side on a number of issues in the Supreme Court over the last 5 or 10 years, I think that is going to diminish. The political left control the levers of power in this country, but they only have about 5, 6, 7, 10% of the population at most. Now, on the other side, we've got 5 or 10% of the population, and I hope it's closer to 10, but it might be 5. Who knows? Who are constitutionalists, who are traditionalists, who are patriotics. Right. Many of them are the so-called hated Christian right that the Clintonistas are attacking now. I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian conservative traditionalist, and I'm not ashamed of it, but they're attacking people like us. Okay, and so our side has 5 or 10%. Now, unfortunately, in the middle are the 80 to 90% of the sheeple, the sheep, the people who don't think. The masses, every civilization which is in decline has the great majority who don't think, and so the balance of power either goes between our 5 or 10% or their 5 or 10%. The difference is they control all the levers of power right now, and we don't. We do not control power in the United States, our side. But we have made major inroads in the communications area, in the homeschooling area. They don't know how to disarm the American people. They're going to try, and they're going to run flat into a brick wall when they try, I believe. And so there are major obstacles, and as you and I both have agreed, major confrontation is coming over the next 3 or 4 years. How it will turn out, I don't know. As George Washington said, the event is in the hand of God. I don't know how it's going to turn out, but I do believe
that if more Americans don't wake up, we could very well lose all of our freedom and be serfs in the New World Order
on
before the end of the decade.
On the negative side of things, what worries me is, I'm going to drag you back to Waco for a second. Waco occurred. These people were literally burned out. I've felt that if they had a cross on top of that building, they never could have stood the pictures of the tanks crushing a building with a cross. But nevertheless, they did. The burning occurred. It was awful. In my opinion, it was murder. We just had a big congressional investigation over Whitewater that went, in essence, absolutely nowhere. A couple sacrificial lambs. That's
major cover-up.
And so why no congressional investigation of Waco? Why aren't we seeing Janet Reno being grilled? Why aren't we getting the computer memos trying to decide how the decisions were made and where everything went wrong? It's just died, and the American people sat back and have let it die.
Yeah, the American people slept through that one. But that's the bad news. And, of course, the government murdered those people, men, women, and children. They gassed them. They burned them. The morning they went in, they knew they were going to gas them and burn them. That was the intention. They never intended to let any of them out alive.
Right.
There's too much evidence in there that had to be burned up.
Right.
And we could go on and on about Waco, and I'm sure you've had numerous programs on that.
Yes.
The point is, Waco was a wake-up call to a lot of people in the remnant. Okay, that 5 or 10% on our side, the traditionalists, the conservatives, the Christians, there have been a lot of people woken up as a result of Waco. Yes, they whitewashed it. Yes, they covered up, just like they're doing Whitewater and the Vince Foster murder and all of the stuff the Mendacity, the Clintonistas are doing. They're covering those things up, and expect them to. They control the levers of power in this country, so don't be surprised. But I think they've gone so far on some things, and because of our information network that we've now got in this country, Waco did wake up a lot of people, and I think in that respect, those people may not have totally died in vain. They were murdered. It was something on the level of that the Nazis would do, and I write, by the way, and I've written a number of newsletters in recent months about the parallels between the United States and Nazi Germany today. And but the great number of sheeple, the 80 to 90% in the middle, the dumb ones, the ones that get all their information from television and think they know everything and know nothing, those people didn't wake up. But there's more people on our side beginning to wake up, and so there is a polarization that's going on. And sure, expect them to be able to cover up. This is why. And I don't know if I said this earlier in the program, or maybe I said it to you off the air. I think I said it earlier in the program. Don't count Bill Clinton out for being reelected in 1996.
I don't.
Because they can, with all the mendacity that the thinking people in your audience, and hopefully they read my newsletter, know, we know that they can cover that up, that if they control the levers of power in the press. Now, the one way that they will get Bill Clinton is if the establishment decides to take him down. If they decide, look, people all over the world and countries all over the world are laughing at us, and it's actually causing a little embarrassment for the New World Order. This is the man that's leading the American branch of the New World Order, and he's a buffoon.
Well, that'll only occur if he goes too far, too fast.
True, or if he becomes too much of an embarrassment, and they say, "Look, we got to pull the plug on this guy." And so, if the establishment decides to get rid of him, and you'll see him being massively attacked in the New York Times and the establishment media.
Right.
Then they put in Al Gore. Al Gore is just as dangerous, maybe more so. He looks better. He's not as immoral. He doesn't have as much moral baggage and so forth with him. I don't think he's probably ever killed anybody. By the way, the body count is over 30 in Arkansas now. Anybody who got too close is dead. It's like the Kennedy assassination. The people that knew too much, before you knew it, in a year there was 50 people dead. Well, I understand the body count in Arkansas for people who know too much about what the Clintonistas are up to is over 30. Well, okay, Al Gore doesn't have those kinds of problems. He's like George Bush. The establishment owns him. He's a New Ager. He's a New World Order man. He's a radical environmentalist. But he's like Bush. He looks fairly clean.
Right.
And so they may decide early next year to put Al Gore in, and then they might have a shot at getting him reelected in 1996. I don't know. This is something I think it's a moot point. We could argue all day long. The point is, don't ever count out the Clintonistas, because they always come back. And look, 4 more years. If we have these folks back in 96, from 96 to the year 2000, then there'll either be a conflict or we'll be slaves. We will lose all of our freedom. I don't think they can take down the Constitution totally
between now and 96, but you give them 96 to the year 2000, and I do believe they can take down the Constitution, and then we are in deep trouble.
So the crunch point, it's coming, and in the next few years, if not sooner, in your opinion.
Indeed. And watch for a state of national emergency. Watch and see if they try to impose a state of national emergency. The biggest dilemma that they've got is not just your talk shows and my newsletters. The biggest dilemma they've got is the American people being armed.
All right, hold that thought. Don McElvaney is my guest. This is pretty hot stuff. Hope you're listening. We'll tell you how to get tapes if you need them. You're listening to the best, largest, fastest growing live all-night talk show in America. This is Coast to Coast AM.
From the Kingdom of Nye, you're hearing Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Much more than just a talk show. To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. That's 1-800-618-8255. This is the CBC Radio Network.
Radio in the nighttime from the high desert. Good morning, everybody. These are some of the most precious hours that I can recall spending in radio. My guest is Don McElvaney. And what a story it's been. If you have not heard the first 2 hours, all I can do is implore you to order a tape of these 2 hours, and we'll tell you how as the morning wears on. But whatever you do, you've really got to get this information and act on it. All right, brace yourself. Don McElvaney's about to come back, and he's not pulling any punches this morning with regard to the advice he's giving out with regard to what he feels is coming. And as I said, if you have missed the previous 2 hours, you've got to get hold of a tape. Back now to Don McElvaney. And very quickly, Don, just a couple of questions. We've got to get to the phones. We've got to get to the phones. But a couple of questions. One involves Cuba. I can't figure out what we're doing with Cuba. I just heard the news. Thousands of rafters are setting sail. We're being inundated. And for years and years and years, we begged Castro, pleaded with him, let your people go, let them, there be open immigration, all the other things that you want from a small communist dictatorship like that. Now Castro has let his people go, and the first thing Bill Clinton does is shut it all down, tell them they can't come to America. I understand it's a strain, but it's also kind of a weird reverse, upside-down policy. What's going on with Cuba, Don?
Well, this is Mariel number 2. You may remember they had the first Mariel boat lift during the Carter administration, and they dumped about 120,000 people into South Florida, and a lot of those were good, freedom-loving people, but they also emptied out their insane asylums, their prisons. They sent their homosexuals, they sent their drug addicts, and they sent the dregs of society over. A lot of those people ended up in prison. Some of those people, I guess, are still in prison. They sent some of them back, and so
is that the nature of the person that's coming now?
I don't know. I would say that there probably are some of those. You remember when I was growing up, my mom used to fix potatoes and stuff in a pressure cooker, and the pressure cooker had this little thing on the top, and it would rattle, and the steam would come off, and so forth. As pressure builds in Cuba, they will occasionally let people out, and some of them are dissidents, and some of them are going to be the bad dregs of society and so forth. But they let pressure off of the system periodically for doing that. So I think that that's part of the motive behind Mariel number 1, and I think you could call this the Mariel boat lift number 2. But I think there may be more to it this time. Part of the agenda of the establishment has been to normalize relations with Cuba. Now, it doesn't look on the surface like that's the direction it's going, but has been to normalize relations with Cuba so that we could drop this long embargo and start giving aid to Cuba, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that is one of the goals of the political left. And you've had people on our side have certainly I think, pushed for just the opposite, pushed to do anything impossible to overthrow Castro, which we should have done 25 years ago. I think that out of this whole thing could come negotiations between the Clinton State Department and the Castro government, and that before it's all over, I think that this thing could go the opposite direction, and you could see a relaxing of tensions between Cuba and America, and indeed an opening up of relations between the two. That is one of their goals. I know that is one of the goals of the Clinton administration.
Well, isn't it a little strange that we're going to go to New York and negotiate with Castro, one subject only, supposedly, and that is getting Castro to, in effect, clamp down and stop what's going on.
And stop the people from getting out.
That's right.
Understand, we have been helping and working with and collaborating with communist dictators. I mean, you go back to 1917 when our powerful folks helped put the Russian government in power. I mean, look at what we're doing with Red China right now. We just helped put the communists in power in South Africa. So watch out. Out of this whole thing is going to be a breaking, I predict it will be a breaking of the logjam between America and Cuba. And out of it will come some kind of normalization of relations with Cuba. It doesn't look like that right now, but you watch and see how it evolves over the next few months.
All right, listen to this. It's a fax that just came in. I want your comments on it. Just cleared my fax machine. From the militia of Montana, it says, within the free zone, to all Washington citizens, research and seizure. We have received information from National Guard members that there was a briefing during the week of the 22 August 94 in which members of the Washington National Guard who are stationed in the western side of the state are to be deployed to a town on the eastern side of the state for the purpose of house-to-house search and seizure within 2 weeks of the briefing date. The special emphasis was also made for the unit to create a conflict with civilian militias that are now being formed. The unit also consists of 30 to 40% UN troops. Again, this information came from within the unit. If and when we find out the exact location, we will notify you. Also, these types of reports cannot be confirmed until it happens, which, of course, we do not want. Comments?
Yeah, I see a lot of faxes like that, and I think that some end up being accurate and good information, and some don't. We do live in a period of wars and rumors of wars, and
that's
so
right.
Basically, I make note of those things. I file them, I watch them, and then I see if they can be confirmed from other sources. And indeed, you'll know in a few weeks if this is true. Let me tell you why it's not off the wall, though. Whether this particular communique is accurate, conceptually, it's not off the wall. We know that they went in for warrantless searches in the public housing projects in Chicago earlier this year.
That's
and
right.
Clinton then bragged about it on MTV and said,
That's
we'll
right.
do a lot more of that.
That's it.
You guys have got to be willing to give up some of your freedoms to bring about stability, et cetera, ad nauseum. Okay. Now, what I also know, and I get this from people who are high up in the government, who are friends, and by the way, there are some real good, patriotic, solid citizens who are in most of these government agencies. I mean, they're not all bad guys, and there's some good, and they're appalled, and I know some of these people at what they see our government doing. In any case, a friend of mine who is very high up in the Treasury Department pointed out to me that for the last 3 or 4 months, there's been an operation going on over in Puerto Rico, a test case, if you will, where they have been going into all kinds of public housing projects all over and doing house-to-house searches for guns, no warrants, et cetera, et cetera. U.S. police have been involved, from the mainland, have been involved in this, and you've had U.S. police officials and federal officials and National Guard officials going down and watching the operation. And so kind of a training exercise, if you will, has been going on for some months in that part of the country, or not the country, but in that territory of Puerto Rico. Friends of mine in the police, but who have good contacts with naval intelligence, told me earlier in the summer that they were expecting to have these kinds of sweeps for firearms down in the Tucson area. I'm not aware that that's happened yet, but I think you're going to start to see this in a lot of parts of the country. They're going to do some test runs at it. They're already doing test runs, Puerto Rico, Chicago, et cetera. And so I don't know if this communique is accurate, but I will say that this sort of thing is on the drawing boards. surely the National Guard has been practicing for house-to-house searches for firearms and drugs for several years. Ultimately, the National Guard and local police won't be enough if they start doing this all over. They will have to use the U.S. military. I'm sure you're aware of the questionnaire that was circulated to the Marines at 29 Palms, California, in which they asked the Marines if they would consider attacking their own people. The exact question was that there were a whole series of questions in this questionnaire. It said one of them was they asked, "I would swear to the following code: I'm a United Nations fighting person. I serve in the forces which maintain world peace and every nation's way of life. I'm preparing to give my life in their defense." When you like your son to sign that, the U.S. government. The next question. U.S. government declares a ban on, and you have 5 potential answers: strongly agree, agree, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree. Okay. The two last questions were: the U.S. government declares a ban on possession, sale, transportation, and transfer of all non-sporting firearms. A 30-day amnesty period is permitted for these firearms to be turned over to local authorities. At the end of this period, a number of citizens groups refused to turn over their firearms, considering the following statement: "I would fire upon U.S. citizens who refuse or resist confiscation of firearms banned by the U.S. government." Okay, now that was the last question on this long questionnaire, which basically was trying to get the feel of how our soldiers would react to being under UN command, United Nations command. Now, they've tried to deny this, and this was just a guy who was working on a master's degree, passed this out.
That's exactly what I've heard, yes.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Navy SEALs all over the country. Larry Pratt, head of Gunners America, has talked with a number of Navy SEALs, not all together, in different situations, especially in SEAL Team 6, who have talked about being asked the same question. So I think we know that between the National Guard and various areas of the U.S. military, they are preparing to use them in the coming gun confiscation. Obviously, 2,500 ATF agents and even 10,000 FBI agents can't confiscate 200 million firearms from 75 million Americans. So the military, whether it's U.S., UN, National Guard, or some combination of all of the above, has to be used. So that communique you just got, whether we can confirm it, whether you or you'll know in a few weeks if it's true.
All right,
they're working on that all over the country.
All right, here's a good follow-up question, or after all this, to ask you this question is good. Would your guest advise, faxes somebody, staying in the United States or moving offshore somewhere?
Okay, that's a real personal thing, and I do believe that one of the things that you need to have in the whole upcoming scenario is we all need to listen to God and get His guidance and direction. And for most people, I think staying here in America and supporting our Constitution, our traditional way of life, is going to be the way to go. I do know people. I will tell you this: there have been more people have left the United States and left with their money, their families, their businesses in the last 18 months than in the last 25 years put together. People understand what's coming. Not everybody's asleep. Not everybody just fell off the turnip truck. And so you have tens, if not hundreds of thousands. I think 250,000 Americans either moved their families, their businesses, or their assets out of the United States in the last 12 months. And that was actually an article, Flight from America, that I think was in Money Magazine here a month or two ago.
I've been hearing about it.
Okay, so it is happening. I understand why some people are doing that. They remember what it was like before, and there were some people that fled Russia and others stayed. Well, in hindsight, probably the ones that fled were right. Some people fled Nazi Germany, some stayed. In hindsight, maybe the ones who fled were right. I don't have a simple answer to that. All I know is I will stay. This is my country, and I will stay and do everything in my power to defend the Constitution, to defend our traditional way of life, to continue to try to wake up people and so forth. And I think that there's more millions of people are going to stay, so I'm not in the business of recommending that people leave.
That's my answer as well, Don. Look, we've got to get some phone calls. Let's do it. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Don McElvaney. Hi.
Yeah, do you have to speak something to him, or can you just make a comment? Or?
Well, we can do whatever you want to do, sir. Where are you calling from?
Everett, Washington.
Everett, all right. Go ahead.
Well, I think on the medical, the health bill and the crime bill both, it can be boiled down with free enterprise. If you ban these guns, people make these guns, and that's their enterprise, that's their livelihood. If you ban that, you're banning their livelihood. The same way with health. If everyone is supposed to be guaranteed health benefits or whatever, that's just like all the doctors and the health providers are slaves or whatever. They have to do it.
All right, thank you. Well, Don, they've... there is the possibility that our wonderful way of life, our entrepreneur way of life, can in effect be legislated or decreed out of business, huh?
Out of existence, absolutely. There are 4 little words. When I was growing up, there was a song in a movie called 3 Little Words, Say I Love You. Well, there's 4 little words that describe the whole agenda of the Clintonistas in this move towards a socialist police state to control the people. To control the people. They want to control every aspect of our lives. If they can control us medically, a big quantum jump to controlling us. They can control health. They can say who can get medical care, who can't. If you're old, let me tell you something. Abortion. You may be for or against abortion. I don't really care, but understand this. Abortion was started by the globalist establishment. A friend of mine who used to be in the United Nations and has left and is now a Christian was asked by the Rockefellers to help to start up the world abortion movement 25 years ago. It is the Planned Parenthood was completely financed by the establishment group that killed off 37 million babies in the last 20 years, and they're doing this on a global basis. Euthanasia is part of the UN globalist population control, and that's coming in like a flood, and that will be expedited by the Clintonese socialized medicine program. The AIDS and the plagues that are coming up, and a lot of them I think are coming from laboratories, also part of the population control. They're going to be able to use. They're going to be able to. The national ID card will be part of the new national health care socialized medicine program. Controlling and rationing medical care so that they can choose who lives and who dies, and old folks are going to be written off. They're going to be written off. Euthanasia will come like a flood with this. And hey, if you're 70, 75 years old and you're listening to this program, remember this new health care program could sign your death warrant. Controlling 19%, a quantum leap to control 19% of the economy of the United States. It's pure, unadulterated socialism and people control. So is the crime control bill. So is the gun control and so forth. All of this is to control the American people. Look. Gulliver traveled through the land of the Lilliputians. Remember Gulliver's Travels, and he lays down in the grass to take a sleep, and he wakes up, and these little bitty critters, they've been busy, and they're about the size of a mouse or smaller, and they've been winding thread around him, and just what's a thread, or 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 or even 100 for a giant? But when he wakes up, he's like he's mummified. He can't move. He's like he's in a straitjacket, and that's what they're doing to us. 86,000 pages of regulations were passed last year. Tens of thousands of regulations. They filled 86,000 pages of the Federal Register to implement 2,500 new laws that were passed by the Congress. I'm talking in 93. Similar amount in 92, probably larger amount this year in 94. Okay? And these laws, rules, and regulations carry criminal as well as civil penalties. Based on those regulations, in the last 12 months, 250,000 Americans have had their assets seized. And so what we're seeing is we're like Gulliver. They're just totally wrapping us up and mummifying us. And when it's all over, guess what? We're slaves. We're like the folks who lived in Nazi Germany or in Russia.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Don McElvaney. Hi.
Good morning, Mr. Bell.
It's Mr. Leonard. You have a question, Leonard?
Yes.
Go ahead.
The same God, the God of love of money, who is trying to rule each of our individual lives, is also trying to rule America, and in the process of destroying us both. That is why Christ came to this earth as Savior of each of us individuals. Having created us in His own image as free moral agents, He forces His morality or His salvation upon none of us. His kingdom on earth is made up entirely of volunteers. Salvation is for whosoever will. If we follow Christ and His teachings, He will save us, and if enough of us follow Him, He will also save America.
All right. Is that your view, Don, that that's what will save us?
I think that we are involved in a spiritual battle as well as a political battle. I do agree with what your caller just said. if you'll go back and look at Nazi Germany, the whole Third Reich was basically based on the occult. The leaders of the Third Reich were Satanists. They worshipped Satan. They worshipped Eastern religions, and they were total occultists. And so what most people, and I'm doing a lot of study right now. I'm writing a book on the coming persecution of the Christian church and the traditionalists in America, and I'm going to have several chapters that parallel us with Nazi Germany. And the thing that most people have missed is that the dynamic behind the Nazi Third Reich was not purely or even primarily political. It was supernatural. And so I do believe that we're looking at a supernatural battle between good and evil, between the forces of God and Satan.
Well, I certainly feel we ought to depend on God's help through all this, but I am also a believer in the fact that, you know, that old saying that Mom said, God helps those who help themselves. And we've got to be alert.
I think Christians, I'm a Christian, okay, no apologies for that. Most of the Christians I know are bloody idiots, okay? Some understand the Bible, a lot don't. The Christian church in America is fat, dumb, and lazy, apathetic, complacent, and ruined by 50 years of prosperity since the end of World War II, and that describes the average American.
Fat, dumb, and happy is the phrase.
Fat, dumb, happy, lazy, whatever you want to call it. Okay, but the point is, they've missed the point. They understand Jesus Christ, and I agree with your caller 100%. They missed the point that the Bible also has a great deal to say about taking a stand against evil.
That's it.
And Americans in general and Christians I know they haven't recognized evil, they haven't taken a stand against it. And so I agree. I think Christians need to be taking a stand for Jesus Christ, and I try to with everything I do. And we also need to be taking a stand against evil. I think with God's help, we may turn it around. I think without God's help, we won't turn it around. And so I agree with your caller, but I also agree with you that we need to draw a line in the sand and say, this is it. We've let these evil people who are destroying our way of life, we've let them go far enough. Our founding fathers were not all Christians, but many of them had a Bible in one hand and a rifle in the other.
That's it. All right, Don, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back to you. Don McElvaney is my guest. There will be more.
Of Nine. You're hearing Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the CBC Radio Network.
Good morning. My guest is Don McElvaney. He'll be back in just a moment. And I've got somebody that takes him on in a fax, and we'll get his response to that. Well, all right. Here it comes, Don. As you come back, here's the facts. Art, this comes from Larry in Seattle. Art, I think this guy needs to get a grip on reality. I think that maybe he's just a little paranoid. While it's true the government seems to be trying to gain control of every aspect of our lives, I think the American people are just a little smarter than he gives them credit for. Response?
I think the American people in general are dumber than I give them credit for. 80 to 90% in the middle. There are some thinking people over on the conservative traditionalist side, and unfortunately there's some very thinking smart people who come up with all the wrong conclusions over on the liberal side. I'm used to being called a gloom and doomer. That's okay. I think that that's a label that's hung on me and a lot of conservatives and traditionalists who are trying to be watchmen and wake people up. I think it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see what the government is doing in every aspect of our life. I mean, we had 250,000 seizures in the last 12 months of people's assets by the government. There have been private studies done by major newspapers that said that 90-95% of those people had not violated any major law. They would just had stumbled over some government regulation. I mean, if we can't see the controls that are coming via environmentalism, cash reporting laws, the moving of the U.S. Military under the United Nations and so forth, I think there's a tremendous amount of information that's building up, and evidence is building up that people are just not joining the dots. And I think your caller, who I'm sure is very sincere, is not joining all the dots to see where this thing is going. Read the writings of the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, and the establishment folks, and see what they say their plans are to slam dunk us into the New World Order. Then you decide, well, McElveen, you may be crazy, but this is what these guys are saying themselves. I would encourage your caller, the caller who said that, to get my newsletter, America at the Crossroads, Freedom or Slavery. I mentioned earlier, at least in one of the earlier hours, how they could get a copy of that, and also the other newsletter on moving towards greater self-sufficiency.
Go ahead and give your 800 number out again.
Okay, if people want to get a copy of this letter or that particular caller, call it. It's free. I'll send you 28 pages. 1-800-525-9556. If you'd like to subscribe, you can get a 6-month subscription for the price of 3. Or if you just want to get a free copy of that newsletter and the one on self-sufficiency, call us at 1-800-525-9556. You look at what the United Nations is doing and saying right now, and I analyze it in detail in the newsletter. You look at these questionnaires that are being given out by the government on moving U.S. troops under the UN. You look at the Gun Control Express. You look at the EEOC regulations that say you can't even mention God in the workplace. You study the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which could be ratified within the next 60 days, and then you try to tell me that these things are not piling up. And I analyze these in detail, so I would encourage that caller to look and see. And hey, you want to call me a gloom and doomer? Fine. It's like when somebody's on a railroad track and the train is coming towards them, to warn them that they're in grave danger, to warn them that they're about to get massacred and that they better jump off of the track. If that's called gloom and doom, fine, so be it.
This is the end of side 1. Please leave the cassette exactly where it is.
Back in the early 80s, I was writing a newsletter then. A week after Pope John Paul was assassinated, they tried to assassinate him. I wrote in my newsletter that it was a KGB operation from A to Z. People laughed at me. They said, "You are out of your mind. What are you talking about? Aliaga, the Grey Wolves, right-wing extremist, lone assassin, what are you talking about?" Why? And I had written that it was a Politburo order came down from the Politburo to take out the Pope, and that the KGB pulled this thing off. A year later, Claire Sterling wrote about it in the Reader's Digest, and from that point forward, it's been common knowledge that the KGB tried to take him out. We had darn good intelligence information out of French intelligence as to exactly what had happened. We have a lot of good wires in Washington. We monitor about 500 publications a month, as well as having some really good intelligence contacts around the world. So I won't say we're 100% accurate with what we say in our newsletter, but I'd like to think we're about 97 or 95% accurate. And so I would encourage that reader, if he thinks it's gloom and doom, get a couple of my newsletters, read them, think about them. If you don't like them, that's okay, trash them. You can start a fire with them, but they might give you some food for thought and help you to see this whole trend. There is a black cloud moving over America now, and I don't think it can be ignored.
All right, Don. Toll-free line, you're on the air with Don McElveen. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Yes, sir. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Central California on KYOS, listening on the KYOS.
Very good. All right, go ahead.
Okay, Don, what do you hear about this deal with Vince Foster? Are you contending that there was some foul play there on the administration's part on that deal? Well, there's an awful lot of things that just do not compute. Number one, they're now saying his body may have been moved as many as 4 different times. He was apparently shot in an apartment. His fingerprints were not on the gun. Isn't that strange? His glasses were found about 15 or 20 feet away. I suppose you could say they got blown away, except it didn't seem like that there was any major damage to the glasses. He was... the first person who found him laying in one position. They came along a few minutes later, and his hands and everything had been moved. Vince Foster was very, very close to Hillary. I mean, it's strongly rumored back in Arkansas that there had been a liaison between them that had gone back for some 10 years. But more importantly, probably, he was very, very tied in with the whole Whitewater thing, the cover-up, and so forth. Now, whether this guy was about to have a nervous breakdown, whether he was about to blow the whistle, whether he knew too much or whatever, we probably will never know. You look at the cover-up. The cover-up is like the Waco cover-up when they bring in an independent arsonist from Houston, but he turns out that he was also a consultant for the ATF for 10 years, and his wife is married to the head of the ATF office in Houston that planned the Waco massacre. You say, well, maybe that was a cover-up. Well, we have here a top government official is found dead, and you have the Washington Park Police investigated. Okay, very, very strange goings on. There's a lot of evidence that they're trying to suppress. That's why they brought in. That's frankly why they brought in the new prosecutor, because the old one had completely covered it up. Whether the truth will ever come out, who killed him, who knows.
How much faith do you have in Kenneth Starr?
I don't know that much about the man. He sounds like he's a pretty dramatic improvement over, I believe it was Fisk was the last guy. Right. And it sounds like this will be a dramatic improvement, but we'll have to see. It may just be a continuation of the cover-up. These things, they have the ability to cover these things up a lot better than we would suppose. The massive amount of when they go into his office and they start all of this cutting up, shredding of the papers and evidence and so forth immediately thereafter, they've scrambled so hard to cover it up that remember, it was the Watergate cover-up that nailed Nixon. It wasn't Watergate per se, which was a relatively minor infraction. It was the Watergate cover-up.
Sure.
Well, there's been the same kind of scramble to cover up this Whitewater thing. And I think there's growing evidence that the man was murdered. By who? I'm not ready to say, and I don't think anybody can say, but I think there's some obvious hunches that you might jump to.
Why are they ignoring the testimony of this late witness who saw the bodies, saw the hands in a different position, saw a lot, and they seem to be just ignoring it? How come?
They don't want the truth to come out. And even the Republicans are not pursuing this thing like they should. The Republicans could have put this guy down so long ago. They keep helping him along, and they have no smell for blood. They could end this presidency if they had chosen to do so, and even they don't want to do so. They're going to ignore that witness as much as they can. It may be that this thing gets away from them. I don't know. I have friends in Washington that believe that between Whitewater, the Vince Foster murder, and all the bimbo eruptions, et cetera, that he can't survive. I'm not so sure. I hope they're right. I'm not so sure. We'll have to see. This guy, their ability to cover up is great, and witnesses die very quickly. Let me give you a story. A friend of mine knows the editor of the Washington Times.
Yes.
This man communicated a story to him. They have done a tremendous good job of exposing Whitewater and the Vince Foster situation and so forth with a series of articles, not unlike what the Washington Post did maybe on the Watergate thing 15, 20 years ago.
That's true.
And a former governor of Arkansas called the editor of the Washington Times and said, your articles are great, get a bodyguard. And the guy said, well, what are you talking about? Are you joking? I mean, he said, you don't understand. These people kill people. There's a string of over 30 bodies now in Arkansas where people got too close and understood the drug connections, understood about the women, understood the, Whitewater, et cetera, and these people are dead and they're dropping like flies.
Arkansas is kind of a closed-up sort of affair. We're on the air right now in Little Rock. At least I hope we still are at this hour. And people in Little Rock don't really want to talk a lot about it.
Probably embarrassing. I would say it's probably embarrassing, like the folks from Georgia when Jimmy Carter was president. I mean, this president is the most embarrassing president in the history of the United States.
It's incredible,
Jimmy Carter look good.
Don, I got to tell you, that's the exact word, embarrassing, that a lot of the people called from Little Rock the other day used. They said embarrassing. Embarrassing.
Oh, absolutely. And the incredible thing is, we don't read the foreign press in this country, but if you read the London Daily Telegraph and a lot of other European papers, They understand. They're writing stuff that our press is totally covering up and spiking on Whitewater, on Vince Foster, on the women, all the different things, and people around the world are laughing at America. I remember I travel abroad a lot, and I read a lot of the international press, and I remember we were the laughing stock of the world when Jimmy Carter was president. People looked at us and said, "How can you Americans let a buffoon like that be president of the United States?" And now they're looking back and saying, "Hey, we were wrong about Carter. Carter's looking good. You guys are really idiots for letting these people run your country straight into the ground." So that's what's coming in the foreign press, and that's one of the reasons the establishment could decide to pull the plug on the Clintons. And you'll know, watch the establishment press, watch the New York Times, watch the LA Times, watch the Washington Post. If they begin to level both barrels at the Clintons,
then you'll know the decision has been made.
They've decided to pull the plug. Look, they pulled the plug on George Bush. George Bush is total establishment, and they pulled the plug on George Bush, and you knew it when David Rockefeller came out in the New York Times with an editorial in August of '92 saying, and now get this, would you believe this, quote unquote, "the only man we can trust in the election is Bill Clinton."
Yeah.
Okay, the establishment had weighed in. They had pulled the plug on Bush. Bush was their man. He had done his useful thing, and they decided to move on to somebody else. They could very well do the same thing and put Gore in, and then watch to see who the establishment tries to put up as a Republican candidate. I got to say this is very important. There's no real difference between the Republicans and the Democrats. They're Socialist Party A, they're Socialist Party B. They compete with one another so you can tax the most, spend the most, control us the most. The liberal Eastern establishment owns and controls both parties, and so they will probably select whoever is the Republican candidate to run against Gore or Clinton in 1996. We lose.
All right, there's the prediction. Don, you just got to stop for a second. We got to take a couple calls, or they're going to hang me on the toll-free line. You're on the air with Don McElvaney. Where are you calling from, please?
From Phoenix, Arizona.
Phoenix, yes, sir.
Hi, I have a couple questions for Mr. McElhaney, but first I want to say that recently I've come in contact with a lot of information like the Vampire Killer 2000 and the Police Against the New World Order, and I've been making copies of that thing and trying to get out to as many people as I can, and to several police officers I've given it to, and it seems like a lot of them just seems that it's too terrible to be true, and they don't really want to accept the whole fact, and, are happy in their own little world.
All right, sir, we don't have much time. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. I'm wondering if he's familiar with any of Bill Cooper's writings, like Behold a Pale Horse or any of his essays.
Yeah, and I think there's probably some good stuff in there I would agree with, and there's some other things in his writings that I would disagree with. I think there are better sources of information around than his writings, personal opinion. I want to go back to what you said, Operation Vampire Killer 2000. That's a publication that's written by Jack McLam. Jack is one of the speakers at the Survival Prep Conference out in Seattle we've talked about earlier in the program. Jack is a former highly decorated policeman in Phoenix, and you ought to get on his newsletter list. He's got a newsletter called Aid and Abet, and he is trying to wake up policemen around the country as to how the New World Order and the establishment are trying to take over local police and get them to help enforce the New World Order. He's doing a great job. It's an uphill battle, and the majority of the police, the real police, the good police who know what's going on, they're older, they're being forcibly retired, and they're bringing in young police, and they are brainwashing them with New World Order, national, federal control over everything type thinking. Jack is doing a dynamite job on trying to wake up police around the country. You ought to get his Aid and Abet newsletter. You ought to get his Vampire Killer 2000. Give it to police people around the country. There's another good police organization called Cops for Christ that's run by a friend of mine, and they also understand a lot about what's going on. You can get the numbers for either one of those by calling us at our 800 number, and we'll dig it out for you and tell you how you can get hold of those publications.
All right, good, Don. On the wildcard line, you're on the air with Don McElvaney. Good morning.
Well, hello, Don?
Yes.
Art?
Yes.
Yeah, calling from KEX Portland.
Portland, yes.
Yeah, I was wondering if Don was aware of all the, like seafood processing ships and lumber processing ships off our coast.
No, that's interesting. Tell me about it.
Well, we have a lot of them. They're taking raw logs from the Northwest and shipping them out to these ships, and they're processing them into furniture and then bringing them back into the country. They're taking our jobs.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
And the foreign food processing ships, North Korea, Japan.
It's all part of the New World Order, folks. You got to think internationally, and don't worry about U.S. jobs, because you don't mind if you guys lose jobs up there, but you're helping to employ North Koreans or Taiwanese or Chinese or whatever. I mean, after all, we're raising the standard of living for the entire world, and the fact that you folks are losing jobs out in the Pacific Northwest, well, you don't have to worry about those things, because basically overall everybody is going to be better off on average.
All right, well,
that's the thinking of these idiots. Obviously, that's not the case.
All right, you touched on Korea. Make a prediction for me. Now, the way I looked at it, Don, we've been played for absolute suckers in Korea. They've played us for time. We bought it hook, line, and sinker. Are the Koreans suddenly giving it up? Are they going to be nice all of a sudden? Or what's going on behind the scenes in Korea?
Well, there are no nice guys in North Korea. They're the nastiest communists in the world, although communists are communists everywhere. I think that we're going to have potential conflict there, but I will also say this. Just as we kept poking Saddam Hussein in the eye with a sharp stick because we wanted a war in Operation Desert Storm. George Bush said it was a stepping stone of the New World Order. So we have been poking the North Koreans in the eye with a sharp stick. I agree that they have nuclear weapons, but they're only one of 23 countries that are developing nuclear weapons. Why aren't we worried about the Chinese? If we're so worried about North Korean nuclear weapons, why aren't we worried about the nuclear weapons program in Red China, which is infinitely larger, which is 100 times larger than that in North Korea? We don't say a word about that, do we? Okay, no. So there's something. I think they're looking for another regional war, and I'm saying the establishment people. So I'm not endorsing the North Koreans. They're the bloodiest, wickedest communists around. But I'm saying that there's something strange because there's other communists, including Iran, which is now getting nuclear weapons, and we've decided to poke the sharp stick in North Korea's eye. Why? Do we want another war? Is it another one of these Operation Distraction type things? But I remember the Korean War. I'm old enough to remember the Korean War, and you get in a war with North Korea. Let me tell you something. Those guys are tough. That's not like fighting Iraq.
You bet. Don, make another prediction for me. When are we likely to see another atomic weapon detonated in anger?
I think within the next 3 to 5 years. I do think it's important to understand that the radical Islamics are getting nuclear weapons, and it could come from them. I also think that you've got to watch Russia. Russia's got 45,000 warheads on 12 to 15,000 missiles, and most of them are pointing at the United States. I believe in the Red Dawn scenario. It's a military scenario. Go out and get the movie and see the movie because it's based on a Defense Department war scenario. I think we have great danger from the Soviets from a surprise nuclear attack over the next 3 to 5 to 7 years. I'm probably the last guy in the world that believes that, besides a few people over in NATO and that I know around the world in the intelligence community. I think you got to watch the Russians and the fact that they got nuclear submarines all over the world with nukes pointing at America. I think you got to watch a lot of the radical Islamics, and yes, you got to watch China, which is arming to the teeth and will be able to hit us with they can probably already hit us with ICBMs, but that capacity is growing. So I can see 3 or 4 areas that you got to watch. Watch China, watch North Korea, watch Iran, and some of the radical Islamic states. And it's great now. They can have these little suitcase nuclear bombs, and they can, you can bring one of those into the harbor in New York and watch the Russians very closely. I think it's a real possibility between now and the year 2000.
Oh boy. All right, look, we're at the end of the hour, and I know you've got to go. I know you're in a later time zone. It's probably coming up on 3 o'clock there by now.
Right. Can we tell people again how they can get a couple of copies of my newsletter?
Do it.
You can get 2 free copies, one dealing America at the Crossroads, Freedom or Slavery, the other one on self-sufficiency. They're free. Call us at 1-800-525-9556. You want to subscribe, we'll give you a 6-month subscription for the price of 3. You just want to get a free newsletter. Either way, call us 1-800-525-9556. And hey, you got a great program. Keep up the good work. You're informing and waking up a lot of people out there.
It has been a pleasure. Thank you, Don.
Thanks so much, Art.
Take care, Don McElvaney. And boy, did he ever deliver this morning. We've been at it for 3 hours now, and the network's already being flooded with calls, people wanting to know how to get a tape of this program. A lot of very, very good advice given out, particularly in the first couple of hours. So, here's how to do it. You can order right now, and I would like to say that our tape order line has now been streamlined. You'll get your tape in just a few days. In addition, they can now take MasterCard, Visa, all that sort of thing. So if you want a tape of this program, you can begin dialing right now, area code 503-664-7966. Let me repeat that for you. I know a lot of you are scrambling to get a pencil. So write it down. In fact, now is a good time to begin calling. If you want this tape, area code 503-664-7966. And as I just mentioned to you, they will get the tape right out to you. You can order with Visa and MasterCard. And I think the last 3 hours ought to be in all the hands we can put them in. So get a copy of that tape, listen carefully to it, and draw the information out. And if you're smart and prudent, you'll act on it. You're listening to the CBC Radio Network, the best talk radio in the nighttime.
Welcome to Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. This is Dreamland.
It certainly is. Hi, everybody. It's Sunday evening, means another Dreamland. This will be a good one. My guest is Michael Paul Lindemann, head of the 2020 group, who looks to the future based on present trends. In other words, based on what's happening right now, what's going to happen then. And he'll be along in short order. First, I'd like to welcome a brand new affiliate to the program. That would be 3WI. What a great set of call letters. 3WI in Brainerd, Minnesota. That's wonderful. That's actually WWWI, and they call it 3WI, and I think that's great. Brainerd, Minnesota, welcome to the program. You'll get the idea of what it's all about as we proceed. There is live listener participation, so stand by, and in due course we'll have the telephone lines open. A regular feature of this program is a gal named Linda Moulton Howe, who you may recall last week had a death in the family, passing of her father, and was not with us last week, is back this week in Philadelphia. And so, without hesitation, let us go to Linda Moulton Howe in Philadelphia and find out how she is. Linda, good evening.
Hi, Art. I really appreciate your acknowledgement of my father last week. The funeral on Wednesday turned out to be a large assemblage of people in aviation from all over in Idaho and other parts of the country, because he had been very involved in the building of airports for private aviation, and it was I know someplace he's out there now flying, and is out of his pain, and for that I'm grateful. We are also today 2 weeks away and counting from the Shoemaker-Levy comet pieces.
That's right.
That are to begin, according to astronomers, piece by piece by piece, plunging into the hydrogen gaseous surface of Jupiter, and that should begin somewhere on July 16th. So we will try to stay up with what's happening there.
And for that reason, I have a Richard Hoagland coming on the program July 10th.
All right. And I will also try to stay up with some astronomer colleagues to give a report that following Sunday. And 2 weeks ago, on June 21st, Dennis Claiborne in Garnett, Kansas, found his second mutilation since August on a farm in Garnett, Kansas, about 60 miles outside of Kansas City, Missouri, where the two cities are across the river. And just 3 or 4 days before he found those two mutilated animals, or the one mutilated animal that was following the August one, in Oregon, people were beginning to report to sheriff's office deputies in Washington County outside of Portland a series of circles that were appearing along U.S. Highway number 26.
I just heard something about that, Linda.
Yeah, I have received a photograph of it, and from the Oregonian newspaper, it says that in the waist-high wheat was a circle about 35 feet across. It was ringed by a second circle of completely untouched wheat that was standing, and that was surrounded by a ring. And when you look at the picture, it is a flattened circle that is about 35 feet across, surrounded by a larger ring. And then in 4 different compass points, northeast, southwest, are 4 smaller circles placed at those compass points outside of the circle in the ring. And they were placed on the north side of a hill just high enough to be seen from Highway US 26. And there was a point where the Washington County Sheriff's deputies were having quite a challenge trying to control traffic because literally hundreds of people were stopping with camcorders and cameras to take pictures of this formation. And there was one man, Chris Ullman, he said, how did they get the circle so precise in the dark? It would seem like you would need a light source. This is quite a precise one, and we're now all waiting to see if anything more like this will occur in the United States. So if there are any listeners in any area that have some access to going out to where there are any kind of food and cereal crop fields, we are now into that phase where we're trying to keep up with any formations that might be occurring someplace. And this particular one, whether it was made by a human or something else, was on the outskirts of Portland, Oregon.
Linda, what would you recommend to people? Because a lot of times when these crop circles form, there's just not enough time to get to it for scientific investigation, and before people like you do, the fields are trumped by, busy bees, rubberneckers, and people who want to see, and it all gets fouled up.
Right. Well, I'll tell you, right now, in fact, I'm happy to give my phone number on the air for this because Dr. Levengood, the biophysicist in Michigan that I've been working with for the last 4 years, has been getting some plants from England and is very interested in getting plants from any of these formations that might occur in Canada and the United States. And probably the fastest way is to get in touch with me. So before I go into a brief excerpt from an interview with the Kansas farmer about his most recent mutilation and helicopter activity in the area, I wonder, Art, why don't I just give my phone number and people could contact me who are listening wherever in the United States?
It's a gutsy thing to do, Linda. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. Well, this is the only way I know to make this contact in terms of reports. So
fast, yes.
The number would be area code 215-491-9840. And I will talk with people, and we will see if there is some formation that does occur someplace. We will try to work with Dr. Levengood to get plants to him, and so I would be the contact point.
Okay, Linda, but there are a lot of people listening, and so you better qualify it. The only calls you want are ones that are connected to crop circles?
Crop circles, and I suppose if somebody also would in their area have heard about some recent mutilations, since they are occurring in a variety of isolated parts of the country right now, I certainly could take a call on that, too.
All right, with those being the parameters, area code 215-491-9840, Linda Moulton Howe. Okay, Linda.
Now, I'd like to share with you a portion of a conversation with farmer Dennis Claiborne, who lives in Garnett, Kansas. He found one of his cows mutilated with the classic bloodless excisions of ear, eye, tongue, genitals, and rectum. The first was August 31st. The second was a young heifer, a little over a year old, found on June 21st in his farm in Garnett, Kansas. And when we pick up this particular part of the interview, I'm asking him about the comparison between the two mutilations on his farm. Yeah, in the other one, how similar was the August 31st mutilation to this new young heifer this week?
It was the exact same mutilation. There was no difference.
Everything was the same.
Yeah, the cut might have been just a little rougher on the heifer than it was the cow, but not that much.
Mm-hmm. And what about the color of the tissue?
Well, you can see in the photos that we're sending you that the tissue was extremely white on the heifer.
Mm-hmm. As if there was no blood in the capillaries.
There wasn't no blood nowhere to see.
And you didn't see signs of struggle or traps around this heifer in the grass this time?
Which are what?
Any signs of struggle or tracks around the heifer?
Not around the heifer, there was just that ring in the grass.
Right, the ring in the grass. Now, I understand that you have seen helicopter activity in and around this pasture recently?
Yeah, about 2-3 months ago, or something like that, a couple months ago, I called the sheriff's department in the other county right across, we're right on the county line, and asked if they had anything on a helicopter going down, and they said not at their knowledge at that time. They didn't know anything about it. But you could sit out there behind the barn with working cattle, and you could hear it running off in the distance. Perfect.
So you could hear the sound of a helicopter?
Yep.
But you didn't see it?
Never did see it.
And did you ever hear the sound of a helicopter at night?
This was at night.
It was at night?
Yeah, every time we've heard it, it's been at night.
And no running lights, no beams?
Nope.
And that, of course, has been one of the constant themes for the last 30 years of people hearing the sound of a helicopter in a pasture area and not seeing anything, or seeing what looked like a beam of light coming out of what people describe as looking like a helicopter, but in those cases they often are silent. And that ring that he referred to around this most recent mutilation, I've seen the photos now, and where the animal was found, it was more like a half circle of trampled, the grass, the pasture grass was, I don't even know if you could say trampled, but certainly laid down, not in the precise way of a crop circle, certainly, but it is unusual that there is this sort of half circle of trampled grass around this mutilated heifer.
I must tell you, Linda, this phenomenon is driving me nuts. And now we have the addition of the helicopters.
Right.
And, you have to ask this question. Helicopters would at least lead one toward government involvement, or the question of government involvement. And then you've got to sit back and say, now, what the hell would our government have to go to some farmer's field to get a cow to cut up? The answer is the government would not need to do that.
That's right, and every law enforcement officer I've ever talked to since I first did a strange harvest 14 years ago has said this is not the way the government would operate. They would simply buy the animals that they needed, take them onto some military place, and they would take whatever it was that they needed. And I think it's also important to report about 7 years ago, a man who, as far as I know, works for intelligence in the United States government, told me, without my being able to ever name him or the source, that said that our government does monitor frequencies of what they consider to be non-human entities, and these frequencies that come from different vehicles or lights can be tracked and monitored, and when they pick up these signals, that certain teams are scrambled to areas in an effort to both monitor and possibly break up the action. And he indicated to me that this was done both in areas where there were mutilation activity and where there were abduction reports.
Wow. That's what I say to that. Wow. Did he happen to tell you any of those frequencies?
No. Those are the kinds of things that when you get into details, none of us really ever get, and that may or may not be wise on the part of some of the people in the government who have some assignments in some of this. They're monitoring, and I think they monitor I don't think the government has all the answers, Art. I think that the government, like we, are trying to struggle with a phenomenon that is so complex and ever-changing that they themselves must study it.
That then would certainly make sense. That's very intriguing, Linda. And if you can find out any more, or if anybody out there knows any more about this,
call me.
Call Linda. That's right. All right, Linda, fascinating report.
Thank you, and I will look forward to next week, and my best to Michael Lindemann, and hopefully I can talk with him soon, too. I know you'll have a good conversation with him.
I know he wants you to give him a call.
All right.
So do that. Thank you, Linda.
Take care.
Take care. Linda Moulton Howe. Wow. Now, that is the first that I have ever heard that suggested, that there may be frequencies of operation of these craft, and that they are monitored. And when something is heard in a specific area, a team is dispatched. All of a sudden, that would make some sense. In just one moment, Michael Paul Lindemann. Hi. Michael Lindemann was born in Milwaukee in the state of Wisconsin, home of our new affiliate tonight, 3WI, in 1949. He became a conscientious objector as a university student during the Vietnam War, developing a lifelong interest in arms control, foreign affairs, and government policy. He earned a BA degree in psychology from Antioch University, followed by 2 years of study at the Graduate Theological Union in Berkeley. He later combined his political and psychological interests as an educator, social analyst, and futurist, first as executive director of the Peace Resource Center of Santa Barbara, then as founding director of the 2020 Group, which is a private research organization studying forces that shape the future. Since 1990, Michael Lindemann has earned national recognition for contribution to the studies of UFOs. He first examined the UFO controversy in 1989 from the angle of its possible connection to covert weapons development and social policy, finding substantial evidence in support of UFO claims. He founded the Visitors Investigation Project to conduct and publish UFO research. Through the 2020 Group, Michael Lindemann consults to the entertainment industry, news media, business community, independent researchers, and private individuals on all aspects of the UFO subject, as well as other issues impacting the present and future conditions of human society. He's a dynamic public speaker. He's lectured and held seminars in just about every part of the United States, is a frequent guest on radio and TV of all sorts. So here from Santa Barbara, California, is Michael Lindemann. Michael, hi. Let's see. Let's try it again. Michael, how are you doing?
I'm fine. Good to hear from you, Art.
Glad to have you back on the program. For a lot of my listeners, Michael, they will never have heard you since we're on so many new affiliates. So I just guess I told them a little bit about you. What is the 2020 Group, and what are you doing now?
Well, Art, as you said a minute ago, the 2020 Group is basically a private research and publishing organization, which I founded in 1989. At the time, I founded the organization. I really wasn't that interested in the UFO subject. I had spent the previous entire decade of the 1980s primarily concerned with arms race issues, the unprecedented military buildup here in this country, and the saber rattling between the U.S. and Soviets during the first part of the 80s was of great concern to people all over the world, of course. And that changed, obviously, very, very dramatically at the end of the decade, which meant that I was switching my focus, looking around for what other kinds of subjects might actually in effect, drive the social process here in the United States as well as other parts of the world. I think it can safely be said that during the period following World War II, right on up to the end of the 80s, the arms race, the so-called Cold War, was the single strongest influence upon social policy all over the world. Mm-hmm. The prospect we might go to nuclear war, all the ways of preventing that, all the ways of regulating that, all the ways of negotiating it for better or worse, and all of the technology and industry that went into that. That was the largest single thing in the whole social policy area. Now, of course, that has changed dramatically, and I was asking what's next. But at the same time, I was saying, why do we continue to build extremely arcane new weapon systems? And so I put that question out to a bunch of people. And I said, okay, if the Soviet Union is no longer the big enemy, in fact, at that time the Soviet Union was fast becoming a non-entity, if there is no other entity of that magnitude which could threaten us, who then would be the rationale, the target, as it were, for all these new weapons?
Michael, it's an awfully good question, particularly in view of the fact that if you look at our current defense budget, while there are cuts, there's still a lot of money going into weapons development, and who are we fighting potentially?
Exactly. Who are we fighting potentially is a very important question. Not only do we have a very large defense budget out in the open, Art, the money that people all know about in the federal budget, but there is also, much more importantly, even the black budget, about which very few people know. Mm-hmm. And we may have occasion to speak of that later in the program, but I would like to mention to all of your listeners that if you have not yet heard or seen the book Blank Check by Timothy Weiner, I strongly recommend that you go out and get that book. It's in softcover. Blank Check, subtitled The Pentagon's Black Budget.
What about this theory, if you don't mind, Michael, that old habits die hard? And I know that sounds laughable and silly, but we have a long tradition now of connection between the government and defense contractors and all the rest of it. Jobs are at stake. Lots of things I can think of might drive, other than a real national security need, weapons development.
You're quite right. There's no question. Part of it is momentum, Art. Part of it is momentum for the simple reason that these weapons development, these weapon systems are on a very, very long development curve. And back when, for example, the alleged Aurora spy plane became a priority project, back in those days, the Soviet Union was very much a formidable enemy. And the idea of a new supersonic or super high-speed hypersonic plane was a very good idea, or at least a feasible idea. Today, we have to say, maybe that plane is anachronistic, but I'm not so sure. And we should bear in mind, too, that that plane officially does not exist, and yet all of the major aerospace book or magazines in the English language say it does. The U.S. Geological Survey says it does because they can track its movements on their seismographs. Many professional plane spotters say it does. This is a plane which officially doesn't exist. In fact, the Air Force has said vehemently time and again, not only have we not built it, we don't know how, so please, leave us alone. Only a few weeks ago, CIA Director Woolsey said at a university in Kansas, asked by someone in the audience, what about the Aurora? He said, not only does nothing called the Aurora exist, nothing like that in concept exists.
All right, well, listen, we've got to hold it right there, Michael. Okay. We're at the bottom of the hour. Sit tight for about 4 minutes. We'll be right back to you. This is Dreamland on the CBC network.
You are listening.
Take a listen. You'll get an earful. Talk Radio 102 FM.
Come enjoy the big produce carnival of fruit savings at Thompson Food Basket in Morton. This is Kent Henderson, produce manager. Right now you'll find great savings on produce, like red or black California plums for just 69 cents a pound. Large California peaches are only 49 cents a pound. White or red seedless California grapes are 99 cents a pound. And first of the season, Talbot sweet corn is available too, with 10 ears for only $1.79. Shop and save every week and get double coupons up to 60 cents every day at Thompson Food Basket, 435 West Jackson in Morton.
Now, here's the poet laureate of the Morton Community Bank, Cliff Hasselbacher.
Summer is here, and it's about time. How about a CD that's tied to Prime? The flowers are blooming. That sure is great. Your hometown bank always gives a fair rate. If you like your banking without a frown, do your banking at MCB, not out of town.
And this is Jean Ann Heiniger. At MCB, we always offer competitive rates, and our friendly account representatives are ready to help you with your investment needs.
It's another service of your hometown bank, the Morton Community Bank.
Member FDIC.
Flowers by Florence in Pekin does not have a special for you. That's right, no special. That's because at Flowers by Florence in Pekin, you can always buy a dozen roses for just $17.95. So for those not so special occasions, get a dozen roses for just $17.95 at Flowers by Florence. Call 347-4500 to get those roses for that special someone, no matter what the occasion. That's 347-4500 for Flowers by Florence, 5th and Margaret Streets in Pekin.
The number one key to success in all relationships is communication. We'll talk about communication on the new single and the issues that affect us. Join me, Janet Rudd, at 11:30 every Saturday morning for a thought-provocative program. The new single, sponsored by Dates. With 48 marriages and 22 engagements, I'll share the secrets to success on the new single every Saturday morning at 11:30 on Talk Radio 102 FM. Make every weekend a Talk Radio weekend. Keep it on Talk Radio 102. Every Saturday afternoon, be here for the Pet Patrol with Dr. Art Herm from the Morton Animal Hospital. Whether it's a seasonal pet problem, nutrition, pet care, whatever, you can bet you'll hear about it on the Pet Patrol every Saturday afternoon, starting at noon, here on Talk Radio 102 FM.
Did you know that babies need most of their shots by the time they are 2 years old? Without a full series of shots, babies are vulnerable to one or more dangerous diseases. If you don't have a doctor, call this toll-free hotline number. Sponsored by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention for the nearest address for shots. The number is 1-800-232-2522. That's 1-800-232-2522. A public service message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, the Ad Council, and Talk Radio 102 FM.
It's Talk Radio 102 Central Illinois Spotlight. A look ahead at upcoming not-for-profit organization events or programs and services of community interest.
Hi, I'm Evelyn Franklin. I'm with the Food Promenator Square Dance Fund. It's a group of energetic youth and adults that like to have good, clean, fun square dancing and doing country lines. You can join in that fun by taking square dance lessons starting Sunday, September 18th from 2 to 5 in the afternoon at the Masonic Hall at 700 South 4th Street in Morton. It's only $1 a person per week. The instructor is Malvis Franklin. For more information, call Talk Radio 102 or the instructor at 266-9870.
What's up in Central Illinois? Just listen for Central Illinois Spotlight from Talk Radio 102 FM.
The unexplained, the unusual, the unknown. This is Dreamland on Talk Radio 102 FM.
From the Kingdom of Nye, you're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell. To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
He heads up the 2020 group. His name is Michael Lindemann. And we're talking about, at the moment, things military, our defense budget, and he brings up an awfully good point. If the threat is largely, underline that word, gone, then what are we doing? Spending billions and billions, it's a tip of the hat to Mr. Sagan, of dollars on new weapons systems. We were discussing the Aurora. Michael, you're back on the air.
Okay, Art. Just complete that thought real quick. Yes, the bottom line is that the CIA director says categorically it doesn't exist. Everybody else who knows anything says categorically that it does exist. That is to say, in the civilian sector, the military says flatly it doesn't exist. So you've got this divide here where they say it doesn't exist. Now, just as a point of reference, we might note that in last week's New York Times, in the Sunday New York Times Magazine, there was an article about Dreamland, dear to your heart, I'm sure, right up there at Area 51.
Yes.
And where the writer, almost tongue-in-cheek, pointed out that although we've got loads of photos of the place and everyone and his brother knows it's up there, the military still will tell you flat out it doesn't exist, it isn't there. And this is, I think, something we have to understand, that these people lie for a living, and to them it isn't lies, it's policy. So we have to understand that whenever we're talking about this subject, we're dealing with an area where deception is the rule of thumb. And
Michael, is a lie told in the cause of national defense a lie or just national defense?
Well, it is still a lie, and I'll tell you, but it is a lie with a rationale, or a lie with an excuse, as it were. Ollie North trotted out his famous thing: we had to trade off which was more important, lives or lies, lives with a V or lies. He, in defense of his Iran-Contra behavior, Winston Churchill, when he was plotting with Stalin and Roosevelt to defeat Hitler, said in wartime, the truth is so important that she must be guarded with a bodyguard of lies. Now, this is the way policy is conducted, and I am not saying that it's always wrong. I am simply saying it is something we must understand. We must factor it in. I'm not pointing a moralistic finger at these people. I'm just saying facts are facts.
Sure.
These people lie for a living. Now, when it comes to the UFO subject, of course, we're up against what is arguably the biggest secret in world history, and there, of course, I think for all practical purposes, it is being conducted in a war mentality, though it is not necessarily a war issue, but it is certainly being conducted with a war mentality, and so we have to assume that this lies in defense of policy, lies as policy, is very much the order of the day.
Have you concluded, Michael, that we are being visited?
My personal conclusion is absolutely yes. I believe I am absolutely convinced.
And what is the body of evidence that brought you to that conclusion?
Well, it is, I must say, it has been coming together incrementally, Art. I wish I could point to a smoking gun. I really can't. I would like to say, however, that the new evidence, or the recent accumulation of evidence around the Roswell incident, is extremely compelling, and we can now point to several excellent books on that subject. One by Stanton Friedman called Crash at Corona, and two by Randall and Schmidt. The first one called UFO Crash at Roswell, and the new one this year called The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell, which somewhat rewrites the timeline, but for all practical purposes, the story is the same and has been pretty much the same since Bill Moore first published the Roswell incident back in 1980. But today we have, dozens of first-hand eyewitnesses and many, many other eyewitnesses, family people who have seen how their loved ones passed away, babbling about Roswell on their deathbeds, for example. We know that something extraordinary happened at Roswell, and it has all the earmarks of the most well-documented, legitimate UFO crash recovery in history. Not the only one, but one which is virtually a lead pipe certainty. And here we are face to face with one instance that proves the argument, as it were. Now, if Roswell happened as we think it happened, then the military is in possession of a substantial amount of legitimate UFO wreckage, that is to say, machinery built by a non-human, technically advanced intelligence. And they are This made the
Rock 106.
Disappeared, was shipped out under unusual circumstances and later disappeared, never to be seen again. Glenn Dennis says that he was told also, if you speak a word of what you've seen or heard, someone will be picking your bones out of the sand.
Yeah, it's easy to sit back academically when you're listening to this and saying, well, then why didn't they just blow it all out and, let the story out and go to the press and all that? Well, that's a significant threat. If you've ever had one made like that, you'll know. If not, you cannot imagine to kill you and your family and your children is not a trivial threat.
That is correct. There was a young girl whose name at the moment escapes me, and perhaps I can dredge it up later on. Her father was a fire officer down there, and the fire department apparently had been called out to help set up the cordon around the crash area. Some small pieces of wreckage showed up at the fire department for a short period of time, and this young girl, 12 years old at the time, Frankie something, I forget her first. Frankie something, I forget her last name. says today, she has recently been interviewed, that she was told, she was approached by military officers, and she, again, a 12-year-old child, no concept of secrecy, no idea what's going on, but she had seen a small piece of wreckage which behaved oddly. When it was bent, it came back into its original shape without any creases. She found that fascinating. But she said that they said to her, "You have never seen anything. You don't know anything." She said, "Well, but I saw this thing." And they said, "No, you didn't see that." She said, "Yes, I did." They said, "You don't understand. We can take you out in the desert and you'll never be seen again." Now, this was a 12-year-old child, for crying out loud. So what we're seeing here is that this has been treated as an issue of espionage, as an issue where there are no rules except the rule of expediency, the rule of get the job done, whatever it takes. And I think we can say, in all honesty, whether we justify it or not, we have here cases of domestic terror, which was justified in the national interest. People have been told, shut up or die. And that tells us something about the seriousness of this issue.
You wonder how they allow people like me on the air.
Well, you wonder how I ask the same question about myself, and I'll tell you why. The fact is that you have not broken any oaths. You, as far as I know anyway, have not seen anything with your own eyes. You are, as it were, a peddler of tall tales. And in a certain sense, so am I. Now, please don't take that wrong. I think what you're doing is extremely important. I think it may help break the logjam.
Maybe they look at me and say, well, there's a guy helping to muddy the waters. There's a guy with a million stories on the radio, and people to sit back and say, oh, yeah, right.
Exactly. And there's a purpose to that. Now, I will throw out the proposition, which I'm sure we will be able to explore this evening further, and that is that we are being desensitized. That there has been a strategy of what I call containment for going on now 47 years, in which the principal priority was, at all costs, keep the secret. What we see now, though, is that the containment is disintegrating. People are telling their stories on deathbeds. Deathbed testimony has a certain persuasiveness to it.
Yes.
We have dozens and dozens of witnesses who say, I refuse any longer. I have always kept my vows, my security vows, and considered them very important. But now we have people saying, "I'm sorry, this is more important."
Yes.
So dang those vows, I'm going to talk. We have, of course, hundreds of people saying that they are having these experiences, face-to-face experiences. We have, as Linda so eloquently reports week after week, we have these extraordinary mutilations, and I, for one, second Linda 100% when she says that when you add up the evidence and ask who could possibly be doing this, it boils down to it looks an awful lot like it must be aliens. Maybe we can get back to that. But the point here is...
Let me just stop you long enough to say, did you, her report tonight was particularly interesting. I could never make the connection with the helicopters because that would mean government. But her little story about frequencies monitored and units dispatched in areas of activity, all of a sudden that made some sense, Michael.
Yes, I agree. The black helicopters, or the incidence of unmarked helicopters around the mutilation events, has always been one of the big puzzles. And I think it still is, but I think Linda's on the right track. Because it seems to me that it is extremely improbable that we, that is to say our military, or our people, whoever they are conducting the mutilations per se. And yet I am quite sure they must be extremely interested, perhaps even deeply concerned about this, and yes, they would be monitoring this. Yes. Now, there should be. If we understand anything at all about alien propulsion, it seems to me that one thing that we're aware of is that there are very, very strong and probably characteristic microwave signatures associated with low-level UFO activity. Mm-hmm. We have lots of evidence that that's the case. Indeed, that may be directly involved in the creation of crop circles. That it remains to be proven, but it's a possibility. In the case of the mutilations, if indeed a UFO must come close to the ground for a period of time in order that this event be perpetrated, as it were, it is possible that that very peculiar and powerful microwave signature would be traceable. And indeed, since we know that these events occur in concentrations and quite often for reasons unknown near major military bases. For example, the wave of things that have happened in northern Alabama happens to be rather close to the Huntsville area, which is an absolute military hotbed, of course, a major center for NASA as well. So we see, for again, reasons unknown, that this happens a lot in areas where it would be feasible for the black helicopters to be scrambled in short order and to go see what's going on.
Wow. So then you believe they're here. You're probably, like everybody else, not quite sure. Should I ask you about why? Why do you think they're here, Michael? What's your best guess?
Well, I can only give you a guess, as you say. Let me start by saying that I am slowly gravitating toward what I would have to say, and with all due respect to myself and others, is the current lunatic fringe of serious UFO research, okay?
Uh-huh.
Now,
which is what?
Which is the proposition that they've always been here, or they've been here one heck of a long time. Let me back up on that a second and say that over time, the lunatic fringe of this research area has shifted a great deal. It was only about 15 years ago, Art, when the concept of abduction was right out at the lunatic fringe.
Absolutely.
And today, as we all know, abduction is the centerpiece issue of UFO research, and anyone, even the very conservative organizations, such as the Center for UFO Studies in Chicago, which, you know, by any stretch is a conservative UFO research group, they're on the bandwagon with abduction. Today we have the most astounding abduction tales being taken very seriously by Harvard professors and so forth. And so we have to say, well, this topic has come of age.
By the way, John Mack's going to be a guest on the program in the next few weeks.
Very good. Very good. Well, of course, as we probably know, most of your listeners, I hope, are aware of John Mack's quite remarkable new book. I would like to say a word about that in a minute, but let me just finish this other thought.
Sure.
We've seen that line, the lunatic fringe line, as it were, shift over time. Now, way back in the 60s, a guy named Erich von Däniken said, you know, he thinks that the so-called ancient astronauts have been here forever and maybe left traces of their passing, you know, centuries or millennia ago. And in a certain sense, von Däniken caused it was his own biggest problem because his research was sloppy. He made lots of mistakes in his basic statements and so forth. But it's quite possible that he was onto something very, very important. And in the meantime, we've seen better scholarship out of people like Zecharia Sitchin. And we are finding that one of the most prominent themes among abductees today is this theme. They are being told time and time again, instructed about the ancient history of the world and how it is that we have had this long-running relationship with these others. Now, we should say, too, that these others do not appear to be a single group. There seem to have been, this may have been a crossroads, you know, for this part of the galaxy, for all we know. We hear stories to the effect that this is a fascinating planet because it is replete with so many different life forms, that it's somewhat of an anomaly in that respect. Well, I don't know if any of that is true. It's an interesting idea. The fact is, however, that there are all over the world incidences of what we call out-of-place artifacts, and then also out-of-place knowledge. For example, why is it that the Sumerians 5,000 or 6,000 years ago knew the precise dimensions and structure of the solar system? This is something that we didn't know. We didn't know about the planet Pluto, for example, until 1930. We didn't know about Uranus and Neptune until the latter part of the 19th century. And yet the Sumerians knew these planets. They knew their size. They knew their color. They knew how long it took for these planets to go around the sun. This is a fascinating fact. They wrote it all down, so we know it's true. They even had diagrams.
Michael, it argues two possibilities, really, it seems to me. One, that we were visited long ago and given these technologies. Or two, and I have a number of guests that have said this recently, that it's possible that there are periodic polar shifts and that man on this planet comes and goes, and that there may have been prior civilizations.
Okay. Prior civilizations, yes. Even possibly prior periods of exceedingly high technology. Indeed, the new information about the Sphinx is most provocative in that regard. Are you familiar with the latest information concerning the possible age of the Sphinx?
Please tell me.
Well, a man named John Anthony West a couple of years ago noted something most peculiar about the Sphinx. He was looking at photographs of the Sphinx, and he said, by golly, this thing was eroded with water, not wind. Now, this makes it an anomaly in the whole area. All the other structures around there, the giant pyramids of Giza and so forth, are all very clearly wind eroded, but water erosion looks very, very different. And there's simply no doubt at all, from the standpoint of a geologist, that the Sphinx is eroded with water, the back part of it. So the question is, how is it possible that the Sphinx could have been eroded with water? When did it rain in Egypt? And the bottom line there is it didn't rain. It hasn't rained any significant amount in Egypt for 10,000 years. Now, this of course raises a firestorm with Egyptologists because they have nailed down the age of the Sphinx, who built it, what it's for, and all of that. But nonetheless, the geologists have come on board like gangbusters because John Anthony West, who's no geologist at all, enlisted the aid of some geologists from various universities in the East Coast, and they went out there very grudgingly at first, but they had a look and they said, by golly, this guy is absolutely right. This bloody monument is eroded with water, and it's very apparent. It's not an ambiguous matter. So now every geologist that has a look at it just, drops his jaw to the floor and says, this is the most fantastic thing we've ever seen. Bottom line, what does it mean? The Sphinx can't be 5,000 or 4,000 years old like people say. It can't be an artifact of that dynasty that everyone pins it on. It is something that was built 10 or 12,000 years ago, long enough ago, Art, that rain, substantial amounts of rain, could have substantially eroded it before the rain stopped. And that is an absolutely stunning change in our whole view of that area.
It is. Michael, hold on just one moment. My guest, Michael Lindemann. The C. Crane Company sells the DL telephone. What is the DL telephone? Why should you want it? Oh, these are easy answers. The DL telephone, in the area of what is it? It's a digital telephone. That means that it breaks your caller's voice down and your voice down into true individual digital yeses and nos. Confusing? It reassembles them on the other end. So, what does that mean? Well, here's what it means. Here's how it works. It is as good as a plug-into-the-wall telephone. It's a portable telephone. Operates on 900 megahertz, up above the cellular area. It is so clear that you will not be able to detect any difference between it and a telephone you plug into the wall. No difference in terms of either the caller's voice or yours going back. Can you imagine that? Can you believe it? Believe it. It's true. I have a couple of them, as a matter of fact. I love this telephone. What else does it do? It gives you complete privacy. Because it is digital, nobody can monitor it on a scanner. Nobody. Matter of fact, it doesn't even have the clipper chip in it yet. It's complete privacy. 3. My telephone will go 3/4 of a mile. I can go to neighbors' homes and all the rest of it. I've got good geography here for that, I'll grant you. And if you have a lot of buildings, it may lessen somewhat. But almost everybody I've talked to gets right on up to a half mile or better. Imagine that. So you can take it to neighbors' homes, that sort of thing. It's got all the features you would expect and demand of a portable telephone. The redials, the flashes, the holds, all the rest of that sort of thing. In fact, the DX model even has a very, very effective intercom in it. Now, the DL telephone is $199.95. And there are only a few more in stock, so get on the telephone Tuesday morning. Not Monday, because they're closed Monday. But Tuesday morning with the C. Crane Company at 1-800-522-8863. Then, by the way, when you get it, take your old telephone and throw it as far as you can throw it. No interference from others using it also, by the way. That number again to order, 1-800-522-8863. Back to Michael Lindemann. Michael.
Yes, sir.
So then what do you think is the most likely, that we were visited, or that there was another civilization, or there have been many civilizations, or that there has simply been a rise and a decline back to the cave days, or What do you think happened?
What I think, first of all, Art, is that we currently live in an extremely narrow worldview about our history, about our past. We have some giant surprises ahead of us in terms of understanding our past. Probably high civilization goes back a lot further than we think in certain places. But even so, it would appear that these high civilizations arose rather inexplicably, at least according to our current understanding of how civilizations arise and how they flourish and how they pass their knowledge to succeeding civilizations. I am currently of the opinion, and am desperately groping for data, I might add, that probably there have been infusions of information from off-world sources or from sources that we would not call human. That this has probably happened periodically over time, and that would account in some cases for the sudden appearance of extraordinary civilizations in places that were not supportive of civilization prior.
All right, why then would that knowledge not have contributed to a general rise rather than the possibility of there having been a highly technical civilization previously?
Well, you know, in some cases it did contribute to a general rise. For example, we really trace a lot of what we call modern civilization today all the way back to Sumeria. If Sumeria was one of the seed beds of this round, let us say, of civilization and technology, an enormous amount of that has been passed down virtually unchanged through the Babylonians and Assyrians and shared with the Egyptians, and may even have filtered eastward toward the Vedic cultures, and certainly became the basis for the cultures of the Middle East, and from there on to the Minoan culture, the Greek culture, and the Roman culture, and from there, of course, in a straight line to us. There is no question that there has been a long path of more or less unbroken handing down. But the question is, where in, the devil did the Sumerians get their fantastic knowledge of astronomy, of agriculture, including irrigation, their codes of law, their codes of philosophy, their codes of their currency?
All right, Michael, we've got to hold it there. We're at the top of the hour. Relax for about 6 minutes. We'll be right back to you. This is CBC.
Sorry, but due to satellite transmission problems, Talk Radio 102 FM presents a previously recorded Art Bell Dreamland program.
From the Kingdom of Nye, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
Now again, here I am. Michael Lindemann is my guest. He's from the 2020 Group, which is an organization that looks at current trends and predicts future probabilities. I guess that'd be a good way to put it. We're talking about the UFO phenomenon, the visitations we're having, and according to Michael, may have had for a very, very long time. And we're going back to it right now. We will begin to take calls shortly. Michael, a couple of things that I want to cover with you. Okay. You have a current project going on. What was it? You told me about it earlier, the name of it, and I'm terribly sorry, I've forgotten.
Are you referring to the computer project?
No. Just previous to that, you had mentioned a project by name.
I had mentioned a project by name. Yes, you have. You stumped me.
Are you writing something currently, or?
No. You and I was talking about coming of age in the cosmic neighborhood.
That's right.
There we go. I'm sorry. You got me a little bit confused there. Coming of age in the cosmic neighborhood is actually the name of a lecture that I am going to be giving in several places around the Southwest during the month of July.
All right. Where are you going to be, and what is it all about?
Okay. I'm going to be, first of all, I'll be going to the MUFON, International MUFON Conference, July 8, 9, and 10. For those of people down in the Texas area that may want to go to the, that'll be at the Hyatt Regency in Austin, Texas, July 8, 9, and 10. I'll be speaking down there. And then I'll be speaking in Albuquerque, New Mexico on the evening of Thursday, July 14th. And I'll be speaking in Scottsdale, Arizona, right outside of Phoenix, on Saturday, July 16th. In both Albuquerque and Scottsdale, I'll be delivering a lecture with lots and lots of slides and illustrations called Coming of Age in the Cosmic Neighborhood. And the catchy little punchline to that is, we are not alone, we are finding out, and that changes everything. So I'm trying to take a relatively upbeat attitude toward this. We're facing a huge mystery. We're definitely facing a political dilemma, to say the least. I think there are people inside the government who have taken this as one of the most serious challenges to the social order that they have ever had to deal with. It is very much on a par with serious warfare. But that does not mean we are necessarily facing hostility. What we are facing is high strangeness. We are facing the unexpected. We are facing the infusion of influences that we are not ready for. And that can be problematic, but not necessarily a disaster in the end. We have to get ready for this. We have to grow up and face the music. I think that is a huge challenge. I think it's exciting, and that's what I'm going to be talking about.
All right. Here's a what if, Michael, and I'm curious how you would answer it. If I came to you and I was from the government and I said, look, most of what you've talked about, well, some of it, you're off, you don't have it quite right. But the fact of the matter is, we are being visited. We've been visited for a very, very long time. The Clinton administration has decided that it wants to break word to the American public. You, Michael Lindemann, have studied this sort of thing. What do you recommend to us? What exactly would you tell them?
I would tell them a couple of things. First of all, I would say that the process of desensitization is probably a sound political strategy, and I do believe that they're pursuing that. I don't believe that was a Clinton strategy. I believe it's been in place for several administrations at least. But I would say, yes, we must start telling people that things have been going on. And I believe we should start with some of the old cases. We should start to acknowledge that we have solid information showing the fact that we have been visited. This is going to be a hard pill to swallow for some people, but it's interesting that it may be less of a challenge than some people have predicted.
Well, after all, Michael, we did swallow the plutonium pill.
Yes, that deplorable pill. It's true, and it may just be that people are so just generally overwhelmed with the rigors of daily life that they're kind of going to yawn and go, "Oh yeah, right, aliens, no problem."
I don't think so.
Now, of course, it's been there has been a running supposition in government, and we know this from looking at the Robertson panel report from 1953, the CIA report about debunking the Brookings Institute reports that came out of the late 50s and early 60s, reports from NASA and so forth, telling us unequivocally that the government has assumed that there would be some kind of very unpredictable social disorder if they simply said, well, by the way, we've got aliens and we can't catch them and we don't know who they are or what they want, thought you'd want to know, that would probably precipitate a disaster which they were unwilling to take a risk on. I understand that. I think they're probably right. But I think, too, we're very different people today than we were then. I think that we now have a generation of adults who grew up with the space age. We have a generation generation of adults who grew up with fantastic space movies, who've seen all kinds of stuff on Star Trek since it began back in the late 60s. All this kind of thing has changed the picture enormously. We also have a huge amount of information coming out and reported much more respectfully today than ever before, though there have been waves in the past of good reporting and big stories. Today, it's really unprecedented. The number of books, the number of quality television programs, the number of reports in the newspapers and magazines, all this is changing the picture a tremendous amount.
It is. Still, the government is not likely to tell us about something that that the government itself does not fully understand. It's not likely, is it?
No, it is not. It is not likely at all, but I do think that if ever there was an opportunity, the Clinton administration represents a major break from the past in a way that the Bush administration certainly did not. Bush's political roots go way back to the early 50s when he was involved with the CIA as in covert ops, and of course as CIA director in the mid-70s.
Yes.
Reagan, of course, an old guard guy, and then from there on all the way back through Nixon and those people. Really, the last time we had a chance like this was the Jimmy Carter administration, and of course Jimmy Carter said in 1976 that he would tell everything, and so we find out there. That was a campaign promise. We find out there that when he got into office, something dissuaded him because he made it very plain in his campaign talks that he would tell. Why? Because he'd had a sighting and he believes in UFOs. So that changed when he got into office, and we have reason to believe that he, like other presidents, was briefed and told, I'm sorry, Mr. President, you really don't understand the nature of the situation. It's well under control, but you're not in charge of this one, sir. You'll just have to go with the program. And I really think that is the way it has been. But now, in a way that we haven't seen before, I do believe that the Clinton administration is positioned, it could take this on because in a very real sense it had nothing to do with it. These people are a new breed, and they can say, look, we didn't make this problem, and we want to handle it differently than it's been handled before because we think the American people deserve the truth, and we think the American people can rise to the occasion. And indeed, the other side of the coin is that millions of Americans know this is real because it's disrupting their lives, because they are having the experiences, and they know they're being lied to by the officials because they have grays in their living room and their bedroom, for crying out loud. They are worried about why their kids are getting abducted, and they want the government to say something. These people aren't going to be surprised. They're going to be relieved that someone's finally telling them the truth. So I think we're in a very interesting time, a very pregnant time. It is still politically risky, but it is not impossible to start talking about this, and I hope we do.
When do you think we might give birth?
Oh, well, Art, as you've already said, and I must agree with you, sad as it is, I don't believe that we're going to see the political guts out of this administration. I think this administration's got a lot of problems, very, bottom line issues like Whitewater, really big, important stuff.
Yeah.
And Paula, what's her name,
Paula Jones.
Paula Jones, yeah. I mean, really important issues that are clearly of world-shaking magnitude. These things are going to dissuade the president, I think, from having the political guts to do anything of the kind we're talking about, but that doesn't make it impossible. I think there are other ways to go about it.
Well, I don't know, Michael. On the other hand, I can imagine he would look at it this way. Fed up with Whitewater and Paula Jones, an announcement about aliens would tend to sort of make everything else
pale and insignificant? You may be right. That's an interesting strategy. Now, here's something happening. Last time I was on your show, I made mention of the fact that there's this thing called the Roswell Declaration.
Yes.
And since you've got a bunch of new affiliates now, I want to say it again because the deal is still the way it was. And by the way, the last time I was on your show, Art, I got 200 responses in the mail. And that, I think, is a tribute to you and your show. It was absolutely fantastic. But here's the thing. There's a piece of paper called the Roswell Declaration. It is now being widely circulated around the country and in Europe, and we have just learned, I'm happy to say, that it will soon appear as a full-page spread in Omni magazine, which, of course, will present it to millions of people.
What is it?
The Roswell Declaration is basically a plea to the Clinton administration to release information about some of the great classic UFO cases, principally Roswell, but also some of the other cases, to declassify certain information that would be in the public interest, to come clean on this information and let people know what really happened.
How do people get a copy of it?
All they have to do is send me a self-addressed stamped envelope. Send it to Michael Lindemann at 3463 State Street, Box 264, Santa Barbara, California, 93105. I'll give that address again in a minute, but if you'll just send me a self-addressed stamped envelope, I will send back to you immediately the Roswell Declaration. It's self-explanatory. Read it, sign it, maybe make copies of it first for your friends, and send it in to the address that is listed on the Declaration. And you will be joining tens of thousands of people, all of this being collected now. And after Omni presents it, and after it's presented in a few other major news venues, it will all then be collated and sent as a single huge petition to the administration. It will be sent to the president.
Yeah, okay. Who's doing this, Michael? Who's behind it?
Well, it began with the initiative of a single individual named Kent Jeffrey, and this man really deserves a huge round of applause because he took this on by himself. He wrote the Declaration by himself with the help of other people, but including the Mutual UFO Network, the Center for UFO Studies, and the Fund for UFO Research. They are now all co-signers of the Declaration.
This is really a good idea. Now, give the address again, please.
Please send a self-addressed stamped envelope to Michael Lindemann at 3463 State Street, Box 264, Santa Barbara, California, 93105. And I will send you a declaration in the same day's mail.
All right, and when they're done with it, where do they send it? Do they send it back to you?
No, there is an address listed. In fact, they can send it either to the Mutual UFO Network or to the Center for UFO Studies. Those addresses are listed on the Declaration.
Well, you know what, Michael? It just might be true that if enough of these were signed and sent in, and it were actually in the hundreds of thousands or hopefully millions, that this administration might take note and actually use it as a reason to make an announcement.
It is possible, and it's very timely, too, that there's going to be an absolutely first-rate movie about Roswell on the Showtime network on Sunday, July 31st. Now, I'm sad to say that may cut a little bit into your audience, Art, because it's going to be broadcast, I think, during your show.
That figures.
But I would like to say, not wanting to take one listener away from your show, this is a program. If you're going to be listening to Art Bell that night, then by golly, have your VCR running and get this thing on tape and watch it, because I have seen it. I have already seen an advanced copy of it, and I can tell you this is one fine movie, and it is a you might say it's a fictionalized docudrama.
What is the name of it?
It's called Roswell.
Roswell.
And it tells the story, and it is gripping. It has some name stars. Kyle MacLachlan is in the role of Jesse Marcel, the intelligence officer out of Roswell who first broke the story in 1977. It has Martin Sheen is in it, and some other well-known actors and actresses are in the program. It's first-rate. It was a big-budget production for Showtime, and they've stayed true to the facts, even though it is classified as fiction. The story is true.
It really then ought to put some oomph behind the Roswell Declaration, eh?
Well, we surely hope so. And now it would appear, though there isn't a deal cut yet, it now appears that there may be some announcement concerning the Roswell Declaration in conjunction with Showtime.
Wow.
And we hope that happens. Showtime seems to be taking well to that suggestion. It's in negotiation or something. I can't imagine that they have anything to lose by that.
Oh, Michael, that's very exciting. All right, hold on just a moment. We'll come right back to you, Michael. That really is very exciting. Michael Lindemann of the 2020 group in just a moment. Important enough, I'm going to repeat this address. All you need do is send a self-addressed stamped envelope, no money, just a self-addressed stamped envelope, to Michael Lindemann. That's Linderman. Boy, I hope are there two N's in that?
It's Lindemann. There's no R in there.
Oh, thank you.
Lindemann.
Okay.
But anything close will do.
And it's 3463 State Street, Box 264, Santa Barbara, California, right? And the zip code?
93105.
93105. I'm getting all this because I know they'll ask for it. All right. Michael, I would like to begin to take a few telephone calls. Are you up for it?
You bet.
All right, let's do it. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hi.
Hello, this is Fritz from Phoenix.
Fritz from Phoenix.
Gentlemen, the questions come up constantly. Why are they here? What's the reason why there are so many sightings over the 46, 47 years? Obviously, it's the cosmic connection. Now, Michael, you have nothing to lose. You have no credentials to use. You have a good reputation. But I must say this. The UFO community actually has no leadership. There's no guidance, no coordination, no clearinghouse. In short, it's staggering around like the four-planet man and the elephant. Now, the ETs over the last 40 years have used various brands of conditioning processes, but mankind keeps refusing their calling cards.
All right.
Media is to blame.
Fritz, I want you to listen carefully on the air because this is, I promise this is not a setup. Michael, he mentioned a clearinghouse. There's no leadership. There's no clearinghouse. There's no central point. Wasn't a setup, Michael. I made a comment about this a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
And we talked about it before the program.
Yes.
And I know that you can't tell us too much about it, but whatever you can tell us what's going on.
Well, Fritz, I'm very cognizant of the problem that you said. I agree with it. I and a number of other key people in the field, in fact, people who are really quite senior to myself in terms of their contributions to UFO research, are currently in discussion about establishing some kind of an ongoing forum on a major online computer carrier that would allow people who are online, people who have computers, to participate in an ongoing way with high-level, high-quality discussions with top researchers, and those researchers would be able to discuss amongst themselves in forums which can be broadcast publicly over the network, over the computer network, and then rebroadcast again in print or in other forms of secondary broadcast formats. But the point would be that we would begin to have a concentrated online information sharing, information synthesizing process. Mm-hmm. Now, this project has been in development for more than 6 months. It is still not ready for public disclosure. I have to be rather reticent about it, and we are not at all ready to start, telling people how to subscribe. But I will say this: I am now, after recent developments, I am now confident that this project is going to come to fruition, that it will involve a more or less astounding array of high-quality researchers when it comes online. And I'm very happy to have played a role in causing this thing to occur. And I would love to tell all your listeners right now how they can just sign up and do it.
Well,
maybe next time.
Yeah, since you cannot, that was going to be my question. The moment you can, will you come back on the program?
I sure will. I would be delighted.
It's very exciting. It's about time, and I don't know what else to say other than that. It's about time. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hello.
Good evening. This is Bill from Vancouver.
Hi, Bill.
KEX and KVI. I'm lucky.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lindemann, I have a question for you. Could you briefly tell me since you know so much about weapons, what is this red mercury? And also, would either one of you be interested in receiving photos from the newspapers, not only the Oregonian, but there's several community newspapers of Forest Grove, of the field, the circles and arrows?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I would like to receive anything you've got on the crop circle activity up there. I would be very grateful. Did you get my...
Yeah, can I put that in with when I send for the declaration?
Oh, you sure can. I'd be delighted. Thanks so much.
Okay, and Mr. Bell, could you please also say your P.O. Box number on the air?
All right, I'll give my address out. Michael, we've only got just a very few seconds before the break. Red mercury, do you know what that is?
Frankly, I hate to sound stupid, but I don't know about red mercury. Sorry, caller.
Well, that's all right. Michael, we're at the bottom of the hour, so what I would like you to do is just sort of hold on for a moment. We'll both look forward to those clippings. I certainly will. By the way, my address is Art Bell, Post Office Box 4755, Post Office Box 4755, Pahrump, P-A-H-R-U-M-P, Pahrump, Nevada. Laugh, zip code 89041-4755. You're listening to Dreamland on the CBZ Radio Network. For Central Illinois, this is Talk Radio 102 FM.
From the Kingdom of Nye, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now, toll free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
Now again, here I am. Michael Linneman is my guest. Lots of news breaking this morning on this program, and a lot of it very welcome. Don't forget the Roswell Declaration. Send a self-addressed stamped envelope, please, to Michael Linneman, Lindemann, 3463 State Street, Box 264, Santa Barbara, California. Zip code 93105, 93105. And back now to Michael Linneman and your calls. Michael, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right. Are you ready for more?
Yes, I am. I want to make a quick comment before you pick up the phone there. The gentleman who called about red mercury, one of my friends was standing by here listening to the program and said, don't you remember about the red mercury business that was basically has to do with the possible proliferation of illicit nuclear materials out of the former Soviet Union or the satellite Soviet states. And I can't, honestly, I really can't satisfy the caller's inquiry directly because I really have to confess ignorance as to the real details of the red mercury problem. But I will say, generally speaking, that we have to be very careful when we congratulate ourselves on getting past the Cold War. We're not anywhere near out of the woods yet, and I think this is really what the red mercury scare is about, that there is a great deal of illicit nuclear material floating around, a lot of it missing from the former Soviet states, and even a lot of it missing from our own nuclear situation. And of course, one of the big scares today is that nuclear material can get into the hands of terrorism. The single most likely way that we would still have nuclear detonations on this planet of a war type would be in the hands of terrorists.
And on that, while we're on that subject, Michael, there's a little more breaking news. Tomorrow morning, there is a historic and perhaps even troubling first. The FBI opens their office in Moscow tomorrow morning. And they do it ostensibly to help with Russia's terrible crime problem and to investigate, I believe, the connection between the Russian mafia and the possibility of their getting hold of some nuclear weapons. Were you aware of that, Michael?
Well, to be honest with you, I was not aware of the nuclear weapons issue, but I will say this. It is a truism in today's world that small, easily portable nuclear weapons would be probably the most valuable black market item imaginable, and that there are arsenals of such weapons in the former Soviet states which have not been guarded up to our specs, okay? And yes, the FBI is interested in this. We might even say desperately interested in this. And yes, our own intelligence agencies. And indeed, I think, in fairness, the governments of the former Soviet states are extremely concerned about this, but the concern alone may not stem the flood.
There's something I missed here, Michael. I thought the FBI was a domestic agency.
If I'm not mistaken, what we have here, Art, is something on the order of an advisory office. I'm not sure about that, but you're right. The FBI is undoubtedly a domestic agency. But then again, these agencies cross the line. The CIA will tell you every single time. If you said, "Do you do any in country?"
Absolutely not.
Well, I should say not, but that's a pile of baloney. So the fact is, these agencies go where they need to go. And they really aren't governed that powerfully by any code of law.
All right, just before we leave the subject, what about Korea? It's big news. They're building nuclear weapons, probably already have them. Jimmy Carter just came back with almost a peace in our time flap of the paper, and now it looks as though the crisis is kind of on the back shelf again. Is it really, Jimmy Carter came back and said the crisis is over. Is it really over, Michael?
Well, of course, I'm not sure, but I will say this. I don't believe that any legitimate state has anything to gain by threatening to use nuclear weapons. Many states want to possess nuclear weapons as a hedge against their own social disorder. North Korea is one of the final bastions of old-line communism. As such, they are absolutely anachronistic, and the Pyongyang administration is looking at the prospect of a total social disaster if they lose their grip on the people.
Right.
It is a very good idea from their point of view to have weapons, but not to use them. No legitimate state can afford to use weapons, not even one. The only real use for those weapons today is going to be in the hands of terrorists. And of course that will eventually lead to nothing as well, but of course could cause an awful lot of commotion along the way. But I think that's where the threat of the weapons comes from, is that these states need them to buttress their own legitimacy with their own people. And in that respect, no, the crisis is not over, because North Korea is on the verge of a social catastrophe.
Right. In other words, are they actually giving up the idea of nuclear weapons, ready to negotiate them away, or are they just stalling for time while the fuel rods they have cool? They cannot yet extract plutonium from them, and surely the one thing they needed was time. Is that what Jimmy Carter and this administration have now given them? Time?
Not necessarily. Yeah, they may have given them time, yes, but what is more important, what North Korea needs more than time is legitimacy. North Korea needs to feel that it is not the odd man out in a world ringed by enemies. And if North Korea can be made to feel, if, for example, there is a genuine detente between North and South Korea, if North Korea is welcomed into the fold of economically developing countries in the Far East, then we may see a possibility where the North Koreans do not feel the need to develop nuclear weapons in the way they have felt. And I would call that a step in the right direction. I can't guarantee it'll happen, but I think that is where the negotiations are headed.
All right. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hi. Hello there.
Hello?
Hi. Yes, ma'am. You're on the air. Turn your radio off and tell us where you're calling from. Turn your radio off.
Hawthorne, Nevada.
Hawthorne. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I just heard these numbers, this phone number, and I finally decided to call them. I just have one thing I'd like to know, and that is, why do we have to go through, the first time you make a phone call, why do you have to go through this process?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what you mean.
Well, the first time call.
Hey, ma'am, we have this number to make it easier for people who are trying to get through the first time.
I see.
Okay, do you have a question?
Not really. Not tonight.
All right, thank you. Apparently just wanted to see if she could get through. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hi.
Michael. Yes. Calling from Portland. You were in town last week.
Yes, I was.
And that was a great lecture you gave with Randall and Schmidt.
Thank you.
I've promoted your book quite a bit, 6 Viewpoints. I consider it a quintessential book, along with Linda Howe's new book, Glimpses of Other Realities.
I'm flattered that you would compare my book with hers. Hers is magnificent.
Now, Michael, a few years ago you made a prediction that as ET information became analyzed, it would appear that the human race started independently around the globe. It seems like you've been vindicated.
I'm sorry, I'm not entirely sure what you're saying. Try that question again.
You made prediction a couple years ago that as a lot of this information became analyzed, that it would be believed that the human race evolved around the globe, not just in the one place as is commonly believed, but throughout the planet.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. Okay, I see what you're getting at.
And information in certain science magazines kind of vindicates you that this indeed has come true.
Well, thank you. That's actually a rather subtle point, and I thank you for bringing it up. Actually, the argument is far from one. It's an extremely complicated situation. He's referring, Art, to some recent articles in Science and Nature and some other more arcane magazines from the latest research on the evolution from the species we call Homo erectus to the species we call Homo sapiens, and where indeed Homo erectus showed up around the planet, and whether or not Homo erectus evolved into Homo sapiens in one location or in several different locations, which seems rather less probable. And yet there is some information suggesting that Homo erectus actually migrated to various parts of the world out of Africa much earlier than previously thought, and at that stage was able then, in all these independent locations, eventually to show up as Homo sapiens, which would be an extraordinary thing to occur.
Well, it would, because it would make the probability of life elsewhere greater, would it not? In other words, let me get it straight. Are you saying that it came from one central location and migrated to other locations, or that it developed along simultaneous lines at several points?
Well, it's actually both of what you said. But here's the thing. There has long been a theory that our species evolved in Africa and then migrated to many parts of the world, or that there were successive waves of migration, so that, for example, Homo erectus, a predecessor of ours, evolved in Africa and then moved out into various parts of the world, showed up in China, showed up in the steppes of Russia, and so forth. And then the old theory continues that the Homo erectus continued to evolve in Africa until it achieved the status of Homo sapien, and then Homo sapien moved out of Africa into other places, and eventually, when it showed up in China, when it showed up in the steppes of Russia and Western Europe and so forth, just killed off the native populations of Homo erectus. Well, maybe, but maybe not. New information suggests that Homo sapiens showed up in places like China much earlier than we thought, giving rise to the possibility that it evolved there. And that is a whole new ball of wax.
That's very exciting.
Yeah, and what it says is that we, first of all, we really don't understand the evolutionary curve that led to our species. It would appear, for example, that Homo sapiens came on the scene rather suddenly, earlier than we thought, and without what we normally would call enough time to get to our very advanced, say, if you want to call us advanced, but we're certainly advanced over Homo erectus. The question is, how did that jump occur? Now, there are people who say it occurred not as a natural consequence of evolution here on this planet, but as a process that was pushed by the intrusion of alien geneticists, if you will, genetic science from off-world. Now, that, again, I come back to this concept. We're talking now, we're way out on the lunatic fringe of UFO research. I admit that. I think that we have very little evidence in support of this, but at the same time, we have huge conundrums that have no easy answer. Is it possible that Homo sapiens is, at least in part, the product of genetic engineering? And the answer there is, well, doggone it, just maybe the answer is yes, and we have to take that seriously. Now, for example, we go back to the Sumerians, as I talked earlier.
I'll tell you something, Michael. 100 years ago, we'd have burned you for that.
Yes, indeed. And, 100 years from now, well, they might burn us for that.
They might.
We are facing there's a very serious religious challenge here, Art.
All right, there are also a million calls, Michael. We've got to get to them. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hi.
Yeah, it's KFAR Fairbanks.
Fairbanks, Alaska. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm wondering if maybe the Sphinx that he wrote it during the Great Flood of Noah's day, and if maybe or not the people are being prepared for what the Bible calls a strong delusion, where when the Christians are raptured, perhaps people will be told that UFOs took them.
All right. Thank you. Want to tackle that one, Michael?
Well, I will say this. Not only the Christian religious tradition, but other religious traditions around the world point to this time, or a time very near this time, as a time of tremendous upheaval and tremendous change. It is one of the great curiosities of prophecy from around the world.
Yes.
That this is a time that the prophets pointed to. And it is possible to interpret the rapture that is described in John's Revelation as possibly an alien event or a UFO event. Now, I realize the Christians don't want to interpret it that way.
This is a pre-recorded, previously
I'm not
broadcast
taking
program.
issue with that. But I will say that we may see some extraordinary occurrences in the years ahead, and for some people of religious conviction, it will have the appearance of the fulfillment of prophecy.
Boy. All right. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hello.
Hi, Art. Kevin, KEX, Portland.
Portland, yes.
Yeah, Mike, I heard when Art described your biography that you went to divinity school at Berkeley.
That's correct.
And I was just wondering, like the last caller, a little bit more on your perception of how this relates with, I don't know what religion you are or anything else, but how this relates with your morality, or, if you could just delve into that a little bit.
All right, or your theological background. What kind of clash has occurred for you there personally, Michael?
Well, I must tell you in all honesty, it has not confronted my personal theology very much. I would like to say on behalf of all people of religious conviction that whatever we may learn about the truth or the activity of alien intelligence, it will not, in my view anyway, challenge one bit the basic suppositions of a divine creation or a divine creator. I have my own personal convictions about that, and I have not heard a single thing anywhere in the UFO research data file that has challenged that for me. However, I do think we have some belief systems on this planet which are going to be sorely challenged, and we're going to have to be very, very careful in how we interpret these events. We're going to have to, first of all, we have to recognize that if there is a God, and I personally believe there is, then the only God that makes sense to me is a God whose imagination is vastly larger than my own. And the possibilities that God may bring forward are possibilities which dwarf my capacity for understanding it. I do not want to stand up and say, that can't be because my God would never do such a thing.
Michael, could we be chasing our Creator?
We could be in a sense, but I want to be very careful about that too, because if we, Art, went to another planet that had only primitive life forms or no life forms, one of the things that we might think of doing would be to see if we could get life to grow on that planet. If we are talking now about going to the planet Mars, which is supposed to be a dead planet, although there may be evidence to the contrary, if we went to that planet, we would set about to terraform that planet. That's already in the written plans, Art. If we went to Mars, we would try to make that planet a living planet after our own image. It is not the least bit inconceivable that other beings far in advance of ourselves came here and did the same thing. But that would not obviate the question of God. It would only say that we are part of a very large community of intelligent beings who are very much like us and run experiments like we do and may have moral issues like we do as well.
All right, Michael, hold on just one moment. We'll come right back to you, and when we do, I'm going to ask you about the next, to me, obvious question with regard to Mr. Richard Hoagland. His discoveries not just on Mars now, but on the moon as well, with some remarkable photographs. Back now to Michael Lindemann. Michael.
Yes, sir.
Richard Hoagland. I've been in close contact with him lately. Mm-hmm. Some incredible discoveries on the moon. I know that you have a computer. I don't know if you've seen any of the gift pictures of the moon structures yet, but if you have, what are your comments?
Well, I had the pleasure of seeing Richard's presentation in Los Angeles a few weeks ago. So I've seen his photos. I want to say, first of all, I think Richard is a real pathfinder. He's a real groundbreaker. I don't agree with everything he says, but I have respect for the way for his courage in bringing forward these ideas. I think his basic concepts about the face on Mars are pretty well established, and I was slow to agree with that. But I will say there's a report that your listeners should read that really nails it down in a way that, to me, is indisputable, and that's a report called the McDaniel Report. It was published by North Atlantic Books out of Berkeley in 1993. It is very important, and your readers should read it because it establishes that NASA knows that there is something up on Mars, and that the high probability is that that is an artificial construct which suggests the possibility that a humanoid type of life form Richard Hoagland's analysis there, of course, is nowhere. That don't have the detail that some of the other photos have got. But there are some structures there that really oughtn't to be there, and it takes somebody like Richard to explain why they shouldn't be there, and that has to do with the way erosion occurs on the moon. Mm-hmm. All the surfaces of the moon are of basically two kinds, either relatively new impact features, basically from the impact of meteoroids that cause craters, and for a time those features are rather jagged, but over time, because of the constant rain of small meteoroids, you get a wearing down, and all of the older features of the moon are extremely smooth, undulating features. Yes. In that picture, a couple of extraordinarily odd, out-of-place things. And here again we have this concept of out-of-place things that oughtn't to be there.
Less than a minute now.
Okay, well, we're talking about especially the one most impressive to me, and I think to others, is the so-called shard, a tower of rock which rises straight off the surface of the moon to a height of almost 5 miles.
That's right.
We've never built anything that big, Art. We have no idea how. And the thing, if it is a thing, as it appears to be in several photographs taken from several different spacecraft at several different times, if it's really there, then it is most unusual. It shouldn't be there. And we have to ask, where in the world does such a thing come from?
And why? All right, stand by. We'll come back to you right after the break at the top of the hour and try to get to more calls this next hour. My guest, Michael Lindemann. You're listening to Dreamland on the CBC Radio Network.
For what you think during our local talk radio programming, call Star 10 All right, but due to satellite transmission problems, Talk Radio 102 FM presents a previously recorded Art Bell Dreamland program.
From the Kingdom of Nine, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now, toll free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
Now again, I'm here. So is Michael Lindemann. Here's a fax. Art, great show. Thanks to both you and Michael. ETs, UFOs, really, Art. I've told you the Bible is full of this info. And of course, the rapture will simply be a massive beam me up Scotty. And under the category of ask and ye shall receive with regard to red mercury, somebody sent me an entire article that's going to bear some examination entitled Red Mercury. Is there a pure fusion bomb for sale? And so I'm going to do a little reading on that, several pages here. 3 pages, my fax limit, by the way. And several more faxes. Without time to get to them, we'll kind of try and fit them in as we go. Michael, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Good. I think that we ought to pay a lot of attention to the telephones this hour, if we can. So let's try it. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Good evening.
Yes, sir. Did this have...
So let's try it. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Good evening.
Yes, sir. Did this have... I'm from Wisconsin.
In Milwaukee,
and one night, everybody in Milwaukee saw this one UFO going over the city. It was like it was playing a joke, but me and some friends of mine were given some papers. Do you remember Stephen Schwartz's experiments with the Navy?
When did you see this UFO?
72 or 73, I think.
All right. And you say everybody in Milwaukee saw it? Was it?
Yes, they were all talking about it on the air. And because I remembered how Dr. Heineck told us how to judge how far it was by our thumb.
All right. By holding your thumb up, I guess, huh? Michael, there have been a lot of sightings like this, like the one she talked about in Milwaukee, where massive numbers of people have seen something. Is that part of the great body of evidence that leads us toward the inescapable conclusion that they are here?
Well, Art, I would have to say it is. It's very interesting. First of all, for this caller, just to know, I was born and raised in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Sad to say, I left in 1967 and didn't hear about the great Milwaukee UFO sighting of 1972. So if she has any newspaper clips, I'd love to have them. But I would like to point out that period, 1972, 1973, was an absolute peak period for UFO and alien contact experiences all over the country, and some very classic cases occurred roughly between 72 and 75. For example, the fantastic abduction case in Pascagoula, Mississippi, which occurred in, I believe, 1973. The Travis Walton abduction, which occurred in 1975. Lots and lots of other events which occurred all around the country. Of course, Linda Howe would point out that period of time was a very hot time for abductions around the country. The mid-70s is one of the peak periods for that. So, we see, this is one of the aggravating things about the phenomenon, that it seems to come in waves. And we've seen some classic waves, and that was part of one of those waves.
Are we in a peak or a valley now?
Well, as regards sightings of craft, the classic sightings type, according to the Center for UFO Studies, we're in a valley, oddly enough. However, it would appear that the phenomenon is changing and that the nature of contact is changing. We are no longer seeing as many lights in the sky, but we're seeing a lot more grays in the bedroom. That's a very different kind of encounter.
I'll say.
And I think it says something. We can't prove this, but I'll just go on. They have to do something. But second of all, I think the aliens have something to do with it. They are modulating a process. And I think that they have shown us lots and lots of lights in the sky for a couple of decades. Back in the 60s, it was very unpopular to even mention that there might be somebody on board, for crying out loud. You were a bit of a lunatic, even in UFO research, if you said, well, what about the people who are driving the thing? And that has, of course, changed a lot. But it wasn't until the mid-70s that we started to get comfortable with that. And now, of course, come mid-80s, we're comfortable with the idea, well, comfortable is not quite the right word, but at least we're getting used to the idea that there may indeed be beings who are coming and meeting us, experimenting with us, if you will.
We are conversant with the idea. In other words, because of all the programs, sightings, contact, the one coming on Roswell, programs like that, we're beginning to get to be conversant with regard to the idea.
That is correct.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hi.
Good evening, Art. John from Richland.
Richland, Washington. Yes, John.
The facts on Red Mercury, I just sent you that.
Oh, great. Thank you.
What I wanted to say was it's a cheap man's way of making neutron bombs. And the stuff really does exist. But I'd like to ask Mr. Lindemann a question in that regard, is that do you think that some of this weapons development is still based on some perhaps malevolent intentions on the visitors from wherever they may be?
It is a good question. It's kind of a natural extension of what you were saying earlier, Michael.
Yes, it is.
Why are we developing all this weaponry?
Right.
And if they're warm, fuzzy little guys...
Well, let me not be saying they're warm, fuzzy little guys. I didn't say that, and I'm not sure that's true. I would say there's a diversity of types probably present, and that some of them don't pose a threat, but some of them possibly do pose a threat. Certainly back in the 1940s and early 50s, our government, that is to say the secret faction that was dealing with this information, was quite convinced that we were dealing with some kind of an invasion, and they wondered if there was a military response. They tried a few tests to see if there was a military response, and they quickly learned that if we approached the subject in a military fashion, we would get blown out of the sky. There was really no contest. Recently, a military man said to me that they stopped interpreting it as a military problem quite a long time ago for the simple reason that there is no military response. That does not mean there isn't a military problem, but it does mean that we are not properly positioned to take a military action which actually gets results we want. And therefore, it's a different problem. Therefore, it's a getting used to it problem. It's a handling the social perceptions problem. It's perhaps a diplomatic problem. There are people who think we're in diplomatic contact. I can't prove that, but I have heard some stories which I think may be true. So we're faced here with, what do you do if you are up against overwhelming odds? If you are not only the military of some, little third world republic, but you are actually, you are the combined military of all the superpowers on Earth. You have all the guns and all the money, and there isn't a clue. There isn't a chance.
Well, I know this. I wouldn't, I'll go up to Michael Tyson and threaten to punch his lights out.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it's very similar. You don't take a military attitude towards somebody who can...
That's right, who laughs at you and then squashes you down like a bug.
That's exactly
right. Exactly. That's the problem. Now, there is no sign, Art. This is my personal interpretation of all available data that I have seen. There is no sign of an intention to take over the planet. There is no sign of overt hostility, but there are clear signs that if we initiate hostilities, we learn right quick who's in charge.
Yeah. All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Good evening. Where are you calling from, please?
Grants Pass.
Grants Pass, Oregon. Yes.
I personally think that aliens are a lot of garbage, and the reason being that the human mind I see as the most powerful tool in the universe, and because of its power, it can create or conjure up, or any number of ways you want to express it, these phenomenon. Now, the other thing is that in addition to that, I see that man has always been in the universe, on the earth, and because of that, there have been many cultures, there have been many civilizations, and quite possibly these artifacts and phenomena that we've been finding are a result of these past civilizations.
All right. What about it, Michael? Monsters from the id?
Well, I didn't interpret him as saying only monsters from the id. I think that's one possibility. Basically, if we look at all the data, I think there are three broad possibilities. First of all, we have an absolutely extraordinary degree of human delusion. A delusion in people who test normal, who test intelligence, who test non-pathological.
Yes.
That's one possibility. Possibility number two, some governmental or quasi-governmental entity is in possession of an extraordinary array of absolutely bizarre technologies, and they're using them with a vengeance all over the place with no visible agenda. But that's a second possibility. Third possibility is aliens. Any way you slice it, we've got a serious problem here. Neither one of those possibilities is trivial. We have to find out what it is, and to treat it with a completely open mind, we have to accept that some cases may fall in any one of those boxes. But I will say this. On balance, I believe data shows that the best probability is that some cases are alien.
All right.
And I will stand on that.
All right. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Good evening. Where are you calling from?
Michael, let me turn down my radio here.
All right. Thank you. Please do that. Turn it off. And also tell us
I'm calling from Seattle.
Seattle, all right.
Okay, I got a couple of questions here. Can I shoot with them?
Shoot with them, yes.
Okay, first of all, that Roswell thing, the declaration, my phone might be bugged, by the way, because of that. I hope you understand that. Okay, Michael?
No problem.
All right. I told the person about it that has to write to you. He needs to know if he has to tell you what he saw.
No, he doesn't have to tell me anything.
He just asked for the declaration.
Just ask for the declaration. He can tell me if he wants to, but he doesn't have to tell me anything.
Send a self-addressed stamped envelope, and that's all you need to do, ma'am.
Okay, then the second thing I needed to know is there was a woman from I've had a long time trying to get through to you. There's a woman from Portland that saw some circles in the land.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if I can get her phone number or if I can just report that on the phone here.
Well, do you mean the crop circles that have been reported in the Portland area over the last couple of weeks, the recent reports?
Yes, because in Wisconsin, back in, I think it was about 89 or 1990, they were having a lot of crop circles in their land, too. And they found a dignified, like this former caller that just called and thought it was a bunch of crock, that there were UFOs. It was a small town and a lot of dignified folks. And they saw these vessels and they saw circles in their croplands.
All right, thank you. Yes, we're very well aware of the Portland crop circles, aren't we, Michael?
Yes, we are. But I think it's important to note, first of all, the crop circles have been occurring in this country in quite a few different states from time to time over the last number of years. It's not just an English phenomenon, of course. Now, we also have to say that we now know from the English experience that some crop circles, including some of the very unusual, large, highly ornate crop formations, are hoaxes. It is possible to hoax some of these, but it is also next to impossible, according to our best information, to hoax some of the features of a genuine circle, such as the work of Dr. W.C. Levengood out of Pinelandia Labs, the work that he's done showing the changes in the cell pit structure, showing changes in growth rates, showing in germination rate, various changes, even changes in the electromagnetic behavior of the plant materials, saying that this is the stuff that can't be hoaxed. It takes real work to test this stuff. Now, that testing has not been done, to my knowledge, on the Oregon material, but Linda mentioned earlier that she's trying to get some samples. It would be important to find that out.
That's right. I'm sure it's on the way. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Good evening.
Art, how you doing?
Just fine. Where are you, sir?
Albuquerque. Mike from Albuquerque.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lindemann.
Yes, sir.
My father was reading to me from a book by a man named George Andrews this afternoon. And in the book, it states that in a one particular county in Pennsylvania in the 1970s, in a one-year period, there was over 130 UFO sightings where there was an association with Bigfoot. Are you familiar with any of this?
Well, I confess I'm not familiar with the Pennsylvania sightings, but I am very definitely familiar with claims of Bigfoot in association with some UFO sightings. Bigfoot, of course, is another of these extremely strange, anomalous occurrences. There's good evidence that there is such a thing as Bigfoot, the Sasquatch up in the Seattle and northwest area there, and, of course, other manifestations of the same phenomenon in other parts of the world, other parts of the country.
Right.
Native Americans have been reporting this for hundreds of years. There are a few cases, and Linda Howe is someone who's brought some of these cases forward, where there have been sightings of a seemingly Bigfoot-type character in association even with the cattle mutilation phenomenon. So there may be a link. I can't prove it, but I think so.
Okay. Are you familiar with the work of Dr. Grover Krantz?
Can't say I am.
Okay. He's an anthropologist, professor of anthropology at the University of Washington.
Right.
And he has he's been studying the Sasquatch phenomena for a long time. And it seems now that there's several scientists that are no longer looking at the Sasquatch phenomena as let's prove its existence, an anthropological standpoint. It's now being studied in a zoological standpoint.
Right. What is it? I mean, that's a rhetorical question. The question is not, they know it's there, but now the question is, what is it?
Yeah, the biggest piece of evidence is the dermal ridges.
Right.
Are the fingerprints on the feet. That'd be virtually impossible to fake.
Mm-hmm.
And they're finding them left and right. I was curious if if there was a large connection.
All right, thank you. And you do find there to be a connection.
Well, no, what I would like to say is, since Bigfoot is a little outside my range of personal study, I would only say that there have been some researchers who have established a possible connection. I don't rule it out. I think it's a very provocative possibility.
All right, well, since we've asked about that, how about Loch Ness?
Oh, sure. And after that, let's bring in.
Well, I mean, there has been serious scientific inquiry in Loch Ness, and they've had readings.
I don't want to make light of Loch Ness. I personally would be thrilled to bits if the Loch Ness monster exists, and there's a darn good chance it does. Not only there, but in Lake Champlain and the Ogopogo and some lake up in British Columbia or wherever it is. It is absolutely likely, Art, that there are lots of bizarre life forms on this planet that we haven't found. Every now and then something washes up on a beach on some shore of some ocean. We find with it a whole new class of whale or a whole new class of squid or some other creature we've never seen before. Exactly. Eels 100 feet long. It's quite possible. I'm not sure, however, that there is any established connection between Loch Ness and UFOs.
All right. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Michael Linneman. Hello, where are you?
Yes, this is Dan from the University District in Seattle.
Hi, Dan.
Hi. And, Michael, it's been a few months since I've talked to you, but I was the one who called about asking questions about the reptilians a few months ago, and you were very kind and gracious in giving me your time on that information. I'm wondering, have you ever exchanged information with Mark McCandlish?
Yes, in fact, we had an interesting exchange on this very show a couple of months ago.
I must have missed it then, because I was very fascinated.
Well, actually, caller, that's what led to the McCandlish appearance on this program.
I see. Okay. Yeah, I thought he had a lot to say, and I'll go ahead and hang up, and I wonder if you could just say a few words about his information on UFO technology.
All right, we'll do that. Michael, hold on just one moment. Michael Lindemann is my guest. We'll be right back. For those of you who are having a hard time hearing it or straining to hear it on some distant radio station, my advice would be to call your local radio affiliate, the local radio station in your area, and inquire about Dreamland. And toward that end, if you would like assistance, let me give you our network telephone number, and they will give you assistance in trying to get Dreamland on your radio station. It is area code 503-664-8829. Now, do not call it now. Call it beginning Tuesday during the business week. That's area code 503-664-8829. Michael, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Not a lot of time before the bottom of the hour. Let's try a quick call on the toll-free line. You're on the air with Michael Linneman. Hello.
Yes, this is Tom from San Diego, KOGO.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, I am an ESP researcher, and of course, I'd like to have a couple questions with Mr. Lieberman. Edgar Casey speaks of the future contact with UFOs, and ESP research indicates that there is going to be sizable Earth activity in the near future. How does this coincide with your 2020 predictions of what we are going to be living through in the next 5 years with the rings of fire that are very active right now?
All right. Big Earth movements, predictions by people like Casey, true.
Well, what I can say is that there is no geological precedent that we know of for the kind of Earth changes that have been predicted by some people. For example, Gordon Michael Scallion, who firmly believes that the western third of the United States will simply be inundated.
That's right.
I am not in any position to say these people are right or wrong. What I will say is that the probability that they're right is extremely low unless something absolutely unprecedented occurs on this planet.
Which is, of course, what they're predicting.
That is exactly what they're predicting. I have to work from known information, known trends, and I would have to say that in my view, the likelihood of Earth changes on that scale is extremely small. On the other hand, we know that the West Coast is a sitting duck for major earthquakes. No question. I live in Santa Barbara. I'm going to move. I tell you, I think this area is in for some serious seismic activity.
All right, Michael, very quickly, about a minute left. UFO Technologies, going back a call. He wanted your comment on Mark McCandlish and some of what he has to say.
Actually, I'd like to comment on that in some length, so let's do it after the call, after the break, but I will say very briefly, Mark has alerted me to two important things. Number one, that it is quite probable that our government is in possession of what he refers to as alien replication vehicles. We can say more about that. And he has alerted me to a new generation of lighter-than-air craft that we have built, which have nothing to do with alien technology, but which are mistaken for UFOs, and in particular for the very large diamond, or not diamond, but triangular-shaped UFOs sighted in the western states. It may very well be that this is a lighter-than-air conventional technology.
I would believe that because it certainly would fit the one sighting that I've had. We will also give you the address again. Get a pencil for the Roswell Declaration when we come back. So get a pencil and a piece of paper and get ready. This is the CBC Radio Network in Dreamland. You're listening to Dreamland on Talk Radio 102 FM.
From the Kingdom of Nine, you're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell. To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It certainly is. Tell you what, a couple things. One, we're going to restrict our toll-free line to east of the Rocky Mountains for the next 25 minutes of the program. Remember, only those of you east of the Rocky Mountains on the toll-free line at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies only. Now, in addition, I do want to get this out again. Very, very important. The Roswell Declaration, to get it, to sign it, to be part of it, all you've got to do is send a self-addressed stamped envelope, no money, self-addressed stamped envelope to Michael Lindemann, 3463 State Street, Box 264, Santa Barbara, California. Zip code 93105. 93105. Is that right, Michael?
That's correct.
All right, good. Here's a fax that just came in. When Michael Lindemann mentioned the newly discovered age of the Sphinx, he must have been referring to the show broadcast a few months ago called The Mystery of the Sphinx. In the show, it was also reported that a new chamber had been discovered at the base of the Sphinx, as had been predicted by Casey. Unfortunately, the process of getting permission to open that chamber was being met with resistance from the Egyptian bureaucracy. Please ask Michael if he has any information on whether there's been any progress in this area.
Well, I'm glad your listeners informed. That is everything he said is true. Unfortunately, I do not have an update. I am in touch with some people who are monitoring that situation very closely, and I would like to, check with them and perhaps comment on that next time you and I talk, Art. And you could even pass it along to your audience if I'm not on the program. But right now, I'm not aware of any progress, and the person who faxed it is absolutely correct. The Egyptian government is very much resisting this. Now, there's a reason for this. It's not just a question of whether you just go digging in Egyptian soil without permission. It is in fact, the Egyptian government may be receiving pressure from other governments much more powerful than itself. Because if they open that chamber and break loose a library of information that is more than 10,000 years old, there is no telling how many sacred cows will get butchered over that.
All right, well, we'll stay in touch on that issue. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Lindemann. This is Todd in SeaTac. You've made repeated reference to Zecharia Sitchin and his work, The 12th Planet,
yes,
where he states that the ancient Sumerian tablets, of which they've found thousands, state that the Nephilim, as they're called, came to Earth and genetically engineered Homo sapien from Homo erectus. How do you feel about Mr. Sitchin's statements and the accuracy of them as compared to the Sumerian tablets?
Well, first of all, you're asking me, can I read Sumerian and can I interpret the huge amount of Sumerian information in the manner of Mr. Sitchin? The fact is I cannot. And very few people on Earth can. So the fact is that very few people actually challenge Mr. Sitchin on the level of his scholarship. They certainly challenge his conclusions because they're outrageous. We can say that without any quibble. But the fact is that Mr. Sitchin is among a handful of people qualified to interpret this material, and I find his interpretation most fascinating. But I really can't comment on it more than that.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Good evening. Where are you calling from?
St. Louis.
St. Louis, yes, sir.
Mr. Lindemann.
Yes, sir.
During your talks, you mentioned the continuity of government program.
Yes.
I have a question. Your partner, Ralph Steiner, in a radio show,
on the Pacifica station of Berkeley a few years ago showed military alien collaboration similar to Bob Lazar. Could this be a major reason for the continuing cover-up?
Well, if it were happening, I would say that would be a very cover-upable kind of fact, okay? Now, I can't say it's happening, but I will say that certainly the United States has built enormous underground bases. Whether there are aliens in them or not remains to be seen. However, I would like to point out a new book that will not necessarily be well known to your listening audience that I think is very important. It's called Taken, and it's subtitled Inside the Alien Human Abduction Agenda. It is by a woman named Carla Turner, and by the way, Carla would make a fine guest for a future show. Carla is a PhD professor, herself an abductee, as is her husband. She has written a book about 8 people, 6 of whom believe there were human beings working in some cooperative fashion with alien abductors. This, of course, is an extraordinary claim, but yes. Carla is no fool.
Michael, can you get me contact information?
I sure can.
All right, good. Good. We'll look forward to it. She sounds good. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Where are you calling from, please?
Hello?
Yes, where are you, sir?
Oh, Raleigh, North Carolina, listening on WCRY, QK Arena.
Very good.
I have a question for your guest. This harks back to a comment that someone else had made earlier in the show regarding the differences of opinion, let's say, among the UFO research community. Mm-hmm. Recently, I read Jacques Vallée's book Revelations, in which there's virtually no one in the ufology research area that doesn't come away with a bloody nose. Everyone from John Lear to Bill Cooper to Major Keyhole, everybody else. Vallee is considered the preeminent ufologist in the world today, and yet reading his book Revelations, you come away, his basic thesis is that much of the ballyhoo about UFOs and abductions and so forth is part true. There's something going on out there, but much of it is generated by the military intelligence complex, and they've so well infiltrated and co-opted the research efforts that it's hard to tell anymore who's telling the truth, what's manufactured.
That's true.
All right, I get the message. Can I comment on that?
Yeah, please go right. And it's a good one. And by the way, some of the people he mentioned are not at the center of the scientific community investigating this phenomenon. But
that is true.
Go ahead, Michael.
All right. Bottom line, I have great respect for Jacques Vallée. Jacques Vallée is an important, you might say, and almost a dissident voice in UFO research today, but he operates at an almost unique level of subtlety. And for that reason, he cannot be ignored, even if he is making statements that make everybody angry, and he does that on a regular basis. But the fact is that Dr. Vallée is basically saying our analysis tends to be too simplistic, too linear, too Western scientistic. We are trying too hard to squeeze a round peg in a square hole. This ufology business is not a bunch of aliens that look approximately like us driving around in Toyota spacecraft. It isn't like that at all, he says. It's much more complicated, much more subtle. And he's right. I'm convinced he's right. Now, that does not mean that everything he says is right. I think Dr. Vallée takes pot shots, sometimes because he's aggravated at the stupidity of some ufologists. So I would say read his book with respect, but also take it with a grain of salt. Revelations in particular is a book flawed by a number of simple factual inaccuracies, which he has had the graciousness to cop to on a few occasions. But Dr. Vallée, if nothing else, has done us a service by saying, look, it isn't all that simple. Guess again. And he's also pointed out that there may be a control system operating in which the aliens themselves are manipulating our perception of who they are. And the caller also pointed out the military has made such a hodgepodge out of the various situations that it's hard to tell who's telling the truth and who isn't. There's no question that that statement is true. Indeed, that is the very nature of disinformation. Jacques Vallée is right when he says that the whole field is loaded from top to bottom with deception. That deception is coming from at least three places. Place number one, our own military, our own government structure, which has had a huge stake in all of this deception. Number two, the aliens are foisting deception on us without a doubt. And third of all, of course, each and every one of us personally is prone to self-deception. This is an easy place to get completely screwed up and deluded, and we have to stop every couple of minutes and say, wait a minute, maybe I'm dead wrong.
Well, all of that together creates an awfully large noise level, doesn't it?
You bet. A very large noise level. The signal is a very hard one to find, and you really have to hold out. I always say to my audiences, please do not jump to the ready answer. You need, above all in this field, a high tolerance for ambiguity. We don't have the answer.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Linda from Maple Valley, Washington.
Yes.
My question is for Michael, is it possible that this wave is because it takes them such a long time to get here and get back? And what does he think about different dimensions?
All right.
Well, the question of dimensions is an important one. It raises all kinds of philosophical as well as physical science level questions that I'm not prepared to answer. Is it possible that they're flitting in and out of dimensions? Sure, it's just as possible that they're doing that as it is that they're traveling through time, which I regard as a possibility, or that they're using some sort of hyperdrive. I mean, for heaven's sakes, for the last 25 years, we've been hearing that the Star Trek people have something that they call warp, and indeed, if we were ever going to really travel around the stars, we would need something like that. Jules Verne 100 years ago said we'd be flying through the skies or traveling in submarines under the ice caps. He was right, as it happens, but that was 100 years ago. Now, are we going to come up with this technology? Maybe. Have they come up with it? Quite probably. Does it take them a really long time to come from star A to here? I doubt it. I don't think we would see the numbers we see if it was really a matter of them traveling years and years and years to get here. I think that is extremely improbable. There must be some other way to do it.
All right, Michael, hold on just a sec. We'll be right back to you. Michael Lindemann is my guest. Still time to get in if you would like to try. I know the lines are awfully clogged, but be patient. You will get through. Absolutely. Lindemann, where are you calling?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here we go again. Short on time now. You're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Where are you calling from, please? No, you're not. We'll go here to the wild card line. You're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Matt in Portland.
Hi, Matt.
Hi, Michael. Great show, Art.
Thank you.
Dan from the University District asked Michael, I guess on another occasion, about the reptiles. I'd just like to get Michael's input on that.
All right.
I'm sorry, about the what?
The reptiles.
Oh. Well, there are several kinds of aliens often described. The most commonly described in this country, of course, is the grays, the slightly built gray characters with the large black eyes. Right. The humanoid type, the type that look essentially like us, is the next most often reported, and the third most often reported are so-called reptilians. Humanoid type beings that have reptilian-type features, that is, perhaps scaly skin or skin of a greenish tone, very muscular build, large claws in some cases, large teeth, odd facial features. Do these beings exist? Well, I would say the answer is I don't know, but the reports are very, very frequent. And so if these people who are reporting them aren't crazy, then we have to assume it's possible that they could exist.
They would be my least favorite. If you're talking about ones to meet up with, I'm not wild about reptiles anyway. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hello.
Yes. Where should we know that aliens do actually exist?
Where are you, sir? Okay. Well, I guess we just missed that one. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann.
Hello, this is Mike calling from Seattle.
Hi, Mike.
I'm a MUFON member up here, and we're busily getting out these Roswell declarations also.
Great.
And I just wanted to throw in an idea. What we're doing is not only sending them to MUFON headquarters
we're sending a copy, duplicate copy to each one of our representatives, and I wanted to, if possible, give out my phone number, because anybody in Washington State who wants to call me, I'll pay the postage and send a copy of a blank declaration to them.
I'm sorry, caller. Without checking it out, I can't just let you give out a phone number.
Okay.
I'm terribly sorry.
Let me just thank the gentleman.
Tell you what, if they want to come to the MUFON meeting at the Bothell Library next, on July 16th, they can get a copy there.
That's fine.
That's good. Let me just comment real quickly that that part of the overall strategy is that when there is a cutoff date, which is sometime in the late fall, I don't know exactly when. At that time, all of the declarations that have been received are going to be compiled, and they will be divided out according to congressional districts, so that copies of the declaration will be sent. The number that were sent from any district will be sent to that district representative, and the entire thing will also be sent to key members of the administration, including the president and the vice president. So, you're in effect, caller, you're doing something that's a little redundant, but I think it should be done. I think your representatives should know, and I applaud your effort.
All right, good. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Good evening.
Well, goodness gracious, I finally got on.
Yes, where are you?
That pushed redial.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Spokane, Washington.
All right.
And we're kind of remiss because we don't have any sightings around here very much. All we had was somebody shooting the hell out of about 21 people at the Air Force Base, and then about 4 days later, a B-52 crashed at the same place, and nobody mentioned a thing about it. On the other hand, I think this is fascinating, and
Well, yes, sir. On my regular program, my syndicated program, we talked a great deal about what happened up there.
Good. I missed it.
Yes,
I wish you were on more in this genre every night instead of more toward the political thing. But that's another.
Well, now wait a minute. You just complained about lack of coverage, and I just told you we covered it, and now you're saying you want this.
I'm not saying that you. No, you shouldn't have covered it. The media should have.
I see. Anyway, do you have a question?
You're a special entity. I don't have a question so much as I'm just in total awe at what's going on. Most of my experiences are spiritual in nature, and gosh, this opens up a whole new area of bewilderment to me. What can we expect in the future? I mean, is this the strange goings on in the sky that we're not supposed to look at that's described in the Bible, or what?
All right, there's a good question.
There's a good question. Well, I think we touched on that earlier. There are, of course, many prophecies from the Bible as well as other scriptures around the world indicating this is a very special time. There may be events that occur over the next couple of years that have the appearance of the fulfillment of prophecy. I believe we are going to gradually, we are, as I said earlier, coming of age in the cosmic neighborhood. We are learning that we are part of a very broad, very diverse neighborhood of cosmic intelligences. Many of these beings do not look like us. Some seem to look rather like us, but we're just getting to know the neighbors, and we, in fact, are the new kids on the block. It's going to be a very interesting time.
Yes, it will. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hello, where are you calling from, please?
Southern California?
Yes, sir.
Hi, I had two questions. The first one is about the planet Jupiter and the impact of the comet Levy-Schumacher that's supposed to be...
Shoemaker-Levy 9.
Right.
The remnants of it. Yes, good question.
And, of course, you know, what sort of activity may we expect to see from here on Earth or up in the sky?
All right, thank you. We're going to have to hold it there. We're so short on time. Shoemaker-Levy 9, the impact of the pieces.
Well, as Linda said earlier, the impact will begin approximately July 16th. This is considered to be the greatest astronomical event of the century. Every telescope that is available on Earth will be looking at it. And, of course, we also have the Galileo spacecraft out near Jupiter right now that is going to try its best to take a look at it. Part of the problem is that the events are occurring on the back side of Jupiter with respect to our vantage point. However, interestingly, the impact points are only approximately 10 minutes away from the horizon because Jupiter turns very fast. So they're hoping that they're going to see very large amounts of residual light and other manifestations of energy. They are calling these impacts the largest explosions that have ever occurred in recorded history inside of our solar system. Now, what will that mean on our planet? It ranges from, depending on who you ask, it ranges from, it won't mean anything at all except a darn good astronomical event, out to predictions by some people who may be a little bit shrill in their notions that this could have very large, even catastrophic events, that it could precipitate, for example, Earth changes. People think that this may be a trigger. I frankly strongly doubt that scenario.
So do I, Michael. Do you think it's a big snowball or is it a hunk of iron?
You mean what's coming in?
Yeah.
Well, according to our best estimates, it's closer to a snowball than a hunk of iron.
All right, we're so short on time. Michael, the Roswell Declaration, so important. One more time, give everybody, please, your address so they can get it.
Right. Send a stamped address self-envelope to, let's say that again, a stamped self-addressed envelope, there we go, to Michael Lindemann, that's Lindemann. The address is 3463 State Street, Box 264, Santa Barbara, California, 93105. And when you get the declaration, I would appreciate it if you would read it, sign it, send it in to the address on the declaration. But even better yet, when you get it, if you know people who might want a copy, make copies first, hand them out, and then sign it and send it in.
So you not only don't object to making copies, you encourage it. And what about people who will make copies and then fax it to other people? Is that legitimate as well?
I see no problem with that. Make sure that they get both sides, however. It's a two-sided document.
All right. Michael, we're out of time. That's it. Another wonderful appearance on the program. And, of course, we will have you back again.
Thank you so much, Art. It's been a blast.
And if you get a chance to supply me with contact information on Carla Turner, I'd sure love it.
I will do that. Happy to.
Michael, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Take care. Michael Lindemann, and I'm sorry, everybody, there is never enough time on this program. There is never enough time. If you would like a copy of this program or any Dreamland program, the number to call is area code 503-664 7966. Once again, and you can call it 24 hours a day. The magic number is area code 503-664 7966. They will get you a copy of any Dreamland program we've done since the inception. Thank you all. Good night. This has been Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped. Yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. Please join us again next week at this time for Dreamland. Welcome to Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. This is Dreamland. It absolutely is. Good evening, everybody. Sunday evening, another Dreamland. I'm Art Bell. And we'll have the usual lineup in that Linda Howe is here this evening. She'll be with us in a moment from Philadelphia, which she calls home. And then a bit of a different tack this morning. John Zajac, who is a physicist and author of The Delicate Balance, will be here, and he's got a bit of a different theory on the Great Pyramids. So we'll talk with him right after Linda Howe. At any rate, I think you'll find it a fascinating adventure into areas, as the billboarding said, where things are not so neatly or easily put into a box. And now all the way to Philadelphia and Linda Howe. Well, good evening, Linda. Are you there?
Yes,
Good.
and, a couple of weeks I talked with Dr. Eugene Shoemaker, who was one of the co-discoverers of those strings of comet pieces that have been bombarding Jupiter for the last week.
Shoemaker Levy 9.
And he described the potential impact that some of those gigantic pieces would have made on our planet if they had hit here.
Yes.
Essentially being a major catastrophe. And today in the paper in Philadelphia, they did a large headline asking, could it happen here? Basically following up the same idea that Dr. Shoemaker and I were talking about. What would happen in terms of an asteroid impact? And they reported something very surprising that I think is important for us all to keep in mind and consistent with the Dreamland theme, that many things don't fit in any of the neat boxes that we think about. This is a quote. In 1989, a half-mile-wide asteroid flew through Earth's orbit. The Earth had been at that exact point only 6 hours earlier.
Oops.
This was reported in a journal to the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. The quote from this House of Representatives report continues, had that asteroid in 1989 struck the Earth, it would have caused a disaster unprecedented in human history, unquote. To think that we passed within 6 hours of a asteroid that was the same size as fragment A that impacted on Jupiter and caused the first big bruise on that enormous planet, and that we came that close without any of us really realizing at the time, I think is a sobering fact.
Well, it's sobering, Linda. I've always thought that they did not know about this, apparently, until after it occurred. So
after it had happened, that's right. And they also asked a question that I think everybody should also give some serious thought to in this universe we live in. What is more likely to kill you in a lifetime? A hurricane, a flood, a volcano, an earthquake, a lightning strike, a shark, a grizzly bear, a poisonous snake, or a terrorist bomb? And the answer is that more than any of those would be a comet or an asteroid smashing into the Earth. The odds are the same risk as flying in an airplane anywhere.
Wow.
Yeah. And in addition to the fact that what has just happened on Jupiter could happen in our lifetime or maybe in the next 1,000 years to this Earth with yet unknown consequences, as the violence has subsided on Jupiter, it has raised even more mysteries now with scientists who have some really interesting questions to solve. And among those are, what is all the black stuff at the impact sites? It might be sulfur, but no one knows for certain. How long will these big dark bruises stay on Jupiter's face now? And the answer is maybe months, and that they will be visible for amateur telescope watchers. So anyone listening who still wants to see these dark spots on Jupiter's face, they are visible through amateur telescopes right now.
Linda, one thing that a lot of people are asking, I'm asking in my own mind with regard to the dark spots, Richard Hoagland, incidentally, thinks they're carbon. But whatever they are, Jupiter has a very violent atmosphere, and it's surprising that, in effect, they have not been quickly erased.
Yeah, and everyone is tracing that, and in fact, I'm going to play an excerpt from an interview here from Dr. Andrew Ingersoll, who is professor of planetary science at the California Institute of Technology in Pasadena. He is going to be summarizing all of the 70-some Jupiter studies for a major scientific review in Bethesda, Maryland in October. And he talked to me yesterday about several of the surprises they have so far, and they expect more to come, including the dark stuff, which he personally thinks is sulfur, and the issue of a carboniferous chondrite made-up sort of comet hitting Jupiter is beginning to have a big question mark at the tail of it, because they have yet to find find any presence of oxygen or water. And as this interview begins, Dr. Ingersoll is discussing that very fact, which currently is one of the biggest puzzles so far at the end of this impact, because it might not have been a comet at all. It may have been a broken-up asteroid. This is Dr. Andrew Ingersoll, planetary scientist from Caltech.
So I think the big thing we've learned is that there's not a lot of oxygen, either dredged up from Jupiter or else brought in with the comet.
Is that there was no signs of water?
Very little indication of water, because in this hydrogen-rich environment, the oxygen you expect to be tied up with hydrogen in the form of water. And comets are made out of ices, and Jupiter is thought to have water clouds deep down, and that kind of result is already pretty firm, and I think over the next few weeks we're going to firm it up some more and people may discover traces of oxygen. But I think the lack of oxygen is so pronounced that we can say we already know that. It's already a big mystery. Now, if your question is how long will it take us to figure out the mystery, that might take a little longer.
Well, isn't the implication of the mystery that the comet itself may not have been an icy snowball, but it must be made of something else completely different?
That's certainly part of it. The comet really couldn't have been what we normally think of as a comet. It might have been a rocky asteroid, in fact. The latest results suggest that it might be just that. The latest results show that there's metal in the comet that are now seen in Jupiter's atmosphere, like magnesium and silica. And you can get metals if you vaporize a rock and break these molecules of silicon dioxide and so on up into their constituent pieces. So one implication is that the comet wasn't a comet at all, but perhaps a rocky object like an asteroid. The other implication is that the comet didn't go deep enough to dredge up water from Jupiter's interior.
Meaning that it may have been vaporized on the surface.
Well, yeah, if you can speak of its surface, but...
or the upper atmosphere.
The upper atmosphere, yeah. From the tops of the clouds that we normally see to the zone where the water is about 100 kilometers. And it's quite possible that the comet burned up before it got down that far.
If Jupiter had no water molecules in the atmosphere at all, therefore no oxygen, what would that say to you?
Well, that would be just one of the most upsetting things to our current understanding of how the solar system formed. Of course, we all have open minds to that possibility that Jupiter just has no water and has no oxygen. But it's probably the last thing we're going to give up, faced with a lot of barrage of new data.
So, Art, right now, the sum is they haven't been able to see the water and the oxygen that they had expected, especially if this was an icy comet that was breaking up in the upper atmosphere of Jupiter. This is truly one of the biggest mysteries so far from this impact. And
boy, it is. It is, Linda.
And it may not have been a comet at all. It may have been a large asteroid that broke up and was all kind of a hard, metallic, rocky material, and that may be why they have got in the spectrograph some of these metals.
Well, that's fascinating. And I'm sure this is going to continue to unravel over the next many months, isn't it?
Yes, and I'm going to continue to talk with Dr. Shoemaker, Dr. Ingersoll, some of the others, because each scientist around the country, I have a list of about 75 or 80 of them, they're taking different aspects of of all of this data, and I think periodically I will try to bring some brief updates. I thought tonight it was definitely worth going into this in depth. And next week, when I'm your full-time guest, I plan to give you some fascinating updates on what's been happening in the crop circles. We've been in Canada, the United States, and England. New mutilation cases with some very interesting anomalies and reports. And if I have anything more to report next week concerning scientific discoveries on the Jupiter impact, I will certainly, we can talk about that too.
Good. I'm also getting reports on my regular syndicated program, Linda, of crop circles up in the Washington State area. You've been hearing about that?
Yes, there was one that I know of that has two parts to it, and it's the only formation I know. It's in the same field, and I have a drawing of it, and the size is about 150 feet in diameter, and it is actually resonant with both a formation that was in England 2 or 3 years ago and with the current new one that's up in Ontario, Canada, which I'm getting videotape and photographs and have a drawing from, and we're also getting analysis on the wheat from the one in Ontario. So by next weekend, I probably will be able to report some of the preliminary data on that.
All right. The gal who called, by the way, tells me she has photographs, and she's sending them to you.
Great. Was that Iris or Carol Patterson?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I wouldn't have gotten the names, but somebody's doing it.
Well, that's good. And so even while our attention has been out in the solar system, much has been happening on our own planet in these strange other mysteries.
Excellent. Linda, we'll look forward to it next week and your full guest appearance.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I look forward to it.
Take care, Linda.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. If you would like to reach Linda Howe, the way to do it is to write to her, and I've got her address here. And I might add that her documentary, her new documentary, Strange Harvest 1993, is available now for $35. That's on videotape. And, of course, you can also get one of her publications, Glimpses of Other Realities, the most recent, $45. And Linda Howe's address is Post Office Box 538, Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania. Once again, Post Office Box 538, Huntingdon, Huntingdon, Valley, Pennsylvania, zip code 19006. So whether you want some of her materials or you would like to contact her regarding a sighting or anything else, that is the appropriate address. And in a moment, we'll be back with a physicist and author whose name is John Zajac, and I hope I'm getting that correct. It's the first thing we'll ask him about. Right back to John.
Imagine
my listener suggests that we particularly ask John about the Great Pyramid. So many people, of course, think the Great Pyramid could only have been built using some sort of alien technology. And Dr. Zajac apparently feels very differently about it, and so we're going to explore why he thinks that's a bunch of rubbish. And so here he is, from somewhere in, I think, Central California. Is that right, John?
San Jose, California.
San Jose, all right. John, I take it you do not think the Great Pyramid was constructed by the Greys?
By the Greys?
Or greens, or yellows, or...
the polka dots and the blues?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, no, I don't. I could understand why one would think so, because even with today's technology, we cannot duplicate the Great Pyramid, even if we didn't have financial restraints and political problems and so forth. We could not reconstruct the Great Pyramid today. Apparently, science is wise enough to understand why the Great Pyramid is unique, but not so wise to be able to copy it.
All right. Well, I'm going to allow you to make your case. Tell us a little more about yourself first, though, if you would. Is it Dr. and is it Zajac? Is that correct?
Zajac is correct. There is no PhD associated with it.
All right.
My claim to fame is the ability to have a very diverse and wide background and view to be able to show commonality between seemingly unrelated fields of science, very often creating a whole new field of science in the process.
All right. How did you come upon this talent for connecting seeing these things?
Oh, it's kind of inborn. Just a keen sense of observation and the recognition that things similar or related indeed happened in other disciplines. That has led me to some reasonable successes as Vice President of Research and Development for some leading corporations, such as Cutler-Hammer, Eaton Corporation, General Signal Corporation, Electrotech, and some others.
Oh, yes.
And with patents in many diverse areas, from chemistry to electronics, mechanics to biometrics, etc. So it's a wide field, but the field is because the greatest technological advancements typically happen when the astronomer is talking to the metallurgist or to the anthropologist. And when those seemingly unrelated scientists sit down and have dinner together and start realizing there's a common thread through their problems and put them together, then we come up with theories that can be later substantiated for the extinction of the dinosaurs, for instance.
Do you, while we're at it, do you have any thoughts? There's been a lot of talk lately, of course, about the dinosaurs because of Shoemaker Levy 9 plowing into Jupiter and the fact that it might have happened here. Do you think they were driven extinct by some comet?
Actually, the evidence is overwhelming that that's exactly what took place. I was not just throwing some loose terms around. It actually came about that a very leading scientist, Nobel laureate actually from University of Berkeley, Alvarez, has a son. And Alvarez is in many areas of physics, very diverse by himself, now passed away. But he was having Thanksgiving dinner with his son, who was an anthropologist. As they sat there, his son was saying that in different parts of the world, particularly in Italy, that he could find some very high levels of deposits of iridium and other such materials, and that happened about the time of the extinction of the dinosaurs. And his father says, "Wow, but do you understand that that's not popular on Earth?" He says, "Yeah, I know it's kind of rare, but what can I say is a half-inch thick layer in Italy."
Right.
He said, "That's only really found in asteroids. And what you should do is check on other continents and see if it coincides, and if the layer is there as well, if it also took place at the time of the Great Extinction." Which, by the way, extinctions have happened many times in Earth's history. And sure enough, it turns out that this layer is global. And knowing the thickness of the layer, they could measure what they would anticipate the size of the impact to be. In other words, the size of the mass coming in from space.
Certainly.
And it turns out to be somewhere in the order of about 3+ miles in diameter, which fits very nicely with lots of things. They also could go backwards and check the frequency of great extinctions, which happens, every 35 million years or so, which leads to a theory that there is a black, dark companion to the sun, about 1,000 times out further than Jupiter, perhaps, that makes an elliptical path, and once every tens of millions of years comes in close enough to cause a gravitational tug, if you will, through what we would call our expanded solar system. And let me mention what that is. I mean, we know there's 9 planets, but the solar system is actually considerably bigger than that. It's as far out as our Earth has influence. And there's a whole lot of space junk left over from the beginning of our solar system. There's something called the Oort belt, if you will. It's a cloud that's sitting out very much further out than Jupiter, cannot be seen from Earth directly, and it contains something in the order of 100 billion pieces of rock junk left over from the beginning of time, with space junk in the size of 1 to 10 miles in diameter.
Well, that's big junk. John, I'm going to ask that you hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour, so we're going to do that break, and we'll come right back to you. My guest is John Zajac, and he's got quite a story in a moment.
You're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell. To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It is, and this is Dreamland. I'm Art Bell. John Zajac is my guest, and he is the author of The Delicate Balance, and we're talking about extinctions and cycles and dark suns. And John, are you there?
Yes, indeed.
There are a number of people, John, who think that not only have there been cycles of extinction, but that man has been here before, created civilization, and become extinct. Is it possible?
Well, the evidence doesn't support that. You would think that if man was on planet Earth before, that there'd be some fossil, some remnant of his existence. And to date, we haven't seen anything to support that at all.
All right. There are those who believe that it's very deeply buried within Earth, but that's probably a pretty long shot. So what is your view of how all this occurred?
Well, we're talking about a delicate balance here, and if there's one underlying theme that I keep trying to present to folks, is that just because something didn't happen yesterday, last week, or last year, or maybe even for the last 1,000 years, there's no reason to assume it couldn't happen tomorrow morning or next week. The fact that we have gone through a very, very mild period in our climate and a fairly stable period in geological effects and earthquakes and so forth doesn't mean that we can automatically anticipate that trend to continue. In fact, in many cases, we can look at history and say there's no reason for it to continue. History has never been this consistent and this temperate for a long period. And with relation to that, we were talking about the Oort belt and the fact that there are 100 billion, that's with a B, pieces of space junk sitting out there in a very delicate balance. We'll use that term a few times through this discussion, I think, where these pieces are as far out at the very edge of our solar system as possible, held in place by the extremely weak forces of the pull of gravity of the rest of the galaxies and the pull of gravity of our sun. That is, being out there 1,000 times out further than Pluto, you've got to know that those forces are extremely weak. Therefore, small forces could indeed cause a disruption in that balance and cause some of that space junk to fall in towards the sun. And of course, the Earth is in the path of some of that debris heading in towards the sun. The evidence for such is rather amazing. We tend to be comfortable about things and say, well, yeah, in the early solar system, there was lots of impacts caused upon the planet, evidenced by just looking up at the moon.
Sure.
The man on the moon and all those craters are indeed obviously impacts. But the moon would have been struck by meteors considerably less frequently than the Earth itself because of Earth's greater gravitational pull. And it turns out that we have on Earth today that we can measure and observe 28 impacts still in existence, of course eroded and corroded and covered over by growth and so forth. But 28 major impacts. Major impact is between 1 and 100 miles in diameter. Now, when we talk about the average piece of space junk that's between, something between 1 and 10, we pick the arbitrary number 5 miles in diameter. A 5-mile diameter piece of space junk with an average velocity of just under 50,000 miles per hour crashing into planet Earth would indeed cause a meteor impact about 100 miles in diameter. It would throw up so much dust and debris that we would immediately go into a new ice age. Certainly sunlight would be blocked out, and if animals and humans didn't die immediately from the shock, from the quake, from the inhalation of dust, one would certainly think that food growing would be extraordinarily difficult, if not impossible, for some length of time, probably years, but would throw us immediately into an ice age.
That is the rough equivalent, is it not, of a nuclear winter?
It is indeed where the theory for nuclear winter came from.
Well, all right.
It's kind of interesting, but in fact,
I'm just curious, John. If you were to do projections, as they do with nuclear warfare,
right,
and this were to occur based on current technology, how many people, if anybody, would survive?
Maybe, handfuls of people would survive. Let me give you for instance, In the American arsenal, we talk about having 10,000 nuclear weapons, thermonuclear weapons. The Russians claim to have 9 or 10,000, but our resources suggest perhaps 40,000. However, the average size of the American arsenal is about half a megaton. It's roughly a little bit bigger than that, approaching 1 megaton for the Russians. If we added what's known of the American and Russian arsenals together, and even added in all the stuff we think the Russians are hiding, we're talking in the vicinity of 50,000 weapons, less than 1 megaton apiece. That would be to say that if World War III broke out and every single weapon got used and went off, we're talking in the terms of 50,000 megatons. Okay. If something the size of a 5-mile diameter struck the Earth, we wouldn't be talking about 50,000 megatons. We'd be talking 100 million megatons.
Big bang. Of course,
big bang.
Of course, it would be concentrated in one location versus a nuclear exchange being in many, many, many or almost all locations.
Well, that may or may not be true completely. And as we've just seen, the gravitational pull of Jupiter broke apart the comet that smacked into it. We might see fragmentation or companion parts as well. It has been... two thoughts come to mind in this regard. It has been pretty much shown by now that we've seen this comet break up that if we look at the moon and other places, that many of the impact craters are in straight lines, which pretty much says that it's multiple impact.
So it'd be like a shotgun blast.
Well, one blast would be enough to do it, but we might not have the luxury of only having half the Earth destroyed. Certainly, when you throw debris up into the atmosphere, you cause enough of a global problem from a standpoint of falling dust and blocking out of the sun to cause very, very many problems. Not only from inhalation of the dust itself, which is, of course, even during volcanic eruptions, what has killed many people, but because of the sudden change in temperature. Here on planet Earth, it's kind of interesting. People have looked at the Farmer's Almanac for years and said, gee, isn't it uncanny? They have a whole bunch of things which kind of tend to make sense to come true. And one of them is that a severe winter always has an early snowfall. But that's not coincidence, that's absolute fact. And the reason why is when the first snow falls, the white area reflects 97% of the sunlight coming in, guaranteeing the temperatures directly after snowfall to be cooler than they would have been if there wasn't a snowfall, causing additional precipitation in the form of snow, causing additional sunlight to be reflected, therefore causing the winter to be more severe. In fact, scientists have recently put together reasons why we have colder winters, one of the reasons for having some colder winters. And it's got to do with whether or not the first snowfall takes place on the northern or the southern slopes of the Tibetan Mountains. You say, now wait a minute, that's for sure the other side of the globe. What's going on?
Right.
Well, what happens is that with the first snowfall, just as we've mentioned, additional sunlight's reflected, causing a colder region. The hot and cold cause high and low pressure areas, and as the jet stream smacks into the Tibetan Mountains, it needs to make a choice whether to go over go up around the north or down around the south. However, when it moves around the Tibetan Mountains, it sets up a pattern which tends, I use the word tends here carefully, which tends to encourage either northern or southern movement of the jet stream around the rest of the hemisphere. Therefore, the first snowfall in Tibet can very much affect what we see in terms of our winter because our weather patterns are very much controlled by the jet stream. In fact, when we look at the weather patterns we've had lately with droughts and so forth, we see that it's really because the jet streams are not where we typically want to find them.
Right.
Our droughts in California have been caused because the jet stream has been about 400 miles too far north. It's been raining buckets up in Washington, Oregon, but California has been having Mexican weather and has been very, very dry, causing the 6-year drought and mandatory water rationing, cutback of agriculture and so forth in California. The most productive area in the country, by the way, for produce. We produce more produce is produced in California. By produce, we're talking about fruits and vegetables, not particularly wheat. than any place else in the country. But many of the orchards have been forced to literally have their trees die for lack of water and so forth because of our long drought. We've also seen this in the southeast, where again jet streams being too far north changed the weather pattern significantly enough to cause thousands of chickens to die from the heat, and as well as extreme failure in corn crops and so forth. So our weather pattern is a very delicate system set up upon the difference in temperature between the poles and the equator. With the rotation of the Earth, that difference of temperature, which drives the heat engine, sets up the jet stream, sets up our weather pattern. And without that delicate balance being there, we don't recognize what we end up with. And even small shifts has caused large changes. Now, talking about this meteor impact thing, if I may, which, by the way, is discussed in great detail in the book, The Delicate Balance.
Yes.
It is also, though, something that I've been talking about since this comet going into Jupiter has been recognized in all the science journals, which is about a year and a half ago. It's kind of amazing that it didn't reach the public till now, as many of us have been giving lectures on it before this. But what is exciting and interesting to me is how real this is. In the beginning of your program, it was mentioned that the probability of any individual on Earth being killed by some catastrophic event or by even some natural causes such as snake bite and bear attack, earthquake, I think she mentioned earthquake, but certainly hurricane and lightning and so forth was equal to a trip on an airplane. It actually turns out that although air travel is the safest means of travel, it is more likely that anyone will be killed by an impact of a foreign visitor from deep space, namely an asteroid or a comet, than they will be by flying, because most people, the average person, takes more than one trip in his lifetime. That is very, very significant. Now, she also mentioned that we had this major comet or asteroid fly by the Earth, crossing Earth's path 6 hours apart from where the Earth would have been. And that happened on March 31st, 1989. And indeed, it was close, but it did miss us by something in the order of 500,000 miles. It was found only 6 days after it passed by because no one was looking for it. It also turns out that in 1989 we had 2 other close encounters, and that's 3 in 1 year.
I remember it very well. I remember the Associated Press reports of it, and they were always, gee whiz, we just found out we just had a close encounter.
Again.
Yeah, again.
And each time it was found afterwards, and each time it was because people would examine photographs of the night sky and see what was that, it wasn't there before, and then make projections for its course and so forth. But because they don't send out big long tails, and we don't see them coming from a long distance, they're not being observed. Well, 3 of them in 1 year was rather unsettling. Remember we mentioned that there was this delicate balance holding things in the Oort belt out there. And one of the things that happened significant, or maybe insignificant, I can't say, because science has never figured out what gravity is. We've got names called the graviton, and we talk about gravity waves, but no one has a clue what it is. We don't know how fast gravity travels. We don't know what it will travel through. We don't know if gravity waves can bend gravity waves. We don't know anything about gravity except Sir Isaac Newton, who we'll talk about later, was sitting under an apple tree, so the story goes, and got hit by head by an apple. I've maintained that if there were no apple trees, we wouldn't have the word gravity. So, I mean, that's how in the dark we are about gravity. However, if you would take any significance to the event that in 1986, all of the planets lined up in a perfectly straight line, an event which happens only once every 286,000 years, you know that's not a common event. If gravity waves bend or are focused or add together, and we don't know that to be the case, could that have an effect or a tug on that Oort belt? I don't know. How long would it take for stuff falling out of the Oort belt to fall towards the inner planets?
Yes.
I don't know. How many pieces could fall at a time? Well, if even one piece fell, probably hundreds, maybe thousands of pieces would fall. There's no reason to think a piece would fall when there's 100 billion of them out there in different positions, delicately balanced. Here comes the kicker. In 1989, yes, there were 3, but in 1990, there were 6. That was exciting enough that the science departments of Yale and Harvard put together a team to that came up with the first analysis that you were more likely to die if this trend does not go away, sent then Vice President Dan Quayle to Congress to ask for $125 million, which was appropriated, to build a number of inexpensive, short-sighted telescopes to quote-unquote look for the killer asteroid. Now, it was believed at the time that that study was started that there were 40 pieces of space junk, at least a half mile in diameter, that were known to cross the Earth's orbit. And there were, except that in the first 2 years of study, they found 25,000 more. So as we speak, and the number goes up every day, there are 25,000 pieces of space junk, half mile or larger in diameter, that cross the Earth's path. Now, those may not be the most damaging ones because they are not coming from deep space. They are remnant of different things, which we'll talk about later probably, but probably the asteroid belt or whatever that crossed our path, but have been fairly stable for obviously a long time. The more concerning are those pieces that will fall out of the Oort belt that we don't have any clue about, that may be of any size between 1 and 10 miles in diameter, as just mentioned, and that is much more concerning, and in the scientific community, it is a real concern.
Let me ask you the question that I have asked others with regard to Shoemaker-Levy 9. Had Shoemaker-Levy 9 been headed directly toward Earth instead of Jupiter, could we have stopped it?
The answer is absolutely not. However, that does not stop science from thinking they have the possibility to do it. There is a joint effort with the USSR at this time to build deep space missiles carrying atomic warheads. And although it's feasible, the realities of it are not. And let me tell you why. Number one is that there is no reason to believe that we will see the thing coming at us long enough advance. Now, with Schumacher, we saw this a year and a half in advance because it already made one close pass by Jupiter, and we saw that. Jupiter's gravity then, said, no, you can't keep going, and pulled it back in, and so we saw this happening. And the only question for the last year and a half was picking the date. Interestingly, science did not pick a set of dates so far apart. They kept picking July 20th and 21st, which I thought was very conspicuous, coincided with the 25th landing of the first man on the moon. But as we know, it came in here for it's just about a week, from last Saturday to either Thursday or Friday of this week.
That's right.
So it was spread out further than we probably anticipated. We couldn't tell for sure the size of each of the objects because of their distance and so forth. But we were standing by ready and waiting because we had approximately a year and a half notice of the event because of its last close pass, which indeed caused it to break up into fragments. The consideration here, though, is that if we saw 3 in 89, and that we continue to see close encounters passing by us. In fact, the closest was 1993. We had a piece of space junk approximately a mile in diameter, perhaps slightly less, come within half the space of the Earth to the Moon.
Oh, boy.
Okay? I mean, closer still, much closer still. When we talk about things closer than the Moon...
Under 200,000 miles, I would take it.
Well, if it was half the distance, it would be 125,000 miles. So closer again, which leads us to believe that perhaps, and perhaps likely, we are a meteor shower. Of what duration? We do not know. Will it intensify?
That would mean that the likelihood would be numerically much greater. John, hold on just a moment. We'll be right back to you. It seems to me it would be numerically much higher if that is true. You're saying that we may be in a period of increased frequency of these objects making close passes?
It would certainly seem so. We saw no record of it till 1989. Every year since then, we've seen, a high number. A high number 3 is a high number when you haven't seen it for hundreds of years. That the closest one was just 1993. Time to be paying attention. However, look at the logistical problem we're talking about.
Wait a minute. Important fact here. Are we paying attention now?
I believe we are. I believe we're paying much more attention to the possibility. I think that what has just happened at Jupiter is increasing public awareness and making the public more willing to fund projects that would allow us to see what's going on. However, do remember this. We didn't see the Jovian comet until it was close, making a close pass at the planet. We only know now that it was going to take place because after we saw it go by and we had our eyes trained on it, if you will, we could project where it was going and what would happen a year and a half in advance.
Right, okay, John, this calls for a little bit of speculation, John. Speculate for me. If they determined that an object was coming, but that we could do nothing about it, in other words, explode things on it as we might, we couldn't change its path, would they tell us?
Might indeed.
Might,
yeah.
Might not
because Washington would make the decision, but rather because the scientific community and people looking for comets and asteroids, which, by the way, almost all of them are found by amateurs. All of the big telescopes have a very busy schedule, and they're all busy looking at new formations in the sky and distant galaxies and looking for planets around stars and so forth. They're not looking close by, and they don't have time to just sit there looking for something they may not find. They have a real agenda.
So if they missed one, joke would be on us.
Well, they're not likely to find it, as I just mentioned.
I understand.
Most asteroids are found by amateurs.
It's an awfully good point, and if it ever happened, if there was anybody around to serve up recriminations, they would be saying, well, then why didn't the London Observatory see it or something? And there'd be people like you trying to explain they weren't looking for it.
They're not looking for it, no. Their budget is to go find life on distant planets or something. It was very...
John, you got to freeze it right there. We're out of time at the top of the hour. Relax for about 6 minutes. We'll be right back to Jack on the CBC Radio Network.
This is a pre-recorded, previously broadcast program.
From the Kingdom of Nye, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now, toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
Now again, here I am, Dreamland, on a Sunday evening. John Zajac is my guest, and we'll get back to him in just a moment. And, John, here's a quick question for you. It came in by fax from Albuquerque. A quick question for your guest. What is your best guess as to when this dark body, the one you referred to, will again pay us a visit? John?
Well, that dark body probably isn't due for, another couple of million years.
Oh, good.
However, that may not be the only cause for such things to occur. So it's not the black body, figuratively called Nimnus, that would necessarily cause this. But if anything's out there that far, barely held on to our sun's gravity, it too may have changed its path and so forth. So we really don't know. That's the whole mystery here, is that we have barely understood some of what's going on, understanding why it may fall out of balance. If we had a real good handle on when things would fall out and when we'd be in deep straits, that would make things easier. Right now, we're just barely smart enough to understand that these conditions occur and they could fall out of balance quickly. What we're talking about is whether or not mankind, with its infinite wisdom and technological abilities, would just simply send up our nukes and blast the thing out of the sky. Well, it's kind of interesting that even just recently on CBS News, and I'm talking just 3 days ago, they were saying, yes, this is one of the few natural disasters that modern science can prevent. We can't prevent hurricanes. Not exactly true. We could nuke those too, I suppose. We can't, predict or stop earthquakes, something we really should talk about later on. We can't do those type of things, climatic change. But, sure, big rocks flying through space, yeah, we can blast those puppies out of the sky. But think about it for 1 second. Number one, we don't have any deep space probes. Number two, We don't have a Saturn V anymore, which was required to get to the moon.
That's true, except as a museum piece.
Except as a non-operational piece. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Our shuttle takes things into low Earth orbit, a couple of 100 miles above the surface of the Earth. Even when we launch the shuttle, have you ever seen one launch on time?
No.
No, I've never have. I mean, there may have been one or two that actually went off within a couple of hours of assigned time. But even then, it takes 4 days just to roll it down to the gantry.
Well, you see, that's exactly it, John. I don't think we could do it either. If something right now was close in, found to be headed toward us, we wouldn't be able to do a thing about it. And if that were the case, then if they knew, why say anything?
Well, it depends on who the they is. If it's the amateur scientists, they'll be yelling and screaming, anybody will pay attention. If it's the scientific community, they'd probably rush to publish. If it was the government's observatories or paid-for telescopes, they might indeed wish to halt it, if they could keep it under wraps. I have a strong suspicion everybody in the know would be making quick phone calls to everybody they cared about.
Mm-hmm.
So it might not be able to be kept well under wraps, although it would only be spread about as a rumor. If I can examine one more little aspect of that, is the following. I mean, how far away would we have to reach it? Some scientists say before it got as close as the moon, 250,000 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
But think about that for a minute. We just finished saying that the thing would have an impact of 100 million megatons. That is to say that that's when its velocity, its energy is converted from potential energy at the site of impact. What are we going to send up? A 1 megaton charge? That's a pretty big weapon to us. A 10 megaton bug? What's 10 megatons going to do against 100 million?
Well, I guess the conventional wisdom, John, is that it would change the orbit not much, but just enough to cause it to miss.
Well, does that mean instead of hitting dead center New York, we only hit Brooklyn? With a 100-mile impact? I mean, you see my point. We'd have to be able to see it coming, from great distances. This thing's moving at close to 50,000 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
Our fastest rockets travel at 18,000 miles per hour. First of all, do we have the technology and radar to time things so perfectly that we can actually get this thing to explode 100 yards apart from this thing at speeds of 50 or 60 plus thousand miles per hour?
Very problematic, huh?
Probably not. And we have to get close because most of the energy is not going to go in the direction of the rock. So yeah, it gets more and more unrealistic. That's not to say that the government and our government, that with the USSR, aren't to do trying to build some deep space missiles to do it. Fortunately, the Russians can launch at will where we can't.
John,
the likelihood of it being successful are rather remote.
Right. I want to quickly change directions. About the bottom of the hour, I want to get the phone lines open. Right now, I want to ask you for the short version, if I can, with regard to the Great Pyramid. I'll give you to the bottom of the hour. I know you said it takes about an hour, but if you could give us sort of a shortened version of it or the high points of it. You don't think that an alien race built that pyramid at all? Who do you think built it, and how do you think they did it?
First of all, I don't know who built it, except to say humans probably supplied the horsepower. Okay, that's item number one.
Okay.
Item number two is that to understand what's really taking place here, more important than knowing who built it, who supplied the horsepower, is who supplied the design for it. And the design is so phenomenal, so overwhelming, that I will make a prediction right here and right now that you have never gotten a response on your radio show as strong as the one you're going to get 1 hour after I start talking about the Great Pyramid. It's happened everywhere we've ever gone because this is a very exciting and different approach. I can't summarize it to you in fast terms because the Great Pyramid story has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And you need to know why it's unique, then how science was able to establish its uniqueness, then what it did that nothing on Earth could do, and why not only could science not build it, but science could not design it. One of the kickers we're going to get to at the end of that comment is if every scientist in the world just on paper tried to design the Great Pyramid using all the supercomputers available in the world for any other planet in the entire universe, it could not be done.
Could not be done.
It's a mathematical impossibility. And we will do that, and it's spine-tingling, but we can't you can't do it without going from beginning, middle to end. And if we have just a few minutes before the bottom of the hour, maybe we should close off on this connection thing with the asteroid. And that is to say the following. You know, one of the nice things about your program is it says, let's look at things, let's look at them intelligently, and let's look at all aspects. But let's not put it in a box.
That's right.
And that's really important. And in the delicate balance, we again take this wide view and tie seemingly unrelated things together. The economy, the ecology, scientific development, and so forth. And one of the things that happens as we do this, as we look at meteor impacts, again, which is covered in detail in the book and so forth, it's not something that just happens because of what's going on Jupiter. But as we're looking at those things, very often one says, gee, haven't I heard this someplace before? And sometimes we have. And here comes one of these things, going to sound really out in left field. But what we examine at the same time is prophecy. And not prophecy from Dickens, mind you, but rather from three. I chose purposely to use only three from very different walks of life. And those three are no less than George Washington, the founder of of our Constitution in many respects, but certainly the father of our country. Miguel de Nostradamus, probably the most popular secular figure in terms of prophecy, a futurist and a world-renowned physician who would have been famous on that chord alone had he not also been able to foresee and foretell the future.
Yes.
And just because, why not, we look at John at Revelation as well, because as a good scientist, you can leave no rock unturned, and there are things there that seem rather significant.
Well, you almost seem to apologize for its consideration. You need not do that.
Well, I only preface it as I do and give John third billing, so someone wouldn't think that I am trying to be especially religious and/or to prove the Bible. Neither of those are the case, but rather to say let's keep an open mind and let's make the examination. And it's kind of interesting as we approach the close of the hour, the bottom here of the hour, so that we'll go on to the whole new subject of the Great Pyramid. Is to say if what we've just described as these three people being prophets, if they foretold their future, which was now our history, accurately, then maybe we should be paying attention to what they claim our future to be. And indeed, Miguel de Nostradamus speaks of, and he's misinterpreted very widely, but speaks of great devastation happening on planet Earth because of climatic changes, great drought, and pestilence, probably due to food shortage and so forth as well. When the Great Comet makes its run, and that was, from other quatrains, shown to be in the latter part of the 20th century. Right. And so everyone says, Halley's Comet, Halley's Comet. Nostradamus is predicting worldwide drought and famine in 1986. But that's not true, and it wasn't true for several reasons. He was speaking of an unknown comet because it does things that Halley's never could come close to doing, including drying up the lakes and rivers and so forth. Not to say we don't have drought and famine presently, but not on the scale that Nostradamus was talking about it being severe worldwide. Right. So Miguel de Nostradamus, it was talking about this great comet. When the great comet makes its run, that all of these universal effects of Earth start changing. John, in the book of Revelation, also speaks of a time when a great mountain, a flaming mountain, is hurled onto the earth, and that it destroys a great city. It's called Babylon, but it's a representation of Babylon, a place of sin, if you will. But we're a great trade center, where he says that all the merchants at sea will wail and grind their teeth, saying, but what city could compare to this great city? Which would cause, by the way, because of its impact, a worldwide earthquake that would leave, quote-unquote, no island left in the sea, no mountain left in its place.
How does Nevada and Las Vegas sound to you?
In terms of safety?
In terms of a target.
Well, there are some who would pick that. I personally think that if we're going to try picking a city of center of commerce, we'd probably have to pick New York. But with child pornography and so forth.
I do believe I detect some New York in your accent, don't I?
Yes, there's some there that's been trying to be tucked away for about 20-something years.
Why did you leave New York, John?
Seriously? You need a long list of reasons?
No, I don't. I was just wondering if it was connected to prophecy.
No, it wasn't connected to prophecy. It was connected to good weather and to a nicer lifestyle and to get away from some of the rudeness and toughness of New York area. But because there may be no place on Earth that's safe. If we had time to talk about earthquakes later, we'd see that California may be the safest place in the entire country to withstand a major earthquake, because they're due within the whole country. But California has earthquake standards and some provisions set up and a mindset that will probably help to handle it. And every mile underground, the telephone company has a 10-foot loop of wire to pick up to allow for movement of ground and so forth without breaking down communication. So the major earthquake we're looking for in California will not be a pleasant one, but any place else in the country would probably be considerably more devastating. So the bottom line here is simply that prophecy is something which I keep threading through the things we're doing, and I think it's very significant because it shows that some of these things may not be out of left field but been foretold for centuries. And when we look at the Great Pyramid, we will find that the Great Pyramid is probably, and I say probably loosely, it's almost definitely the most incredible prophetic message ever left on the planet.
Ever left on the planet? Left by whom, John?
Well, we'll have to discuss that, but, again, it's not that I'm claiming it was not built by humans, but that's the horsepower. The question is, who supplied the technology? Who supplied the design? Why was it so important to leave a prophetic message for the planet, which no one can really refute? And it's very interesting how the message is left, but the message is not left in hieroglyphics. It is not left in symbols or terms or words. It is left in the universal language of numbers. In fact, we know from computers that every computer on Earth speaks the same language, regardless of whether it's built by the Japanese or by the French or by the Americans. They all speak the same language.
It's true.
And I have a cousin who, when being presented the information, says, well, a universal message, I mean, if it was really to be so universal and someone wanted to leave a message, why did they just leave it on videotape? Why did they have to leave it numerically? And I'm just dumbfounded by that, because the Great Pyramid is the oldest structure on Earth. It is 4,614 years old. And as I think of this, I ask him, well, I can't understand Shakespeare, and he spoke, quote-unquote, English just 300-plus years ago, and I can't understand that very well. If we're going to put it on tape, what kind of tape should we put it on? Should it be on VHS, Super VHS? Should it be Betamax? Is it on quarter-inch tape, 3/8-inch tape, half-inch tape, 1-inch tape? At what speed is the tape running? Do you know that the average life expectancy of a piece of plastic tape but 7 years?
Sure.
It's 50 years for a piece of metal tape. How many lines to the inch are we talking about here? Are we talking standard television broadcast, 330 lines? Are we talking home broadcast, which is 220 lines, where we seem to lose resolution? Are we talking on mine, Super VHS, 440 lines? Are we talking super high density? All of this took place in the last 10 years.
So if you wanted to leave a message for the ages, you would roughly build the pyramid.
Well, you would leave it in stone. You wouldn't leave it on tape. You wouldn't leave it in some cryptic language which kept changing.
No, that makes sense.
You'd have to leave it in something universal. The only universal language is that of numbers. And so that's the only possible thing it could have been left in. And certainly it had to be left in stone, so that's the only thing that would last the period of time necessary to get the message to whom it was directed.
Who do you think this message came from? I know I'm probing ahead.
Well, the message came from the designer.
And who do you think the designer is?
Well, I am absolutely positive it was no one from planet Earth.
Oh?
But I also...
Oh?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Now, this kind of goes against what I thought your position was going to be. And that is that it was, in essence, designed and built by Earthlings for Earthlings. And now you're suggesting to me that is not necessarily the case. You think the designers...
I'm not suggesting, I'm making an absolute statement. The horsepower was probably supplied by humans. But the design concept was definitely not.
And on what basis do you conclude that?
Well, you have to, if I told you 3.1497, you went down 17 digits,
yes,
and you didn't understand what pi was, would have no meaning. So we have to first understand why it's unique. Then you can understand why Earthlings couldn't have designed it.
I understand the math is unique. Tell me now why that means Earth people could not have designed it that long ago.
Well, first of all, the technology to do it not only didn't exist then, it doesn't exist now. The second reason why is, and by the way, I'm not suggesting it was made by some clever Martian either. And that almost seems that there's nothing left, but that's not true. The next thing, though, is that I just finished telling you that the greatest piece of prophecy ever left on planet Earth is the Great Pyramid. But how do you explain the ability to foretell the future in such precise ways by anything that's called scientific?
All right, given the available choices then.
Oh, I kept hoping you were going to break. You're going to go to break now.
I see. You want
that was my hanging.
You want a cliffhanger, huh?
Well, why not?
Well, okay.
And then we could start right in and with the pyramid as soon as we get back and do it upright.
All right, John. Very good. We will do exactly that. John Zajac is my guest, and he wants us to be cliff-hung, so cliff-hung we shall be. And we'll wait till we get back and find out about the Great Pyramid before it kills me. Who designed it? When was it done? Who did the work? He suggests that our long-distant ancestors did. But the designer was not human. The designer was not some Martian. So then, darn it, who was the designer? Perhaps he will suggest that which we regard as a creator was a designer. We'll have to wait and see. Once again, I'll quickly announce my picture now is on AOL for all of you who asked. America Online. If you go into the gallery section, just hit keyword America Online and go to the gallery. It's in the new files section. It's a gift photograph, computer picture, and a lot of people have asked for it, so there you go. You're listening to the CBC Radio Network. This is...
To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It is. Good evening, everybody. I'm Art Bell. My guest is John Zajac. He is the author of The Delicate Balance and a physicist. And we've been talking about the possibility of collisions on Earth, and now we're beginning to talk about the Great Pyramid. And we're going to have to try and condense it, John, into something less than an hour now, because I do want to get the telephones open. But I also want the story on the pyramid, so I want a lot of things here, John. Probably my cake and eat it, too.
Well, I will try my best. Maybe we can get it in under the hour spot that we talked about.
All right, let's give it a try.
Let's give it a go. First of all, let's just say what the pyramid is. And also, probably what I'm not going to talk about. This discussion is not going to deal with things like sharpening razor blades and mummification of cats and finding your anniversary date and all that kind of silly stuff. I'm going to look at some really basic, fundamental parts of the Great Pyramid. And what we should know about the Great Pyramid is it's the only remaining great seven wonders of the world. It is indeed the oldest structure on Earth and the largest structure on Earth. Now, there is one pyramid that some people will claim is older, but that pyramid was built in 4 stages. The first stage was nothing more than a burial site, which does predate the pyramid. But of any size, it nowhere comes close to the Great Pyramid in terms of its actual age. Now, we mentioned that the Great Pyramid is the largest structure on Earth, and one would quickly point out that the Great Pyramid is 454 feet tall, and the Twin Towers alone, second tallest building on Earth, is 1,368 feet tall. You say, John, what are you talking about, the biggest structure? Well, let's just examine that for a moment. The Twin Tower was built by 5,000 people. It took them 11 years using modern equipment. But if we realize that the Twin Towers office building is indeed mostly space, okay, that is to say that there's roughly an acre of space per floor.
Sure. The pyramid is dense, obviously.
The pyramid is, except for a couple of very tiny rooms, is solid stone.
Right.
So if we said, well, let's expand the 209-foot base of the Twin Tower to that of the pyramid being 761 feet, and of course in both directions. And then if we had Godzilla come by and put his big foot on the puppy and squish it down to take the space out between the floors, and the space out even in the floors itself, which is mostly girders and space again, then you'd find that next to the Great Pyramid, which is 454 feet tall, the Twin Towers would be 4 feet 10 inches high.
Yeah. It gives us a scale.
Yeah, another example. You could take all the masonry required to build a highway lane from San Francisco to New York, 8 feet wide and 6 inches thick, and put it inside the Great Pyramid. In fact, when we look at New York with all its tall skyscrapers, we're reminded that it's built on Manhattan Island because Manhattan is rock. And we needed a good base, if you will, to hold up the weight of those large structures. But when you consider that even the Twin Towers is only 4 feet 10 inches tall next to the Great Pyramid, you gotta wonder what's under the Great Pyramid. Well, the first coincidence, and I'm very willing to accept it as a coincidence, is that only a few places on Earth could hold the Great Pyramid, and the Great Pyramid just happens to be built on a flat granite mountain, the height of which is the same height as the sand, so that the pyramid could be built on top of it at what we would call ground level, and that would represent the foundation of the Great Pyramid.
So you are suggesting no or few other spots on Earth could support that weight?
That's correct. Few spots on Earth could support that weight. Absolutely correct.
So how did they know where to build it?
Beats the stuffing out of me.
Okay.
But coincidences happen. Right?
Okay.
An interesting coincidence while we're talking about the Great Pyramid and its height is that modern science, using new techniques from satellites, have been able to pretty accurately measure the height of all the mountains and so forth. And if we take the average landmass of Earth, and this is not insignificant to me, but if you take the average land height of the Earth, the Himalayas being high and Florida being low,
sure,
we find that the average height of land on Earth is 554 feet tall. Same height as the Great Pyramid. But of course, coincidences do happen. Here perhaps is one that's a bit harder to understand. If we took a picture of the globe, when I say picture, I mean if we actually went to the globe, or took a split picture of the globe, one that does not distort landmasses, and we decided to find the longest land parallel, that's to say, a line parallel to the equator that would go through the longest land line, we would find that line would go through the southern tip of America, the northern tip of Africa, and Asia, and right smack dab through the Great Pyramid. Coincidentally, if we took the longest land meridian, we'd find it to go through Europe and Asia and Africa and Antarctica. And guess what?
The Great Pyramid.
Right through the Great Pyramid. Now, there's only one place on Earth that those lines can interconnect. The majority of places that you'd think could be possible would end up being underwater. But for some reason, way before Columbus sailed the ocean blue to prove that he knew where India was, which of course he was wrong, but long before anybody could have had a global map, the Great Pyramid ends up sitting right in the center of the longest land parallel and longest land meridian. It also does so in such a fashion as to make all four quadrants exactly equal in mass. Very peculiar.
Yes.
How could anyone on planet Earth have distinguished this particular capability and just coincidentally at the same time be fortunate enough to find a solid granite mountain beneath it to hold its weight?
All right. Would these facts, John, give a poor investigator any clue as to the why of the Great Pyramid? In other words, as you look at these things, this coincidence of lines that you've drawn, would it give us any clue as to the why of the pyramid?
No, but it would certainly indicate that someone knew something about the Earth in detail that only modern science knows in terms of center of landmass, height of landmass, etc.
Sure.
At the same time, we always hear about the Great Pyramid being a very precise instrument. But you look at the thing, it looks like a pile of rock. I mean, it doesn't look so precise when you go up to it, does it?
No.
No, not at all. And there's lots of pictures in the book. Maybe we should even tell people how to get it later. But there's lots of pictures in the book showing that. The thing that is not known by most people is that as the pyramid looks is not how the pyramid was built. It is 4,614 years old, but around 1400 or so, a major earthquake loosened one of the top stones of the Great Pyramid. The stones that covered the Great Pyramid were called casing stones. Some people might take significance in the fact there were 144,000 of them, 20 tons per piece.
Wow.
These stones, these casing stones, were polished with a smoothness and a fineness equal or better to that of your reading glasses. Think of polishing stone that well. They're also held almost perfectly square of each other, and I'll tell you how they were, the precision of their placement in a moment. But it actually created a mirror that shone light down back upon the earth itself, a pyramid of such brilliance that it could be seen from the mountains of Israel. It's indeed the only structure that could be seen from the moon. Now, I know astronauts have said the only thing they could see on Earth that they could recognize was the Great Wall of China. But the Great Wall of China is like 30 feet wide. Consider that with something hundreds of feet wide and square, also with a mirror surface, and you realize there's no comparison, except that on their flight path and cloud cover, what they saw was the Great Wall.
Well, in addition, a lot of the original reflectivity is no longer there.
Well, indeed, that's true, but I think the Great Pyramid is probably still one of the few structures that can be seen from the moon.
I'm sure.
In any case, the stone under the casing stones were just fieldstones. Okay, they were cut with the precision of the people of the time, with the tools of the people of the time. And you might say, well, that's remarkable or it's nice, but it's not overwhelmingly spectacular. Well, let me go further. By the way, just so we don't lose track of those stones, when the Arabs found the means to topple these stones from the Great Pyramid, they ended up building many of the great mosques of the Middle East and several cities for Shahs and others. Kind of interesting, and maybe we'll get to that later, but I doubt it. But dealing with the stones that were stolen. However, as they toppled these down, they would fracture and break some of them, many of them along the way, 20 tons apiece. But beneath the rubble, there were still some casing stones left, and it's those casing stones, the very bottom row, that are pictured in the book and are shown. And after 4,600 years, you can look at these and see their incredible flatness and straightness at 20 tons apiece. In fact, without computer enhancement, you can't see the separation between the stones. They have just 5/1000ths of an inch of space between them. 5/1000. That's roughly about the thickness of a piece of tinfoil, I guess, between them. But the space was put there on purpose. The space was put there with a precision of better than 2/1000. Now, 5/1000 is the thickness of a hair from my beard. Okay? So we're talking here in relative terms, the thickness of a human hair is the space between the stones. But that space was precise within 1,000th or two, and was put there to accommodate a white glue to keep the pyramid from absorbing water. That glue, 4,600 years old, is basically as strong as the stones it's gluing together. Cracks start in some stones, but stop at the glue. It is still watertight. You know, Elmers would go nuts for this stuff. I don't know about you, but when I was a kid, my soles of my shoes would always fall off. I'd glue them back on. The first puddle, they were off again. Certainly, the shuttle scientists would love to have a glue to keep tiles on their spacecraft. This stuff, after 4,600 years, has been analyzed. We know what it's made up of. It's oxygen and nitrogen and carbon and a few other things. But we can't quite figure out how these things go together to make this incredible glue to last this great length of time. Yet, in the Great Pyramid, it does. And all of these stones are placed so precisely. Now, when I say so precisely, again, we're talking 1 or 2,000ths of an inch of their intended spot. They're 20 tons apiece. Just to put this in perspective, when they built the High Aswan Dam in Egypt, they had to move some of their stone statues. They cut them into pieces 10 and 20 tons apiece. They could place those with an accuracy of 1 to 2 inches of their original nesting place. Now, if you say, well, they weren't trying that hard, it didn't matter. That might be true, so let's look one step further. The most accurate macro manipulator, that's a fancy word for precision movement of big things, was designed by NASA. Now we're talking, this is modern technology here, right? Well, the biggest item they could move was 1.5 tons, not 20 tons. And the greatest precision that they could possibly muster was 50,000ths of an inch, not 1 to 2,000ths of an inch.
But you're busily making a pretty good scientific presentation that we could not have done what you're saying we did. Now, even though
you keep saying we
may have had knowledge I'd be glad to pin you against the wall and try to get to the bottom of who you think it was who did it.
Oh, but let's go. This gets fine.
Yeah, all right.
To do this, I need to mention something about measurements. Okay?
Okay.
For instance, did you know that, and the reason why is that, we were talking about the universal language of numbers.
Yes.
And we're going to have to measure those numbers. And there is a small difference from what one might anticipate, but I need to explain something about that small number. Did you know, for instance, that the British inch and the American inch, although they were meant to be the same, are not?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the U.S. Bureau of Standards will list the British inch as 25.399978 millimeters, and the American inch is equal to 25.400508 inches. I'm sorry, millimeters. It's not a lot, and it's accurate for the first 3 or 4 significant digits. But, in fact, only to the third. It changes. It's only accurate to the third. In fact, it's only accurate for the first 2 digits. The third digit's already off, but it's not off by a lot. The point being is that even when you try to copy things precisely, as America did trying to copy the British inch, and we set up a standard for it, the platinum bar holding, temperature and humidity and so forth, there are slight errors to it.
Okay.
And what I want to state is that what happened is that he who broke the code to the Great Pyramid, no less than the greatest scientist that ever lived, recognized that if he used an inch, but not the British inch and not the American inch, it was a slightly different inch, but almost as close to the British inch as the American inch is. Okay, it's off by 1,000th of an inch.
Okay,
which he calls the sacred Jewish inch. Okay, one might call it the sacred Israeli inch for slightly more accuracy, but he calls it the sacred Jewish inch.
Or the ancient inch.
Or the ancient inch. And that inch is the significance for breaking the code of the Great Pyramid. And it's very important that we talk about that. And it's also important to know that it's not John Zajac who came up with this code, and it's not Joe Schmidlap at 33rd and 3rd Avenue in Manhattan. The greatest scientist ever lived is, without real argument, Sir Isaac Newton.
Yes.
On Newtonian physics, most of what we learned about physics was all from Newton. What people don't know about Sir Isaac Newton was that he accomplished all of his great works and discoveries, which were enormous, just absolutely enormous, and we don't have time to go into them all, or even into part of them. He accomplished by age 28. At age 28, he was trying to prove his theory of gravity, but he had a problem. Science couldn't accurately measure the size of the Earth for him to prove his theory of gravity.
Mm-hmm.
And he needed to know more accurately the size, particularly because he was sure that there'd be a bulge about the equator due to the Earth's rotation. And he had heard that all the history of the world, past, present, and future, was contained within the Great Pyramid. And he went there to find the size of the Earth. P.S. He did not find the size of the Earth. It is there. But he didn't have the means to make the measurements to find it. However, he was so taken by what he found that he dedicated the bulk of the rest of his life to the study of Scripture, and indeed wrote a book about the interpretation of the prophecies in the Bible, published after his death, by the way. In any case, what is it that Sir Isaac Newton found? Well, if you and I took apart a Honda, I won't say a Ford anymore because that might be more confusing, but if we took apart a Honda, we would notice something was pretty significant in terms of a universal commonality. In other words, things turned out to be in equal denominations if we picked the unit that we personally call the meter, or the millimeter, if you will, which is the division of the meter. But if we said, hey, you know what, if we pick some unit, this becomes a 10 millimeter bolt and a 20 millimeter bolt, and this becomes a 50 millimeter wheel or a 150 millimeter gear or whatever, but everything would work out into millimeters. Well, Sir Isaac Newton found that everything in the Great Pyramid broke out nicely in something called the sacred Jewish inch, which is just about as close to the British inch as the American inch is.
Okay.
And when he did this, he started with some basic things. He started with the height of the pyramid and the periphery of the pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's pretty straightforward to do, right?
Sure.
Well, when he did that, he found something kind of interesting. Now, you know that pi is twice the radius of the circle divided into its circumference.
Yes.
So Sir Isaac Newton, just out of curiosity, divided twice the height of the pyramid into its circumference or periphery.
Mm-hmm.
And it comes out to pi to 6 significant digits. Interesting, because in his day, science could not yet predict pi any greater than 6 significant digits.
All right, well, I think you've made a pretty good case that science at the time could not have done what was done. Who do you theorize did it? Do you believe, John, that it was a...
But you can't do that to me yet, because I'm going to prove that something's not possible, but to do that, you have to know the parts I'm going to use to prove it with.
All right.
Let's go one step further. Does the number 36,524 mean anything to you?
Nothing.
Nothing. But if we move the decimal point, that becomes 3, and that's the periphery of the Great Pyramid, by the way, in inches. That comes out to 365.24. I don't feel bad about this, but how many days are there in a year?
365.
Exactly.
No, I suppose you, are we averaging here with leap years and such?
Well, either way. Most people would say 365 and a quarter, which would be 365.25.
Okay.
Say that's pretty close, but not close enough. Because, you see, it wasn't until George Washington's time that we even adopted the Gregorian calendar. And the Gregorian calendar basically says, yep, you'll have a leap year every 4 years to make it come out right, but not exactly so. To make it come out exactly, we have a leap year every 4 years, except in years ending in 00, except in years evenly divisible by 400, in which case we put it back in anyway. Bottom line is, the exact length of the Earth year is 365.24 days, something that the average citizen is not quite aware of, something that we didn't adopt throughout the world until roughly George Washington's time 200 years ago. Yet 4,614 years ago, built into the Great Pyramid, is this wonderful little thing called the exact length of the Earth's day. We've also heard that the Great Pyramid points perfectly due north. That is not true. It is off by 6 minutes of arc. Now, each degree, 360 degrees in a circle, you could break a circle down into 60 minutes, and it's off by 6 of those minutes.
Okay.
Turns out that in the International Geophysical Year, modern science, in its infinite wisdom, decided to build a perfect monument to the Earth and decided to point it due north. Oh, I'm sorry. I said that the Great Pyramid was off by 6 minutes of arc. That's not true. It's off by 3 minutes of arc. The best that science could do in building that monument was to make one 6 minutes of arc off, twice the area of the Great Pyramid. But since the Great Pyramid was built, there has been a movement of the North Pole. In moving that backwards, as best we possibly can, 4,600 years, we find that the Great Pyramid pointed to 0.001 minutes of arc when it was first built.
A lot better than we could do. John, hold on just one moment. We'll be right back to you. Do you have heart?
And I want to ask John, we've got about a minute now, and you're leading us down a very careful path, so tease us with what's just ahead a little bit in the past.
Well, what I'm going to tease you with is what's directly ahead. So far, we've talked about whoever designed the Great Pyramid knew an awful lot about planet Earth and had technology greater than we presently possess today. However, one could say, could that not have been built by a smart Martian? Perhaps. But so far, all we've looked at is the evidence on the outside of the Great Pyramid. As soon as we come back, we're going to look at what takes place on the inside of the pyramid, which not only excludes humankind, but excludes those Martians and Venetians as well.
All right. Well, I'm going to look forward to that. John Zajac. And next we find out what's inside the pyramids that would exclude us and exclude any grays or greens or whatever they might be. Okay. I'm up for that. Once again, I want to mention my picture.
Dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box.
The unexplained, the unusual, the unknown.
This is Dreamland. A pretty good trip around the outside of the pyramid, and I think you've proven your case, but I guess you want to prove it a little further by going inside. What's inside?
Well, the information inside is very different. The outside shows that it understood planet Earth very well. One item we did not get to mention, or many we didn't mention, but one significant item that we should keep track of is that the Great Pyramid has a slope on it, which is peculiar, but allows it not to cast a shadow at noon on the vernal equinox, something that will come up importantly later. But when we get inside the pyramid, the whole message changes. And what we'll do this now in Panavision for all your viewers, but basically the Great Pyramid is the only pyramid that didn't have hieroglyphics, did not have a burial chamber, does not have any treasure, does not have any body in it. It basically has two shafts, a downward sloping path called the descending passage, an ascending passage which comes off of that going up at the same angle the other one is going down. It breaks into something called the Grand Gallery, where these passages that are only about 3.5 feet tall suddenly jump up to 28 feet high. Off of that Grand Gallery at the top is something called the King's Chamber, and off the bottom is called the Queen's Chamber. And the Queen's Chamber floor intersects the ascending passage and produces an angle. And we'll get into that angle momentarily. Now, when Sir Isaac Newton went into this, very simple little stuff inside, the ascending, descending passage in the Grand Gallery, and that angle we talked about. When he got inside, though, he recognized that in the whole pyramid, there is only one set of scribe lines. No hieroglyphics, no words. In fact, the Great Pyramid was actually built 500 years before the invention of the spoked wheel and before the invention of hieroglyphics. But the scribe lines coincide with what he called the year 2141 BC, a time that the original or earlier North Star shone down its very narrow passage. The North Star does not yet shine down that passage. It is due to happen in the future. We probably won't get to talk about it. In any case, from that point, he says, if I measure in what he called sacred Jewish inches and call each inch a year, something rather interesting happened. If he goes forward from those scribe lines up to the face of the Great Pyramid, he comes up to the year 2623 BC, the year that the Great Pyramid was completed. If he goes down the passage, he comes to the point where the ascending and descending passage split. And that happens in the year 1453 BC, which coincides with the exodus of the Israelis from Egypt. As he continues going up the ascending passage, he comes to the year 33 AD, in which case this tiny little passage explodes into this huge room with a 28-foot high ceiling, coincidentally called the Grand Gallery or the Passage of Light and Knowledge, on the year 33 AD. Most interesting.
Yes.
What he does then is looks closely at that triangle that we mentioned. The horizontal floor of the Queen's Chamber intersects the ascending passage right at the beginning of that chamber. And again, if we consider this a triangle, the horizontal leg would be equal to the beginning of that great passage opening, if you will. And that coincides not only with the year 33 AD, but the Great Pyramid, measured by laser and other techniques, is the most heavily measured structure on planet Earth, measured to thousandths of an inch, comes out to not only a year, but they can actually pick the day, and that comes up to the year 33 AD on April 3rd, coinciding with the crucifixion of one man of earth that we call Jesus Christ.
Right.
If we look further at that triangle, we will see that where the corner of the triangle comes together on September 29th, 2 BC, Christ's birth. You say, well, wait a minute, Christ was born in the year 1. Most people think, I suppose he was born in the year 0, but there was never a year 0, so it had to have been born in the year 1.
Right.
But there's a 2-year error in our calendar, and in the past we always used the same references going back, and we used the reigns of kings to determine how long ago things took place. And one king in history ruled twice, second time under a different name, caused a 2-year error in our calendar. So indeed, we now know that Christ was probably born in the year 2 BC. Some will argue 3 BC. But basically, we know there's an error in our calendar. It's about 2 years. 2 years places it into the BC 2. So here we have this Christ triangle, as it's called. The Christ triangle depicts 3 dates depending upon which leg you measure, either Christ's birthday, his crucifixion, or the other leg comes up at October 14th, 29 AD, the date of his baptism. Interestingly, if we take that Christ angle, keeping the angle very precise, and it is very precise, it's 26 degrees, 28 minutes, 9.63 seconds. Trust me, nothing gets more accurate than those numbers. You place that over an area on a map of the Middle East, or where the Great Pyramid is, putting that triangle exactly as depicted here over the Great Pyramid itself, so that one of the corners of the Great Pyramid, we find that there is a horizontal line running parallel to the equator. The other line goes right through Bethlehem. It goes right through Bethlehem. In fact, if standing on the Great Pyramid, one would see the sun rise, literally, on the longest day of the year, directly over Bethlehem. So what we have is something that is mind-boggling. What we have is a structure using science, modern science can understand but can't duplicate, that is putting together a prophetic message of the future, for it was built 4,614 years ago, talking about the greatest natural event, or the greatest event to affect mankind on planet Earth, to be a person born in Bethlehem in the year 2 BC, the way our calendar counts. And that is absolutely mind-boggling. For whoever built this could no longer be just a clever Martian understanding science, technology, and the Earth, but has to be someone who is able to either foresee the future thousands of years in advance, or control the future so importantly that far advanced that we could only call it supernatural. If you combine that with the fact that this is obviously a message of a spiritual leader, you end up with an amazing paradox that it can't be a human, and it really can't be quote-unquote intelligent life forms from another planet.
So your conclusion, I think, is what my guess was, that somehow this information, this technology, was imparted by a supernatural force which you probably would view to be from our Creator. John?
Well, scientifically, I can't define God, but I can say that what we're talking about can only be defined as supernatural. And you know what? It goes one step further if we examine the mathematics of it. Remember I kept saying, well, that could be a coincidence, that could be a coincidence?
Yes, you were building your case.
Yeah, but you know what? It's mathematically impossible. Let me tell you what I mean. If I asked you to draw on a piece of paper a 1-inch diameter circle, you could do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I asked you to draw on a piece of paper a square with a 1-inch leg, you could do that.
Yes.
If I asked you to design a triangle where 2 sides of the triangle were 1 inch in length, you could do that.
Yes.
However, if I asked you to design me a 3-sided square where all points were equal distance from the center,
can't do it.
That's mutually exclusive. That's 3 separate things. None of the above can happen simultaneously.
Right.
Because each one of those is a unique object, and you can't have a round square or a 3-legged square.
Right.
Therefore, it's mutually exclusive. No one in the world has ever looked at this, but look at the mutual elasticity. I can't say that. Look at how exclusive what we're going to be saying is. The Great Pyramid's height is fixed by the average height of mass on Earth. Pyramid height is fixed.
Yes.
Its periphery is fixed because it is equal to the length of the year. Right?
Yes.
Now, if I ask you to design pi into that, you say, wait a minute, I can't do that unless it already happened, because you can't change the periphery height ratio if the periphery and the height are fixed. Yet, it comes out to pi. Mutually exclusive. All the greatest scientists in the world with an entire universe.
All right, let me stop you here. John, you are making the case, are you not, that the Great Pyramid is, without knowing its source, prophecy in numbers?
Absolutely.
All right, if you can mathematically derive the biblical events that you talked about, can you derive any further prophecy, or is yet unrevealed prophecy from the same numbers?
I can't. There is a date further up where the Grand Gallery, ends, and that's the year 1914, start of World War I, first global war. Invention, if you will, or the culmination of modern technology from a medical standpoint, aviation standpoint. Technology really started exploding in the beginning of the 20th century. But no, after that, there are those who will argue that the timeline changes to an inch per month, et cetera, making a closer cosmetic look at what's taking place, microscopic look. I don't particularly follow it. Most people making predictions of the future have kind of put the square peg in the round hole in my mind and usually been proven wrong if the date ever got to pass. So no, I do not see directly what it's telling us about our future. It is really, I think, showing some key points, but that the most significant point was that of the birth and crucifixion of a very significant figure in our history, which most would not argue was the most significant event to happen on planet Earth. You could be Jewish or Muslim or whatever. You have to be Christian to say, belief in Christianity probably affected more the world than anything else.
All right, John, I do want to open the telephone lines, so let me do that. Let everybody ask a few questions. You've had a lot to say, and there's a lot to ask. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Zajac. Hello.
Good evening, Art. Portland, Oregon, KEX.
Yes, sir.
I have a couple of questions for Mr. Zajac.
Yes.
In reference to Edgar Casey, first of all, in reference to Edgar Casey, the psychic who you failed to mention earlier, what's your opinion of his prediction that the pyramids, ancient Hall of Records, would be located and that its builders were Atlantean colonists? And two, what's your opinion of the effect of the upcoming alignment of the planets in our solar system on the Earth and its precession?
All right, thank you.
I didn't mention Edgar Casey only because I was not trying to look at all prophets, but rather three unique ones. There may be some significance to things that Edgar Casey has done. Some things looked important. I could never put my finger on the precision of it and authenticity of most of it. That's not to say it wasn't authentic. I couldn't. In terms of the upcoming alignment of the planets, we had the most significant one that I'm aware of in 1986 when they were all in a perfectly straight alignment. Usually when we talk about alignments, we're talking within so many degrees, either 90 or 20 or something. But in 1986, they were perfectly in a straight line. I don't expect anything more spectacular than happened in 86, and I'm not sure that anything happened in 86. These things are very far apart and pretty small. However, so are the force changes necessary to knock things out of the Oort belt. So if things were knocked out of the Oort belt in 1986, the question is, how long does it take to fall in towards sun before we see them? And the answer is, I don't really know. They may be moving at 48,000 miles per hour when they get close to the Earth, but they start out moving at 20 miles an hour. So one doesn't know. One can only speculate.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with John Zajac. Hello.
Good evening, Art.
Good evening.
Okay, let me turn my radio.
Where are you, sir?
KBI.
That'll be up in the Washington area. Okay.
Yeah, up here in the...
All right, go right ahead, sir.
Listen, your guest here revolves everything around Christ's birth. He fails to acknowledge that Buddha was born in 560 B.C. And Buddhism, the Buddhist missionaries went over to Mesopotamia and the Tigris and the Euphrates, and they spread the seeds of the concept that there is a higher being.
Well, perhaps so, but apparently the mathematics does not surround Buddha. It surrounds Christ. Does that disturb you?
Yes, it disturbs me a lot.
Well, I guess there's nothing we can offer that man, is there, John, except the math is the math.
Yeah, one needs to put one's personal preferences and biases aside when looking at evidence.
And that is what that sounded like, too. On the wildcard line, you're on the air with John Zajac. Hello.
Yes, good evening from Albuquerque. Question. Now, this was on your show, Art, a few weeks ago. There's going to be a discovery of an ancient library within the pyramid. Is that so? Is that in the waiting?
John?
Oh, you're asking me. I'm sorry, I was referring to an old program of yours. Well, not that I'm aware of. Apparently, from a previous caller, Edgar Casey, so stated. I have no opinion on the comment.
Okay. All right, thank you. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Zajac. Hi.
Good evening, Art. This is Jim in St. Louis.
Hi, Jim.
Finally, St. Louis, we get the full 3 hours of the show. We love it. We love it here in St. Louis.
Good.
Anyway, great show. I had a couple questions for your guest. He mentioned earlier that men provided the horsepower. What physical, actual means do they have to construct this themselves? And secondly, is he familiar of this Hall of Records that might lie beneath the Sphinx?
All right.
I really doubt the Hall of Records is beneath the Sphinx. We have in San Jose a Egyptian museum that talks about a secret passage that goes between the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx. And I asked the curators, why do you speak of something you've never found? They go, well, it must be there because why else would the Sphinx be nearby? And I go, well, that's the most convoluted argument I could possibly imagine. I don't think the Sphinx has anything to do with the Great Pyramid per se, except that its proximity. Also, it did not weather well with time. If you look at the Sphinx, they're always trying to plaster it up and fix it. It's made of soft sandstone, not of the hard limestone that is impervious to the elements as the casing stones of the Great Pyramid were. I don't know anything about a Hall of Records or any great library that would be found. It's not to say it isn't there. It's not to say anything about it except I personally am unfamiliar with.
All right, John, we'll leave that one alone. What about the physical construction? What kind of technology could have accomplished that?
Well, that's a mystery. You know, the Japanese recently just spent a great effort with something like 2,000 workers trying to make a scale pyramid with much smaller stone. And they set out to prove that they could figure it out by rollers and by slides and by doing other things. And, of course, they could use measurements such as laser beam. And they basically said, complete mystery. Even the Japanese can't do it, was their conclusion.
So
it was building a small one.
So the Japanese cannot accomplish it. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Zajac. Hello.
Art, how you doing, Mike in Albuquerque?
Yes.
What about the...
Turn your radio off.
I wish I could. It's my neighbors.
Okay, well, thank you then for the call. And wildcard line, you're on the air with John Zajac. Hello.
Hi, this is San Diego.
Yes.
Quick opinion do you have, John, on monuments on Mars, structures on the moon, and what's your opinion of these mysteries surrounding the Bermuda Triangle?
Okay.
Well, first, I have seen a picture which has been reportedly taken on the surface of Mars. I've also seen one that looks like Ted Kennedy, they tell me. However, I've gone through all the slides from NASA, and I've never seen them in the original from NASA. So where these came from, what tabloid, I couldn't answer. I'd need to see more and make sure it's not just illusions and light work and so forth. But nothing, I have seen nothing to make me feel that there's really something there. Now, there may be, but I have seen nothing from NASA, which is my source, to conclude that. In terms of the Bermuda Triangle, there are some areas of the Bermuda Triangle which have just been exaggerated and put out of proportion. Certainly, Edgar Casey thought a great deal about it, thought that Atlantis would one day be found. That's really a discussion for a whole other program. We can't go into it much, except to say that much of what we see reported about the Bermuda Triangle is easily explained away without supernatural phenomena.
All right, very quickly on the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Zajac.
Yeah, I was wondering about a couple of things that I heard about. One was that geologists think the Sphinx is at least 9,000 years old, and the other was who said that the blocks of the pyramid are not actually stone blocks at all, but they're concrete blocks.
All right, we'll answer those when we come back. John, we're at the bottom of the hour. You're listening to the CBC Radio Network called Dreamland.
Your last caller had asked two questions. First was, if we say that the Great Pyramid is the oldest structure on Earth, what about the Sphinx, which is at least twice over 9,000 years old? And the answer to that is, yeah, it's way over 9,000 years old, in fact, because the Sphinx is made out of a natural outcropping of stone, sandstone, and was carved. The Sphinx is carved, not built. Therefore, it's as old as whatever made it, but it wasn't made by mankind either. It's a natural formation that carved. In regard to the Great Pyramid saying that the stones were not carved, but rather a cement that was molded, if you will, I've heard this argument before. I'm even more impressed because not only was what we call cement not invented, but were found afterwards, but think of the control. How would they have made the mold? How would they do the same? How would you prevent shrinkage? How would you prevent the warpage that takes molded None of them, no two are alike. Talk about precision. More impressed if it could have been a cement that was molded and popped out of a mold. Even more so than just the carving, which is spectacular by itself.
What about the materials in the blocks? He asked about that. He said perhaps it is not stone, or some people have thought it is not stone.
Well, he was suggesting that it was some type of cement.
Oh, I see.
That'd be even more if they made it.
Sure, that would entail later technology. Now, Klein, you're on the air with John Zajac.
Radio Free America.
Yes.
Listen, my knowledge of the subject is not real big, but I'm wondering if there's any close to the pyramid of adding to the Ten Commandments, or the possibility of the refinding of the Ark of the Covenant pyramid to correlate.
Do you find any math that coincides with those events?
I see nothing that coincides, except that the Ark Covenant's dimensions are exactly easily divisible by the dimensions of the king's chamber. In other words, the Ark of the Covenant dimensions multiplied by a constant. Also, the only thing that I know with regard to the tenements is that there are 3 granite books that they could not carve through and had to carve around to get past the ascending passage, which is believed to have come from the same mount because the very unique red granite that the Ten Commandment tablets were carved in. But you can't absolutely prove that, but it does test against minerals extremely well.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Zajac. Hi.
I hope you'll take a skeptical call.
Of course. Where are you calling from?
I live in Sparks.
Sparks, Nevada. All right. Go ahead, sir.
Well, your statement that modern technology can't reproduce the pyramid is wrong. In fact, I've seen a lot of stories and reports and a record of graduate engineering students actually seeing the model of the pyramid or a section thereof. It's been repeated more than once. So that statement that modern science can't do that is absolutely wrong. Secondly,
okay, where was this done, sir? Just for the record.
I seem to remember the story in National Geographic. It was a story about the pyramids, and then there was a small section that reported the technology and how it was built. But I wanted to also bring up something I've seen on the computer bulletin board. It was a mathematical proof that Barney the dinosaur was actually Satan, because by breaking down the letters and playing with numbers in a certain way, you came with the number 666. So my complaint is that these mathematical games, when you only use the numbers to define what you want to come out, really don't mean anything.
It is now that is an interesting criticism, John, and I was going to ask you about that myself. That in essence, if you play long enough and look at events, begin to string them together, as you suggest, is your specialty, or connecting events, you can set out and finally prove about anything.
Absolutely. If I wanted to find my birthday by finding the 77th tier 2 inches over from the top, and some other stone 2 inches from some other place, I'm sure I could do that. However, one must realize that if you want to contrive things, tell me how. All we looked at the height of the pyramid, its periphery. Period. There's nothing contrived about that. When we got into the pyramid, all we measured was the length of the passages, period. And we used the same unit of measure throughout, from the outside to the inside. So if you want to contrive things, be my guest. But it's really hard to contrive things. I mean, when you talk about Barney and the number 666, well, 666 is easy to come by. Who said it was Ronald Reagan, his house address?
Yeah, that's right.
666 is not a exclusive number, and they tried to get there. The trick is going the other way. If you look at something and only measure its height and its periphery and the length of passages all in the same measurement, and all these things in place, that's not being constructed.
All right, what about graduate student projects that have created pyramids?
Well, the first thing is that if the graduate students trying hard to be published, you wonder what they're going to say. But second of all, I can assure you that no one's ever solved the problems of the Great Pyramid. They could build them up and say, look, we built these stones, and with pulling people, we moved 1 ton of stone, we had more people, we could pull more, and they could use exclusion. However, the Japanese demonstrated when you went up in scale, the things that supported this weight no longer worked. Because the Japanese, funded by the Japanese government, attempted to build a scale model of the Great Pyramid. I think it was like a 1/4 scale. It lapsed under its own weight because things we didn't talk about. The Great Pyramid has things like cornerstones that have special anchor mechanisms that we have only on modern bridges, and so with bolted sockets and so forth, to allow it to last this time. Other pyramids, even Egypt, 4 copies of the pyramids have bulges on them because of its great weight. They literally can't stand. pyramid is unique, even to Egyptian pyramids, and there has never been anybody of any credible value ever making the claim that they could understand how it was done or if they could replicate it.
All right. Hi there. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Zajac. Where are you calling from, please?
Hello?
Hello, where are you calling from, sir?
L.A. Turn the radio down.
Turn the radio off.
Yes, sir. I sure did.
All right, go ahead.
Well, regarding the Great Pyramid, there's a couple of passages in the Old Testament, I think, regarding that. I could only find one. From what I can gather, it also speaks of Christ, and that's in Isaiah chapter 19, and that's starting with verse 19.
Yes, very common passage.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're familiar with that?
Oh, of course. There's so much that we couldn't get into in this short period.
What's your interpretation of it? Do you think that that's speaking of the pyramid?
It sure sounds exactly like the pyramid. For everyone else's edition, that passage, I could look it up and quote it to you, but basically it says that an altar to the Lord will be built center of Egypt at its border, which in the first place sounds like a contradiction because how could it be at the center and at the border, but there were always two Egypts, the upper Egypt and lower Egypt, the different pharaohs wearing different colored hats, and the borderline between Egypts goes right through the pyramid. What a coincidence.
What a coincidence.
And of course, the Giza pyramid, the Great Pyramid is called the Pyramid of Giza, which also means the border of the river, I suspect. Actually, the word pyramid isn't even Egyptian. It's Greek, from the word pyros and mitos, I guess, but basically means center of knowledge and wisdom.
All right, John, on the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Zajac. Hi, where are you calling from, please?
Portland, Oregon.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I had a question for your guest. I wanted to know if he believed that Christ, that he would be the Son of God and Savior of the world, and what his opinion on the Bible was, and if his research at all affected his belief of it.
All right. Care to talk about your beliefs at all, John?
Well, sure, why not? Because biases can't be removed. Though my book does not try to make a case for it except to show similarity between science and theology, stating that they need not be diametrically opposed. I do, in fact, accept Jesus Christ as the Son of God, and I think that there's a lot of things that can be proved scientifically within the Bible, though I am not trying to prove the Bible. Rather, that when I do the scientific investigation, a scientist, one says, but haven't I heard some of this before? And just as the other caller said, gee, does the Bible refer to the Great Pyramid? It's interesting to note that it might, but I don't make a big deal about it.
I would like to understand, John, how you structured your research. Did you start out trying to find some connection to the dates, the birth of Christ, et cetera, crucifixion, all the rest of that, or were you led to that by the numbers?
Actually, what I was doing was research for myself. I wanted to know if was the air safe to breathe. Should I live in California, going to fall off into the ocean? Are the banks going to be there? Is the financial system, cute? And I did this research as a research scientist for me. Where do I start a family? Where do I live? Where do I place my investments? What do I eat and what do I breathe? And as I did that, my colleagues would corner me for hours at a time wanting to know what I had found out. Mm-hmm. And that got to be so tiring that I did a video one day, quite by accident, while doing a commercial for Motorola, where they said, John, tell the director what you told me about so-and-so. And we did that, which later got shown in movies, converted or transcribed into the book.
By the way, before the short, John, your book is The Delicate Balance. How do people get it?
Well, it's a whopping $10. One could get it, I think, at Walden's bookstores, but you probably have to kick them twice to order it. Oddly enough, most Christian bookstores carry it. They can call my office to order an autographed copy of it. Oh. And they can do that at 408-226-0750. And there will be operators all day tomorrow. There might actually be some just after the broadcast tonight as well.
All right. It's area code 408-226-0750?
Yes.
All right, one more time. Area code 408-226-0750. People love autographed copies.
Well, goody.
All right, you may be signing quite a bit. On the Wildcard line, you're on the air with John Zajac. Hi.
Hi, Art. I'm listening on KOPE, Rogue River, Oregon.
Yes, sir.
We're about to run out of time, and your guest is not related what George Washington and Nostradamus and the Book of Revelation all had in common. I hope you can do that now.
All right. John?
Well, it could easily be another program, but they all foresaw the future. George Washington and Miguel de Nostradamus saw World War III very vividly and clearly. George Washington also saw the Revolutionary War and its outcome, the Civil War and its outcome, and the only other war besides those two which threatened America, which is World War III. And in World War III, he talked about it being global, the whole world against the United States, where the cities are destroyed by fire before the invading army approaches the shore of America, which can only be what we now describe as atomic warfare, something that is unthinkable during George Washington's time and the technology which existed then. Miguel de Nostradamus saw a pestilence, warfare, great plagues, the comet, if you will, for our future and World War III. He was very explicit about World War II, naming the countries involved, the leaders of those countries, how and when they would be taken over, the weapons to be used from submarines shooting torpedoes, and in World War III, submarines they could fire fish through the air. We still call torpedoes fish to hit enemy cities. And of course, John in the Book of Revelation speaks of a time of great famine and drought and pestilence worldwide. Earthquake, by the way, we have 6,000% more earthquakes today than we had just 40 years ago. A great one about to happen momentarily in Japan that's going to devastate the whole Western banking system. And of course, John in the Book of Revelation talks about the Battle of Armageddon, and if that's not a good description of how World War III is culminated, then I don't know what is. So they all had common, they all stated it in different words, but they overlap very, very clearly in their predictions for the future.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with John. Whoops, would have been on the first-time caller line. You're on the air with John Stack. Hi.
Hi.
Well, I guess he's gone. On the toll-free line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Carson, California.
Yes, Carson.
I'm curious, one of the interesting Bible verses your guest hasn't alluded to, at least what I've heard, is the one where a star called wormwood apparently falls in all the fresh water, making all fresh water undrinkable and deadly, and some prophecy-type preachers in the radio have equated that star to be some kind of mineral that is actually poisonous to the freshwater system. And I'm curious, is your guest aware of any asteroid or comet that would potentially have some kind of a mineral or a compound in it that could do that kind of damage to all fresh water?
All right, wormwood.
No, but I'll tell you one thing real interesting about wormwood, and I guess it's written in Greek in the original, and Greek in wormwood comes out Chernobyl. And so, what a coincidence again. Chernobyl is wormwood. And if I talk about the waters being poisoned, I can't think of a better way to do it through radiation, but I think it's mankind doing it to mankind that will accomplish that particular task.
All right. Toll-free line, you're on here with John. Where are you calling him, please?
Anchorage, Alaska.
Yes, sir.
This is Martin, ufologist, theologian we've talked about the time.
Yes, Martin.
Couple of questions. I'm curious. I think that it is possible that there could be a combination of extraterrestrial or superior intelligence other than earthly, and not necessarily the supreme being involved here. Is it not possible?
Well, only if that extraterrestrial being had a desire to promote religion, and at the same time had the ability to control events thousands of years in advance. And then you'd be right. Then my only question is, why is he promoting religion, and why is he telling the whole world that these events will occur, and on these particular times, particularly the most significant one is the birth and crucifixion of Jesus Christ?
Well, my real question would be not regarding necessarily religion, but the truth. I mean, that's my religion, but religion can make beliefs, many of them false.
Oh, but what I'm saying is that if this Martian, if you want, for want of a better term, not only understood the Earth, but could also control future events on planet Earth with good precision, why is he doing it with such a obviously religious figure? Except to promote religion. I'm not saying religion is bad, and I'm not saying some religions are not equal to other religions. I'm just saying, obviously, Jesus Christ is a religious figure. Why was the message directed at a religious figure?
Yeah, I have a problem with the term religion, in that most
you want to be spiritual. I mean,
okay, there you go. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Well, then, okay, I don't have a problem with it.
Neither do I.
Do you believe that, planet Earth is the only place that God created life?
No, and nothing that I said here to get...
Okay, well, that you built life from other places. I mean, you said we are not of this world, and he had sheep which were not of this flock, and I would interpret...
That could certainly have been the tribes of the 10 tribes from Israel. But
that's what's been assumed by
but what I'm saying is, even if he created life on other planets, or if life evolved anyway on other planets, my only concern here is that could some other life form, regardless of how technologically advanced, be able to predict and control the future so well? And if so, why would it be centered around a spiritual figure?
Okay. Wildcard line, you're on the air with John Zajac. Hi.
Hi. When we're talking about the asteroids and so forth, how big a piece would it take to hit the Earth with such force that it would sort of like pop and let the hot stuff out from the inside?
Well, good point. I'm not sure how much the hot stuff would come out, but surely in sizes that we're talking about, somewhere between 2 and 5 miles in diameter, we would probably move the Earth off its course somewhat. We would probably shake it off its axis. We would probably create a wobble. Aside from the earthquakes and the tidal waves, which would be over 300 feet high and circumvent the globe several times. By the way, a 300-foot wave would probably climb 1,000-foot mountains without any difficulty. Aside from all of that, it would certainly cause eruptions worldwide, and certainly a lot of hot stuff coming out from where the impact was. But it would do other things too, like knock it off its axis, push it off its orbit slightly, create dust and debris. It would be, well, at the very beginning of the program was that, something like, a catastrophe. Well, let me tell you, the world recorded history has not only never seen one like this, it can't possibly imagine all the ramifications and destruction of what we call planet Earth and our society due to it.
John, we're way short on time. I guess I would like to sort of wrap up by saying we didn't have enough time. Could obviously have used a couple programs more. We will have you back again, possibly on the other syndicated program as well.
Well, thank you.
Let me give out again the telephone number where people can order your book. Is that all? Do you have videos as well?
Well, when people call, we can talk about it, but there are some audios on different aspects, including the Great Pyramid and some of these other subjects as well.
All right. It's area code 408-226-0750, correct?
Correct.
Okay. John, it has been wonderful having you here.
Thank you.
And we will have you back.
Well, super.
All right?
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you, John. John Zajac, and I'm sorry.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening or good morning, and welcome to another edition, a Friday night, Saturday morning edition of Coast to Coast AM. Live talk radio throughout the night time. Now the largest, fastest growing all-night program in America. Period. It's good to be with you. I promised you John Lear this morning, and so it shall be. Put a little tweak in there, didn't I? All right, John Lear. It's been a long time since John has been on the program. John doesn't really do interviews to speak of. A lot of you don't know who John Lear is. So, John Lear is an airline captain. He is that now. He's flown 160 different types of aircraft in over 50 different countries in all types of flying. Experimental test flying, production test flying, airline passenger flying, cargo hauling, movie work, stunt flying, aircraft ferrying, air dropping missions, air racing, and government secret missions of all kinds. Lear has held 18 world speed records in the Learjet, including speed around the world, and holds the most FAA airman certificates issued to a single individual, which include the airline transport rating, flight instructor, ground instructor, navigator, flight engineer, flight dispatcher, airframe and power plant mechanic, control tower operator, and parachute rigger. He has been a commercial pilot for 34 years, has been flying for 38 years. He holds the Professional Air Traffic Controllers Award for Outstanding Airmanship, presented in 1968. He has flown missions worldwide for various government agencies. He flew in Cambodia, Vietnam, and Laos between 1967 and 73 and has flown extensively in Europe, the Middle East, Afghanistan, the Far East, and Africa. As a non-sked pilot, he has over 17,000 hours of flight time, of which over 13,000 hours are in jets. Lear's father was William P. Lear, Sr., who not only helped develop the first car radio, the 8-track stereo, and the automatic pilot for fighter aircraft, but who also developed, of course, the Lear jet, one of the first and most successful of all business jet aircraft. Lear studied industrial design at the Arts Center College in Los Angeles and was a state senate candidate in Nevada in 1980. He has written extensively about airplanes and other subjects, was Middle East correspondent for Combat Illustrated between 1975 and 77 while stationed in Beirut. He is an amateur photographer and astronomer, has won several photography awards for pictures taken during his worldwide travels. In the early 70s, John Lear owned and skippered the 12-meter America's Cup boat Soliloquy out of Marina del Rey. His interest in UFOs began after reading Bud Hopkins' book, Missing Time. Then, a chance encounter with a U.S. Air Force pilot who was at a base in England where an extraterrestrial craft landed in December of 1980. In 1988, John met a government scientist who worked on a back engineering program of recovered extraterrestrial flying saucers for the Department of Naval Intelligence at a secret base within the Nevada test site known only as S4. This scientist not only explained how these craft traveled many times faster than the speed of light, but in March of 1989 took John to a remote desert location to watch the Navy test fly one of those extraterrestrial craft. John, who no longer gives lectures on the subject of UFOs, and has no plans, incidentally, to write a book, is currently a DC-8 captain with a major cargo carrier, has 4 daughters, and lives in Las Vegas with his wife, Marilee. So that's a pretty full plate for anybody's life, I would say, and a little fuller than mine has been, certainly, and I think most. In just one moment, we'll get to John Lear, and I think you'll find him more than just a little fascinating. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here comes John Lear. John, well, wait a minute. Let me put you on hold there and bring you up here. John, it's been a long time since we've had you on the program. Welcome back.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it sure has been. It's been, what, over a year?
At least that long, John. And the network in that time has grown magnificently. I think we've gone from about 28 stations to about 120.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, we've come a long way, baby. Well, anyway, John, you've done a lot in your life, haven't you?
Yeah, a little bit here and there.
It's been awfully busy. I mean, this is quite a resume you've got, and that's a lot to do in a life. And then all of a sudden, at some point, you decided to mix into all of this, which is enough for about 2 people normally, and you got involved in UFOs.
Yes, involuntarily, I might add.
Involuntarily. Well, look, we'll get to that. You've done something kind of interesting. You've given me this timeline, and I do appreciate it. I would like to go back over the history a little bit with you, John, and pick your brain about what you know about the incidents that you have listed for me. Did modern ufology really begin about 1947?
Yeah, it really did with the Ken Arnold sightings. But now there's been a lot that happened before that. There was a recovery, I think in 1941, I think in Arizona, and there was a lot of activity during World War II. But really, modern ufology started in 1947 with the recovery. Well, first with Ken Arnold sighting up in Seattle, I think it was, and then the recovery of the craft in Roswell, New Mexico.
Well, I'm not familiar with the Arnold sighting.
Well, the Ken Arnold sightings was when he saw those 9 discs flying through the air. He was out on a search and rescue mission, and he saw these discs. And when he landed, the reporters wanted to know what he saw, and he said, "Well, they look kind of like saucers," and that was the first coining of the term flying saucers. And this happened like in late June of 1947, and coincidentally, just like a week later, was this recovery of the craft in Roswell.
Well, I say modern ufology. Really, there have been sightings, I suppose, for as long as man has been around to record them, haven't there?
Yeah, at least there's just hundreds of references in the Bible, and before that, Chinese and Indian records record saucers, up to 4,000 or 5,000 years ago.
Okay, now to Roswell very quickly. I interviewed the author of the book, The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell the other day, and he did a pretty good job of documenting what I guess is, would you say it is the best documentation of something that has happened?
Yeah, it probably is, other than, of course, well, no, that's right, it is.
It is. And I know you've looked at Roswell. I guess it's probably one of the first things that you studied when you jumped into all this. What kind of conclusions did you draw about it, John?
Well, at that time, 1985, when I first got in this I think there was over 200 witnesses that were still alive that had either touched or loaded or seen the craft and the body. And a good portion of those people are still alive now, but there was just overwhelming evidence that this occurred.
What actually supposedly happened? Was what is the best guess? Was there a collision? Did it blow up? Does anybody speculate about what happened to this craft?
There's theories, and I don't think it's so much so important as what happened, the fact that it did happen. Now, some people say there was 2 craft, and one landed and one crashed on the Magdalena Flats about 100 miles east of Roswell, and then there was a craft or portions of the craft that landed on the Brazil Ranch there near Corona. But whatever did happen, they certainly collected a large amount of debris, and there was a lot of people involved in this effort. But what was so interesting is the preparedness of the military to deal with this. There was no confusion. They knew exactly what to do. They knew exactly what they had, and that it must be kept a secret. And they were very well prepared for this.
So that would indicate to you, I guess, that they had some knowledge of what was going on or some interaction prior to that.
They certainly had advanced knowledge that there was a probability or possibility that this could happen, and they were very well prepared for it.
All right. Also in that same timeline, 1947, the establishment, the original establishment of MJ-12. And the MJ-12 documents, which I've seen, John, do you view those as legitimate?
The information is legitimate, not necessarily the documents. President Truman certainly formed MJ-12 on September 24th, 1947. There's enough evidence in government documents that he did have a meeting with certain people and did form this body, which, of course, has been in charge ever since.
What was the job of MJ-12? Did it had a charter, right? What was it supposed to do?
The charter of MJ-12 was basically to research the craft, determine what it was made of, whether there was a threat to this country, and to determine what should be done to tell, if at all, the public about what was going on.
Mm-hmm. So they kind of were the overseers of all this.
Yeah, they were, and they are the overseers. The original 12 that were appointed by Truman The last one that died, I think it was 1983, and then the former Secretary of the Army, Gordon Gray. He was the last member. As to who is involved or a member of MJ-12 today, we can only speculate. I really don't know, but...
Well, since that time, there must have been many members. In other words, people die, people retire, people get sick, all kinds of things. So if it's... Are you saying it's still in place today?
Yes, MJ-12 certainly is in place, and they have, they would have had to replace the original 12. I don't think it would be more than 30 were probably ever involved.
People talk, John, about this current administration, the Clinton administration, and how open they've been with the nuclear, the tests that were done, the awful things that were done. And they have hopes that they will also be open about UFOs and maybe tell us what's going on. What do you think?
Never. When I first got into what they call ufology, and I think it's a dumb name, but when I first got interested in this and realized the overwhelming impact of what was going on and the cover-up that had been in place for so many years, I got up on my soapbox and did lectures and said, hey, you got to listen to me. There's something going on here that we should all be aware of. And then that was like 1985. And now in September of 1994, I believe that the government was correct to cover it up. And as short as 3 or 4 years ago, I still thought they were planning to gradually release the information so that the public would, not panic, but accept this. And now I don't think they ever had any intention of doing that, and I don't think they have today. And as odd as it may sound, I kind of go along with it. I believe that the public does not have a need to know. They certainly don't have a right to know. There's so many aspects to this thing that would really disrupt public life as we know it, that I don't think they had any intention of doing it. The only reason that they would maybe be forced to do it is if there was a crash or a landing that absolutely could possibly not be denied. And they have facilities and teams in place to prevent things like that ever happening. There have been saucers that have crashed very, very near to cities, and it's been completely covered up. They have teams that go out, and it's their business to be sure that the public never finds out. And if this includes relocating personnel or even terminating personnel that have seen this unauthorized, either accidental or on purpose, they go to that extent.
Well, I do know this. There have been crashes here near us, John. I'm to the west of you, and you know what I'm near.
Yeah.
And there have been crashes out here, and it's true, the public would never know. They get these areas quickly cordoned off, and you don't get anywhere near it. And, it's wreckage, and it could be anything. And so who knows? If a saucer did come down, they could get control of it very quickly, just like that, couldn't they?
Exactly. I heard one that landed, didn't crash, but landed just maybe a few miles outside of downtown Albuquerque. And these teams are located all over the United States. They're in underground facilities. They have helicopters. They have people who are technicians and heavy equipment operators who have passes and authority to go to any civilian or military base and drive right off with this heavy equipment. And their job is to go and keep this from being seen. And one of the first things they do is they have these portable walls that are put in place. And then they secure the area. If it's like near a freeway, what they can do is have a heavy truck purposely have a wreck right there to block the freeway several miles from the crash or the landing. They can also start fires. They do really interesting things to keep the people from seeing it. Anyway, they erected these portable walls around this thing, and everybody stood around trying to figure out what to do. I think it was there for about 5 hours, and then all of a sudden it just left.
Huh.
And nobody got out. There was no communication, and it just left.
All right. We're very efficient in this country at doing this kind of thing, and I don't doubt that for a second. I've seen it myself. But, John, they come down all over the world. Or at least you would think they come down all over the world. So what about other countries less prepared to make it all a big secret?
We go in and with money, we say, we need to have this craft, and here's so many millions of dollars. Be sure that nobody ever finds out about it. We had a recovery in Bolivia, one in Argentina, one in South Africa, just a very few years ago. All over the world, except for Russia. We didn't have any control over those, and I don't know how that happened. I don't know what happened in Russia, if there was any crashes there, or if there was any recoveries there. So,
in 1948, the Aztec recovery, possible EBE-1. What does all that mean? The Mantell incident.
Aztec recovery was a saucer crash in Aztec, New Mexico, and they recovered a few bodies from that one. It's not sure where they got their first live alien, but they were named EBEs, extraterrestrial biological entities, by Dr. Detlef Bronk, who was one of the first members of MJ-12. At some point in that 47, 48, 49, they recovered their first live alien. The Mantell incident is separate from that. That was the P-51 crash piloted by Thomas Mantell over, trying to think, it was in Kentucky. And he got up to about 30,000 feet. He was on clear communication, and he said, I have it in sight. It's enormous, a thing of tremendous size. And then the next thing they knew, this P-51 crashed in the field. It was completely disintegrated. There are stories that Mantell's body was not in the crash, but I don't know for sure. But that was the Mantell incident, and that occurred in the same year as the Aztec recovery.
How many bodies totally do you think they've recovered?
From between 50 to 100, representing at least 5 different civilizations. They're all on in cryogenic storage. One of the interesting things here is in 1972, the only civilian that I know that ever got to see the bodies was Jackie Gleason, and he was a very big supporter of Nixon's, and they were out playing golf down there in Miami in 1972, and Jackie Gleason, as not many people know, was one of the he had a tremendous interest in flying saucers, and he had one of the biggest civilian collections of books and memorabilia and pictures and stuff like that.
No, I didn't know that.
In upstate New York, his house was built in the shape of a saucer, and he called it the mothership. Oh. Anyway, in conversation with Nixon, he said, was any chance to get to see the bodies? And Nixon said, yeah, sure. They finished their golf game. They went over and got in the presidential helicopter, and they went to Homestead Air Force Base, which was right near the where they were playing, and golf, and he was shown the bodies.
Incredible.
The reason we know this story is
all right, John, hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour, and we'll be right back. My guest is John Lear, commercial airline pilot, ufologist in semi-retirement, since he happens to be here with us this morning. We'll be right back.
Go ahead. Bogey at 10 o'clock high. This is Houston. Say again, 7? So we have a bogey at 10 o'clock high. Roger.
Gemini Control here again. The reference in that conversation was bogey. It was Mormon who reported sighting the bogey. This is Gemini Control Houston at 4 hours, 24 minutes into the flight.
And this is Coast to Coast AM Control at about 35 minutes into the flight. And the flight this morning is with John Lear, son of Bill Lear, jet pilot, aviator for just about all his adult life, and very much a believer in UFOs, or John would call them, I believe, IFOs, identified flying objects, because he says he knows exactly what they are. So that's what we're going to be doing this morning. Hope you'll join us. I do want to issue one brief and severe warning. Some of the material that we will be getting to this morning will be deeply disturbing to some people out there. And so if you're the kind of person disturbed by this sort of material, my best advice at this point is to tune out. Rarely do I offer that up, but I do know that a lot of people are disturbed by this. We've not yet hit on any of that material, but we're going to. So if it bothers you, go play cards or something. Right back in just a moment with John Lear. Back now to John Lear. John.
Yeah.
John, you were talking about Jackie Gleason and said that Richard Nixon took him from a golf course to go see the aliens?
Right, at Homestead Air Force Base. And the reason we know this is his second wife wrote a book describing the incident, how he came home that night, and he was all pale, and she said, "My God, what's the matter?" And he says, "Well, get me a drink and I'll tell you." So she got him a drink, and he sat down. He said, the most interesting thing happened to me today, and went on to relate the incident about how he had seen the bodies. And this book was never published, but in the manuscript, this is how it was.
Wow. And so he actually got to see the bodies at Homestead?
Homestead Air Force Base, right.
Huh.
That was one of the places that they had the cryogenic storage and display for people who were authorized to see the displays, like certain world leaders, certain political people.
Are they still there now?
I don't know.
Well, surely we do still have bodies, don't we?
Certainly. We still have them all.
And no idea where they might be?
No.
I have heard some rumors lately, John, that there might be some bodies here in Nevada somewhere. Not, Area 51-ish, but somewhere else here in Nevada. Have you heard that?
Could very well be. There's a lot of things here in Nevada, and there's a lot of secret places, not only the Nevada test site, but there's a lot of other places. Right close here at Nellis Air Force Base, there's a place they call Area 2, which is a nuclear bomb storage area, but part of that area is called, I think they call it the Q area, or Area Q. And there's a lot of pieces and bits and parts stored there.
Area Q, that's one I've never heard of. All right, there are so many incidents we could talk about. There was one recovery, I guess, in 1950 in Mexico, across from Del Rio, is that right?
Right, it crashed about 30 miles across the border, and we went over and actually dragged it 30 miles to Del Rio. And up until maybe 10 or 15 years ago, people that had researched that incident said you could still see the drag marks of where they had pulled it across.
Wow. And I've heard about this before, John. In Washington, D.C., it is true then that for a couple of weekends in a row, back in 1952, they actually had flying saucers over Washington, D.C. They were photographed by the press?
Yeah, they were photographed, and they saw them both on FAA radar and Air Force radar. As a matter of fact, you can go down to the library and pull out those weekend editions, I think, of the Washington Post, and there's stories all over it. And then I think the third weekend, the Air Force released a story, and I think it was the largest press conference of the decade, and they said that it had been a temperature inversion which caused this. Naturally, the press bought it. And
well, it says here the press got photographs. How do you photograph a temperature inversion?
Well, that's a good question.
So, I've never seen the photographs. What do they look like?
Well, the photographs were, of course, confiscated. They had a very good machine in place for dealing with the press and for dealing anybody who had photographs. They still do. Now, once in a while, you'll see a photograph of a bright light in the sky, but you won't see any real good photographs because somehow they get all of those.
Then there was a recovery near Johannesburg, South Africa, back in 1953, and I sort of vaguely remember something about that, John. What happened?
Well, there was one then. I don't know too much about that, but there was one also several years ago that...
yeah, maybe that's the one I remember.
That supposedly crashed, and we sent one of our... they have the recovery teams with the C5As, and they go over there and they load it up and bring it back to wherever. Some say Wright-Patterson, some say out here at Groom Lake.
All right, and then the first official meeting in 1954, supposedly, between Eisenhower and the aliens at Muroc Dry Lake, is that correct?
Yeah, and as ridiculous as this may sound, there's very good evidence that did occur, and Muroc was the original name of Edwards Air Force Base. It was later named after Glenn Edwards, who I think crashed in a flying wing there. But it was called Muroc, and Eisenhower was vacationing at the time in Palm Springs, and he was called to Edwards by the military, and the press was given the story that he had to attend an emergency session with a dentist as a cover. But in fact, this is when the meeting occurred, and Eisenhower essentially told these people that the world was not ready to see them or be aware of them, and that's where it stood until the Holloman encounter of 1964. But later, the dentist was interviewed and said no, he didn't have an appointment with me. So the cover story was started to unravel.
All right. By 1956, with more recoveries having been done, the first human mutilation occurred, is that correct?
Yeah, well, the first one that they knew about, and that was in the Grudge 13 report that Bill English read, and it was Jonathan P. Lovett, who was a tech sergeant out on the Holloman Range, and he and a captain were out there recovering some missile debris about 3 o'clock in the morning. And as the story goes, Lovett went over this hill to where there was kind of a bright shining light, and the captain called after him and didn't hear any response, and he went up to the hill and saw this disc with kind of a snake-like arm coming out of it, and it had grabbed Lovett, who was kicking and screaming, and dragged him in this saucer. The captain, who was petrified, got back in his Jeep and went back to the base. And he was, in fact, charged with murder because there was no body. But about 10 days later, they recovered the body. It was about 10 miles downrange. And I won't go into the details, but it was horribly mutilated. Just use your imagination of how bad it could be, and it was worse than that.
In 1957, John, you say there was the prohibition of the word space in the media.
For about 10 months, the media was not allowed to use the word space in any of their stories.
Why?
And that was they were just worried. They didn't want the public to be thinking or be aware about anything in space. This was before Sputnik had gone up, and you have to understand at that time the government was just petrified about this whole thing with human mutilations and saucers crashing all over the place. They didn't want the public thinking about the possibility of anything other than terrestrial stuff.
John, while we're on the subject of mutilations, Linda Howe, who does this show with me on Sunday called Dreamland, concentrates a lot on animal mutilations, and I just got an article from somebody. It came in the it was Associated Press article, and with a local kind of angle to it in the Albuquerque Journal dated Sunday, August 14th, so it's brand new. There are cattle mutilations going on like crazy right now in northern New Mexico, and they really are odd, John. High heat used, genitals and tongues and so forth and so on removed, all that sort of thing going on, and it's going on massively now in northern New Mexico. Are the cattle mutilations related in any way to the human mutilations?
I don't know, but they do the same thing. They core out the rectum. They take the genitals. They carve the eyes out. They follow the same pattern. we had a very interesting incident happen here in Nevada. If you'll remember, in 1990, there was a big story about 128 sheep that were found dead in central Nevada.
Yes, I recall.
Well, the interesting thing is that area was sealed off from all reporters and researchers, and no pictures were ever released, and no independent inspection was done. And after the initial interest, there was only one story done by a reporter in Reno. This reporter never went near the horses or the site, but relied mainly on unsubstantiated reports from the authorities, and he wrote that the horses were killed by rifle bullets fired from persons who were charged, but then later released for insufficient evidence.
Right.
And this reporter received the Pulitzer Prize for his reporting.
If you had to hazard a guess with regard to all these cattle mutilations, what do you think's being done?
I don't know. It has to do with genetic experimentation. Those particular parts of the body, I think they use it, hormones, secretions, that kind of thing, for whatever they're experimenting.
Well, there are people who suggest that it's our own government, that our government is somehow doing it. But it wouldn't make sense to me that our government would feel a need, or would even have a need, to raid anybody's a cattle farm.
Well, certainly if it was our own government, they would do it a little bit more discreetly. There's no question in my mind that we do some of that, but the major portion of it is done by someone else.
Well, you'd think the government could get cattle if they need cattle.
Certainly, they could have a farm, and they wouldn't leave the bodies lying around just to invite speculation.
All right. The explosion over Nevada that you talked about, then a recovery of a craft in New Mexico in 1962.
Yeah, I was just trying to find a copy of that of the Las Vegas Sun. Had a front page story of this explosion, and it occurred. Well, it was seen all over Nevada, but apparently a part of it crashed in Mesquite, and apparently that was one of the first test flights that our government made in a recovered extraterrestrial craft. And because of the disastrous outcome of it, there was no more testing in it until 1972, but apparently that was us trying to fly one of the extraterrestrial craft.
Okay, is that one of them that had crashed, or was one turned over to us in some way? Or
all I can tell you is it was acquired. Now, whether it crashed and it was good enough working order to fly, or whether it was turned over to us as one of the ones that Linda Howe talks about at Hill Air Force Base in Utah. Everybody wakes up one morning and there's one just sitting on the ramp. The doors are open. It's just sitting there. And that was one of the cases where we had to quickly cover it up and take it somewhere. But it was just sitting there on the ramp. Now, who gave it to us? I don't know, but it was just there.
Boy, it's so hard to fill in the blanks sometimes. The Holloman incident in 1964, an agreement in the late 60s, the building of Dulce, recovery near Fort Raleigh, Kansas. That was a busy year.
Yeah, that was, the Holloman incident was documented by Sandler Productions, the film that was released in 1973, and that was actually supposedly the first attempt by the government to release information to the public. And they approached Sandler Films, who was a CIA front in Los Angeles, to write a documentary outlining the history of UFOs and to end it with the actual film of the actual landing at Holloman. And that was going to be the final part of the film. Well, they got everything done. Emenager himself, Robert Emenager, who's a close friend, actually had 800 feet of this film in his house. He did not view the film, but he was given it to him by Paul Shartle, who was head of the audiovisual department at Norton Air Force Base, and Shartle watched the film in its entirety. And he says there's no question that it was a real film, and that it showed these three saucers coming down, one landing, the other two going away, and then three people coming out. They were humanoid, but slightly different than us. They had a weapon. And this film was supposed to be shown at the last part of the actual documentary. It was called UFOs Past, Present, and Future. At the last minute, the Pentagon withdrew the film and said, we want you to not use this film, but depict the end in terms of it may have happened. And so if you ever see a copy of this, you'll see Rod Serling, who does the narration, say, let's consider an incident that could happen in the future or already may have happened in the past. And in fact, it had happened. And that's how the film got released. But that was the incident, the Holloman incident that they talk about.
All right. What is Dulce, the building of Dulce?
Dulce was an underground base that's still active. It's on the Colorado-New Mexico border near the town of Dulce. It's completely underground. It's my understanding it's about 1,000 to 1,500 feet underground, and it's where supposedly the CIA and the aliens do joint genetic experiments. I've been out to Dulce. I've talked with Gabe Valdez, who was head of the Highway Patrol, New Mexico Highway Patrol, and his area was Dulce. I spent 2 evenings with him driving around the entire area, heard all his stories about all the craft he'd seen, and the evidence that Dulce was in fact there. And there's no question in my mind that it was there, and that it still is there. And there's a story that will come up later, what's called the Dulce incident, which happened in 1979 when we get up to that part of the timeline.
All right, and a recovery at Fort Riley, Kansas.
Yeah, there was either recovery or a landing, and several of the soldiers who were there watched it come down.
Then one near Kecksburg, Pennsylvania.
That's a very famous event. It's covered in a lot of these things like Hard Copy and Entertainment Tonight. They do the story on this every once in a while, but there was a recovery there of an acorn-shaped object, and there's quite a lot of evidence for that.
Boy, we must have a lot of artifacts stored somewhere, not just bodies, but discs and parts of discs and all the rest of it.
We do, and I was just reading a story here from one of the researchers, Stringfield, talked about 4 military personnel who were engineers, and they were flown one night, 4 hours. I think they lived back near Wright Pat. They didn't know where they were being flown. They had to sign special security oaths. They say that after 4 hours they landed and they were blindfolded. They were taken out. They said when we stepped out it was like it being in the desert. They weren't allowed to lift their blindfolds off. They went into this hangar and the lights were turned on. They had blindfolds taken off, and they said this whole thing was full of all kinds of artifacts. And there was a curator there, and they were allowed to inspect, and they were there for 4 days to inspect and speculate on what these items might be. And then after the 4 days, they said they could come back anytime they wanted if they had any fresh ideas, but they were not to discuss this incident with anybody.
How intriguing. Then there's 1967. This one's close to home. A big disc, a large disc, hovers over Las Vegas School, it says, and children are sent home. Really?
Yeah, a friend of mine, matter of fact, Tabitha, was, I think, one of the students there, and this disc covered over the school, and the children were sent home, and they remembered this incident quite clearly. I'm not sure whether it was her or somebody else, but that did happen in 1967, and along with that, there was a landing at Nellis Air Force Base where a saucer landed, and people got out, and a colonel who was there drew his weapon, and the colonel was paralyzed in place, and the weapon rendered inoperative, and a few minutes later they took off.
Well, John, we're about out of this hour, but I want to ask you, you have flown and flown and flown and flown. You've been in our skies, looked more into the skies than probably most of us. In all those zillions of hours, how many air hours do you have now, John? Do you know?
17,000.
17,000 hours.
Yeah.
In 17,000 hours, one would think if they're up there, you would have been one of the guys who would have seen one of them.
Well, let me tell you about flying. You're not sitting there looking out the window. You're looking at your instruments, particularly when you're flying jet aircraft. Now, at night, when it's more likely you're going to see something, you can't see outside because you've got the glow of the instruments inside, and you have to put your face up to get rid of all the cockpit reflections to do it. And it's something that doesn't happen.
So then, unless it was close and bright, you probably wouldn't see it.
No, you really wouldn't. And the only time that I ever saw anything, and it's still interesting these days when I think about this incident, it never occurred to me. I was in a Learjet. It was in the afternoon. I was descending from over Palm Springs. I was on a flight from Wichita to Los Angeles. I was descending through about 18,000. Let's see, how high would I have been? No,
John. I've never heard this story, so hold this story. We're now at the top of the hour. When we come back, we'll tell the story.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
Now, that is one I haven't heard. Apparently, John has seen something as he thinks back over it. We'll get to that right after the news at the top of the hour. Cheerio, everybody. Friday night turning into Saturday morning. This is CBC.
In the Kingdom of Nye, toll free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First time callers 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is Coast to Coast AM on the CBC Radio Network.
It certainly is. Beginning of a holiday weekend, a Friday night, now Saturday morning. My guest is John Lear, airline captain, and very much a believer in IFOs, Identified Flying Objects. And we will get back to John in a moment. Once again, my guest, John Lear, who has flown in jet aircraft for many, many thousands of hours, and pressed a little bit, now recalls one incident where he saw something or another. Anyway, John, when was it? What did you see?
Well, it was like 1966 or so, and I was descending in a Learjet on a flight from Wichita to Los Angeles, and descending through like 30,000 feet. And I was headed westbound, and from my left to my right, I saw what I thought at the time was a NASA lifting body, that X-24, or one of those type things. Remember the one that the $6 million man crashed in?
I do, yes.
And that's what it looked like. And it went by, and I mentioned it to the co-pilot. When I landed, I distinctly remember calling Hank Beard, who was chief test pilot at Learjet, and I said, "Man, you'll never guess what I saw today." And he said, "What?" And I said, "A lifting body passed me." And only after, 25 or 30 years do I look back and say how ridiculous that was, because under no stretch of the imagination would a lifting body be in the main approach corridor for the Los Angeles International Airport.
Heavens no.
So I don't know what I saw, but in all my thousands of hours, I guess that's the only strange thing I ever saw.
That's it, huh? All right. There's so much history to go through here, John. I guess let's jump up to a violent encounter, supposedly, between UFO humanoids and the U.S. military at Lumberton, Ohio.
Yeah, there was two. There was one that happened in Cambodia and one that happened in Xenia, Ohio. The one at Xenia, Ohio, was an encounter between the occupants of an alien craft and a U.S. military detachment, and there was 11 American casualties and an unknown number of aliens. And one of the researchers met a guy who worked at the off-limits area at Wright Pat, who claims to have seen bodies on litters arriving at the base during that time frame.
As I go through the history, it is interesting in one respect. All of these occurrences all of these witnesses, all of these bodies, how can it... Well, of course, it isn't really kept secret, because here we are talking about it, but still, the official cloak of secrecy remains. How can that be?
It's great. They can keep a secret if they want to.
Well, you know, that's really true, and if anything, the revelations about the nuclear testing, I think, prove that. You know, how... I can't imagine how our government could have kept secret the fact that they were feeding radiation to children, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But they did. All right. You mentioned Cambodia, a firefight between U.S. military and small gray humanoids?
Yeah, that was in April of 1972, and what happened is members of the U.S. Army Special Operations Group were involved in a firefight with the occupants of an identified alien craft. There were several alien casualties and a single human death, though several were burned by an unknown weapon. And what happened was this platoon happened on a group of aliens who were sorting human body parts into large bins and sealing them. A firefight ensued, and several of the aliens were killed, and through headshots, because the suits that they were wearing were essentially bulletproof. And as the soldiers pulled back, several of the aliens quickly packed as much as they could, got in this craft, and it took off. The unit was interrogated originally by military personnel and then by civilians who were identified as representatives of MAGIC, and they are a part of the Majestic group that go out and help cover these things up.
All right, looks like we're going to jump into the tough stuff early. Why, John, would they be packing up body parts?
Well, you got me. You know, for every answer I've ever gotten in all this research, I get 10 more questions posed. So if you're looking for answers...
Well, I think this, though, goes to a pretty awful area. I mean, you have not ruled out the possibility, have you, that we are, for them, food?
No, but it's kind of far out. I did make that statement once in an interview, and I've regretted it ever since because it sounds so outrageous. I'm not sure that...
Listen, let me stop you, John. It really did sound outrageous then, but you know something? I've been interviewing a lot of ufologists, scientists, scholars, people who have said things that when they say them, John, they suddenly hearken back to some of the early interviews that I did with you, and I'll say to myself, sometimes out loud, I'll be damned. You know, I remember John said that, and a lot of people guffawed, and here we are. I mean, a lot of that stuff that you told me, John, has been coming back recently.
Yeah.
And a lot of investigators, John, are beginning to go down some of the same roads you did. Back then, you were one of the only ones saying, look, these guys are not necessarily warm, fuzzy, nice people who wish us well.
Right.
And you were almost alone then. But now, let me tell you, John, more people than not are beginning to join you in that in that view.
Yeah.
At any rate, the Dulce incident.
Okay, now the Dulce incident I first heard about in 1986 or 1987 when I was invited to be part of a group of researchers who met at Crestone, Colorado, and we just traded information. And I was handed a letter by one of the guys who knew who had gotten this letter from a person who lived in Las Vegas, and said, why don't you research this? And it talked about this underground base, and it was sounded so far out. But I met with this person, and she had known one of the officers who had worked inside this base, and originally told about the massacre at Dulce. I further heard a story by a guy named Paul Benowitz who lived in Albuquerque, who was involved in this, and he told me about it also. And the story went that in 1979 we had 44 scientists who were being instructed by the aliens in some subject, I don't know what it was, but they were being instructed at Dulce, and for some reason it was agreed that our security force, our Delta Force, would not carry conventional weapons at any time in this classroom or around this area. And for some reason, one of the officers walked in with a conventional sidearm, and the alien killed him outright. Now, how that was done, I don't know. But on the video, on the monitor, his compatriots, or the Delta Force, saw that he was killed, and they went down en masse to exact revenge, and it ended up that all 44 scientists and about 66 of the Delta Force were killed. It was just a complete massacre. So I just put this in the file. It was an interesting story, and it didn't come up again until Bob Lazar, who worked at S4, and we'll get into that later, read a report that documented this massacre. Now, the only thing different about the report that he read was that in the report he read, the massacre occurred somewhere around Area 51 or Groom Lake.
Is there any indication of how they were killed, John?
No, just head wounds. In the report it said that they died of head wounds.
Head wounds. Again, that's a lot of relatives who are going to be requiring explanations and that sort of thing. How was it all explained?
Well, now remember, this is just speculation of how they handled it. We've realized now that most of the people that get in this program do not have relatives for one reason or another. Either they're orphans or their family has passed away or whatever. And it's essential that this kind of thing happen. Or kind of go this way because they don't want to have to take the time to explain away the death of a relative.
So the people who do these things are screened specially for this kind of work, which includes
very
not
specially.
Yeah.
But they also have other methods. They can go to the family and say, "Look, we're going to give you a annual or monthly stipend." But this is, national security, and it's for God and country.
And so here,
mention this again.
Yeah. So sign this, and it'll be done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Then I think it was an incident that had a lot of influence on you, didn't it? Bentwaters in 1980.
Yeah, Bentwaters occurred during 3 days in the end of December. We have a United States Air Force base about 70 miles northeast of London called Bentwaters. At that time, it was I think it still is an A-10 base, the Warthog tank killer. And very strange things happened during those 3 days, culminating with it wasn't a landing, it was an appearance of a very weird aircraft witnessed by General Gordon Williams, who was the base commander, Major Ted Conrad, Colonel Chuck Halt, Larry Warren, and a few others. But at any rate, the incident did occur, but it was just a story as far as I was concerned. Many pilots had heard it. And in 1985, I ran into a friend here in Las Vegas, an Air Force friend that I knew in Laos. And he was transferring from the regular Air Force to the Guard, and he came over to the house, and we started talking about stuff, and I mentioned, I asked where he'd been based. He mentioned Bentwaters, and I said, "Oh, that's supposedly where that saucer landed in 1980. He said, "No, John, not supposedly. It did." He said, "I didn't see it because I was confined to quarters, but I know the guys who did." And he said, "I'll give you their names." And I said, "Wait a minute. You're telling me this stuff is real, that there are flying saucers?" Because at this time, I had no real interest in this stuff. My interest was in spy planes, SR-71s, U-2s.
I understand. What about your dad, John? I know your dad had great abiding interest in all of this. Didn't any of that rub off on you, or was it self-ignited?
No, because there was no proof. He was certain that they existed, and now that I look back, it's because of who his friends were. He was friends with General Vandenberg, who was first head of the CIA and original member of MJ-12. He was very, very close friends with Jimmy Doolittle, who was up to his eyeballs in this alien stuff. But, he never let on to me, and it was just not a part of my interest. Sure, everybody's interested in flying saucers, but, unless you see one or have hard evidence, it's just not a part of your life. But in 1985, it became a part when Greg said, "Yeah, it's true, it's going on." Mm-hmm. And that's what involuntarily, I might add, launched me into this research.
Okay, so that was then really the beginning of your interest?
Right.
All right. In 1983, you have written Second Attempt at Public Disclosure Linda Howe, MJ-12, and something about HBO. What does all that mean?
This was when Linda Howe was contacted by MJ-12 in order to do a documentary, and they said that they would make available to her many, many thousands of feet of saucers and whatnot, and they wanted her to write a documentary that would be presented on HBO. And she contacted HBO, and HBO said, "We'll do it, but before we air it, we want a filmed interview with the president, his chief of staff, and his national security council saying that this is true." And MJ-12 essentially led her on a round robin, so to speak, of different bases and different facilities and all kinds of things for about 8 months. At the end of which it was just terminated. She never heard anything more.
Well, that must have been very frustrating. I'm going to have to ask her about that.
There was no more contact, and only a few years later did she run into somebody who was involved in that, and they said, "I'm sorry it turned out the way it did, Linda, but we had no option." There was no further explanation.
Wow, strange.
But the stories she told me of where they took her and the things she saw is just absolutely fascinating. And, of course, Linda Howe is very articulate, very knowledgeable, and keeps voluminous notes. So, it wasn't just some story she was telling.
Mm-hmm. By the way, John, again, on the subject of Linda Howe, I talked to her earlier today, and she said she's going to be on the way to New Mexico. She's had enough. There's too much going on down there, so she's going to be on her way to New Mexico, and will be reporting to us from New Mexico.
Well, she was the leading authority on mutilation. She did that documentary for the ABC affiliate in Denver in 1980.
Right, I believe so.
And then her and I, after the Crestone meeting, drove down to Roswell. And oddly enough, here we are driving out in the middle of the desert, just about 15 miles north of where the first UFO crashed. And we're on this little teeny road. It's a dirt road about 1 million miles from nowhere. And I'm driving along in this truck, and we saw a dead cow. And I thought, well, here I am with the world's leading authority on cattle mutilations, and we see a dead cow. So we get out there, and there was none of the classic cookie cutter incisions. But we started looking around, and we saw 3 others. And then we saw 2 others, and then I stood up on the bed of the truck, and I think we counted 34 cows.
Wow.
And so we went to, found the nearest ranch and asked the guy if he knew about the cows, and he said, yeah, he said they died of some disease. Well, Linda Howe checked in with a veterinarian on this, whatever the disease was, and I don't remember what it is now, but the veterinarian said, no way. He said, if that had been that disease, that place would have been cordoned off within 100 miles.
Uh-huh.
Just a very odd, one of those unexplained...
It is, and I've heard Linda Howe tell exactly the same story, John. So I guess that's the way it happened.
That was her.
That's weird.
And that was like in 1986.
All right. She's still trying to get it out to the public today, and that's, well over a decade now.
Yeah.
Then the Eisenhower brief, 84, leaked to Hollywood producer and friend of Bill Moore.
Yeah, that was Jamie Chandra, and one day he received in the mail this film, which was undeveloped, which he had developed, and it was the Eisenhower briefing as we've come to know it, and it was supposedly the briefing that Eisenhower got when he became president on the alien situation. It told the members of, told about the Roswell crash, it told it told the original members of MJ-12 and what they planned to do with it. It's a very interesting document. Now, people say, and I say the information was definitely true, not necessarily that the document itself was a legitimate document.
All right. Then you say 1985, my interest begins. Actually, it began a little earlier than that. What made you write that, John? Why 1985?
That's when Greg Wilson came through Las Vegas
and told you the story about Bentwaters?
Story.
Yeah, okay, I see. Then 1986, and I remember this one very well. JAL 747 Captain is followed by UFO 3 times as big as an aircraft carrier, and I remember that.
It was an enormous craft, and it followed him for an hour. He was on his way from Keflavik, Iceland to Anchorage, fuel stop in Anchorage, and then on to Japan. And about an hour out of Anchorage, at 33,000 feet, this night, this thing appears in front of the aircraft. And it was not a passenger flight, it was cargo, and so there was only 3 guys in the cockpit, but they all saw it. Radar had it, returned to be sure it wasn't some gigantic reflection of some sort. They went down to 29,000 feet to see if it would follow them, and it did. And then after about an hour, it just left, and they landed, gave their FAA report, and other than a few comical news stories, ignored by the press, specifically by Aviation Week and Space Technology, who is our premier aviation magazine, doesn't give it one word, not even a sentence.
Well, for all your flying, John, and the one incident you have had that may have been something like that, you must talk to all kinds of other captains, lots of friends in the industry. Do they talk about this, John?
Not unless policy, cockpit etiquette bring this up, unless I've been with the crew for a long time and unless it seems appropriate. But you find out that maybe a third of the pilots have seen something.
All right, we're at the bottom of the hour. This is where we pause. We've been doing sort of a historical look at UFOs, how John became involved, and we're just about up to modern. This is CBC.
From the Peering Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell, much more than just a talk show. To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. That's 1-800-618-8255. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It is, and when we get the telephone lines open, that toll-free line will be restricted to people east of the Great Rocky Mountains. Good morning. I'm Art Bell. My guest is John Lear, airline captain, IFO investigator in semi-retirement. And we'll get back to him in just a moment. All right, back now to John Lear. John?
Yeah.
All right. We're getting up toward the modern day here, but first let us look at 1987, and particularly the Gulf Breeze sightings, because that's still going on, John. It's still going on. We're getting photographs. There have been recent photographs, one which is a very picture. A lot of people are following up on that right now. And the same gentleman at Gulf Breeze continually seeing these craft. What is your assessment of what happened at Gulf Breeze?
Well, I first heard about it in 1987 when the Channel 4, I believe it was down there, put out the documentary, and it had Ed Walters' film that he took out the back door of this craft hovering behind the tree line there, just over the tree line. And it was tremendously interesting. There was no doubt in my mind that from the videotape that this thing occurred, but there was so many people jumped on it as a hoax, and they just did backflips to try and prove it was a hoax. But
that's right.
In my opinion, it was not. It was a true thing, and Ed Walters just took a tremendous amount of flack over the years for showing this film and for saying the things he did, but I believe him 100%.
He's not easy to get as an interviewee. I've tried to get Ed Walters a few times, and he's somewhat cantankerous and not very interested in publicity. Is that your take?
I would be too if I had undergone what he did. I mean, he just took it was merciless.
Wasn't there something about somebody who supposedly found a model in a house that Walters had rented or something or another? I can't.
He sold his house, and the people who moved in found in the attic a model of what he had videotaped made out of, I think he's a designer and architect, out of some architectural drawings that he made. Unfortunately, the people who tried to hoax this used architectural drawings that were dated substantially after this incident.
Ah.
And it was just a complete setup from beginning to end.
Oh, well, and yet that and the guys who tromped around the field in England and any other story, weak as it may be, John, that seems to make people laugh at all this and say, aha, see, what a hoax. Those stories stick like glue.
Yeah.
50 people can look up in the sky and see a saucer or see a craft, and one stupid story comes along and it blows away all that good. Why is that?
Because the disinformation is so firmly in place after 46 years that there's just no way. They've done a fantastic job of disinformation.
What is the John Lear hypothesis?
That was the hypothesis that I wrote in December of 1987 when I felt really strongly that people had to know what they're here, and they have a deal with our government to provide help in the security and the secrecy of the overall program in return for advanced technology, some of it weapons, some of it other technology. And it was just something that I wrote then, which became known as the John Lear hypothesis. Mm-hmm. Since then, I've modified several of the views, but essentially it's the same.
So by 87, you were deep into it.
Deep into it, and that's when I gave the lectures at the Spring Valley Library, and that's when usually I think they had seating capacity for 300, and they never had a speaker that drew over, say, 40 or 50, maybe 60 people. And they had 700 people show up every time I came to speak.
Wow.
And it was then one of the guys who attended the lectures wanted to borrow some tapes and came over to my house and brought with him a young scientist named Bob Lazar. And Bob Lazar had formerly worked in New Mexico at the LANL. What am I trying to say there? What laboratory?
Was it Sandia?
No, not Sandia. I don't know how I could forget that name, but he worked there as a scientist, and he just didn't believe in UFOs at all. I mean, it was a joke to him. And we watched some tapes, and I loaned him some tapes, and over a period of a few months, he became more and more suspicious, not so much of the evidence of the existence of UFOs, but of the strange ways in which the government tried to cover up or suppress some of the information.
Mm-hmm.
At any rate, there came a point where he had not been in the scientific community for working with it for several years, and he decided that he'd try and get in and see if he could, find out if it was really true. So he made application to, first of all, he called Dr. Keller, who he had known from New Mexico. Los Alamos.
That's the SDI teller.
Right.
Uh-huh.
And the father of the H-bomb. Through Teller, he was given an interview at EG&G, and over a process of, I think it was a couple of months, he was invited to go to work up at the test site. Now I knew that he was getting interviewed, but I didn't know when he was going. And then in December of 1988, he came up to my house, and I'm writing out some checks, and he's sitting in front of my desk, and I said, "What's going on, Bob?" And he said, it was like about 7:30 or 8 in the evening. He said, "I saw a disc today."
Yeah.
I thought I didn't hear him clearly. I said, "What?" He said, "I saw a disc today." And I said, "Theirs or ours?" And he said, "Theirs." And I said, "Oh, my God, did you go to the test site?" And he said, "Yeah, I just got back." And I said, "Well, then what are you doing here?" I said, "Obviously, they followed you, and you're not supposed to be talking. Why don't you work up there for a while and then tell us what's going on?" He said, "No." He said, "You've taken such a lot of flack over this that I think you deserve to know." And then he launched into what he had seen. during the time he was up there, which included a disc and some of the technology and a lot of the briefing reports. And we talked for about 3 hours. As a matter of fact, it was 3 hours and 17 minutes, because when he got home, there was a knock on his door, and there was 2 security guys there who asked him to come along, that they had some questions. They took him downtown to an office there, and they said, "What were you doing at John Lear's house for 3 hours and 17 minutes?" And we had already cooked up a story where I was filling out a log page for his wife, who was a pilot, and it went from there. Anyway, he worked up there for about 4 or 5 months, and would occasionally come by and say what he'd seen.
What was Bob's job?
Bob's job at S4 was he was a scientist. He was to back engineer one of the extraterrestrial vehicles. In other words, his job was to back engineer the propulsion of the saucer, find out how it worked, and find out if we could duplicate it. But he said there was only about 20 people, maybe 15 or 20 people working up there, and they didn't really have the resources or the equipment to do a proper job. And one of the reasons he went public was his disagreement of how the project was being handled. He felt that it should be more spread around, that people with the actual talent, more people with actual talent should be allowed to participate in this project.
So it was very compartmentalized.
Very compartmentalized, as all things are. But at any rate, on March 21st, 1989, I was over at his house, and it was a Tuesday, and he said, "John, they're going to test fly one of the craft tomorrow. Do you want to go see it?" And I said, "Well, how can we do that?" And he said, "Well, I know a place near Groom Lake. We can drive, and we can not be within the confines of the restricted area, and we can watch it." So he and I, and I think his wife, and Gene Huff, who was the one who introduced me to Bob, drove up there, and I said, "When do they test?" He said, "Well, right at sunset. And it's always on Wednesday evening, because statistically, that is the time of least travel in that particular area, Highway 375. So we go up there and unload. We had my motorhome, and I had my Celestron 8 telescope, which is a very powerful telescope, and we're unloading it, and here this thing comes up from behind the mountains, and they're watching it, and I'm trying to focus it in, and very difficult, because I had the 90-degree objective in it, and up is down and left is right, but finally I got it, and there was no doubt in my mind I was looking at a real flying saucer. It was kind of yellowish orange, and it was radiating something. It was glowing, and it settled back behind the mountains. And for all the people that try and discredit Bob and say, "No, he didn't work there, no, he's just making this all up," the fact is, he told me a day in advance exactly what fly within, plus or minus on for myself. So unless you think I'm in on the hoax, he's telling he did work there.
Well, of course, he's been way out on, there's been no remuneration that I'm aware. There is some kind of a movie underway, though, isn't there, John?
Yeah, they're making a movie on his life story.
On Bob Lazar's life story?
Yeah. And it's, I think, New Line Cinema.
New Line Cinema, sure.
Is the movie company. I think they're well advanced in the project. I think they finished the script. I don't know too much about it, but...
Have you been involved in it at all?
No, not at all.
Not at all. So, through all these years of doing the interviews with you, John, as you've investigated and I've done radio, I have yet to see you be involved in any profit aspect of this. And you just haven't gone after it, and I'm sure you could have. I mean, your name is everywhere in UFO journals, and you have been at the very center of it, so you could have capitalized on it at any point.
No, I just wanted to find out what the truth is, if that was possible, just for my own interest. I love flying, and that's my business, and I do it, 18 days a month, and I have 10, 12 days off, and I go out and... on my days off and take care of my lawn and the rest of the things I have to do. I'm not, totally absorbed, as it's very easy to get in this field, and your whole life is consumed with chasing down every little lead. I think I got to pretty much as we're ever going to find out, and that was enough for me.
All right. you were working, flying then, of course, as you always do.
Right.
And this whole thing got you fired, didn't it?
Yeah, I was the senior captain with a very large charter company called American Transair. I was the senior captain on the Lockheed L-1011. I had been there for 6 years. I was a check airman. And July 7th, they called me to Indianapolis. And I really didn't know what it was about. And I walked into this room, and there was the vice president of operations, the chief pilot, an attorney, and a guy from human resources. And they held up an article that had been written about me, and they said, "John, is it true that you believe in flying saucers?" And I said, "Yes." And they said, "Why?" And I gave them about a 10-minute summary, and they said, "John, there's just no possible way that anybody who believes in flying saucers could be a captain for American Transair. You're fired."
You're fired, just like that.
I said, "Well, now look," I said, "if it's, I've tried not to involve the company at all." I said, "How about if I just not give any more lectures and we take a look at this maybe 90 days down the line and you can see that, I've been true to my word." And they said, "No, this is it." And so they gave me 3 months' pay if I would sign a statement that I would never sue them, which I did because I couldn't afford to go very long without a paycheck.
Sure.
And I went to work for another company.
As you look back on your career now, John, how much effect, other than that particular incident, has there been?
I lost another job that I really would have liked to have had that involved the Air Force and NASA. It was a project that I really wanted to do, and I was actually hired by the contracting company, but they called me up one day, and the contracting officer and said, "John, I don't know what you did to irritate the Air Force and NASA, but when we submitted your name as one of the pilots, they said not only no, but hell no." And
so there's been plenty of effect then.
Yeah, I don't give lectures anymore. I never wrote a book. I don't intend to. This is really the only thing that I ever do is whenever you call, because you've been really fair with me and over the years, and it's just kind of nice to come on and chat once in a while.
Yeah, it has been a lot of years now. All right, so that's a pretty complete history of your involvement and of UFOs in general. I've got a fax here, and anybody else who wants to fax us with a question, by the way, you're welcome to do it at area code 702-727-8499. And I'll give that number again. But here's a question for you, John. It's a classic. Art, a lot of people speculate the reason UFOs are kept secret is that it would conflict with religion. Personally, I think UFOs and religion can cohabitate in reality with no conflict. I'd be interested in what John has to say on the subject.
As you know, Art, I steer totally clear of any religious aspects of this, because all it does is irritate people. So
it really does, I know. And so I thought I'd just go ahead and get it out of the way with that question.
But the answer is yes. The overriding reason is religion. And before we go to the phones, if that's what we're going to do...
Right after the top of the hour, John.
Is what?
Right after the top of the hour, we'll go to the phones.
Okay, well then, give me time to ask 5 questions and answer them to avoid having people call up and ask the question.
All right, good. Let's... you want to start on that now?
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
If they're here, why don't they contact our president? Well, I think we all know the answer to that concerning our current president, but let's assume we had another president. And the answer is this. When you visit an ant farm, do you just talk to any old ant, or do you find the queen and talk to her?
Huh.
Here's the
I'm not sure I like being thought of as part of the ant farm, but I guess I am, huh?
Here's the second question. If the government couldn't cover up Watergate, how could they cover this up for 45 years? Well, the Watergate episode was an inside job to get Nixon out of office, just as the assassination of President Kennedy was, but with a little more, but not much more, tact. Now, that doesn't mean I agree with Nixon, but that was an inside job. The fact is the government can cover up anything they want to if it's important enough, and I can assure you that if you are reasonably well-informed, that you only know about 5% of what there is to know.
I used to wonder about that, John, myself, but I too, have joined the club of you bet they can keep it secret, so...
Yeah. Now, let's see. If what you have to say is really true, John Lear, then why doesn't the government stop you?
Mm-hmm.
Number one, it would only add credibility to my story. And number two, I don't reach enough people for it to make any difference. The belief systems are too well locked in for me to be of any great threat at all. Without hardware, there is simply no proof, regardless of the number of eyewitnesses.
It's true.
Why wouldn't any of the astronauts or military officers come forward and tell the truth? And the answer is for the simple reason that all of us are dependent on money, whether through current employment or retirement pay, for our very existence. For an astronaut or military man to come forward with the truth would net him 3 minutes on hard copy and the rest of his retirement working at a 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
For what?
Yeah, I agree. Although there was a recent statement by Neil Armstrong that would cause your teeth to rattle. Are you familiar with that at all?
No, what did he say?
Rather than paraphrase it, John, I'm going to dig it out of my computer during the top of the hour, and I'll give you the comment, and we'll see what you have to say about it. It's fascinating. Anyway, do you have one more?
One quick more is, what about the news media, your Dan Rathers and your Tom Brokaws and your Ted Koppels? Why wouldn't they come forward and tell the truth? And for the very simple reason that they are glorified teleprompter readers. They have very little to say about what they are going to say. They can't come in one fine day and say, tonight I'm going to expose the UFO cover-up. There are just too many people over him with vested interests, such as the station license, to let him do that, notwithstanding the fact that all he has is words and no hardware.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got rid of those 5 questions.
We have, but without fail, John, I would bet at least 4 out of 5 of them will be asked before the night's over. Hey, have you heard this story about the mysterious ocean noise, the thumping or the heartbeat sound?
Yeah.
They say they think it's man-made, and they're sending down divers, and they say it might be a ship, even thousands of miles away. These things do travel underwater, but on the other hand, it might be something else?
Well, yeah, I don't have any opinion on that.
All right. John, hold it right there. Relax. We'll be back. I'll get that statement by Neil Armstrong. Stay right there.
Okay.
You're listening to the CBC Radio Network. My guest is John Lear.
Kingdom of Nye. You're hearing Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the CBC Radio Network.
Good morning, everybody. I am Art Bell. My guest is John Lear, airline captain, believer in identified flying objects, IFOs. He says he knows what they are. We've done a 2-hour review of UFOs since about 1945 or 6. And John Lear's career and what he's done with UFOs. And John doesn't give many interviews. This is one of those rare times. So I suggest you stay planted. We're about to open the telephone lines. In fact, we are going to do that coming up now in just a moment. I want to remind you the toll-free line for the remainder of this hour, and possibly a little longer since we haven't even opened them yet. The toll-free line is restricted to those of you east of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies only, 1-800-618-8255. Well, all right, everybody. I'm Art Bell. My guest is John Lear, the son of Bill Lear, who invented the 8-track tape deck, invented the Learjet, of course. John's father had an abiding interest in UFOs. John got one himself, but not because of his father's, interestingly. He did it on his own because of events that we've just documented over the last couple of hours. Now, back to John Lear. John?
Yes, sir.
All right. Neil Armstrong, on the occasion of the anniversary of the Apollo mission to the moon, was at the White House about 3 weeks ago now, I guess, 4 weeks ago, something like that. Anyway, Neil Armstrong rarely does public appearances, rarely has anything to say, but when he does, wow. What he said, and I took this quote directly from the NBC Evening News, was as follows, quote, and he said this at the White House, quote, "There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers. There are places to go beyond belief." End quote. Neil Armstrong. What do you think he meant, John?
Well, it sounds like a pretty powerful statement. Both Neil and Buzz Aldrin and most of the astronauts, all of them have seen something, and they've all seen incredible things. And they've been silenced by NASA. And over the years, it kind of wears at them. They'd like to get it out, but they can't be as blatant as say, yes, I saw this and yes, I saw that. So I think that's basically what he's saying. And I've heard some of the astronauts come out very vociferously and say, listen to me carefully. There are no UFOs. Do you understand what I'm saying? No UFOs. And what they're saying is, no, there's no unidentified flying objects. They're all identified.
The astronauts, particularly the ones that went to the moon, the early astronauts, have all had big trouble, John. Psychological troubles, a lot of divorces, a lot of drinking, a lot of trouble, period. And one source of that trouble, one might speculate, is that they have knowledge that they can't talk about that's eating away at them. Could that be so? Definitely.
And that's one of the ways in which they keep this secret is through it's called pain drugs hypnosis, where when they tell you this stuff, they give you a briefing, and it involves pain, it involves drugs, it involves hypnosis, so that it doesn't bother you that much, but it doesn't always work on everybody. And they know they have this knowledge, and it's hard to know something with this, with the ramifications of this kind of thing,
and not be able to
tell somebody.
Yeah, it would eat you alive, I suppose. John, just before we go to the phones, you have said, and this really is very different than a lot of ufologists today, that you've come to the conclusion that while you were digging in earlier years so that the world might know, you now don't think we ought to know, or that we have a right to know, or that it would be good for us to know, or how do you explain that, and why?
Well, it has to do with religion, and no, people should not know this. This is something that, as irritating as it might be, it's none of their business. There's nothing they could do to influence or modify it in any way. It's best they just go on with their lives and pay their taxes, find something they enjoy, boating, sailing, growing lawn or something like that, and get on with their life, because there's no reason to know this. And if they knew the true ramifications of this, it would bother them. It would eventually result in the breakdown of society. So.
The breakdown of society. How much do you know, John, without telling me what you know, how much do you still know that you haven't told?
Not very much. I've told you much of this stuff. The stuff I'm not talking about is religious stuff, and if you think a while, you can figure out what it's all about. I've told you most of the stuff.
But maybe not all.
No, not all, because there's a lot of sensitive, very sensitive stuff regarding religion.
All right. Let us take some calls, John, and I want to remind everybody the toll-free line is east of the Rockies only at 1-800-618-8255, and let us venture forth. Hi there, on our east of the Rockies line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello there. No, you're not. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Hello, John. This is Kogo, San Diego.
San Diego, yes, sir.
Our great show. Question, sounds like if the U.S. has some of this technology, that it really wouldn't be too big of a problem being confronted with other nations like Russia with their type of military. Do you think this type of technology can be implemented in such cases like war or anything like that?
All right. What about it, John?
Well, it certainly can, and this may be the result of the breakdown of the Soviet Union. Maybe we told them what we got and which direction we wanted to go in. I don't know that for a fact, but it's possible that happened. Our technology base is about 30 years of where everyone thinks it is. When you look at the space shuttle and all the satellites and the neat stuff we got going, our technology base is 30 years ahead of that.
30 years ahead of that.
Just to give you an example of what I'm talking about 25 years ago, you read in the paper about talking rock technology.
Yes.
And what that was they put a rock in an anechoic chamber and gave it a pulse, like hello. And the rock absorbed the vibrations, and by measuring the vibrations, about a half a second later, measuring the vibrations, they could pull out the word hello. Well, in 25 or 30 years later, what they have now is a means to beam into a room and measuring the vibrations that have been given, any of the crystal structure like glass or windows or anything like that,
right,
and pull out a conversation that was held 7 days ago.
Wow. Wow. Well, that's some technology. On our East of the Rockies line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi, where are you, sir?
In Leavenworth, Kansas.
Leavenworth, all right.
Hello?
You're on the air. Go ahead.
I was wanting to talk about Project Blue Book.
All right.
I was wanting to find out whether it's still being researched or if you've even heard of it.
Well, of course, we've heard of it. John, any comments on Blue Book? It is no more, or is it now going on below the surface?
It was established in 1948 or 49, and it was brought to a halt in 1969 by the Condon Committee. And what they said is, based on all their research, flying saucers did not represent a threat to national security. Now, they didn't go as far to say as they didn't exist. What they said was...
They're not a threat.
They're not a threat. But project, actually, the actual project was called Grudge, the research of different sightings, and yes, that still goes on. Project Grudge is an active project.
That's an interesting conclusion, to not rule out their existence, but state they have no... they are not a threat to national security. Doesn't make sense to me. If they exist, they certainly would be a potential threat.
Yeah. Well, they got away with it.
Yeah. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning. Where are you calling from, please?
Kansas City, Missouri.
Kansas City, Missouri. All right.
Okay. What I'm going to say here has to do with the religion aspect, if that's okay with Mr. Lear.
Sure.
Okay. Here's my opinion. This is just my opinion now, so this might not mean anything to you at all. But I am a Christian, and what I have gained from this is that this is just my opinion, but that UFOs have actually been built under the watchful eye of the Illuminati. Does that make any sense to you?
Yes, I've heard that before.
What do you think about that?
Choose your words carefully.
Huh?
It's possible.
For the reason to explain, do you believe in the rapture at all? I don't mean to make this into a religious show.
Yeah, please don't.
Okay.
Please don't. In other words, John believes there is a connection between religion and UFOs.
Can he please expound on that?
That you would not find agreeable, and which he would rather not expound on, I think. John?
No, it's all the same to you. I do not want to expound on my religious views.
All right. It's kind of like when you say this, I guess we had to cover it, John, but when you say this, it's like putting a box on the table that says, do not open this box, and then just leaving it there, and everybody who comes past will inevitably open the box. And so they want to open the box. I understand that, but perhaps some boxes are best left unopened.
Right.
On the wild card line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Hi, I'm calling from the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area. And
yes, sir.
I can prove right now that what Mr. Lear is saying is the opposite of the truth, because the U.S. government is not covering up information about the existence of extraterrestrial life. government intelligence agencies have been spreading the rumor that aliens are among us to UFO researchers, and this has been documented by Jacques Vallée in his book Revelations. For example, in 1983, the proven disinformation agent Richard Doty at Kirtland Air Force Base invited Linda Howe to that Air Force Base and showed her these alleged secret documents claiming aliens among us. Then in 1985, Jacques Vallée and J. Allen Hynek were invited to Norton Air Force Base by some generals there and told that aliens are among us. And I think it's all a lie, and I have a reason for it.
Well, all right, give that to us. You said you had proof, sir, so go ahead and lay it out.
The proof is what I just told you, and you just get Jacques Vallée's book, Revelations. That proves that the government isn't hiding it, it's pushing it on UFO researchers, and the reason for this reverse psychology disinformation campaign was stated by Stanton Friedman when he said that a belief in alien life would cause people to lose their faith in the value of nation-states and lead to the acceptance of world government, which is exactly what the power elite who control the government wants, since their multinational corporations have most to gain from globalism.
All right, so there it is, John. He lays it out. It is something he's charging to lead us toward the one world government, that sort of thing.
Well, I certainly respect his opinion, and since I don't have any hardware, I'm certainly not going to be able to prove, what I say.
John, at one time, can you tell the story about element 115?
Yeah, element 115 is the power source for these extraterrestrial craft. We've been able to synthesize up to like 106, but there is an element on up the line that is 115, and by pumping protons into 115, it becomes 116, which immediately decays, and what the result of the decay is antimatter. And when antimatter is mixed with matter, it's 100% conversion of matter to energy, which is a very, very large explosion. And what they do is they control this explosion to create heat, and also out of this reaction, they pull out the gravity A wave, without going into details, they use to propel themselves across the universe at speeds hundreds of times faster than the speed of light.
At one time, and you tell as much of this story as you can, or tell me to go fly a kite, but you had your hands on some 115, didn't you?
Yes, Bob Lazar had his hands on some 115. We did some experiments which proved it was exactly what he said it was. And I believe it was the evening of the George Knapp UFO's the Best Evidence. We kept very close watch on this stuff, but since we had it 4 or 5 months, we became a little careless, and it was left out. And that night, they broke into Bob's house and took it.
So you no longer have it, but that's about as close as you've come to hardware.
That's correct.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello. Hello there. No, you're not. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Hi, Art. This is Randy from Leavenworth, Washington.
Hi, Randy.
I'm calling to ask Mr. Lear about the 3 different kinds of aliens. I subscribe to a newsletter, and it talks about all the government research, and the different type ships are different aliens from different sectors in the universe, and there's the reptilian form, the insectoid, and the human type.
Mm-hmm. Well, there may be a lot more than that. John, how many are there?
Well, opinion, and this is only my opinion, there's about 70 types that are visiting Earth at one time or another with various agendas. Some of them don't have anything to do with what's going on here. They're just coming down to take a look. But they're all different types. And some of them, that if you had a chance to look at it, you would actually die of fright, because they are so alien to what we are used to.
How's that, caller?
That sounds good.
All right, thanks. You would die of fright. Are they able to appear to us in a form different than that which would cause us to die of fright?
Apparently, some of them can do that, but according to some of the abduction stories, they hide themselves. You can't get a look. You can see their shape, but you can't see their face, and that's prevalent. If you've read John Mack's book, that's prevalent throughout all the abductions. Is they cannot see the face.
Yeah, it's true. I had John Mack on the program about 3 weeks ago, John.
Very interesting guy, and I really enjoyed his book. It was more of the same, but it's interesting stuff.
It is. You know about the incident in which some young lady apparently set him up?
Yes, I thought that was really disgraceful, but it's just media tactics. I don't know what she gained by that. It just...
Or what agenda, or whose agenda she was serving by doing that.
It was just an unfortunate incident.
Here we've got a Harvard professor, lots of credibility, and he gets set up. That's just almost too much for even me. John, hang tight. We're bottom of the hour. We'll be back to you. John Lear is my guest. Pilot now, captain of an aircraft. We'll be back with more on UFOs.
From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the CBC Radio Network.
Good morning, everybody. I am Art Bell. My guest is John Lear, and we are talking about IFOs. In deference to John, identified flying objects. We'll get back to John in just a moment. Now, back to your calls and John Lear. John, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. Are you ready?
All set.
Here they come. On the east of the Rockies line, top of the morning, you're on the air with John Lear. Where are you calling from?
Fort Worth, Texas.
Fort Worth, Texas. Okay.
Now, Mr. Lear, you say there are things you don't want to talk about for religious purposes, but I wanted to tell a story that I believe is true. All the cosmonauts reported seeing these huge angelic-like beings with their arms crossed and a smile on their face like they knew something was going to happen. And that was before Chernobyl blew up. And John Glenn reports seeing something on Freedom 7 flight.
Yeah, it really is true. With regard to the angelic beings, John, I also remember that report. Do you?
Yeah. Now, when they had their arms crossed and they were smiling because Chernobyl was going to happen?
Could be. Now, Russia wants Bibles.
What kind of an angel is that?
Russia now wants Bibles in their schools.
Yeah, all right, ma'am, thank you. That's no guardian angel, is it, John?
I'd like to have.
I wonder how she could conclude that it was because of Chernobyl. That's really strange. On the other hand, I recall you saying one thing to me, John, that has haunted me for years and haunts me today.
Yeah.
We have had a number of guests on this radio program about life after death. Inevitably, in every warm and fuzzy life after death story, people rush toward the warm, inviting light. Down the tunnel, into the light. And once you said to me, John, don't go toward the light, it's a trick. Go toward the darkness.
Well, now remember, I qualified that by saying that's what Whitley Strieber told me.
Well, it still bugs me to this day, John, because what if I had to make that choice?
Well, right now I'm going towards the darkness.
You are, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, boy, that really drives me crazy. On our toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from Kodiak, Alaska.
Kodiak, Alaska. Yes, sir.
Yes, this is Dave. I've heard John talk about time travel, and I'm convinced that time travel is possible, and it's already happened. I opened those seals when I was 30 years old, and that, together with my birth date and the scriptures, unlocked the whole mystery.
All right, sir. Don, time travel. We've talked about it before. It's one of my favorite subjects. Do you believe time travel to be possible?
No question about it. That is
really?
Absolutely possible. You can go forward in time much easier than you can go back, but you can certainly go back in time.
I once wondered, and as have many people, and I'm going to make you tell me it's not true again, whether you and Mr. Lazar have thought of trying to construct something to traverse time.
Well, yes, we've thought about it, but it's a big deal. I mean, it's just you just can't go out and make this thing. You need a lot of equipment, so that's sheer speculation, and it'd be fun to try, but we don't have any of the stuff, but we certainly have talked about it.
Just an idle question of curiosity, John. If you had such a device...
Incidentally, we were going to go forward because that's a lot easier to do than going back.
That was going to be my question. Where would you go, time-wise?
Well, all you have to do to go forward in time is create a strong gravitational field. And you more or less just stay there while all the rest of the world passes, as time goes by. Then when you remove the gravitational field, you're wherever they were.
I see. All right, on my East of the Rockies line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello.
Yes.
Where are you, sir?
San Antonio, Texas.
San Antonio, Texas. All right. Go ahead.
I've got a story about a friend, dear friend of mine. I've known him about 12 years. He's a retired colonel, and I'm not going to release his name, for he never gave me permission to do so. But he relayed a story to me and my wife about his encounter with a spaceship. Now, he told me that he was on his way to West Texas, driving, I guess, toward El Paso. And he and his wife had seen this aircraft, but he said it wasn't an aircraft, it was a large disc. That it went across his vehicle, came back, hovered, went vertical, up and down, then left and right, and then just left. And being he's a Air Force colonel, retired, and he's still aviation. He flies private flights now. He said there's no way anyone can ever tell him that there doesn't exist aliens.
All right, sir. Thank you. Well, there's a story. It's true. Once you've seen one yourself, your attitude really changes, doesn't it, John?
Yeah, it really does. But, it's so few of us get to see those things. Now, for instance, I'd love to see one. I saw the one that Bob took me up to, and I saw that at night. Now, my wife, Marilee, who didn't believe in any of this before, as a matter of fact, it almost split up our family because of my interest in this. She's from Mississippi, and she just didn't believe any of it. And here in 1986, I was on a flight to Frankfurt, and she and my daughter Jackie are out in the gardening, and about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Jackie looks up and she says, "Hey, Mom, look, a UFO." And they look up, and here's 2 of them at a very low altitude, less than a quarter of a mile away. I live right near Nellis Air Force Base. They were coming from Nellis and went around to the southern part of Sunrise. Now, that's an extremely rare sighting, 2 discs in the daytime, and it changed her opinion. Of course, she says, "Well, I saw him, but I still don't believe him." But she did see him.
Well, maybe that was the sighting that saved John Lear's marriage.
It definitely was the sighting that saved my marriage.
I really can understand that, John, and you know where I live out here, and you know what I'm close to.
Yeah.
And I see things quite frequently, John, and I'm very hesitant to talk about them. Frankly, I had one major sighting of an aircraft I told you about, or a craft. I don't know if it was an aircraft.
Right.
But I see other things, John, in the night sky a lot. And now there are those who say that activity up here has lessened or gone away or been moved. Can you tell me anything about that?
Well, there certainly hasn't been a good sighting in say, 2 years. And so there's a facility in northern Nevada where they do a lot of testing. Now, when they do UFO testing, I don't know, but there is a major facility up there. There's also an increased activity down in Holloman, which seems to be just the new secret aircraft we've got. But, yeah, there definitely doesn't seem to be as much testing as there used to be. Just after Bob and I started talking about this, you used to be able to go up to the test site and see all kinds of weird stuff, but there just aren't any sightings anymore.
I wonder if it is the attention that's been given up there, and there's been a lot of it. There's a lot of people hanging up there. Of course, they're trying to get more property now and isolate the area. And there's a kind of a government grab going on for property, as you know, John.
Yeah, and I don't really understand what the big deal is, because, like in 1980, there was at least 30 AAOs, which are air access only areas in the United States, in which, all this weird stuff went on. So, Groom Lake is just one of a number of facilities.
It has been a pretty intense area, though.
It's been a pretty intense area, and I'm sure they're going to get the land.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And I've heard that the testing has been severely curtailed for the past year or so.
Too many cameras, too many people. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning. Where are you calling from, please?
Oh, just let me get my radio here.
All right, get your radio.
Yeah, I've got it.
Where are you, sir?
KVI.
KVI. We're holding this for east of the Rockies.
Oh.
Thank you very much for the call and the try on the wild card line. You're on the air with John Lear. Hi.
Hi, Art. How are you?
Fine. Where are you?
This is Bryce in Wichita.
All right.
Hi, John. Glad to talk to you.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
It's been a long time since I've been in Wichita.
I bet it has. I wondered, are you familiar with the writings of René Guénon or Fritjof Schuon?
No, what's that?
Religious writings concerning metaphysical stuff. How about stuff like the Tibetan Book of the Dead? You said you go toward the dark light instead of the light. Are you familiar with? Have you read that?
No, but that's an interesting thing. A dark light. I haven't heard that before.
Yeah, you got to read the Tibetan Book of the Dead, and I would recommend people like you to get in touch with people like, say, the Dalai Lama, and talk to them about this kind of stuff and see what they think.
Well, all right.
People that are realized or that have studied mystical or metaphysical stuff that are in that genre.
All right, thank you. John, you don't seem inclined to really be pursuing this much more. In other words, my assessment of you psychologically is that you have reached some kind of inner conclusion, and stop me if I'm wrong, and you're kind of settled about it now. Is that right?
Settled or fatalistic?
All right, fatalistic.
Yeah, I never in my wildest dreams, when I started getting into this, had any remotest hope of finding out as much as I did. And when I found out as much as I did, it was very interesting, and it was in one way extremely satisfying. But I didn't think that I'd find out much more than I did, so, I continued on my life. And like I say, there's a lot of guys that just keep plugging along.
I know.
But I think I found out pretty much what's going on, and so I'm continuing my life.
And fatalistic is the right word. That's kind of ominous for a lot of us, of course. Laugh. All right, on the east of the Rockies line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hi.
Yeah, this is Kevin from KCMO.
KCMO, Kansas City, yes.
Yeah, I wanted to ask John a question on the time travel deal. I heard that you can only go so far forward in time and so far backward in time. Is that true?
No, I think you can go both ways as long as you want. And to the answer of the paradox, if you go back in time and kill your father, will you still be here? The answer is yes, you will still be here because time is compartmentalized.
Okay.
You can go back and kill your father, but you'll still be here.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
Right.
I was curious about that.
Right. Thank you very much. In other words, you will affect the local... All time is local. Is that right?
That sounds like a good analogy.
Yeah, all time is local. You will affect the immediate sphere or time that you commit this act in, but somehow time will bend back in on itself and everything will self-correct and you'll still be there somehow.
Whatever.
All right. On the east of the Rockies line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yes, sir. I was wondering, will we be able to get a tape of tonight's program?
Yes, ma'am. Where are you calling from?
Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City. Yes, indeed, you will. And if you'll listen, I'll tell you how to do it, all right?
Okay, I just wondered if you would.
All right. Yeah, I'd be glad to do it. Sure, if you want a tape of this program, the first 2 hours we spent on a very careful chronicling of UFO history, John's involvement in it, and all the rest of it. You can get a tape by calling right now, area code 503-664-7966. Let me give that again. Area code 503-664-7966. And on the East of the Rockies line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Where are you, sir?
Erie, Pennsylvania.
Good. You're on the air.
WFLP.
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, love it. Outstanding.
Glad you're enjoying it.
Okay. For Mr. Lear, I have a couple questions. First of all, are you familiar with Guardian?
Yes.
You are. Guardian is legitimate?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, you're familiar with Guardian.
I know that he's a good researcher. I'm sure he's not faking all this. But, other than that, yes, I am familiar with the case.
Okay. Second of all, I've been trying to get through all night. I'm kind of nervous now.
Oh, well, relax. Just try to remember what you wanted to ask.
I'm trying. Second of all, without getting very in-depth at all about religion, because I know that's a touchy subject, but do these civilizations, alleged civilizations, do they purport to be religious the way we...
All right, that's a reasonable question, sir. John, do these beings themselves have a religious faith that we are aware of?
Well, in answer to your question, let me tell you what Whitley Strieber said about that when he was abducted, and he's absolutely horrendously terrified, and he's screaming and he's saying, oh God, help me, God, please help me. And the little Greys are looking down, and they very coolly they said, why do you call for your God? There's only us up here.
That will certainly serve as an answer, no question about it. On the wild card line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Good morning. Art, this is Jim in St. Louis.
St. Louis, yes, sir.
Mr. Lear, I want to thank you on behalf of everyone listening for coming on the show. Thoroughly entertaining.
Well, thank you.
You seem to be hitting everything right on. For people that call up, they've read a book, or they're real religious, they obviously haven't been following some of the stuff covered on the show. The cover-up, the military involvement, politics, everything. You seem to be right on. I respect the fact that you don't want to go into the religion aspect, because I've read a little bit, I think, of what you've outlined there in a couple of different books. But again, the astronauts, the whole thing of keeping quiet, people can't understand why aren't they talking about this, and that this stuff really is happening. I'm getting announcements on our station here in KSD that say, this is warning, this is not the views of this station. It is shocking. It's very shocking. A lot of this is, except my religious beliefs are simply, I believe above all else, above anything else, that there is the God, the creator of all things. And why can these things be happening? God takes care of other elements of nature in accordance with a plan. Why can this not be somewhat along an overall plan?
In the plan, in other words, yeah. Yeah, okay. All right, sir, hold on. Listen to the answer. Go ahead, John.
What's the question?
Well, the question was, really, he walked around it 6 ways from Sunday, but he's asking, why can't there be the God we all know, and not we all know, but many of us think is there, who's in control and who's just...
Well, let me tell you
I'm not properly asking. In other words, why do God and UFOs and the aliens have to be mutually exclusive?
They don't, but let me tell you a story that Bob Lazar told me once. We're talking about the universe and the ramifications of it all, and he's telling me about the theory that the universe expands until it can't go any further, and then it starts contracting, and time reverses, and everything comes down to its original size, less than an atom size, and then starts spreading out the other direction, whereas things only exist that travel faster than the speed of light. And so we came to the conclusion, now, whoever made that, that's God.
Whoever made that, that's God. Okay, well, I hope that serves as an answer to his question. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with John Lear. Where are you calling from, please?
Calling from Youngstown, Ohio.
Youngstown, yes, sir.
I have a copy of a videotape by Bob Lazar. I was wondering if Mr. Lear was familiar with it.
Oh, he sure is.
And I was wondering if he could give us some comments about the other two areas of S4 that Mr. Lazar talks about the physics of time travel and the charged particle beams.
All right, we've only got about a minute, John. Can you do it?
I'm not sure what areas he's talking about. Yes, that they had both of those things there. Once, I told you the stories where the hangar door was open. He walked into the craft to do some work, and he was in there about 2 hours, and when he came out, it was exactly the same time as before he went in. And when he asked what the explanation was that, they said because the saucer's time shifted.
All right, we'll have to hold it there. From Youngstown, Ohio, thank you. John, we'll be right back to you.
Okay.
All right, relax for a few minutes. You're listening to Coast AM on the CBC Radio Network. If this kind of information disturbs you, and it does many, reach over and turn your radio off. For everybody else, there will be more.
In the Kingdom of Nye, toll free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First time callers 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is Coast to Coast AM on the CBC Radio Network.
It certainly is, and for the next 30 minutes more, we're still going to restrict the toll-free line to east of the Rockies. We're going to give it another 30 minutes because of the length of the pre-interview before we got to the phone call. So 30 more minutes east of the Rockies on the 800 line. All right, John Lear is my guest, pilot, experienced pilot, many thousands and thousands of hours in the air, and believer in IFOs, identified flying objects. John's coming back right now. John, there is a way people can get the videotape that the caller mentioned about Bob Lazar's experiences and his explanation of what these craft are and how they work. It is very educational. How do they get it?
They write to Tri-Dot Corporation. Now, write the address down because there is no telephone number. If you call Las Vegas and ask for information, there is no telephone number. It's Tri-Dot, T-R-I-D-O-T, Tri-Dot Corporation, 1324 Southeastern. And that's in Las Vegas, Nevada, 89104. And it's $29.95. That's $29.95 plus $3 shipping and handling. And what you get is a 40-minute tape. It's called the Lazar Tape and Excerpts of the Government Bible, which is a chronological account of government UFO activity details and Bob's experience working with recovered flying saucers for the Department of Naval Intelligence. It explains the propulsion, construction, and details of where the aliens are from, including what Dr. Teller has to say about Bob Lazar.
All right, good. That's how to get it, everybody. And we'll repeat that address down line here somewhere. On our toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Where are you calling from, please?
Memphis.
Memphis, Tennessee, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mr. Lear, it's a pleasure to speak with you.
Thank you.
On discussion of after-death experiences, would you please reconsider and go toward the bright light, the white light, not the dark?
Sure.
There's another body of work known as the Egyptian Book of the Dead, other than Tibetan, and please research that.
Yeah, I'd like to say something about the Bible, one of the most important books in the history of mankind. The New Testament, like much of the Old Testament, is in many places a greatly altered version of the original accounts on which it is based. Mm-hmm. In addition, probably less than 5% of all that Jesus and his original followers taught is found in the Bible. Many of these changes and deletions to the New Testament were made by special church councils. The editing process began as early as 325 AD during the First Council of Nicaea and continued well into the 12th century. For example, the Second Synod Church Council of Constantinople in 553 AD deleted from the Bible Jesus' references to reincarnation, an important concept.
Yeah. I just wanted to be sure that I got that on, that about the bright light, not the dark light.
All right, thanks. John, why the dark light?
Why going there?
Yeah.
Well, because according to Whitley, if you go to the bright light, you have made a conscious choice of which direction to go, and supposedly, according to him, at that point, if you go to the white light, the Greys, whoever's in charge of this thing, can decide what to do with you. Now, they can either send you back into another body, or they can put you in the black box. Now, the reason that I would choose the white light is I don't want to spend what Whitley says is anywhere from 12 to 40,000 years in the black box. He was in there, and he says it's a very frightening experience. Now, I don't mind being by myself. I could probably spend a couple of years by myself, but I'm not sure whether I could spend 40,000 years. Whereas if you go towards the dark, you come right back into a terrestrial body, and you can continue on with whatever body you got into.
All right. Dear John and Art, this comes from Santa Barbara. Do you think there are any off-planet guys who are trying to help rescue us from this prison? Any hope for the future? Annie, Santa Barbara.
Possibly.
Possibly. All right. Tantalizingly, just possible. Also, this question, John, the Philadelphia experiment, do you believe it really happened? Is there any connection between it and the UFOs?
Yes, obviously something happened during the Philadelphia experiment. Now, whether that boat actually disappeared or not, I don't know. But there's enough evidence that something very, very strange happened during that time due to the government's research into magnetism.
All right, and one more fact. This from Lawrenceville, Georgia. Jimmy Carter had seen a UFO. He was given a top-secret clearance. Thus, he was shut down when he became president.
Yes, he did. He filed his report in 1969 when he ran for president. One of his platforms was, I believe in UFOs because I personally see one, and if I am elected president, I will see that all information about UFOs is turned over to the public. Naturally, when he became president, we didn't hear one word, and that's because the presidents are briefed to a certain extent on the problem.
All right. On our toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Yes.
Where are you, sir?
Yes, I'm in Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was listening to your comment about Delta.
Delta forces, yes.
Yes. I believe some of the things you said, but I think you might have your units wrong.
Okay. What? How did I have wrong?
For one thing, I don't think 66 people were killed from Delta.
How many people?
I don't believe anyone was killed from Delta.
Oh, okay. But there would have been. It was a different group.
Yeah, I would say so.
What would you say it is, caller? What group was it?
That I don't know, but they come out of the Delta community. It would just be noticed right here in Fort Bragg. That's too many people.
Now he may be partially right because he obviously was in the community, but there are certain parts of Delta which are unknown to other parts. So it's possible that you're correct, and that it was just a secret, very secret portion of Delta Force.
All right. Thank you, caller. John, from the state of Washington, is there any possibility that some of these aliens could come from beneath the Earth instead of from outer space?
Yes, most definitely.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Do you give much credence to the dimensional theories, John?
Well, I didn't used to, but there seems to be a body of evidence now that there is some kind of extra-dimensional creatures appearing here and there.
All right. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with John Lear. Good morning. Where are you, please?
Kansas City, Missouri.
Yes, sir.
I just got a question. Is Mr. Lear ever read anything, the Betty Andreessen story and her beliefs? It kind of pertains to the religious aspect.
Yes, I read both books, and, what more can I say? She definitely is very religious, and she had a very religious experience during her abduction. I think that whoever they are who pick us up catered to those specific beliefs.
Oh, yeah, that was basically my question. I didn't know if your beliefs followed along those lines, because they were sort of similar to the lights and putting people back in the bodies and that sort of thing. And I was just curious if you knew about that and if you had any thoughts on it.
Well, it's been some time since I read The Andreessen Affair, but she did have a very interesting experience.
Right. Yeah, I read the newest one. It's called Watchers by Ray Fowler, and it was pretty interesting. I'd recommend it to anybody out there.
We're going to be interviewing Ray Fowler again pretty soon on Dreamland, incidentally, caller.
Oh, that'd be really great.
All right, thank you. We've had him before, and I was neglectful. Let me do this now. We have a new affiliate beginning this morning. It is KKARAM in Omaha, Nebraska. So I would like to officially welcome Omaha, Nebraska to the network. And let's keep moving here. On the wildcard line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Art. Bob in Vegas.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
And in 1952, I read a book by a man named Gurdjieff called All and Everything, and there he talked about the spaceship Karnak going all over the place. And I went to Europe to work with the Gurdjieff group. But in 55, we went on the air with commercial television in London. And we had a couple there, and I can't remember their name. But we had a half-hour show, and the man who was interviewing them was really trying to break them down that they were phonies, but he couldn't, of course. After that, I invited them home. We went to dinner, went to my place. We talked about Gurdjieff and his book. And these people were very authentic. And I do remember the name. They were a married couple. And we went to a few of the group meetings in London then. This was back in 1955, 56. And these were all what I call good, wholesome people, not phony, baloney type people. And, of course, I lost touch with them then. But I wonder if he's familiar. John, are you familiar with Gurdjieff's book, All and Everything? Where he talks about Karnak, the good ship Karnak.
I'm not catching the last name. What
Gurdjieff. Man named Gurdjieff. He has groups that are working.
Say the name slowly, Bob.
Gurdjieff. Gurdjieff. Georgios Ivanovich Gurdjieff. And he wrote the book way back in the 40s called All and Everything. And as I said, then subsequently when I was with this couple in London, and I don't remember their name, but I remember going to several groups, and this was back in the 50s.
I vaguely remember that book, but I don't know enough about it to make any comment on it.
Right. But he talked way back then about spaceships.
Yeah.
And,
All right, Bob. Thank you very much for the call. We appreciate it. I guess not enough knowledge to really be commenting about it. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with John Lear. Good morning. Where are you calling from, please?
This is Tim from KSD in St. Louis.
Yes, sir.
How you doing? I want to know if you could tell me anything more about the alien picture, and could you tell Mr. Lear about that experience that you had? And could you possibly tell me the internet number and how I could get that off the internet when you finally do send that up?
All right. I will. Thank you. Yeah, he's right. John, I have a young man who has what he believes is an alien creature, the body of an alien creature, which is now dried. It's pretty good size. It's very hard to describe, John. I've got very good 35mm photographs of it, and I've got a videotape of it as well. I'm getting them scanned and put up on the internet probably by the middle of next week. The thing looks, the closest I can come, John, is it almost looks bat-like, but it's not a bat. It's pretty good size. It's a couple of feet tall, 2 or 3 feet tall, and it is very, very weird. Now, without seeing it, it would be impossible for you to comment, but it supposedly came from Puerto Rico, where there's been quite a bit of UFO activity, hasn't there?
Yeah.
And so I will show you that photograph when I get a chance, John, and then you'll be able to comment.
Interesting. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, okay. It's just something I'm working on right now. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Where are you calling from, please?
This is John from Kansas City, Missouri. How you doing?
Hi, John.
Well, basically, what I was calling about is just throw out another theory here, if these things do happen, is essentially... first off, I don't really buy that some alien creatures are really buying, using people as food, because the simple fact would be easier to kidnap a group of people to and then breed them as cattle. Would it not?
Well, what about...
Aren't we being bred as cattle?
Who knows? Maybe we are. Well, anyways... some of the other things, like you said, like when they encountered them in Cambodia, and the special forces had a firefight with them, it would be a very good place to collect human bodies to study the anatomy, because you wouldn't have to worry about taking them and then probably bringing them back and things like that.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and truthfully, why are they so interested in this place? I mean, truthfully, we're in the neck of the woods, so to speak, in our galaxy, and what is so interesting for it?
All right, why us is the question, John.
Why what?
Why us? Why are they interested in us? I could almost answer that. I mean, when you look at the Earth, it's a hustle and bustle of activity and growth and beings and intelligence, and it's a contrast to everything around it, right?
Yeah, well, my opinion is it's not that they came here looking down and say, oh, yeah, that's a neat place, let's go down and visit. I think they created the whole thing, and that's their interest.
So they have an intense interest in following their handiwork.
Yeah, their handiwork being the breeding of the human race over 200,000 years, in which they made 65 separate corrections to make us what we are today, which they refer to as containers. I doubt if the experiment is over. I think that it's continuing on. Each of these separate corrections, they have to, when they bring in the new model, they have to recall the old model, and they do that with, mass plagues, floods, gyroscopic precessions of the Earth, which I might mention, all this EPA and BLM and stuff about, carefully burying our trash. Every 23,000 years, this Earth rotates on its axis and takes up a different rotation, and it essentially cleans everything out. So why are we so worried? We're about, 1,000 years overdue for this rotation. So why are we worried about all this trash?
You're talking about a polar reverse?
Yeah. I just a little bit irritated because it used to take me 7 minutes to drive to the dump, but now it takes 3 hours.
Time for the big cleaning.
It's all going to be done for us. We don't have to worry about that.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning. Where are you calling from?
Calling from Bakersfield, Art.
All right. We're holding this for East of the Rockies, sir, for about 5 more minutes. Thank you very much for the call, though. On the wild card line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Good morning. Wonderful show. Sunshine here. I think that was Betty and Barney Hill, wasn't it?
No, he said 1955.
Oh, well, I didn't know when their book came out, Betty and Barney Hill.
It was after 63.
Oh, I see. Okay, my mistake. But anyway, they did allude to the time travel too, or the time span too, I believe, didn't they? I mean, they were in there for some time, and yet when they came out, it was lost to them.
Yeah, they had that same experience.
Yeah, wonderful show. Thanks for having it.
All right, thanks for making the call, and good morning. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello. That was it, I guess, John. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello.
Yes, I'm calling from near Albuquerque.
Yes, sir.
Actually, in east of the mountains, about 500 feet from the Manzano test range.
Uh-huh.
Sandia Base. I had a sighting here about 2 years ago in May. Since then, I've talked to 3 of my neighbors who have had similar sightings, a retired school teacher and a real estate agent.
You're not having some of that famous New Mexico Taos hum right now, are you?
No, I do hear strange noises once in a while, and they sound like a diesel truck in the distance or machinery clanging around, but some of it I think I'm hearing construction going on the base.
Now, was your sightings within the Manzano weapons storage area, Coyote Canyon?
Well, I was on the highway driving home, and this was a large orange glowing sphere that went over my car, and it was heading due south into that area.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of reports. As a matter of fact, when I first got into this, Paul Benowitz had just lived in the Four Hills section there, and he set up in 1980 a videotape which ran 24 hours a day. He'd change it every 8 hours, and he got some spectacular photos of dome-shaped objects taking off from the Manzano weapons storage area.
Well, I sometimes wonder if they're saying that there's less action going on up in Nevada, maybe some of it's moved here.
Well, it could be either there or Holloman.
I've also got 2 acquaintances. They don't know each other, but they have told me that they were involved. One worked for the contractor, and the other worked for somebody in the architectural design firm that built all these underground bunkers back in the early 80s out there. And they said that these bunkers were as big as football fields, solid concrete. They were huge, and of course nobody knew what they were being built for.
Yeah,
and there are no runways.
Yeah, I had a friend that went in one of those things, and he says that there was nothing in there, but he said it was absolutely enormous.
Yeah.
And but there was nothing in there at the time he went in.
All right, caller, thanks.
Well, can I ask one more question?
Yeah, very quickly.
Yeah. Do you think that anything will come of this Roswell investigation?
All right, and yes, Representative Schiff, of course, is off and running on the investigation, as you know, John.
Yeah.
Do you think anything will come of it?
No, zero.
Zero?
Zero.
Why do you think that?
Well, because it's a cover-up. They're not going to let some congressman go in there and find out what's going on.
Yeah, I suppose at the levels all this moves, a congressperson is not much. All right, John, I'd like you to hold on. We've got a break here at the bottom of the hour, so relax for a few minutes. We'll be back to you.
Okay.
My guest is John Lear, pilot, airline captain, and believer in IFOs, identified flying objects. That's the nature of the discussion this morning. It may disturb you. If it does, turn it off. If you want a copy of the entire program, you can call beginning right now, area code 503-664-7966.
Kingdom of Nye. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the CBC Radio Network. Now, once again, here's Art.
Once again, here I am, and I want to repeat, we spent the first 2 hours of the program, if you didn't get it, doing a pretty thorough examination of the history of